Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The white-haired mage is brought into a grand hall to face the king and his retainers. His hands are bound in magical shackles. Guards escort the chained mage through a town square lined with onlookers. The townspeople silently watch him pass, filled with dread and concern. Struggling to breathe, the old mage notes his weakening body. He realizes the poison inside him is the cause of his condition. He recalls how the poison disrupted the flow of magic in his body. He thinks that taking the poison was necessary to protect the many people under his care. Smiling bitterly, he reflects that the situation is strangely amusing. He narrates that he suspected betrayal someday yet trusted the late king's bloodline and his friend Golden Jackson Edward, a trust that proved disastrous. He explains that the current ruler, Silver Jackson Edward, used his father's glory to wipe out all remaining opposition. Scheming nobles see the new king's brutality as an opportunity and consider him a dangerous but useful tool. Under accusations of treason, the regime begins executing the very founders of the nation. The old mage wonders how the once promising prince turned into such a tyrant. A noble commands the kneeling prisoner to submit before the king. The mage kneels with effort, still shackled and weakened. The noble formally announces that Henry Morris is charged with high treason for allegedly rebelling against the imperial family. Henry stays silent before the crowd, refusing to answer. The noble proclaims that although rebels should be killed, the merciful emperor will offer Henry a special punishment. Henry's eyes flash with sudden resolve. The accusing noble is startled by Henry's fierce glare. The king and his advisor react in shock to Henry's sudden defiance. Henry erupts in anger, calling their speech nonsense that sickens him. He shouts for them to stop lying and simply execute him. Seeing Henry's eyes like his father's, the king panics and curses him. Terrified, the king hastily orders Henry's immediate execution. The executioners move into position around the kneeling mage. The red-haired knight apologizes to Henry for what he is about to do. The knight raises his sword to behead Henry. Henry calmly accepts death and begins his final inner thoughts. The king and his men watch intently as the execution proceeds. The knight swings his sword down toward Henry's neck. As the blow falls, Henry vows internally never to forgive his betrayers. Henry's headless body lies on the platform before the horrified court. Smiling cruelly, the king orders Henry's corpse to be thrown to beasts. Narration states that after 20 years of a unified continent, Henry Morris, humanity's first 8th Circle veteran, is killed. A purple eye suddenly opens, signaling a new consciousness. A young man with purple hair awakens in an unfamiliar room, wondering where he is. Memories of Henry's beheading flash as the young man realizes his neck was definitely cut by Bahad's sword. Sitting amid candles, he notices a dead bird and a book in his hands and questions what is going on. He identifies the objects as a duck's corpse and an old damaged spellbook. Examining the book, he suspects it contains necromancy. Shocked, he realizes he himself is now involved with necromancy. He turns toward a mirror to confirm his appearance. Seeing an unfamiliar youthful face, he silently exclaims in disbelief. He tests if this is a dream by touching his cheek. Staring at his reflection, he thinks that none of this makes sense. Looking at the dead bird and book again, he wonders what the former owner of this body had been doing, recalling that necromancy is forbidden black magic he once helped eradicate. He considers that the previous Henry may have used necromancy on him, though he is unsure. Reasoning that necromancy requires a caster, he starts looking around and wonders where the necromancer is. Finding the room empty, he concludes the body's previous owner might have been that necromancer. He picks up the worn spellbook again. Reading it, he realizes the necromancy attempt that brought him here had failed. He attributes the failure to the damaged grimoire and the caster's lack of experience. Assessing himself, he notes that despite everything his new body is healthy, seeing the irony. He recalls how moments before his death his organs burned from poison while the emperor and nobles watched him with contempt, reliving the humiliation. He decides he needs more information and deduces from his fine gown that this body belongs to someone of at least moderate status. He drops the gown and stands in only pants and boots. Inspecting his bare torso in the mirror, he judges that this body is not that of a trained knight. He guesses the former Henry might at least have been a magician. He sits on the floor in a meditative pose to test the body's magical potential. He reasons that if the body belonged to a magician, it should contain a mana circle, so he concentrates on sensing an inner core. He channels his focus intensely, trying to feel magic within. To his surprise, he senses nothing, not even a single circle. He concludes the body is both magically empty and physically unimpressive, and wonders what the previous Henry actually did. Deciding priorities, he resolves to create a mana circle himself, believing the foundation must come first. Remembering he was once an 8th Circle Grandmaster of the Empire, he is confident he can at least form one circle in this talentless body. He braces himself as the effort causes pain. He pours power into his core, light surging from his chest. Straining with sweat, he finally forges a glowing magical circle within. A ring of energy spins around his chest as he sits amid swirling power. He endures the intense process, sweat pouring as the circle stabilizes. He confirms to himself that the first circle has been successfully completed. Exhausted but satisfied, he wonders how long the training took. Deciding not to push further for now, he chooses to stop. His thoughts jump back to the mocking king who treated him like an immature child. He remembers the earlier scene in the throne room with prisoners gathered and poison prepared. He recalls the intimidating swordsman threatening the captives. He remembers being forced to drink the suspicious wine in front of the prisoners. He recalls a crying girl about to be cut down. He remembers choosing to drink the poison himself. The prisoners had reacted with horror as he sacrificed himself. The emperor had smiled sinisterly at this show of loyalty. Henry's memories fix on the poisoned cup that sealed his fate. He curses, thinking that if he had possessed a knight's body he might have resisted even with the poison. He reflects that while magic rivals many sword masters, a single dose of poison can still kill a frail wizard. He realizes that with a strong sword master's body he could have drunk many poisoned cups and survived. Accepting the value of martial strength after his death, he decides his new life's purpose is now set. Back in the present, he grips the door handle to leave his room. He cautiously steps into the hallway, still disoriented. He finds a stocky man sleeping outside his door, and is puzzled. He deduces from having an attendant that this body belongs to someone above common status. The attendant continues snoring, oblivious. Henry silently regards the sleeping man. He coughs loudly to wake the attendant, who stirs and addresses him as young master. The man stretches and yawns loudly. Henry watches him impassively as he stands. They face each other, the attendant casual and Henry appraising. Henry mentally criticizes the man's disrespectful attitude. He notes the man's stance and decides he needs to correct this behavior. He sternly challenges the attendant, asking what he thinks he is doing. The attendant responds bluntly, confused by Henry's tone. Henry is taken aback that the servant dares talk back. The man questions why Henry is suddenly acting strangely, and wonders if he lacks sleep. Henry remarks that the attendant clearly did not sleep enough either, then prepares to act. He kicks hard at the man's leg. The attendant collapses to his knees in pain. Clutching his leg, the man cries out and demands to know why Henry is attacking him. Henry declares that the attendant still has not learned proper respect. He follows up with a sharp kick to the man's head. The attendant cries out in pain, holding his face. Henry fumes at the idea of being ignored by his own servant. The servant, stunned, rubs his cheek. Henry thinks incredulously to himself about this insolent man. The chastened attendant kneels silently before him. Frightened, the man realizes this is not the foolish young master he is used to. Prostrating himself, the attendant admits his wrongdoing and begs forgiveness. Henry orders him to lift his head. With a stern warning and a fierce aura, Henry says this will be the last time he forgives such behavior and threatens harsher punishment next time. Terrified, the attendant promises to remember and obey. Henry decides this display of authority is sufficient for now. He then casually asks the servant for the current date, receiving the answer that it is the 6th. Henry clicks his tongue, prompting the man to panic and elaborate. The servant hurriedly clarifies that today is July 6th of the 20th year. Henry deduces that only one day has passed since his execution and that he was reincarnated the following day. He asks his own name, and is told he is young Master Henry Morris. Shocked to hear his old name, he makes the servant repeat it. He next asks his father's name, and learns it is Baron Hans Morris. Hearing this, he marvels at the apparent twist of fate. He decides sharing the same name as before is actually convenient. He recalls who Baron Hans Morris is, a war hero of the Unification conflict who earned his title through military merit. Henry reflects that being a baron's son places him between noble and commoner status. Reading further, he reviews the sparse details of his new family background. He learns his father is modest. His mother died giving birth to him, and as the listless eldest son he has never accomplished anything. He notes that the family's best prospects rest with his stepmother's talented son, Kevin Morris, his younger half-brother. Henry infers the original Henry may have turned to forbidden magic because his illegitimate brother outshone him. After checking the household information, he concludes this barren family has no money, talent, or influence, wondering if this is truly his fresh start. He remembers that in the past he and Golden Jackson also began with nothing in a small vanished nation and built an empire from scratch. Resolving his path, he thinks he should start training magic in this new body. Noting he has 5 hours until dawn, he plans to form as many mana circles as possible before morning. Expecting many duties once day breaks, he decides to complete this exhausting task first. Morning light soon pours through the window, signaling that night has passed. Bathed in sunlight, he continues meditating in deep concentration. Drenched in sweat, he finally stops, thinking he has finished. He inspects his chest and sees he has successfully formed 3 mana circles. Just then the door handle turns as someone enters. His attendant comes in with a basin, surprised Henry did not sleep. The man explains he brought water for washing and asks why Henry is sweating so heavily. Henry, still soaked from training, listens as the man offers to bring more water. Henry declines the offer, says he will prepare himself, and tells the attendant to wait outside, who respectfully agrees. The attendant stands by the door, startled by something unusual. He realizes that something about his young master has clearly changed. The young man snaps his fingers and activates a magic called Clean. His body becomes instantly washed and refreshed by the spell. Admiring his now neat appearance, he thinks he looks much better. He reflects that his current situation will be hard for a while. He wants to focus on reaching the 4th circle of magic but knows the required mana varies. Accepting he cannot change it now, he decides to temporarily halt his training. He examines the wardrobe full of similar outfits. He is dismayed that all the clothes look nearly identical. Resigned, he chooses something to wear despite not liking the options. Dressed, he greets his surprised attendant outside the room. He orders the attendant to take him to where he can eat because he is hungry. The attendant nervously agrees to guide him. They walk together through the stone corridors of the estate. They arrive at a dining room door, where the young man enters. Inside, he joins his father and the concubine with her son at the table. Narration identifies the blue-haired man as Baron Hans Morris, owner of the house. The woman and blonde youth are introduced as the Baron's concubine and her son Kevin. The protagonist notes there are 4 family members total and confirms Henry's birth mother is dead. The table is set with a modest but decent meal. Baron Hans casually asks about their sleep and invites everyone to begin eating. The family quietly eats together at the table. The protagonist observes they are not rich but can afford decent food. He concludes they likely earn a respectable income, and that life here is still acceptable compared with his past. A loud slurping noise draws his attention and irritates him. He is offended by Kevin's crude table manners and feels something is off. Kevin reacts when called by name, confused by the sudden address. The protagonist calmly tells Kevin to eat more quietly and act like a gentleman. Kevin laughs with his mouth full, dismissing the rebuke. Henry is visibly shocked and splashes his soup at Kevin's behavior. Kevin jokes that they should just eat as usual, saying Henry is not normally so proper. Henry loses his appetite and puts down his spoon. He forces himself to be patient and wipes his mouth, trying not to overreact. Baron Hans changes the subject by asking which son will enroll in the Swordsman Academy. Henry recalls the academy and that there had been prior discussion about it. He pictures trainees sparring at the Swordsman Academy and thinks the idea is not bad. Imagining the results, he realizes the academy could make him a full knight and physically transform him. However, he reasons that pursuing magic circles is a faster path to vengeance on the Emperor than mastering swordsmanship. Kevin interrupts, insisting there is no debate and that he should be the one to attend the academy. The Baron acknowledges Kevin's argument but wants Henry's opinion before deciding. Kevin mocks Henry, saying his timid personality would make him useless at the academy and cause him to freeze up. Henry remembers how he used to be timid and repeats Kevin's insult to himself with rising anger. Kevin continues that Henry even lacks the courage to spar with him, so Kevin is more suitable for the academy. Hans admits Kevin's words are harsh yet partly true, implying Henry's weakness. With a flash of the Emperor's face in his mind, Hans asks Henry directly what he thinks of the matter. Henry announces he has changed his mind and declares the legitimate heir should attend the academy instead of the illegitimate child, for the family's honor. Kevin explodes in outrage at Henry's unexpected challenge. Henry coolly explains he avoided sparring not from fear but because his superior skills would only humiliate Kevin. His bold claim leaves the whole table stunned into silence. The Baron and concubine suddenly burst into laughter at what they think is a ridiculous boast. Kevin also laughs loudly, treating Henry's words as a joke. Henry stares back blankly, realizing no one believes him. Kevin, still giggling, accuses Henry of joking too far. Henry thinks bitterly that both his servant and family have repeatedly disregarded him. Hans scolds Henry for overdoing his jokes and asks why he is acting so strangely, while Henry proposes a duel with confident Kevin. Hans hesitantly accepts the idea and asks if Henry is sure he can handle it. Henry confidently agrees and politely requests his father to attend the duel if possible. Reluctantly convinced, Hans consents to the duel. The concubine instructs both brothers to go to the training grounds. Kevin laughs tensely, eager to prove himself. Henry smirks, inwardly vowing to teach Kevin a harsh lesson. The household gathers at the training yard as Baron Hans stands between the two brothers to oversee their duel. Kevin tosses Henry a wooden sword to use. Henry catches the wooden sword firmly. Testing its weight, he notes that the practice sword is nearly as heavy as a real one. Satisfied, he decides the weapon will suffice. Onlookers notice a sharp change in Henry's eyes and doubt he can really defeat Kevin. Hans explains the rules that the loser is whoever surrenders first but urges them not to go too far since they are brothers. He formally declares the beginning of the duel. Kevin arrogantly promises to take it easy on Henry. Henry calmly tells him to go ahead and do so. Henry stomps, signaling the start of his movement. He activates body enhancement magic, boosting his strength, agility, and reflexes. He notes his defensive magic is weaker than in his past life but believes it is enough to discipline Kevin. Using his enhanced body, Henry suddenly leaps high toward Kevin, surprising him. He closes the distance in a flash, leaving Kevin off guard. Henry swings his wooden sword with speed, forcing a panicked reaction from Kevin. Kevin barely blocks but is overwhelmed by the power of Henry's strike. The spectators, including Hans and the concubine, are shocked by Kevin being driven back. Kevin struggles, clearly in pain and unable to cope with the assault. Henry moves in again with composed aggression. He grabs Kevin by the throat, choking him. Henry then kicks him hard, sending Kevin flying. Kevin crashes to the ground as Henry remains standing, sword in hand. Kevin lies on the ground groaning, unable to rise. Henry raises his sword overhead, deciding to end the duel swiftly. He repeatedly strikes Kevin, beating his cowering brother without mercy. Henry warns that blocking like that will only result in broken bones as he continues the brutal blows. Kevin endures the strikes, desperately guarding his head with his arms. Hans and the concubine panic, begging Henry to stop the fight. Hans rushes forward shouting at Henry to stop before he kills Kevin. Henry finally halts, leaving Kevin curled on the ground with a sword buried in the dirt beside him. Standing over Kevin, Henry asks if Kevin has anything else to say now. A stunned Hans admits Henry was right and says everything is fine. Henry suggests they postpone the academy decision to tomorrow for a proper discussion. He announces he is tired and leaves the training ground, while everyone watches in silence and Kevin moans on the ground. Cor is utterly shocked by the unbelievable outcome he just witnessed. As Henry walks away, attendants and family look at him in amazement. Later at a servants' meal, someone insists he truly saw Henry defeat Kevin. The servants debate how it is possible Henry beat Kevin given their vastly different training times. Bolton confirms Cor's story, saying Kevin was thoroughly overpowered. Other servants are stunned and wonder if the eldest son had been hiding his strength all along. Meanwhile, Henry relaxes in a hot bath, recovering from the day. In the bath, he assesses that his new body is sturdy and reasonably sensitive to magic. He is grateful the body's former owner was not lazy but notes that at age 20 he must quickly build a solid foundation. Determined, he decides to attempt forming the fourth magic circle once more. He doubts whether simple training can restore the large amount of magic he is missing. He begins focusing magic around his heart while soaking in the tub. The light at his chest grows as he concentrates on forming the circle again. Pain suddenly surges through him and the water splashes as he strains. Gasping and clutching his chest, he concludes the real issue is simply his insufficient magical power. He suddenly remembers another solution that could address this limitation. Henry calls for Cor and orders him to quickly procure a specific list of items. Cor studies the list, noticing it contains herbs and asking if Henry is injured. Henry says his reasons are irrelevant and orders Cor to just bring what is written. Cor hurries away to fulfill the request as Henry watches. Henry thinks he must obtain the ingredients quickly, recalling that his death may have stopped production of his special elixir. Narration introduces his creation, the mystery elixir Miracle Blue, which he developed as a 7th circle mage to enhance a wizard's aptitude. The elixir, when drunk, unlocks a person's maximum magical capacity and can greatly multiply their power. He regrets that his execution prevented him from leaving behind the recipe. To prevent that mistake again, he now carefully writes down the formula for Miracle Blue. He explains that the elixir is extremely strong in pure form and must be diluted precisely to the drinker's level. Because it stimulates the heart to increase magic and can only be used once in a lifetime, the concentration has to be matched exactly to the user's body. Reading over his notes, he acknowledges that even a small error could make the heart burst. He grimly notes that such an error would cause instant death. Later, Cor returns to the estate calling out that he has come back. He reports that he obtained nearly everything on the list but failed to find one item. Cor explains that the missing ingredient is the final item, a plant called the green crow flower. Henry asks why it could not be bought and whether it was unavailable. Cor relates that bandits on the trade route have blocked merchants from entering the territory for 15 days. Henry is surprised it has been that long and wonders if his father is unaware. Cor adds that several attempts to suppress the bandits have failed because they appear and disappear unpredictably. Henry internally criticizes the Baron as incompetent for being unable to eliminate such bandits. He abruptly orders Cor to prepare to go out with him. Henry declares he will personally travel along the trade route and tells Cor to ready 2 horses. Cor protests that it is too dangerous since the bandit group numbers over 30 men. Henry clarifies he will not go alone and that Cor is coming too, ignoring the warnings. He insists he needs a green crow flower and the bandits are in the way, so Cor must get ready at once. They head to the stable to prepare for departure. At the stable, Cor brings out a thin, neglected horse. Seeing the scrawny animal, Henry anxiously asks if there are no other horses. Cor replies that this is actually Henry's own horse, promising to scold the stable boy later. Henry instructs Cor to fetch a usable sword as well and asks if anything else is needed. Smiling, Henry tells him to bring any supplies necessary for survival if he wants to stay alive. Cor heads off again while Henry waits with the horse. Henry speaks sympathetically to the horse, assuming it too has suffered under an incompetent owner. He names the horse Jade after his beloved mount from his past life and reminisces that the original Jade died once he learned teleportation. Placing a hand on the horse, Henry assures Jade that he will restore its condition. Henry pricks his finger to draw blood, preparing to use magic on the horse. Narration explains that the perfect steed modification technique is a military magic method passed down to biologists. It is described as a secret biological method for altering a horse. The boy notes that a perfect transformation normally requires a 4th circle wizard, so he will attempt it with slightly less power. After inscribing runes all over the thin horse, he finishes the preparation. He activates the perfect steed modification technique on the horse. The horse convulses violently as the glowing runes trigger a painful transformation. The boy apologizes to the horse, admitting he could not anesthetize it due to his lack of skill. The transformation engulfs the horse in intense magical light and energy. The boy waits expectantly to see the result of his spell. The horse now looks healthy and robust, and the boy judges the outcome satisfactory. A retainer approaches, informing the young master that he has brought a sword. The boy praises the retainer for his work and tells him to guide them onward. The retainer, shocked by the horse's improved appearance, asks if the boy switched horses while he was away. The boy smiles and insists it is the same horse as before. When the retainer doubts this, the boy pointedly asks if he is accusing him of lying. Flustered, the retainer backs down and says he did not mean that. The boy calmly asks again whether the horse is actually different from the one seen earlier. Nervously, the retainer concedes that it is indeed the same horse. The boy orders him to lead the way quickly because they are short on time. Internally, the retainer still feels convinced that the horse cannot be the same one. At the estate, someone asks if all preparations requested by the boy have been completed. While riding out, the retainer confirms he prepared everything but fears they will be in trouble if the lord and lady discover what they are doing, while the boy says they are merely borrowing things. The retainer continues to nervously protest despite agreeing to help. The boy stays silent, listening to his concerns. As they ride into the forest, the boy tells him to take good care of their equipment because losing any would be bad. The retainer loudly affirms his understanding as they gallop down the road. The scene shifts to a quiet village they are approaching. The boy instructs the retainer to put on more jewelry, including earrings, to better attract the bandits they seek. After checking the disguise, the boy says the amount of jewelry is sufficient and they should proceed. Loaded with glittering jewelry, the embarrassed retainer agrees to continue. While riding, the boy senses something and looks sharply toward the surroundings. He says they can slow down now since their objective is to be chosen as the bandits' target. The anxious retainer begs the young master to reconsider, saying the bandits' reputation is horrifying. The boy calmly promises to handle things and jokes that dying together here would at least not be pathetic. The retainer worries for him, and the boy clarifies he was only joking. Their horses walk onward, bringing them closer to danger. A group of armed bandits blocks their path and orders them to stop. The retainer panics while the boy notes in his thoughts that the bandits showed up quicker than expected. He reflects that he knew they were skilled at tailing people but is impressed he did not notice their presence at all. The bandit leader laughs at how openly they flaunt their wealth, saying it is like begging to be captured. From a distance, the boy asks if this imposing man is their leader, and the man replies defiantly. The boy remarks that the leader must be eager for gold if he came personally. The leader scoffs that no thief refuses treasure and demands all their possessions, clothes, and horses. He promises to spare their lives if they hand everything over. The boy smiles slightly in response. The terrified retainer asks what they should do now that they are surrounded. The boy estimates there are over 20 enemies and addresses the retainer, calling him by name. He tells the retainer that by the time he wakes from a nap, everything will already be resolved. Confused, the retainer questions what the boy means. The boy suddenly chops his hand down in a swift blow. He strikes the retainer on the neck, knocking him out mid-cry. The unconscious, jewel-covered retainer collapses from his horse to the ground. He lies senseless, clearly knocked out by the blow. The boy asks his modified horse, now named Jade, to wait calmly while he deals with the bandits. The bandit leader, unnerved, demands to know what the boy just did. The boy explains that he simply put the retainer to sleep so he would not get in the way. The leader mocks him, doubting he can fight them all alone, then orders his men to kill the boy. Surrounded, the boy begins counting the number of opponents aloud. He finishes counting and asks if there are truly only 25 of them. The leader calls him crazy for focusing on numbers while facing death. The boy replies that time will show which of them is actually crazy. He snaps his fingers and unleashes a burst of magic. The nearby bandits suddenly look confused as blue liquid spheres form above them. Even the leader and another bandit are bewildered as the strange liquid floats overhead. The spheres drop over the men's heads, suffocating them and cutting off their breathing. Watching their struggle, the boy says he should not have to dirty his hands just to wipe out a few bandits. The affected bandits collapse and crash to the ground one after another. Even the large leader flails helplessly as the liquid envelopes his head. He screams in agony while suffocating inside the magical water. Soon all the bandits lie unconscious or dead across the field as the boy stands calmly with his horse. The boy summons a blazing sphere of fire in his hand. The leader, barely conscious on the ground, reacts in horror to what he sees. The boy fires the blast of flame. The explosion detonates behind the leader, devastating the area and emphasizing his power. The leader clutches his head and groans in pain amid the burning aftermath. The boy warns that if he ever sees these bandits again, there will be dire consequences. He tells the trembling leader that next time he will not leave anyone alive. The scene shifts upward to the peaceful sky above the estate. Back at the field, the retainer sleeps soundly, snoring. He is startled awake by a shout telling him to get up. Seeing the boy and Jade, the retainer anxiously asks what happened to the bandits. The boy casually says he believes all of them ran away. The retainer is stunned and incredulous at this answer. The boy tells him to gather all their belongings since they will now return home. The retainer looks confused as the boy smiles quietly. The narration cuts to the estate with mountains in the background, indicating their return. A hand scoops a pile of jewelry back into a bag or box. The retainer reports that he will go and return all the borrowed valuables. The boy confirms that nothing is missing and warns him not to steal any of it. Embarrassed, the retainer emphatically insists he would never do such a thing. The scene shifts to the outside of the family stables. The boy leads Jade back to the stables building. He pauses with Jade, noticing something as he approaches. The elderly stable master greets the young master respectfully on his return. The boy says he is returning the horse but also wants to inspect the condition of the stables. The old man readily agrees to let him look around. Elsewhere, Kevin suddenly wakes from his injuries, crying out in pain. His mother, beside the bed, calls his name in alarm while he recognizes her. Still bandaged and hurt, Kevin demands to know what happened. Remembering the duel, he recalls being defeated by his older brother and cannot believe he lost. His enraged mother berates him for losing so easily despite all his supposed training. She continues shouting that his defeat by someone like his brother makes her furious. Sweating and shaken, Kevin tries to deny that the humiliating loss truly occurred. He broods that it is impossible someone as lazy as his elder brother could have beaten him. He recalls how he has never skipped a day of sword training and feels it is impossible that such effort lost. A dramatic image of the victorious older brother underscores how far Henry has grown. Kevin repeats that the situation is impossible, unable to accept it. Back at the estate grounds, Henry walks with Jade, his boots and the horse's hooves echoing. Inside the stable, the old man points out that the well-kept white horse belongs to the lord and is given special care. Henry then asks about Jade and is told the neighboring horse belongs to young Master Kevin. Observing that the other horses are in good condition, Henry wonders why only his own had been neglected and finds it disgraceful. He asks the stable master where his horse's stall is located. The old man awkwardly indicates a stall farther down as belonging to Henry. As they walk, both notice something wrong and react with surprise. Henry sees that his stall is damp, rotting, and clearly uncared for, noting its terrible state. He declares that the horse's name will be Jade from now on, forgives the neglect once, but orders that the horse and its stall must be properly cared for henceforth. The frightened stable master promises to look after them diligently. Henry turns back to Jade, preparing to leave him in the stall. He adds that the lord's and Kevin's horses must also be kept in top condition, warning that if any horse is in poor shape when he returns, there will be consequences. The old man nervously acknowledges the warning and says he understands. Henry affectionately pats Jade, laughing softly and pleased with his companion. Night falls, shown by the moon outside a window. At dinner, Henry responds to his father's call as they sit at a candlelit table. His father says he wants to talk about the duel from that morning and asks Henry's opinion. Henry, sipping tea, replies that he is fine but has his own thoughts. His father then asks Kevin's mother for her opinion on the matter. Irritated and tense, she insists her opinion does not matter and tells them to continue without her. She abruptly ends the conversation and leaves the table. She storms off angrily while Henry and his father watch in silence. The father turns back to Henry and asks when he began learning swordsmanship, since he had never shown such skill before. Henry downplays it as not true swordsmanship but simply him giving a lesson to a spoiled younger brother. Pleased by his modesty, the father asks if Henry will now attend the Swordsman Academy, but Henry says after thinking it over he believes Kevin should go instead. Shocked, the father demands to know why Henry has changed his mind so suddenly. Henry explains that after reflecting on the duel, he concluded Kevin, who lacks ability, is the one who needs the academy training. The father notes that Henry's reasoning is different from earlier, reminding him that he once argued Kevin was too weak to send. Henry admits he was not thinking clearly before and says he has a new proposal that includes conditions. He clarifies that although he is relinquishing his own chance to attend, he does not want the opportunity wasted and thus has a condition attached. Smiling, Henry says he simply wants to personally test Kevin and asks that any grievances about Kevin be redirected to him in the future. The father remarks that Henry now sounds like a different person but agrees to Henry's plan. Henry thanks him and casually mentions that rumors say the troublesome bandits have vanished. Alarmed, his father asks if he means the notorious bandit group plaguing the region. Henry confirms that merchants report they no longer see the bandits, and his father decides to send people to verify this. Concluding the discussion, Henry excuses himself for the night. Later, Henry gazes out his window at the moon, internally wondering if anyone believes he truly abandoned his chance to go to the academy. A knock interrupts his thoughts, and he asks who is at his door. Kevin, looking uneasy, enters Henry's room. Henry asks him directly what he wants. Kevin hesitates and struggles to begin speaking. He finally says their father sent him to talk about the academy. Henry, standing confidently, criticizes Kevin for mumbling and tells him to speak clearly instead of sounding like a fool. The blonde man panics and cries out in refusal. The purple-haired man coldly tells him to repeat what he said and demands to know their father's words. The blonde man internally questions if this is really the same Hyungnim he knew and how he could have changed so much. Bowing nervously, the blonde man apologizes to Hyungnim, who asks what he is talking about. The blonde man repents for all the times he acted rudely and overstepped his position toward Hyungnim. Hyungnim thinks the man has finally come to his senses, then tells him he has decided to give up entering the academy. The blonde man is shocked by this unexpected statement. Hyungnim explains that even if he gives up the academy, it does not automatically give the blonde man a spot, since the high tuition blocks them both. Still, because the blonde man seems desperate to attend, Hyungnim offers him a chance but says there is a condition. Eager, the blonde man says he will accept any demand Hyungnim makes. Hyungnim downplays it and asks if the blonde man has ever heard of a place called Burnham. The blonde man recalls Burnham as a northern town and confirms that is the one. Hyungnim says he has business in Burnham and wants the blonde man to go there in his stead, which confuses the blonde man. Hyungnim explains that Burnham produces the green crow flower, but traders have struggled lately because of bandits disrupting the supply. Hyungnam clarifies his request, asking the blonde man to personally go to Burnham and handle it, and asks if he can do it. The blonde man confidently declares that such a task is well within his abilities. As he accepts, Hyungnam stops him, saying there is still more to explain. Hyungnam mentally notes that although the flower can be stored easily, he must move quickly with this plan to hasten revenge on the emperor and nobles. Hyungnam sets a strict limit, telling the blonde man he has 6 days to complete the mission and return. The blonde man frets that 6 days barely covers the hard riding time once sleep is accounted for. Hyungnam offers to cancel if it is too difficult, but the blonde man hurriedly insists he will still do it. Trembling yet determined, the blonde man shouts that he can accomplish the task. Hyungnam smiles and asks if he truly means it. Night falls over the estate as preparations for departure draw near. Several horses stand in the paddock under the night sky. One gray horse snorts and reacts to something. The gray horse turns toward a tan horse that is dozing near the fence. The tan horse continues to sleep soundly, unaware. The gray horse's eyes glint with intent. The gray horse rams its head into the tan horse's side. Despite the bump, the tan horse keeps on sleeping. The gray horse opens its mouth wide as if to bite. It clamps its teeth hard into the tan horse's flank. The bitten tan horse jerks awake in shock and pain. Enraged, the tan horse kicks back violently at the gray horse. The gray horse is knocked to its knees from the powerful kick. The gray horse looks stunned and disoriented. The gray horse then retaliates by kicking the tan horse repeatedly while it trembles. The tan horse looms over the gray one menacingly, while the gray horse looks fearful and confused. The tan horse glares with murderous anger. A loud neigh echoes from the stable into the night. At dawn, someone shouts for Vernon and demands to know where he is. The old stableman rushes in, alarmed, and asks the young master what is wrong. Vernon frantically asks why his prized horse Grande looks the way it does, hoping his eyes deceive him. Grande lies on the ground shaking, clearly in bad condition. The old man, near tears, stammers in confusion and asks what is wrong with the fallen horse. Vernon angrily retorts that if the stableman does not know the cause, no one will. The stableman collapses in despair, begging Vernon to spare him as he believes this disaster cannot be real. He insists the horse was fine yesterday, and he does not know what happened, but Vernon cuts him off and orders another horse immediately. Vernon fumes about these problems appearing when he is so busy and wonders if there are any other suitable horses. He eyes the seemingly healthy tan horse and decides to take that one. The stableman nervously tries to object about that specific horse, but Vernon loudly silences him. Vernon forcefully grabs the tan horse, trying to drag it over. The tan horse rears up dangerously, towering over Vernon. Vernon stares up in horror at the suddenly aggressive animal. The horse slams its hooves down threateningly while someone yells for the young master. The stableman dives in and shields Vernon on the ground as the horse snorts nearby. Vernon, shaken, demands to know what is wrong with this horse. The stableman begs him to calm down and reveals that this fierce horse actually belongs to Master Henry. Vernon is stunned, recalling Henry's horse as a weak, sickly beast before this sudden change. The stableman insists that regardless of the situation, the transformed horse is Henry's and suggests Vernon use Holter, the reserve horse, instead. Later, facing Henry, Vernon is speechless and sweating as Henry silently stares at him. Frustrated, Vernon punches a wall and curses his misfortune. Vernon then departs the estate on horseback, beginning the journey to Burnham. Watching from his room, Henry thinks that all he has to do now is wait. Henry reflects that he needs a body strong enough to endure even deadly poison and that such strength comes from a powerful physical foundation. An explanation appears that Aura, the common people's mana, differs from circle-based magic and involves channeling mana through the whole body. The guide says Aura can be mastered if a trainee continually pushes themselves to their physical limits. It adds that at some point of such extreme training, one simply realizes they have awakened Aura. In a memory, a bearded man offers young Henry the idea of learning swordsmanship. Another mentor remarks that swordsmanship would strengthen Henry's frail body. In the present, Henry bitterly thinks of that annoying person while considering his own weakness. Henry waits alone by the window in his room, planning his path forward. A carriage reaches the Morris family's fortified manor and a servant announces their arrival. Henry tells the servant to fetch him again for lunch, and the servant agrees. Henry narrates that the Morris family boasts 2 sword masters, according to the family records, starting with his father and lord of the manor, Hans Morris. The second sword master is Byrne, the guard captain responsible for the family and estate's security. Henry notes that the guard commander is actually a sword expert, and wonders if he should go see for himself. He leaves his quarters and walks toward the training grounds. Seeing how deserted the area is, he guesses most guards must be stationed on the castle walls. A young maid recognizes him and calls out to the young master. Henry tells her to skip formalities and asks where Lord Byrne is currently. She answers that Byrne is training in the backyard of the guard post, and Henry acknowledges the information. Henry then approaches the back area of the guard post. Someone spots him and remarks in surprise that the young master has come. Byrne greets Henry cheerfully and asks what brings him to such a shabby place. Henry replies that it is good to see Byrne again and that he has come to ask a favor, which Byrne prompts him to explain. Henry asks Byrne to teach him swordsmanship, leaving the commander startled. Henry wonders why Burn is so surprised and explains he wants to start training immediately, while Burn recalls Henry once said swordsmanship was pointless. Henry states he has changed his mind and pointedly asks whether Burn will train him or not. Burn becomes delighted that Henry finally shows interest in swordsmanship and excitedly asks if this means Henry is preparing to succeed his father. Henry denies that goal exactly, but Burn laughs and tells him there is no need to be embarrassed about his ambition. Burn then asks Henry a question and Henry invites him to speak. Burn says he heard Henry overwhelmingly defeated young Master Kevin in a spar and asks if that rumor is true, to which Henry coolly responds, "What if it is?" Burn presses, asking if Henry secretly learned swordsmanship elsewhere without his knowledge. Henry denies outside instruction and simply says he has now decided to study swordsmanship, which Burn agrees to help with though he is puzzled. Burn remains unconvinced but resolves to figure the mystery out gradually. He proposes that they begin with a light spar so he can gauge Henry's current level. Burn explains he will start by teaching the basics, but after hearing about Kevin he cannot judge Henry's skill without testing him. Henry readily agrees to Burn's proposal. The scene shifts to the outer walls of the manor, where their training bout is about to begin. Burn prepares by activating protective magic armor on his legs. Henry readies himself seriously, his body glowing with rising power while holding a wooden sword. Burn confidently says he will let Henry attack first. Henry accepts with a confident smile. Henry launches forward, the ground kicking up from his initial burst of speed. He charges Burn at full speed, wooden sword drawn back to strike. Burn watches calmly as Henry's sword thrusts toward him. Henry drives his wooden blade straight toward Burn's chest. Burn counters with a powerful, mana-infused strike to Henry's midsection. Henry absorbs the blow and immediately retaliates with a close-range counterattack. Burn is shocked, thinking this successful counter must just be a coincidence. He tightens his grip on his wooden sword, preparing to get serious. Burn unleashes a wide, forceful swing aimed at Henry. Mid-attack he suddenly notices something unexpected in Henry's reaction. Henry lowers his posture and smiles ominously as he prepares another move. Their blades clash in a flurry, Henry matching Burn's serious strike. Henry steadies his stance after the exchange, gripping his sword firmly. Burn is startled by how heavy Henry's wooden sword feels when they clash and wonders what is happening. He suspects there is more to Henry than he knows and decides to push the young master harder. Burn begins attacking in earnest with rapid, powerful overhead blows. He thinks to himself that this next exchange will be the true test. Henry responds by attempting to block Burn's violent downward strike. Burn inwardly remarks that Henry is even going to try blocking such a serious blow. Henry, sweating, acknowledges that Burn's overwhelming pressure shows why he is regarded as commander-in-chief. Henry also notes that beyond aura, Burn's pure sword skill is outstanding and wonders why such a man stays in the countryside. Burn gathers his strength, emanating power as he charges another attack. He batters Henry with relentless strikes, forcing him to defend with both hands on his sword. Henry struggles and questions if someone who tires so easily like him can handle this training. Exhausted but determined, Henry pivots and tries a low counter move against Burn. Their wooden swords collide again in a fierce exchange. Henry is left panting heavily, nearly at his limit. Burn exclaims in amazement at Henry's performance despite his exhaustion. Henry, still breathing hard, asks what Burn finds so amazing. Burn asks why Henry hid such sword skill until now, while Henry deflects by saying he merely copied what he had once seen. Burn is stunned that Henry claims to have learned that much just by watching another swordsman. Burn reflects that swordsmanship is more than movement, and concludes that Henry must also possess considerable battle sense. Henry admits that Burn's ability far exceeds his expectations. Burn is taken aback by the compliment, and reacts in surprise. Henry says Burn need not worry about formality from him, since as his teacher it would be wrong to speak too casually. Burn awkwardly accepts this, thinking Henry is also skilled at reading people. Henry asks if Burn's style is the standard imperial swordsmanship, and Burn confirms that this style is commonly taught. Henry inwardly recalls Golden Jackson, realizing that the imperial swordsmanship created by that man is treated as the basic style everywhere. Henry politely asks his new teacher if their formal training will begin today, while Burn says being called teacher still feels strange. Burn replies that the lessons will not be difficult and agrees to treat this as the first class, starting with a question. Burn asks Henry what he believes he needs most right now. Henry answers that what he needs most is stamina, prompting Burn to ask for his reasoning. Henry explains that no matter what one does, stamina is the fundamental requirement. Burn agrees that stamina is indeed the correct answer, and says one must have it to survive to the end. Burn then asks if Henry noticed any particular shortcomings in their spar, and Henry replies that he lacks everything and sees himself as a blank slate. The instructor agrees with the student, and begins to explain further. He says that in swordsmanship, the basic foundation is crucial. He specifies that this key foundation is proper footwork. The student recalls that another powerful figure also emphasized that everything starts with the feet. The student doubts that footwork alone can change much, and the instructor notes his skepticism. The instructor decides to personally demonstrate the difference that footwork makes. He declares he will only defend and dodge while the young master attacks as he wishes. The student feels underestimated, but the instructor frames the bout as a different kind of lesson. The student activates defensive magic on his legs and signals his readiness. Empowered, he announces the start of his offensive. The student charges in and swings his wooden sword at the instructor. The instructor calmly watches the incoming strike. The student unleashes a rapid series of attacks while the instructor evades them. Growing frustrated and sweaty, the student keeps pressing the assault. The instructor continues to dodge easily, showing his superior movement. The student keeps swinging from different angles as the instructor slips past him. Their feet blur as the instructor's refined steps outpace the student's clumsy ones. The student, panting and confused, realizes he cannot land a hit. The instructor taps him lightly from behind, proving how open he is. Startled, the student hears the instructor end the sparring session. Exhausted, the student admits to himself that even with magic he is far slower. The instructor tells him to look at the ground and compare their footprints. Curious, the student begins examining the training ground. He notices that the area his instructor covered is very different from his own. The instructor explains that his own footprints stay within a consistent range, while the students are scattered. When the student argues that attackers should move irregularly, the instructor says attacks must follow observation. He explains that only after reading an opponent's movements can one choose where and how to attack. The student reflects that sword training differs greatly from magic, almost unnervingly so. The instructor names the imperial sword style's circling footwork as circle step. He adds that the student currently needs to prioritize building strength and mastering footwork. The student asks how his progress in footwork will be evaluated. The instructor laughs at his impatience and proposes a training condition. He states that if the student can touch him while using correct footwork, a reward will follow. The reward he promises is to begin teaching the student real sword techniques. The student accepts the condition with determination. Time passes, marked by the view of the castle walls. The student rigorously does push-ups as part of his physical training. He struggles under the strain, gasping in pain. Eventually he collapses on the ground from exhaustion. He uses healing magic on himself to recover. Sweat dripping, he steels his resolve to continue. The instructor watches as the student runs off to resume training. Observing his dedication, the instructor thinks the Lord would be pleased with such focused effort. The student grips his wooden sword tighter, ready to swing again. He resumes basic sword swings in the training yard with renewed effort. Though still awkward, he continues his repetitive practice. While training, he curses the Emperor in his thoughts. He broods that without that foolish Emperor he would be free to pursue forbidden magic research. As the sun sets, he notes that the day's training is finally over. Back inside, he opens his notebook to review his writings. Pen in hand, he wonders how much he recorded the previous day. He recalls the faces of nobles who maligned him and his allies in his past life. He vows to remember each of them, and records their names on a personal kill list. After finishing that list for the day, he prepares to move on to his next task. He takes out a rolled-up map with a focused expression. Spreading the map, he studies the geography of the continent. He notes that both the Western continent and the Empire share the ridiculous name Eurasia, given by Golden. He decides that this time he will focus his attention further west on the map. He recalls that in his previous life he hid numerous treasures and artifacts across the land. Those hidden items, like the Miracle Blue, were meant to be his legacy, and now he must reclaim them himself. He begins marking remembered treasure locations onto the map. A door opens nearby, interrupting his work. Hearing the sound, he turns his head in curiosity. A servant appears in the doorway, surprised. From his desk, the student glances back while the servant approaches. He asks what is going on, and the servant reports that young Master Kevin has returned. The student is shocked that Kevin has come back after only 5 days. Startled, he turns fully toward the servant to confirm the news. Resolute, he says they should go and meet Kevin at once. Their footsteps echo as they hurry down the corridor. They reach a place where servants are gathered outside a room. The older servant clears his throat to draw everyone's attention. The gathered servants and a stranger look back in surprise. The student asks why everyone is standing there. A maid explains that young Master Kevin is currently in very bad shape. The student, alarmed, repeats Kevin's name. The maid says he should see Kevin himself and mentions that bandits likely attacked him. The student wonders aloud if more bandits could have appeared when he had cleared the trade route. He then walks past them into Kevin's room. Inside, Kevin lies bandaged on the bed while family and a doctor watch over him. The student formally enters, addressing Kevin's grieving mother. She suddenly grabs him by the collar in anguish. Crying, she accuses him of being responsible for what happened to Kevin. Kevin is shown unconscious and badly wounded. The student confirms to himself that Kevin's state matches what the maid described. While Kevin's mother sobs and clings to him, the doctor suggests wild animals likely caused the injuries. The student asks the doctor why he believes beasts were involved. The doctor explains that Kevin bears claw and bite marks rather than sword cuts, as does his horse. When the student asks about the severity, the doctor says Kevin is exhausted and worsened by long travel and poor health. The student thanks the doctor and asks if anything else still needs healing. After the doctor says his part is done, the student asks both him and Kevin's mother to step aside despite her protests. The student calls to Koer, who quickly agrees to help and moves the mother away. Night falls over the estate, with the full moon shining outside Kevin's window. Later, the student stands quietly at Kevin's bedside, thinking. Kevin awakens weakly and addresses him as older brother. The student helps him sit but tells him to lie back and not strain himself. Kevin smiles faintly, relieved, as he settles again. The student observes inwardly that Kevin has endured tremendous hardship. Kevin reports that he successfully obtained the green crow flower, and the student praises him for keeping his promise. The student explains that this will allow Kevin to enroll in the Swordsman Academy. He then casts a sleep spell and reassures Kevin that he will be fine after resting. The student uses a strong healing spell to treat Kevin's fatigue and internal damage, though not his scars. The bouquet of green crow flowers lies on a nearby table, glowing faintly in the healing light. The student picks up the flowers, preparing to use them for his own purposes. Smiling, he notes that he now has all the ingredients required. He steps away, his boots echoing as he leaves the room. He and Koa walk off while Kevin's mother watches them go in silence. The scene shifts to the castle exterior under a starry, moonlit sky. A bubbling cauldron flares with intense heat as a potion boils. The student stands over the cauldron, using magic to control the flames. Smelling the brew, he recalls that this elixir was once used in his tower's yearly disciple ritual and believes others will try to copy it. He thinks any future imitations will be fakes compared to his genuine miracle blue. After repeatedly freezing and boiling the solution, he notes the changes and plans only to adjust its concentration for his body. He acknowledges that improper control could cause his heart to explode with magic, yet resolves to drink the undiluted potion anyway. He explains that magical explosions come from lacking control over the concentrated solution, making survival a matter of ability. Remembering that magic control depends on mental strength and his prior experience with 8 circles, he judges himself capable of handling undiluted miracle blue. Even so, as he holds the cauldron he trembles, though logically the mixture should be perfect. He steels himself and drinks straight from the cauldron. The taste is awful and bloody, and he remarks that it is strangely fishy. Overwhelmed, he slams the cauldron down on the table. His body erupts with searing heat and magic, making him feel like he is melting. Gasping, he reaches for support as the energy surges through him. Enveloped in raging magic, he staggers toward the window. His face is contorted with pain as the power lashes around him. He struggles to breathe and exhale the heat while still engulfed in magical flames. Forcing himself to sit cross-legged, he prepares to control the rampaging energy. A burning light concentrates at his chest, causing him to cry out. The magic explodes outward from his heart in a blinding burst. A towering, monstrous silhouette of power rises behind him, symbolizing the unleashed magic. Sitting amid swirling tendrils of light, he realizes this is the strength he sought. Eyes glowing, he demands even more power from the potion. The torrent of magic intensifies around his bowed figure. He compares the pressure to the agony of forming 8 circles before and declares that this pain is insignificant. The overflowing energy continues to roar around him in vertical streams. Power focuses again at his chest, forming a concentrated core of light. Feeling a change, he wonders if a new magic circle is forming. Amazed, he realizes that something impossible seems to be occurring within his body. Shocked, he senses an unexpected development in his magical core. He concludes in disbelief that he has opened 2 gates at once, something he never imagined possible. He recognizes that a 5th ring has formed from his 4th, meaning the miracle blue has elevated him to 5th circle sorcerer level. The narration explains that the 5th circle is a rare domain where wizards are reclassified as sorcerers. It further explains that sorcerers wield the power of hundreds and hold authority comparable to knights. Briefly fearing he might be unable to gain more rings, he suddenly senses something. He determines that, as expected, 2 rings are the limit this time since higher circles need greater focus. As the magic settles, he notices a terrible odor and wonders where it is coming from. Realizing it is from his own body, he reacts in embarrassed disbelief. His robe droops heavy and dirty, evidence of impurities expelled during the process. He strips off his filthy clothes to clean himself up. Inspecting the garment, he sees that the large dark stain is far more than ordinary sweat. Looking toward the bright morning sun, he exclaims about the purifying light outside. The protagonist examines his supposedly magically clean suit, disgusted that it still seems filthy and long unwashed. After dealing with the clothes, he walks toward a large mirror in his room. Seeing his reflection, he is shocked by the drastic change in his muscular body. He closely inspects his new, well-defined physique, drenched in sweat. Realizing a dormant power has awakened along with an increase in his magic circles, he is stunned. He mentally explains awakening as a magical phenomenon where accumulated mana forces the body to evolve to accept more. He notes that awakening usually restructures bones and muscles, resulting in a stronger body, which he finds advantageous. He deduces that the terrible odor came from impurities being expelled from his body during awakening. Using a clean spell again, he magically purifies his discarded clothes on the floor. Pleased with his improved body, he laughs that he will not need harsh strength training for a while. At breakfast time, a servant announces that the young master's meal is ready. The servant sees the young master, and is shocked by his transformed appearance. The protagonist appears in fresh clothes, tall and fit, radiating confidence. When he tells the servant to head out, the man nervously realizes the young master is now taller than him. Walking behind the changed boy, the servant wonders what on earth happened overnight. The servant recalls how the young master used to look frail but is now a sturdy young man, suspecting the prepared ingredients might have caused it. Breakfast is laid out on the table, ready for the family. Entering the dining room, the changed protagonist draws confused stares from his family members. He stands there awkwardly as everyone silently reacts to his new physique. His relatives exclaim in shock at how different he looks. His father asked what happened and why his body suddenly became so much bigger. The protagonist feigns ignorance, saying he simply woke up in this state. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the exterior walls of their estate by the mountains. Outside, his instructor comments that the transformation is shocking. The protagonist agrees, while the instructor wonders if sudden exercise could really have caused such overnight growth. The protagonist brushes off the cause, saying whatever it is a good thing because strength training will now be easier. The instructor decides they can increase exercise intensity, but for now will emphasize footwork practice, which the protagonist welcomes. Later, the protagonist heads alone toward the nearby mountains. He climbs a steep rocky path, panting as he goes. Reaching a high peak, he stands atop a cliff overlooking the landscape. Enjoying the view, he remarks that the fresh air up here is wonderful. Looking down, he sees a deep, fog-filled chasm beneath the cliff. Nervous yet determined, he suggests beginning his training descent. He leaps from the cliff, launching himself into the air toward the ground below. His body plummets vertically down the sheer drop. The fall continues at high speed as the ground rushes up. While falling headfirst, he activates a magic technique named Feather Pull to control the descent. The spell cushions him, causing a shock of energy as he nears the ground. He lands with one hand on the earth, impact rippling around him. Rising from the crouch, he prepares for another technique. He thrusts his glowing palm forward, casting a powerful spell called Shockwave. Beams of energy shoot from him toward the cliff face. The attack detonates against the rock with a huge fiery explosion. The blast grows, engulfing more of the mountainside in flame and debris. Massive boulders break free and hover briefly over him amid the magical onslaught. Seeing the scale of destruction, he is alarmed at his own power. Elsewhere on the slope, a man tumbles as the ground shakes. Two herb gatherers on the mountain stop and look toward the source of the disturbance. Frightened, they wonder if the deafening noise and flash were caused by lightning striking nearby. More cliffsides collapse as rocks and dust cascade down under his magic. The protagonist stands in the center of a falling storm of boulders. Focusing his eyes, he invokes another spell called Frozen Field. A wave of icy energy erupts outward, freezing the incoming stones midair. From afar, the mountain base is engulfed in that expanding icy explosion. Ice spikes surge upward, coating the mountainside and locking the debris in place. The camera pulls back to show the lower part of the mountain now transformed into a massive frozen crater. Standing amid the frosty aftermath, his boots rest on solidified ice. He decides this level of destructive practice should be sufficient. He surveys the towering frozen walls he has created with satisfaction. He again casts Shockwave, this time using the ice formation as a training target. The golden blast slams into the icy wall, shattering it violently. He stands in the center as ice fragments rain down, evaluating the effects. With a determined look, he steels himself for more movement training. Countless icicles materialize above and start falling around him. Sharp ice spears crash into the ground near his feet as he begins dodging. Multiple afterimages show him weaving between the raining icicles at high speed. He employs the footwork technique Circle Step, slipping through the deadly barrage. His steps plant precisely, leaving marks as he continues the evasive drill. After finishing the exercise, he rests on the pockmarked icy field, exhaling. Believing his progress sufficient, he thinks he should now be able to challenge his instructor to a fight. Back at the estate, he announces to his teacher that he has come to challenge him. The teacher is surprised it is happening already, and the protagonist answers affirmatively. The teacher internally wonders if the student has already mastered Circle Step. Accepting the challenge, the instructor reiterates his promise to start teaching advanced skills if the boy can land a hit. He sets the rules with an hourglass, granting 3 minutes to strike him before time runs out. The protagonist agrees to the conditions and listens as the teacher adds one more note. The teacher warns that if he fails again, there will be a punishment waiting for him. The protagonist, sweating, acknowledges the threat. Determined to test his awakening's physical benefits, he resolves not to use magic in this bout. As the hourglass is flipped, the teacher declares the start of the match. The sand begins falling as the duel officially starts. The protagonist charges forward with a shout, aiming straight for his teacher. He darts in with Circle Step and swings for a fast strike. They clash at close range, each reading the other's movement. Their feet blur across the ground as they exchange rapid steps. The protagonist attempts a sweeping attack toward his teacher's side. The teacher's eyes widen, acknowledging his improved speed. The student angles for another opening, trying to slip past his defense. He reaches toward the teacher's torso, trying to land the promised hit. The instructor easily grabs his arm, stopping the attack cold. Using the grip, the teacher throws him over his shoulder. The protagonist crashes hard onto the ground from the throw. Groaning, he struggles up, hurt but still intent on continuing. The teacher smiles, reminding him he never promised not to strike back. Kneeling, the protagonist resigns himself to that fact and says he understands. He screams and rushes in again, desperate to turn the tide. The teacher braces himself with a serious look as the boy comes. The instructor counters sharply, punching the protagonist in the chest. The blow is followed by another heavy strike to his midsection. The impact sends the protagonist skidding across the training ground. Panting and in pain, he realizes he cannot find any opening in his teacher's guard. Nonetheless, he forces his legs to move and charges once more. He extends his hand toward the teacher again, hoping for a last-second hit. The teacher smoothly sidesteps and counters with a strong blow. Meanwhile, the sand in the hourglass nearly runs out. Seeing time about to expire, the protagonist curses internally. Realizing he has effectively lost, he laments the situation. The teacher advances for a final attack as the boy looks panicked. Another brutal punch to the torso lifts the protagonist off the ground. Reeling in agony, he feels his strength leaving him. He slams back to earth, utterly defeated. Lying on his back and trembling, he can barely move. Clutching his chest, he coughs and groans from the beating. The teacher stops the hourglass and announces that the allotted time has ended. With a pained expression, the protagonist accepts the verdict that this attempt is his defeat. Standing again, he stays silent as his teacher acknowledges his impressive improvement. The instructor genuinely praises how much the boy has grown in such a short span. As punishment and further training, the teacher declares they will double his strength regimen for the next 10 days. He advises the boy to think carefully before challenging him again, and the protagonist, coughing, agrees. Night falls over the estate under a bright full moon. Exhausted, the protagonist collapses on his bed still in uniform. Face buried in the pillow, he curses his loss and wonders if inexperience is still holding him back. He recalls how he went sleepless for days to practice circle step, training on the mountain dodging countless icicles. He even remembers using wild animals as moving obstacles to hone his evasion. Lying there, he concludes that continuing to focus only on footwork is too slow and that he needs a faster method. He grumbles about the creator Golden who devised such a hard technique, then recalls that someone else later made an even stronger form of footwork. Searching his memory, he finally remembers the name of that superior footwork master, Hector. He visualizes the legendary Sword King Hector, whose bizarre movement skills even troubled Golden. He narrates how Hector was the last prosecutor of a fallen kingdom, a warrior they were ultimately forced to kill despite his victory over Golden. The protagonist reflects that things might have gone differently if Hector had been with their group during their planning. He decides he should seek help from Hector himself. Heading to the library, he finds the specific book he needs. Reading it, he notes he never imagined he would resort to black magic. Skimming the text, he sees many errors but is relieved that the pages are intact and thinks he can repair it magically. Sitting at a desk by candlelight, he prepares to examine the grimoire more closely. He summarizes parts of the book describing fearsome tools and rituals for punishing evil and exposing lies, as well as cruel witch hunts. He then casts sentence restoration magic to correct the contents and begin rewriting the damaged characters. Magic flares around the open book as the restoration spell activates. Watching the glowing text rearrange itself, he confirms the typos are being fixed and letters restored, confident because it is his own magic. When the energy fades, he shuts the book and wonders if the process is complete. Opening it again, he confirms the restoration worked properly. The full moon outside continues to shine through his window, meeting the ritual requirement. He silently studies the now legible instructions, pondering his next move. From the text he learns that a flawless resurrection is extremely difficult and questions whether his own rebirth had just been a coincidence. Reading further, he summarizes that the gates to the netherworld can only open under a full moon and that summoning a specific soul requires an item precious to that person. Looking out at the moon, he concludes that the only remaining issue is obtaining Hector's legacy as the necessary medium. He begins drawing a summoning circle on the floor in preparation. Soon a large intricate magic circle fills his room, and he steps into its center. He places his hand on the circle to initiate the ritual. As energy rises around him, he starts the incantation to call Hector's soul. Henry activates a glowing magic circle with his hand. Pillars of light erupt in Henry's room as the ritual begins. A figure steps onto the illuminated summoning circle. Smiling, Henry greets the summoned being, saying it has been a while. The summoned toad spirit Scar of Trade is introduced, described as a being born from human greed and governed by equivalent exchange, and he questions Henry's claim of familiarity. Scar explains he only came because the ritual used a noteworthy name, and wants to see who dared to write it. Suspicious, Scar demands to know who Henry is and how he dares to use that name. Henry teasingly says Scar always acted shy but clearly liked him, implying a past relationship. When Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris, Scar reacts in shock and confusion. Scar protests that Henry should be dead, while Henry insists he is the same person but in a different body. To prove his identity, Henry mentions an old trade involving the sacrament of Wendragora and a lightning-struck tree. Hearing this specific memory, Scar is startled and begins to believe him. Henry continues listing past deals, including one involving a phantom Riger tooth and a pyre of Unio. Scar realizes the memories belong to the dead Henry, and wonders how Henry could be alive. Scar demands Henry show his distinctive magic to prove himself. Henry responds with a knowing smile. He clenches his fist, preparing to cast the spell. Henry conjures a bright blue flame in his palm. He releases the unique spell called DR Dragon from his hand. Scar is stunned that Henry can still use fifth circle magic and asks what happened to him and his appearance. Henry says the explanation is long but expresses that he is glad to see Scar again. Scar, overwhelmed, exclaims that Henry's rebirth is unbelievable and says Henry still manages to surprise him even after death. Henry clarifies he did not return just to shock Scar and hints that he summoned him for a purpose. Scar, accepting Henry as an old friend and customer reborn, invites him to state what he wants. Henry asks if Scar remembers the Sword King Hector Meyer, which Scar confirms. Scar recalls Hector as the only one who ever forced Golden to his knees. Henry says that since Scar remembers Hector, it will be easy to explain that he now needs Hector's legacy and asks if Scar can obtain it. Scar calls the request strange and wonders if Henry wants the legacy for a memorial, while Henry vaguely agrees. Scar boasts that as a spirit of trade he can acquire anything in the world. However, Scar notes Henry's current weak situation and low circle, suggesting Henry cannot pay something of equal value. Henry becomes irritated at being underestimated and says Scar seems to be looking down on him. Amused, Scar asks if Henry has a clever idea but warns he will not go easy on him. Henry says what he is offering is the best he can do and doubts it will interest Scar. Scar replies that Henry finally understands and invites him to explain what gives him such confidence. Henry asks if Scar is not curious how he managed to revive himself from death. The mention of revival excites Scar, who admits he is very curious. Henry questions Scar's certainty, probing his interest further. Henry counters that while Hector's legacy is valuable, the mystery of successful revival is equally precious and asks if Scar has ever seen one. Scar admits he has never witnessed a successful resurrection. Henry agrees to Scar's terms but proposes to pay for the legacy only after he receives it. Scar realizes Henry has seen through his attempt to trick him and concedes he cannot fool Henry. Scar powers up for the trade, energy flaring around him. He puffs up, preparing to produce the requested item. Scar regurgitates something slimy from his mouth. He reveals it as the king's engagement ring, tied to the princess's engagement. Henry confirms he remembers the ring and that it is exactly what he needs. Scar hands the saliva-covered ring to Henry. Henry instantly cleanses the ring with magic before taking it. Scar jokes about Henry being overly fussy, while Henry complains about the slimy saliva. Examining the ring, Henry realizes it contains black magic. Scar is confused by Henry's remark. Henry narrates that the ring holds the secret of resurrection and recalls his execution day. He explains that after his execution he awoke unexpectedly in a strange room. Looking around then, he found himself with a necromancy book and a dead chicken. Henry concluded the body he now inhabits came from a failed necromancy attempt on a boy, and that he became the boy's replacement. Scar asks if such a thing is possible, and Henry says that after restoring and reading the necromancy book he realized his experience did not match the described ritual. Henry dismisses the event as a strange coincidence, prompting Scar to ask what else there is. Henry says that is all he knows, that the boy's mistake revived him, and he has no further knowledge of resurrection. Scar explodes, accusing Henry of tricking him again. Henry calmly replies that he was simply being honest and asks if Scar expected some grander secret. Scar sighs, remembering Henry's true nature, while Henry tells him not to forget that. Annoyed, Scar shouts for Henry to be quiet and mutters that a person's nature does not change even after being reborn. Henry laughs darkly, claiming he has learned something new again. Scar spits more slime onto the floor in exasperation. Scar begins to glow and transition back to his spirit form. The toad spirit disappears in a pillar of light, leaving the slime behind. Watching him go, Henry comments that Scar is a cute fellow. Henry looks at the cleaned engagement ring resting in his palm. He privately hopes Hector will not resent what he is about to do, thinking of the Sword King. Outside under the moon, Henry groans as he prepares another ritual. The ring is placed on a new blood-spattered magic circle. Kneeling by the circle, Henry says the blood sacrifice and ring should suffice. Henry clenches his bleeding fist, focusing his power. He chants an incantation in an unknown magical language. Blue pillars of energy rise as the ritual fully activates around him. A powerful current of energy buffets Henry as he shields himself. The magic forms a massive ornate door. Struggling against the force, Henry recognizes it as the door of the netherworld. The door creaks open, revealing a shadowy figure with glowing eyes inside. Henry calls out to Hector Meyer, addressing the figure. Hector's shadowed form emerges from the door. The Sword King Hector appears fully, radiating undead power. Henry watches tensely, sweating as he maintains his stance. Hector opens his eyes and Henry cautiously calls his name. Hector's eyes flare red, showing his awareness and power. Hector comments that it has been a long time since he smelled fresh air and immediately demands to know where Henry got the ring. Henry says he has possessed the ring all along and greets Hector after their long separation. Hector states he does not recognize Henry and asks if they have met before. Henry reminds him of their intense past encounter and introduces himself again as Henry, which makes Hector associate him with the old wizard. Hector insists Henry cannot fool him, saying this young body is nothing like the Henry he remembers and accusing him of impersonation. Henry answers that it is a long story and wonders why all his evidence is not enough without a full explanation. Hector silently studies him, still conflicted. Henry reassures Hector that he is the same Henry who died and was later revived by black magic. Hector acknowledges that dealing in black magic makes Henry no ordinary wizard and admits he never knew Henry had such capability. Henry clarifies that the black magic was not his but a young magician's, and that the body he uses belongs to that boy. Hector accepts this and remarks that the world has changed since Henry's death, explaining that the continents were unified soon afterward. He continues that they built an empire where he became a hero, though recent years have been poor. Hector recounts that despite his achievements he was ultimately executed by Golden's son, the current emperor. Henry labels the new ruler an incompetent tyrant, and Hector laughs bitterly that dying to such a man makes his sacrifice feel meaningless. Henry agrees, recalling his own rage and sleeplessness at that fate, but notes that now circumstances have changed. He tells Hector that a new chance for revenge against the emperor has arrived and hints that Hector might expect to join him. Henry says he would love Hector's help but currently lacks the power to fully revive him. Hector angrily asks why he was summoned then, wondering if Henry only meant to mock him for remaining dead. Henry explains his real request is for Hector to teach him swordsmanship. The scene cuts to the quiet night sky above the academy. Hector reacts with disbelief and confusion at Henry's unexpected request. He protests that Henry is a wizard and that asking for sword training seems like a joke. Henry explains that this new body carries a knight's blood, and combined with his own sorcerer-level magic, he wants to pursue the way of the sword. Hector, amused, repeats that Henry is the wizard who killed him, yet now wants sword lessons instead of more magic. Henry offers to apologize for their past battle if that is necessary for Hector to agree. Henry specifies he means apologizing for what happened during the war, which makes Hector laugh. Hector recalls the war, saying Henry is more emotional than he looks but confirming they indeed fought side by side in that conflict. He says he always remained loyal to the emperor and questions why a knight would resent another for dying honorably in battle. Hearing this, Henry sighs in relief, realizing his guilt over Hector's death was unnecessary. Hector observes that wizards tend to worry too much and adds that he never expected Henry to keep the ring as a trophy. Henry corrects him, saying he kept the ring to honor Hector. Hector laughs that Henry keeps amusing him and jokes Henry sounds more like a poet or bard than a wizard. Henry praises Hector as the one who defeated Golden and as a last great prosecutor, explaining that alone makes Hector worthy of such honor. Hector concludes Henry has an unexpectedly romantic side and says he compliments him only because Henry deserves it. Henry addresses him again as Sword King, which Hector finds odd to hear after death. Hector agrees to listen to Henry's request but warns he will not teach for free. Henry says he expected conditions and urges Hector to state his price. Hector reveals his desire is to live again in the world like Henry. Henry is taken aback, and Hector reiterates that this is exactly what he means. Hector elaborates that he wants to return to life and assumes such a powerful wizard, already resurrected once, could easily bring him back too. The moonlit window emphasizes the weight of the request. Henry answers that fully reviving Hector would be extremely difficult. Hector threatens to cancel the deal, insisting Henry is the only one who stands to lose anything. Henry shrugs, saying he will simply look for another way and remarks that their meeting was pleasant while it lasted, which startles Hector. Worried, Hector quickly objects and pleads again for revival like Henry's. Hector argues that if Henry revives him, he will not only teach swordsmanship but also help Henry gain revenge on the emperor, while Henry repeats he was revived only by chance and can currently only summon spirits. Frustrated, Hector calls his explanation nonsense. Henry counters that since he is the only one paying a price, he has no reason to lie about his limitations. Hector concedes that point but still struggles with it, saying Henry might not care as much as he does. Henry explains that necromancy and true resurrection are different magics, and reminds Hector that in this life he has virtually no knowledge of black magic. He concludes that he cannot gamble recklessly with Hector's existence under such uncertainty. Hector laments that if he returns to the netherworld now, he may wait in the dark for an unknowable length of time and asks if there is truly no other way. Henry realizes from this how terrifying the netherworld must be for Hector. Desperate, Hector begs Henry to help him, confessing that a lifetime of prayer showed him no God and that death brought only endless darkness and despair. Henry responds that they should then proceed with an alternative plan, hinting at a possible solution, which fills Hector with hopeful surprise. Henry prefaces that he is unsure it will work and admits that even as an 8th Circle wizard he has not unraveled the secrets of perfect resurrection and immortality. He notes, however, that black magic might offer a different path toward that goal. Henry asks Hector if he knows about necromancers, prompting Hector to repeat the term in curiosity. Henry explains that necromancers are rumored to raise the dead as undead beings, like liches. He clarifies that liches are immortal undead confined to limited territories, a concept similar yet distinct from necromancers. Henry continues that necromancers, unlike liches, remain human while wielding comparable powers over the dead. Henry suggests necromancers might revive humans as undead and asks if Hector is willing to become such a being. He stresses that seeking necromancers is only a provisional method but could yield vital information on resurrection, urging Hector to consider whether existing in any form is better than eternal darkness. Hector admits that undeath would be preferable to the void of the netherworld, though he hesitates. Hector finally agrees but warns Henry never to break his promise, threatening to curse him with death if he does and demanding Henry swear to keep his word. The purple-haired man reassures the other person not to worry about any curse and vows to keep his promise. Power surges around his clenched fist as the ring reacts with bright purple energy. Surprised, he examines his glowing hand as the ring radiates light. A dark sorcerer explains that he cursed the ring because he had nothing else to give and asks the man not to be upset. Alarmed, the young man stares at the blazing ring in his hand. The sorcerer says he will summon the man here every full moon, giving him everything in advance. Grinning, the sorcerer declares there is no need to wait, and offers to start the man's training right away. The young man realizes firsthand how dangerous black magic is as he looks at the cursed ring. Time passes to a quiet night at the training grounds under the moon. Outside at night, the sorcerer is shocked that the young man wants imperial swordsmanship by day and his swordsmanship by night. But the young man insists he has no other choice while being warned this duel training will be tough. Determined, the young man says he will learn both sword styles simultaneously. Amused, the sorcerer says it is better for the young man to experience the training than just talk about it. The sorcerer orders him to copy a stance, and the young man hurriedly takes position and asks if he is standing correctly. The sorcerer praises his posture but warns that, since the young man already knows circle step, this new footwork will be difficult. The young man resolves to try and then asks the sorcerer what this new footwork is called. The sorcerer dismisses the need to name footwork, so the young man decides to call it Hector step after his teacher. Hector accepts the name as the young man begins dashing around using the new movement. The focus shifts to the young man's feet as he practices the swift, gliding Hector step. While sprinting, he notes that this movement is much more irregular than circle step and feels almost like dancing. As he runs, he resolves that this time he will definitely defeat Burn. The night sky and training ground show time continuing under the moon. Exhausted, the young man collapses to the ground groaning. Hector tells him he should have rested, seeing him panting heavily after the harsh training. Hector observes that the young man's effort shows he truly wants to kill the emperor. Panting, the young man asks what Hector means by that. Hector laughs that hard work never fails, explaining that swordsmanship and magic both grow stronger with constant practice. Hector acknowledges the young man's determination then asks, after he defeats Burn, what he plans to do next. The young man replies that his goal after that is to master aura. Hector scoffs that aiming for aura is laughable when the young man is just starting, calling his ambition unrealistic. Ignoring the ridicule, the young man imagines himself as a powerful aura user and says he will probably become a magic knight. Hector muses that if that happens he will be known as the teacher of the continent's greatest magic knight, and is both excited and intimidated by the idea of a sword master using sorcerer-level magic. Hector cautions that such a path could be dangerous, but the young man insists his aim is not just sorcerer-level magic but surpassing even great wizards. Under the full moon, Hector ends the discussion and orders him to stand up and regain control. The scene shifts to daytime over the manor's outer walls. A sword arcs through the sunny sky, indicating intense daytime training. The young man spars with Burn using wooden swords in the practice yard. Burn is disarmed, concedes defeat, and is shocked that he lost. The young man is stunned that he has actually won the duel. Burn confirms the victory, telling the young master he won by a landslide. The young man smiles quietly, pleased with his overwhelming win. A hand reaches out in acknowledgement, saying the young man has worked hard. They shake hands and Burn returns the compliment, addressing him respectfully as young master. Narration shows that at dawn the young man trained imperial sword skills with Burn. At night he practiced Hector's sword techniques, and after 3 months he has successfully mastered both. He reflects that he has achieved his goal of defeating Burn, an expert swordsman and decorated war hero, leaving him no reason to remain at the manor. He looks forward with satisfaction, thinking he can finally leave this place. Burn admits that it may sound like an excuse but now fully recognizes the young man as a genius. Embarrassed, the young man denies being a genius and says Burn is flattering him. Burn insists he is certain of the young man's genius, explaining that though he taught only imperial swordsmanship, the young man transformed it into a new style. The young man thanks him for the praise, and Burn replies he is only stating the truth before asking about the young man's future plans. The young man says he would like to stay longer to fix his flaws, joking that he is greedy rather than humble. Burn laughs that this is obvious but reminds him that aura cannot be mastered through simple training. The young man says that, speaking of aura, he has a favor to ask his teacher, and Burn invites him to say it, promising to grant any request. He thanks his teacher and reveals he intends to leave the mansion and join the army. Burn is surprised and asks if he knows about noblesse oblige, clarifying that it refers to the social duties of nobility, which the young man affirms. A narrated explanation defines noblesse oblige as the noble's duty to share power, set a moral example, and serve society, including sharing wealth and influence. Burn points out that their Baron family is technically below the rank obligated by that system and usually bears no such responsibility. The young man says he knows but that this makes him even more determined, thinking it would be a great honor for a veteran Baron to command the military and gain respect. Burn then asks if he has a specific army division in mind, and the young man answers that he does. He reveals he intends to join the forces stationed at the Forest of Evil. Burn reacts in alarm, calling the Forest of Evil too dangerous and insisting the Lord would never allow it. The young man calmly says he already has the Lord's permission on the condition that he defeat Burn in swordsmanship, which he has just done. Burn is stunned and asks if the Lord truly said that, and the young man confirms it. Burn exclaims that this is nonsense, and wants to discuss it with the Lord, openly opposing the idea. The young man tells him he cannot be stopped because his mind is already made up. The scene shifts back to the mansion exterior, signaling a return inside. Burnham bursts in angrily asking the Lord if he really allowed the young master to go to the forest of evil. The Lord answers that he did, but only under a condition, reminding Burnham of it. The young man enters, saying he is here because he has just fulfilled that condition. Both Burnham and the Lord are shocked by this announcement. The Lord demands clarification from Burnham, asking if what the young man said is true. Burnham, sweating, reluctantly admits that it is indeed the truth. The Lord slams his fist down in disbelief, declaring that such a thing is impossible. The young man states he has upheld his promises to both of them, and asks to be allowed to go to the forest of evil. Burnham pleads with the Lord not to follow through, saying the promise was never meant seriously, while the Lord hesitates. The young man addresses the Baron as father, prompting a nervous response asking what he wants. He earnestly asks for a chance to prove himself, saying they need a wider world, while the father argues that such a world does not require the forest of evil. The Baron explains that the son is still too young to understand and begins to speak ominously about the forest of evil. The young man replies that he does understand, describing it as the end of the continent and the place where gateways to the netherworlds exist. Narration elaborates that the Forest of Evil is one of the Empire's most dangerous regions and a historical site of many devil appearances. The Baron asks if he still wants to go despite knowing this, and says he cannot send his heir, even a Baron's heir, into such peril. The young man questions whether his status as heir is the only reason for the refusal. He argues emotionally that their powerless family gains little from protecting an heir, and that using that reason to deny his path is petty. The Baron protests that this is not what he meant, but the young man declares his mind is set and announces he will leave the mansion the next morning as his final farewell. Looking down sadly, he says goodbye while Burnham watches in dismay. He then walks out of the office, leaving his father and teacher behind in silence. Alone, he steels himself, thinking that it is now time to bid farewell to this place as well. The next day in the training yard, he practices one last time with his wooden sword, sweating under the sun. As he swings, he reflects that he truly is going to the Forest of Evil. He continues practicing while nearby servants confirm they heard clearly that he intends to go. Two onlookers gossip about whether the Lord has approved this decision, unsure of the truth. Night falls again with the bright full moon high in the sky. The young man pants heavily, catching his breath after more rigorous training. He wipes his mouth and decides that he has trained enough for today. His father appears, admitting he has never before seen this unique swordsmanship style, causing the young man to respond in surprise. The Baron studies him thoughtfully, mulling over what he has just witnessed. The young man asks what his father thought of the sword style, and the Baron repeats that he heard it was created by the young man himself. The young man modestly says he merely adjusted imperial swordsmanship to suit his own preferences. The Baron confesses that he has misunderstood his son's capabilities all this time. The young man, confused, asks what his father is trying to say. The Baron explains he realized the truth after the duel with Kevin and asks why his son has hidden his strength for so long. The young man replies that he never hid his strength. He clarifies that he simply never had an occasion to fully display it until now. Changing the subject, he asks why his father has come to see him at the training ground. Smiling gently, the Baron says the once weak child has truly grown up. He then states directly that he has decided to respect his son's wish. The Baron formally grants permission for him to go to the Forest of Evil. The young man bows slightly and thanks his father sincerely. The Baron says that because of this decision he wants to give his son something. He presents a sealed envelope to the young man. The young man looks at the letter in surprise, wondering what it is. The Baron explains that those who go to the forest are assigned to the army there, and that a high-ranking officer from Fort Killiburn is stationed at that post. He says the envelope contains a letter of recommendation and an enlistment application, instructing his son to deliver it to that officer. The young man asks what the officer's name is. The Baron recalls that the man is named Selin, who once served as his lieutenant when he was a young soldier. The young man, who remembers events from a past life, cannot recall anyone named Selin and concludes the man must not become important later. Time jumps to a bright day over the mansion, signaling his imminent departure. At the stables, someone asks if one horse is enough, and the cloaked young man stands ready beside his mount. He answers that one horse is sufficient, and says bringing a carriage would only be troublesome to return. A worried retainer notes that he will be traveling very far away. His father tells him the journey will be difficult, and urges him to take good care of himself. Smiling, the young man thanks his father again. He then rides out through the open gates while his family and servants watch him leave. As he departs, he reflects that he is finally saying goodbye to this place as well. His hand tightens on the reins, signaling resolve. His horse rears dramatically as he sets off on the journey. The young man casts a spell called Haste to magically increase their speed. Empowered by the spell, the horse races across the landscape at incredible pace. The young man looks ahead with a calm, determined expression as the wind rushes past. Eventually, he reaches the edge of a dark forest and dismounts, facing the looming wilderness. He uses magic named Stone House, conjuring a protective stone structure for shelter. The magic reshapes the surroundings as he opens a rocky entrance for himself and his horse. Inside, he casts light, illuminating the makeshift cave dwelling. He follows with a clean spell to purify and tidy the ground beneath his feet. Then he uses additional earth and heat magic, soft stone and warm, to smooth and warm the interior for comfort. Addressing his horse as Jade, he gently pats her and settles her inside the shelter. He tells Jade to find her own food nearby and rest while he handles his own tasks. Jade responds with a soft snort, acknowledging his words. Narration explains that later, driven by a day's hunger, Jade begins a relentless nightly hunt in the surrounding wilderness. 1 week later, the story shifts to Fort Caliban, a distant stronghold. On the fort walls, a guard notices someone approaching and alerts his companion. The lookout strains to see and reacts with startled uncertainty. He reports that the approaching rider is on a yellow horse, but he cannot identify who it is. Another guard wonders aloud who the visitor might be and whether he was sent by the capital. The scene shows the massive gate of Fort Caliban towering above the incoming rider. Soldiers on the battlements ready their bows as the rider nears. The rider and his horse come to a stop just before the gate. A voice from the wall orders the cloaked rider to halt. The commander calls down, demanding that the stranger identify himself. The young man, hood drawn low, silently reaches inside his cloak, preparing to reveal his identity or documents. The hooded man reveals a glowing golden emblem in his hand. He powerfully throws the emblem away from himself. The emblem whistles through the air past the startled guard. The emblem lands on the stone floor near the guard's feet. The guard nervously reacts as he notices the thrown emblem. From afar, the hooded rider watches, and the guard realizes it was thrown from that distance. The guard picks up the golden object and wonders if it is some sort of identification card. Reading it, the guard realizes it signifies the rank of Baron. The hooded man calmly asks the guard to wait a moment. He and his horse pass through the now opening gate into the fort. The guard, now respectful, confirms Henry is a Baron, apologizes for earlier rudeness, and says he was only doing his job. The guard formally returns Henry's Baron identification emblem. Henry says it is fine and explains the emblem represents his family crest. Smiling, the guard introduces himself as Hervant, chief of security at Fort Caliban's gate. Henry pulls back his hood, preparing to introduce himself properly. He greets Hervant and introduces himself by name as Henry Morris. Standing with his horse before the gate, Henry states he has come to enlist. Hervant asks about enlisting, and Henry clarifies he means fulfilling noble military obligations. Hervant says he did not think a baron had such a role, unless there are special circumstances. Henry answers that while Hervant is right, he is choosing to enlist voluntarily. The scene shifts to an office door marked as an administrative room. Inside, someone approaches, apologizing for having kept Henry waiting so long. An administrator explains they verified Henry's letter of recommendation and confirmed the commander's name on it is genuine. The administrator tells Henry he will handle the paperwork and instructs Henry to follow another soldier. As Henry walks with the escort, he thinks he had assumed the commander was only a high-ranking officer. Henry inwardly notes he is getting a good feeling about this place. The perspective moves outside to show a prominent building in the fort complex. A soldier knocks on a door, and a voice from inside grants them permission to enter. The escort announces that he has brought Sir Henry to the commander, who dismisses the escort after thanking him. The burly commander warmly welcomes Henry and confirms he is the son of a man named Hans. The commander invites Henry to sit, and Henry politely accepts. Seated across from him, the commander comments on Henry's long journey and remarks that he never expected Hans to have a son like this. Studying Henry, the commander remarks that Henry seems like a very interesting person. He observes that most people just want to finish their mandatory service as quickly as possible. He then asks why Henry would volunteer to serve at a place reputed to be so dangerous. Henry answers that his motivation is directly related to monsters. The commander, surprised, asks Henry what he means. Henry explains he applied to this fort because he believed he could learn faster here how to fight monsters. The commander starts to laugh in response. Laughing heartily, he says he appreciates Henry's blunt honesty. His expression turning stern, the commander warns this is not a place one can just show up to because of enthusiasm alone. Henry insists he has worked very hard to prepare himself for this. The commander, excited, orders Henry to get ready for a test. The view cuts to a large window in the commander's office, suggesting a change of setting. A massive sword slams into the floor, cracking the stone. The commander stands wielding the enormous blade, clearly about to test Henry's abilities. Seeing the oversized weapon, Henry is shocked that it is actually a sword. The commander explains that imperial swordsmanship is a style that anyone can learn. He stomps the floor with force, radiating power as the duel begins. Rushing at Henry, the commander says that results still depend heavily on the effort put in. Henry hurriedly invokes defensive magic to withstand the incoming blow. The commander swings his giant blade in a fierce horizontal strike. Seeing the outcome, the commander reacts in surprised admiration. Henry, straining and bleeding, has successfully blocked the massive sword with his own. The commander is quietly pleased with Henry's unexpected resilience. Still bracing the sword, Henry asks if the test is over yet. The commander admits he did not expect Henry to block that attack. Instead of stopping, the commander prepares to launch another powerful strike, startling Henry. Henry thinks the commander is insane for attacking again and throws up more defensive magic. The commander bears down with even greater strength against Henry's magical defenses. He then reacts in surprise at what he perceives. Henry is shown kneeling and struggling yet still holding the giant sword at bay with his own, aided by magic. The commander, excited and sweating, suggests they try one more round, calling Henry by title. A red-haired officer named Teeny steps in and firmly says they should stop. accusing the commander of merely playing around. The commander remarks that recent applicants have often been deceivers but that Henry seems like a genuine warrior, while Henry thanks him. Watching Henry, Teeny marvels that he blocked the commander's strikes twice and wonders if another monster-like talent has appeared. Later, the commander privately asks Teeny to be candid about why she gave this chance to Hans's illegitimate son. She answers that she did so because she saw no hope elsewhere. The commander mentions rumors that the last surviving hero, Henry Morris, died recently. Henry reflects that although that hero was the last of his kind, the emperor still killed him, which made Henry fear the empire's future was rotting. The commander laughs and tells Teeny to look at Henry, impressed by his convictions. He declares that, unlike a traitor, he is a knight and soldier sworn to the empire. He criticizes Henry for defending a branded traitor in front of him, yet calls the act bold. Henry replies that he too has sworn allegiance to the empire, but his loyalty is to the idea of the empire rather than to its current rulers. The commander silently considers Henry's stated stance and principles. The three of them stand facing one another in the office, tension still in the air. The standoff continues for a brief moment as they reassess each other. Teeny begins to speak again, surprised by how the discussion is unfolding. The commander suddenly bursts into hearty laughter at Henry's audacity. Still grinning, he agrees with Henry's view and says he likes Henry's daring, rebellious attitude. He concedes that, as Henry said, the empire is in turmoil and comments that leaving the Swordsman Academy might have been wise, perhaps because the academy is under Porum's influence. Henry thinks to himself that Porum might be the same high-ranking figure he once knew, Kington Porum. Henry asks how the academy could take Kington and leave Behold behind, wondering about their hierarchy. The commander reveals that Kington has long since become Grand Master of the academy, and that Behold has retired. Remembering Behold, Henry is astonished that his old master truly retired. The commander explains that Porum's influence has deeply corrupted the Knight Academy, which used to be the path to knighthood. Concluding the interview, the commander officially welcomes Henry to Fort Caliban and promises to look after him while making him work hard, which Henry gratefully accepts. The commander then cheerfully proposes that they proceed to the next test. A nervous Henry asks if more testing is necessary, and the commander hints he has recently taken up a new hobby. The three head down a stairway toward a sealed underground chamber. In the torchlit corridor, the commander calls on Teeny, and she answers promptly. Teeny places her hand on a recessed stone panel in the wall. She fully presses the panel, activating some hidden mechanism. A magical barrier or seal begins to dissipate from the wall with a swirl of light. The three walk through the revealed passage and descend deeper underground. From behind, we see them continuing down the long staircase toward a bright chamber. Their footsteps echo as they approach the bottom of the stairs. Henry asks if there is something special hidden here as they reach a patterned wall. The commander repeats that he has started an enjoyable new hobby, implying what Henry is about to see. They proceed through the vaulted underground hall, still following the commander. Once more he calls on Teeny, and she answers respectfully, ready to act. She activates another wall panel, triggering the next concealed mechanism. A massive gate or barrier lifts, accompanied by mist and noise, opening a large enclosed space. Inside the newly revealed arena, a single hulking creature stands at the center bathed in ominous light, drawing Henry's attention. A close view shows the horned, tusked monster's fearsome head. The image shifts to its spiked back and towering body, emphasizing its size and danger. Henry recognizes that he is facing an actual monster. He speculates that the creature is likely a specific variant he knows of, perhaps called Purple Gehenna. The commander asks Henry how it feels to see a monster in person for the first time. Henry instead asks if the commander actually managed to capture such a monster alive. The commander announces that this monster will be Henry's final test and promises to acknowledge him if he can bring it down. Henry inwardly thinks the challenge is outrageous and dangerously reckless. Aloud, he accepts, saying he only needs to knock the monster down. The commander agrees and says they will now see just how skilled Henry truly is. Henry draws his sword, its blade glowing as he readies himself. He mentally likens the commander to a sly fox acting like a fierce bear. Magic flares under Henry's feet as he powers up his movements. Surrounded by a purple aura, Henry activates his defensive magic again while taking a firm stance. He advances into the arena opposite the monster, preparing for combat. From the sidelines, the commander watches silently while Teeny looks anxious. The demon roars at close range, and Henry calls out to it by the name Crick. Henry senses something off and focuses sharply on the creature's response. The monster snarls and moves. While Henry notes, he has not monitored it closely for some time. Henry reacts tensely, realizing the creature may be less controllable than he assumed. He plants his sword and stands within a glowing circle of runes, tapping into magic on the arena floor. Noticing the ring of runes, he recognizes that there is a barrier field surrounding them. The enraged monster lunges straight at Henry, claws and fangs bared. Henry cries out the spell haste to increase his speed. Moving blindingly fast, he dashes past the monster and slashes, leaving it reeling. He skids across the floor from the strain, catching himself with one hand. The monster quickly recovers and charges at Henry again. Henry whirls around with his sword to counterattack. His eyes sharpen with focus as he prepares a decisive blow. He closes in and swings directly at the monster's head from close range. The panel zooms on Henry's intense gaze mid-swing. His blade carves a powerful arc that slices across the monster's face. The strike tears into the monster's head, blood spraying as it roars. The monster growls in fury, momentarily stunned but still standing. Henry follows up with another heavy slash, pressing the assault. Smirking, he thinks to himself that enough warm-up has passed, and it is time to get serious. The monster bellows with rage, baring all its fangs. It lunges headfirst at Henry in an attempt to crush him. Henry maintains calm concentration as the attack comes in. He uses a movement technique called circle step, spinning around the monster's legs. Reappearing behind it, Henry raises his glowing sword for a finishing blow. The monster senses danger and begins to turn its back toward Henry. Henry declares that the monster is finished as he unleashes his final strike. Bathed in purple light, Henry brings his sword down toward the monster from behind. His determined eyes track the path of the killing blow. The final image shows the monster's back as Henry's decisive strike lands, implying the battle's conclusion. Henry slashes through the demon and sends its pieces flying. The horned monster screams in pain. Henry stands triumphantly on the fallen demon's body. Kneeling by the corpse, Henry breaks off one of its horns. Holding the horn, Henry notes that the job is finished. He tosses the horn up into the air. The broken horn clatters to the floor near the other's feet. Henry turns to his observers and asks if he should dispose of the body. The bearded commander laughs, amused by Henry's attitude. One of the onlookers marvels that Henry actually defeated the monster. The commander asks Henry how he knew the creature's weak point. He clarifies that he means the demon's horns were its weakness. Henry answers that he just had a hunch. Henry explains he guessed the horns were fragile because the creature's skin was so tough, so he targeted them. The commander and the red-haired aide are shocked that Henry acted only on intuition. Henry calmly asks if there are any more tests he must undergo. The commander says the tests are over and jokes that more would not be entertaining with Henry around. He tells Henry he will handle the aftermath and orders Henry to attend the education corps for a month of basic training starting tomorrow. The aide interrupts the commander to address him. She reports that jockey training is already underway at the education corps. The commander says that situation is actually convenient. He instructs that Henry should join the course partway through and learn on his own whatever he is missing, and she agrees. Henry bows his head and thanks them for arranging this. The commander refuses Henry's gratitude, calling the arrangement a privilege reserved for those who pass the test. He adds that this privilege is something most people could never even hope for. As they leave, the commander asks Henry if he can handle alcohol, and Henry says he can. The commander assumes Henry has been living poorly and promises him good food. Time passes to the next day, signaled by a bright window. At a feast, a drink sloshes as mugs and plates of food surround it. The drunken commander praises Henry for being impressive even at drinking. The commander rambles nostalgically about his youth while Henry listens in silence. Henry inwardly complains that all knights ramble the same way. Irritated, Henry listens as the commander again starts with a story about his younger days. Henry discreetly primes a spell with a glowing hand. He casts sleep magic on the commander to knock him out. The commander, oblivious, keeps drinking and bragging about his glory days. Slurring, he begins another long story addressed to Henry. Hearing the familiar phrase about being younger, Henry suddenly recalls a disturbing future incident and reacts in shock. A narration recalls Fort Caliban's worst incident, when strong protective magic was cast to shield the commander-in-chief from curses and spells. The narration continues over an exterior view of the fort, contrasting past danger with the present peaceful day. A carriage rumbles along the road, carrying Henry and the aide. Inside, the aide asks Henry how he will manage since he did not sleep. Henry replies he is fine and remarks that she will probably face more trouble because of him, which she accepts with a smile. She suddenly remembers something important. She hands Henry a stack of documents and asks him to take them. Henry, surprised, asks what the papers are. She explains she compiled the basic lessons for him since he is joining the training late. Henry thanks her sincerely for preparing the materials. She watches in silence as he begins reading. Moments later Henry finishes, returns the bundle, and says she can take it back. He explains that he has already memorized all of it, and that his memory is excellent. The aide is stunned and concludes that her judgment was right and Henry is definitely a genius. The carriage continues toward their destination. Inside, the aide addresses Henry formally as her assigned aide. Arriving at a large compound, she announces they have reached the entrance of the education corps. Outside the carriage, she wishes Henry luck and says they will meet again, and he agrees. Henry and a uniformed man watch as the carriage departs. The officer opens a door for Henry and tells him he may enter, and Henry agrees. Henry stands before a desk inside as the officer prepares paperwork. The officer explains that, here, Henry must address everyone using the title officer. He adds that, as an apprentice, Henry may only speak casually with people of his own rank. The officer asks if Henry understands these rules, and Henry confirms that he does. Henry thinks to himself that this moment marks the start of his military life. Henry asks the officer a question, and the officer invites him to speak. Henry asks whether he needs to know the material taught during the first week he missed. The officer replies yes and explains that every week ends with a test on that week's material. Henry asks what happens to someone who fails the test. The officer says that so far everyone has always passed. Henry respectfully asks for permission to take the test as well, Offended, the officer asks how he can take a test without attending the lessons and whether he is making fun of them. Henry insists he is serious and explains he already received some training from the commander, so he is wondering if he can skip further training by passing now. Hearing that Henry was personally trained by Commander Iselin, the officer is surprised. The officer relents and agrees. He warns that Henry's request belittles the education corps. If Henry fails the test, he will be punished. Henry thanks the officer for allowing him to attempt it. The officer, thinking Henry arrogant, decides to give him an especially difficult test. Time passes as the test room is prepared. Henry sits at a desk, ready to take the written exam. The officer explains Henry only has to finish the test within the allotted time while holding up an hourglass. The hourglass is set down, and the test officially begins. Reading the questions, Henry notes that the education corps now emphasizes conceptual quality. He begins writing his answers rapidly. The officer watches the hourglass as time flows. Before the sand fully runs out, Henry calls to the officer. Henry reports that he has finished and hands over his completed test. The officer is shocked that Henry is already done while the hourglass is still more than half full. He thinks about the remaining time and starts grading the test. The officer marks the answers while Henry waits beside the desk. The grading shows Henry receiving scores of 99 and 100 on sections. The officer is stunned to see that Henry achieved a perfect total score. He nervously congratulates Henry on the perfect result, while Henry casually says the questions were easy. The officer tells Henry that martial arts class will begin in the afternoon and that he may rest in his room until then, or come to the office if he needs anything. Henry leaves the room while the officer watches him go. Reflecting on the result, the officer admits he now understands why the commander personally guides Henry. The narration reveals that Henry's perfect score was on an exam designed for intermediate commanders, which even officers struggle with. As a result, Henry unknowingly gains a reputation throughout the education corps. Later, on the training grounds, Henry stands beside a martial instructor before the assembled cadets. The instructor tells Cadet Henry to introduce himself. Henry greets the group, saying he is Henry and looks forward to training with them. The instructor announces they will begin with close combat sparring and calls Henry forward first. He advises Henry, on his first day, to use this chance to gauge his skills and limits, and Henry agrees. The instructor explains that the next test is one-on-one fights to assess skills and abilities. He outlines that matches continue until someone is knocked out, and once all cadets have been defeated the test ends. Henry recognizes this as an unlimited competition format. The instructor names the first opponent, Cadet Need, and calls him to step forward against Henry. Henry and Need take positions facing each other in the ring. Henry raises his fists confidently, ready to fight. Need also assumes a fighting stance opposite him. Need eyes Henry and reacts in confusion at Henry's posture. Henry tests his stance and punch, wondering about Need's reaction. Need thinks Henry's poor stance will make the fight easier for him. Need charges toward Henry to attack. Need throws a strong punch with a shout. He is shocked as something unexpected happens during his attack. Henry's fist suddenly appears right in front of Need's face. A wider view shows Henry landing a clean punch while Need is still mid-motion. Need realizes in horror that Henry's unused left hand is about to strike. Their feet slide as Henry follows through with rapid movement. Henry drives a powerful punch straight into Need. The blow smashes into Need's torso with explosive force. Need cries out in pain from the impact. He is sent flying backward, losing his balance. Need crashes to the ground, clearly defeated, while Henry stands over him. The watching cadets and instructor stare at Henry and the unconscious Need. Two cadets exclaim in disbelief, questioning what just happened. Another cadet watches silently, taking it in. Someone remarks in shock that Need has actually been knocked out. The instructor notes that Henry just beat the cadet ranked third in close combat sparring among all 20 trainees. Henry stands calmly, muscles tense, after the overwhelming victory. Onlookers marvel that Henry achieved this result with a single hit. The instructor, stunned, wonders who Henry really is. Regaining his composure, the instructor calls for the next challenger. Another cadet is slammed to the ground, showing Henry's continued dominance. Yet again Henry stands victorious over a fallen opponent. Observers murmur that few top-graded cadets remain and question Henry's identity. Henry counts that the latest opponent is the 9th cadet he has defeated. He reflects that the fighting style he borrowed from Hector is truly remarkable. Henry admits he did not expect his idea of using such an aggressive martial art and sparring to work so well. The instructor calls the top student, Cadet Ronan, to face Henry next. Ronan steps forward, revealing a powerful, well-built physique. The instructor explains that Ronan has held the highest marks in previous close combat classes. He says that if Henry can defeat Ronan, Henry will tie for the top position. He adds that Henry and Ronan would then share first place in the class. Ronan, looking refined yet dangerous, prepares himself, and Henry notes that he looks gentlemanly despite being top of the class. The instructor raises his arm and calls for the fighters to get ready. He gives the signal for the match to start. Henry and Ronan square off, both in fighting stances. Ronan silently studies Henry with a serious expression. Henry observes how calm Ronan is and wonders if being top of the class makes that much difference. Determined, Henry decides that since Ronan is top-ranked, he will have to break his pride. As their feet shift on the ground, the decisive duel between Henry and Ronan begins. The blonde fighter eyes his shirtless purple-haired opponent, preparing for combat. The blonde focuses sharply as something catches his attention. The purple-haired man seizes the blonde and slams him powerfully. The purple-haired man presses his advantage, gripping the blonde. The blonde, facing his opponent again, realizes he underestimated the purple-haired fighter. The purple-haired cadet looks tense, aware of the threat. The blonde acknowledges internally that his opponent is truly exceptional. The blonde exhales, resolving to get serious. The blonde braces himself, sensing that his opponent is about to rush in. The blonde initiates a special movement technique called circle step. His rapid footwork leaves streaks across the ground as he dashes. The purple-haired cadet is shocked as the blonde suddenly closes the distance and attacks. The purple-haired cadet realizes the blonde is using a different stepping technique. The blonde lands a heavy blow that drives the purple-haired cadet back. Angered, the purple-haired cadet resolves to retaliate. He counters with a fierce punch that the blonde blocks. The purple-haired cadet follows up with a powerful kick to the blonde. The blonde keeps pressing in, attacking from above as his opponent reels. Both fighters trade simultaneous heavy punches to the face. Breathing hard, the purple-haired cadet steadies his stance to continue. The two cadets square off again in the training yard. The blonde suddenly drives into the purple-haired cadet's midsection, tackling him. The purple-haired cadet gasps in surprise at the sudden grapple. The blonde mounts him and pummels him toward the ground. The blonde raises his fist over the pinned cadet and declares the fight over. Pinned to the wall, the purple-haired cadet wonders if he is about to lose. He refuses internally to accept defeat. The purple-haired cadet casts Lightengram, magic that reduces a target's weight. He strains with effort as the spell takes effect. The blonde, now suddenly lighter, is hurled upward off the purple-haired cadet. The blonde is shocked by the abrupt reversal. The purple-haired cadet grabs the blonde's leg and swings him. He cancels Lightengram, sending the blonde hurtling away by restoring his weight. The blonde crashes violently into the wall and collapses. Watching soldiers react in astonishment at the outcome. An officer stands before the victorious purple-haired cadet, while the defeated blonde lies against the wall. Another superior looks at the unconscious blonde on the ground. He reminds the startled officer to declare the result, and the officer agrees. The officer announces that Cadet Henry is the winner. Narration lists Henry's perfect scores in theory, close combat, and sword tests, all achieved that day. Time passes to night at the cadet building. Henry enters a room, noticing someone inside. He finds the blonde cadet already there in their shared quarters. The blonde turns away in simmering frustration. Henry wonders to himself if the blonde is still angry about losing. The blonde confirms Henry's name as Ronan. Henry cheerfully suggests they get acquainted, introducing himself as Henry Morris and offering a handshake. The blonde hesitates, eyeing Henry's extended hand. He finally shakes and gives his full name, Ronan Porum. Henry is stunned to learn Ronan belongs to the Porum family. Henry starts to connect Ronan's surname with what he knows about the Porums. Ronan explains that he was adopted into the noble Porum family. Narration introduces Kington Porum, legendary first sword of the Empire and Night King. It adds that despite his honor, Kington upheld noblesse oblige and filled the corps with noble cadets. Henry realizes that Ronan's background explains his exceptional skills. Henry comments that Ronan's strong footwork makes sense, and asks if he learned the Porum sword style. Ronan points out Henry is equally unusual, asking about his unique close combat and swordsmanship. Ronan calls Henry's name, prompting a response. Henry smiles and earnestly asks Ronan to be good friends. Ronan, flustered, asks why Henry says that suddenly, and Henry replies he just felt he should. Ronan laughs and affectionately calls Henry a fool. The two spend the night talking amiably in their room. The next morning dawns over the academy. After another bout, the blonde Ronan complains that he has lost to Henry yet again. Henry questions if Ronan would hold back against a demon in a real fight, extending a hand to help him up. As Henry pulls him to his feet, Ronan warns that Henry is drawing too much attention. Henry dismisses that as mere excuses. They end the sparring session on friendly terms, shaking hands. A trainer tells cadets who are unsuited for assignments that transferring is possible, and they should not despair. He proposes a celebration now that training is done, promising plenty of food and drink in the cafeteria. The cadets enthusiastically cheer their thanks. As others mingle, Henry and Ronan exchange a look from across the yard. An officer calls for Cadet Henry, and Henry answers respectfully. Henry is told that Commander Selin wants to see him, which surprises him. Henry is brought to a wagon where a red-haired woman greets them. The wagon departs with Henry inside. The red-haired woman asks Henry how his time with the Education Corps has been. Henry replies politely that, thanks to her consideration, it was enjoyable. She says the commander will be glad to hear that. She clarifies that Henry was not summoned because he is under the commander's protection. Henry, confused, asks what the summons is really about. She explains the commander usually invites the top cadet to celebrate with him, and is pleased Henry ranked first. She suddenly remembers something important. She reveals as senior advice that the commander grants one wish to the top of the class. Henry is astonished that he will be given a wish. The wagon rumbles along as they travel to meet the commander. Arriving, she wishes Henry luck, and he thanks her for her help. She says she will wait nearby that night and can be called if he needs her, before heading to the residence. Henry, puzzled by her wording, asks what she means. She answers that he will understand soon enough. Henry watches the wagon depart, still wondering. Later, Henry enters a chamber and calls out to Commander Iselin. The large commander greets him jovially with a drink in hand. Iselin confirms he heard Henry finished first in training. He presents a lavish spread of food and invites Henry to sit and eat whatever he likes. While they eat, Iselin asks if Henry has any desire or thing he wants to do, saying he always grants a wish to the top cadet. Henry thanks the commander for offering to grant his wish. Henry prepares to state his wish. The next day, cadets bustle about the grounds, preparing for new assignments. Henry and Ronan walk together with their packs, leaving the barracks. They stop in a training field and drop their bags with relief. Ronan asks where Henry disappeared to the previous day, saying he searched everywhere. Henry casually answers that he was drinking alcohol with the commander. Ronan is impressed and says he has heard rumors suggesting exactly that. When Henry asks what rumors, Ronan explains people say the commander favors him. Henry tells Ronan not to misunderstand, insisting it is just a tradition for the top cadet. Ronan teases him, doubting that he only drank and suspecting more happened. Henry admits that he at least received a special item. He shows Ronan the sword, explaining the commander gave it as a gift and called it a holy sword. Ronan is shocked that Henry received an actual holy sword. A flashback shows Iselin handing Henry the sheathed sword and telling him to take it. Separately, Henry studies a wall chart depicting the fortress's unit organization. He notes to himself that the fortress contains many different troops. Thinking ahead, Henry decides that although it is only a year, he must choose an assignment that benefits him most. He keeps examining the chart, considering his options. Teeny arrives, summoned to assist with his placement. Henry apologizes for asking for her help so late at night. Teeny says it is fine and remarks that he is sharp for noticing things many cadets miss. Henry reflects that Teeny's earlier kindness was likely ordered by the commander rather than personal favor. Teeny asks Henry which unit he is aiming for. Henry replies that he wants a quiet post with little interference where he can adapt easily. She interprets that as a desire for an independent infantry company, and he agrees. Teeny points out that his true target is obvious, and accuses him of acting humble, prompting him to apologize. She laughs it off as a joke. She marks several units on the chart that fit his criteria. Teeny explains that these circled units match what he wants and that most independents are special forces. She asks if he understands what special forces are. Henry answers that they are units assigned to unusual missions. She confirms this and warns that special forces are generally dangerous, asking if he still intends to join. Henry states firmly that he does not mind the danger. Teeny mentally concludes that Henry's real goal is rapid promotion. She warns that an independent company will be difficult initially because its members are mostly senior soldiers. Henry asks if there is any way around that problem. Something occurs to Teeny as she reacts with a sudden idea. She points to a specific unit on the chart, recommending that Henry go there. She describes it as one of the commander's own special forces units where he will see action quickly yet remain under the commander's protection. Henry is pleased and decides it is perfect. The next day he casually explains this decision to Ronan as they wait together. Ronan notices and comments that the carriage assigned to Henry's new post is arriving. As Henry prepares to depart, Ronan calls his name from the wagon. Henry smiles and tells Ronan not to die out there. Ronan laughs and tells Henry to take care of himself as well. Henry watches the wagon carrying Ronan away into the distance. Someone off-panel greets Henry, asking if it is really him. Henry turns and recognizes the familiar officer waiting by another wagon. Mistaken for Ronan, Henry introduces himself using Ronan's full name. The officer, believing him to be Ronan, orders him to climb into the wagon. Henry pauses silently at the misunderstanding. He then answers energetically in the affirmative, accepting the order. A flashback clarifies that Teeny had mentioned an open lieutenant position in an elite special forces unit called Caliburn's Needle, a post normally reserved for the very best and difficult for new officers to enter. Henry looks uneasy, already worried about how he is being received. Riding in a wagon, Henry notes in his mind that the officer with him is surprisingly blunt and cold. The group arrives at Caliburn's Needle military camp. Inside the camp, Company Commander Solomon confirms Henry Morris's identity. Solomon reviews Henry's records and remarks that Henry appears to be the top cadet of his class, which Henry modestly denies. Annoyed, Solomon challenges Henry's denial by asking if the instructors lied in their reports. Henry hurriedly explains that he simply does not consider himself that talented. Observing Solomon's tone, Henry thinks the commander seems very doubtful of him. Solomon tells Henry that, despite higher judgment, the company is not ready to accept him yet and asks if he understands, which Henry acknowledges. Solomon sternly warns that this camp is no playground and Henry must cling to his position if he does not want to be expelled. Solomon then orders Henry to follow so he can be shown to his official residence. They arrive at a cluttered, rundown storage-like building that will serve as Henry's quarters. Solomon explains that new officers are traditionally made to repair and reuse this old house. He adds that Henry must finish fixing and cleaning it by the end of the day, asking if he can manage. Wishing him luck, Solomon leaves Henry alone with the filthy building. Henry internally judges Solomon as childish based on this first impression. Looking over the mess, Henry notes that normal human effort could not clean it all in one day. Deciding to rely on magic, Henry casts a spell commanding the area to become clean. His cleaning magic spreads through the room, purifying everything at once. He manipulates objects with magic, lifting items as the spell activates. Henry follows up with another spell, shouting the command to operate and rearrange things. A surge of magical energy explodes outward as he reorganizes the interior. The blinding flash of magic fills the building. From outside, the whole house glows with light before settling, and the sky clears peacefully. Later in the yard, Solomon receives a salute from assembled soldiers. A soldier reports that all units from the special mission have safely returned and asks for further orders. Solomon replies that instead of returning to the barracks, there is somewhere everyone must go together. He tells them a new lieutenant has arrived and is probably cleaning a warehouse-like barracks behind the building. Praising the size of the place, Solomon leads the curious troops to go see how the new man is doing. They approach the refurbished building where Henry has been working. Solomon bursts into the house, calling out for Henry and asking if he is inside. He is stunned by what he sees upon entering. The once filthy room is now spotless, tidy, and sparkling. Henry calmly drinks tea inside, relaxed after finishing the job. Seeing Solomon at the door, Henry casually greets him and comments on his arrival. Solomon, shocked, internally admits he cannot believe what he is seeing. From Henry's viewpoint, Solomon stands frozen in the doorway while Henry continues sipping his drink. Henry thinks to himself that, contrary to how he appears, he has far more army experience than this childish commander. He then asks aloud why Solomon has come, and whether it is to check his cleaning work. Struggling to respond, Solomon instead tells Henry to come out and greet some people. Solomon explains that the men waiting outside are members of the special mission platoon responsible for field operations. Henry steps out with Solomon to meet the platoon assembled before the building. Seeing their stern faces, Henry notes how cold their eyes are and recalls that their former Lieutenant Carter, who served here for 5 years, has died. Henry thinks further that Carter was killed on a mission in the Forest of Evil and realizes this tightly knit platoon still mourns him strongly. Introducing himself, Henry states that he is Henry Morris, the new platoon lieutenant. The soldiers react in tense silence, clearly unimpressed or resentful. Henry resolves internally that he must correct the problems in this unit through his own strength, as his mentor Selin would have wanted. Addressing one soldier, Henry asks his name, and the man identifies himself as Hoden. Henry orders Hoden to take him to the residence where Lieutenant Carter used to live. Hoden leads Henry to Carter's old quarters and stops outside the closed door. After looking around, Henry dismisses Hoden and tells him to rejoin the formation, which Hoden does. Alone in Carter's room, Henry reflects that the platoon, still grieving their old lieutenant, may rebel against a newcomer they see as incompetent. He reminds himself that despite this emotional atmosphere, they are still in the army where sentiment cannot override discipline. Outside, the platoon members look anxious and unsettled by what is happening. Returning to them, Henry announces that he understands their situation well. Standing on a box to address everyone, Henry states that their behavior stems from clinging to memories of Lieutenant Carter. He mocks them for acting like sentimental poets, and questions why they are playing at being soldiers instead of doing their duty. Henry pours a flammable liquid onto Carter's belongings box, setting it alight. Holding the lit container, he orders everyone not to move even a step, emphasizing that this is a direct command. He casually tosses the burning object away from himself toward the prepared fuel. The match or ember lands on the soak box, igniting it fully. Flames surge up, and the soldiers panic, shouting in shock. One distraught man yells at Henry, demanding to know how he could burn the late lieutenant's possessions. Henry stands firm before the furious men, watching their reactions closely. He remarks that their cold stares again border on insubordination and invites anyone willing to remove his badge and fight him. The most emotional soldier, tears still streaming, steps forward in rage. Through gritted teeth, the man makes Henry promise to stand by his words and accept the challenge. Henry smiles confidently and tells him not to worry, urging him to attack. The soldier charges Henry, fists clenched. The confrontation continues as the enraged soldier rushes in to strike. Henry calmly activates his defensive spell, Magic Armor. The soldier's punch lands, but Henry withstands it easily thanks to his magic. The attacker pours all his strength into the blow, straining with effort. Henry counters with a powerful strike to the man's face. The soldier staggers back, clutching his mouth in pain. Henry advances, his steps cracking the ground as he moves in. With another heavy blow, Henry sends the man flying, drawing blood and knocking him down. The defeated soldier collapses on his back, bleeding from his nose. Henry stands over him and curtly demands his name. The injured man hesitates, holding his bloody face. Henry presses him again, asking if he refuses to answer. Finally the man, bowing his head, states that his name is Gibo. Henry turns away, declaring that all of them have lost their minds. Addressing the group, he tells them they should feel ashamed of their behavior. He then challenges them further, asking if acting like this would make their deceased lieutenant proud. The surrounding soldiers and Solomon are stunned into silence by Henry's blunt words. Solomon, unsettled, dismisses the assembled troops and tells them they may leave. Alone, he slams his fist down in frustration, cursing under his breath. Solomon stews in anger and anxiety over how events are unfolding. He worries that if they do nothing, Henry will truly seize control of the company. Determined to stop that, Solomon decides he has no choice but to take more drastic measures. Night falls over the camp as lights burn in the commander's building. Inside, Solomon summons his lieutenants to his office. 2 officers arrive and ask why Commander Solomon has called them. Facing them, Solomon says he has something important to tell them. The next day dawns bright over Caliburn's Needle military camp. Henry enters the meeting room, responding to a summons. He finds Solomon and the other officers seated around a table, waiting. Bowing politely, Henry introduces himself again as the new lieutenant of the Special Missions platoon. The blonde lieutenant, Hugo, introduces himself as the commander's personal aide. Another officer, Vogue, introduces himself as the head of administration and supply for the support force. Hugo, as senior, asks if he may speak casually to Henry, who agrees. Hugo comments that he heard Henry has not yet learned aura and asks if that is true. Henry admits he has not learned aura yet. Hugo reacts with disbelief, questioning Henry's conscience for taking the position without aura training. He criticizes Henry for trampling on such an important posting as a new officer. Henry answers lightly that he will learn aura when the time is right and sees no reason to rush. The officers see this as extreme arrogance, angering Hugo. Hugo then proposes administering a test to judge Henry's abilities. Henry pointedly asks why, for the crucial post of Special Missions Lieutenant, the company chose a brand new officer like him over existing ones. He further taunts Hugo by suggesting the man is actually afraid of him. Enraged, Hugo shouts at Henry and agrees to fight him. Hugo vows to see how long Henry can keep mocking them with his sharp tongue. Hugo asks the commander for permission to conduct this duel as a test and offers to handle Henry himself. Soon after, all troops are gathered on the parade ground as Hugo and Henry face each other with practice swords. Solomon thinks to himself that this duel will expose Henry as a fraud and give the commander a chance to revoke his appointment. Henry teases Hugo for insisting earlier on real swords yet accepting wooden ones and asks if this is acceptable to him. Hugo fumes internally that Henry will not stop talking. The watching soldiers excitedly note that the new lieutenant is fighting and expect the spectacle to be entertaining. Solomon privately notes that Hugo is an advanced expert user and believes Henry, merely a runner-class user, is completely outmatched. Solomon announces the duel and urges both combatants to do their best even with wooden swords. Henry resolves to unleash his full power this time. Power flares around Henry's legs as he draws on his magic. He again activates magic armor, enveloping himself in a brilliant aura while holding the wooden sword. The duel begins at the shouted command to start. Henry charges at Hugo, his wooden blade glowing with energy, while Hugo counters with his own aura-infused sword. Their faces show intense focus as they close the distance. Hugo likewise commits fully, determined to crush Henry. Henry's empowered strike overwhelms Hugo, blasting him back in a dramatic clash. One of the wooden swords goes spinning high into the sky from the force. When the dust settles, Henry stands ready while Hugo struggles, his sword broken. Solomon and the onlookers are stunned, unable to understand how an aura-less runner-class officer could do such a thing. Hugo stares in disbelief at his shattered wooden sword. Henry politely tells Hugo he worked hard and addresses him respectfully as senior. Solomon and Hugo remain dumbfounded as Henry walks past them. Later, Solomon can only hold his head in silence, overwhelmed by the outcome. During a subsequent meeting, Henry asks Solomon if he will not be leading the regular morning gathering. Instead of that, Solomon hands Henry a stack of papers describing the duties he is being assigned and tells him to begin after reading them. As Solomon excuses himself, saying he needs some rest too, Henry sits with arms folded, watching him leave. Henry thinks bitterly that people here, like in the past, keep judging others solely by appearances. He begins carefully reading through the detailed mission documents. Shocked by the contents, Henry exclaims that he has been assigned to patrol the dangerous Gehenna sector of the Forest of Evil. Realizing this risky duty is his assignment, Henry decides he must immediately consult his superior Iselin about it. At Iselin's headquarters building, knocking is heard and permission is given for the visitor to enter. Henry steps in, identifying himself as the Special Missions Lieutenant. Iselin, surprised to see him, asks what he is doing there, and Henry answers that his new duty seems odd. Iselin reacts sharply, demanding clarification. Henry explains that instead of special missions, he received a basic sweep mission normally handled only by the infantry division. He acknowledges that Iselin wanted him to gain experience from the bottom up, prompting Iselin to ask why he is complaining. Henry replies that, despite that intention, he has already proven his abilities in a duel with Lieutenant Hugo, and therefore questions being given such a low-level assignment. The armored man incredulously asks if Henry really defeated Hugo, and Henry calmly replies that he cut Hugo's wooden sword in a single strike. Shocked, the man repeats that Henry broke a wooden sword wielded by an aura with just one attack. The red-haired woman reacts in stunned silence at this revelation. The captain scolds Henry for supposedly lying to dodge trouble, and Henry suggests the captain verify the story himself. Pleased that everything today has been good news, the captain begins to laugh. The captain agrees to hear Henry's preferred assignment, assuming Henry wants a different mission. Henry states he wants to go to the Class 6 district, prompting the captain to ask why that particular area. Henry secretly thinks he cannot reveal he is using this mission as a cover to search for treasure he once marked on a map and now needs to relocate. Out loud, Henry claims he wants to visit Class 6 because he has never been there and wants to learn about the Special Mission Force's main area on his first mission. The captain accepts Henry's request, noting he had originally intended to send Henry to a lower-level district just for experience, and Henry thanks him. Grinning, the captain adds a condition and calls Henry by his new rank of lieutenant. He promises that once Henry returns, he will assign him the mission Henry truly desires. When asked for his answer, Henry nervously agrees and asks for the detailed instructions. The captain orders Teeny to fetch Carter's paperwork for Henry, and she agrees. A sealed envelope of documents is handed over. The captain confirms Henry knows the previous lieutenant was Carter, and Henry affirms it. The captain bluntly states that Carter died on a mission. He then asks if Henry is not curious about what mission killed Carter. Henry realizes this district assignment hides a serious mission, one that had gotten a lieutenant killed and must be urgent, and he is annoyed by the complication. Henry admits he has been curious, and the captain says he expected that response. The captain explains that Carter had long been hunting a demon called Black, which he believes was a game-loving demon. Hearing the word demon, Henry remembers terrifying demonic beings he encountered long ago. Henry asks why Carter was chasing Black in the first place, and whether Black directly harmed the fort. The captain recounts that Carter first met Black as an infantry company commander, losing many of his men to the demon during a mission in Class 7. Henry infers Carter must have been close to his soldiers, while the captain dismisses it as a standard infantry bond but agrees Carter was very loyal. The captain reminisces that Carter was indeed a loyal fool. Henry asks if Carter joined the Special Mission Forces for revenge, and the captain confirms he purposely assigned Carter this revenge mission because he needed a capable man. The captain says Carter was the best candidate in the forces, while Henry privately calls him a huge fool for risking everything to avenge his men. Henry reflects that Carter's foolish sincerity made his unit follow him, and he resolves to return Carter's belongings quickly. The captain warns that Black, unlike a normal predator, kills for fun and has become a major demon threat that the special missions must now eliminate. Henry outwardly agrees that he understands the task. The captain encourages Henry, telling him to do well but not push himself too far. Henry responds that if the mission is that deadly, it should not have been assigned, while the captain warns that if Henry dies they may not even recover his body. Carter's documents and a sealed envelope are laid out as Henry prepares to read them. Henry sits and begins thoroughly examining Carter's reports. He ponders how dangerous facing an actual demon will be, noting that such beings normally appear only in much higher class areas. Reading the summary, he learns that Black can transform, is classified as a Class 6 demon that sometimes appears in lower districts. He notes that Black is highly intelligent, can speak human language, and contains unstable, condensed dark magic. From 5 years of data, Henry concludes that Black is an extremely hostile opponent, and that this assignment could be very difficult. Deciding he has enough for now, Henry tells himself it is time to head out. The scene shifts to the fort exterior under a clear sky. A door inside the fort is knocked on repeatedly. A soldier opens the door, asking why he was summoned. Henry informs him that the previous mission is cancelled and that they will patrol the Class 6 district this afternoon. The soldier reacts with surprise at the mention of the Class 6 district. Henry confirms he knows about the infamous demon Black, and the nervous soldier acknowledges it. Henry reveals he has been given Carter's mission and says that although he wants to rush after Black, it is easier said than done, asking if he is wrong. The soldier agrees with his assessment. Henry explains that Carter's 5 years of information are lacking, so he will restart the search from scratch with light scouting for the first day, which the soldier accepts. As Henry turns away, he remembers something additional to mention. Henry tells the soldier to take along a box containing the belongings of the former lieutenant. The soldier, surprised Henry preserved the items instead of burning them, is told they meant nothing to Henry and can be entrusted to the unit. Henry casually asks if their comrade Gibo is doing well, and the soldier says yes. Emotional, the soldier thanks and apologizes to Henry for taking care of Carter's things. Henry replies that it is fine as long as they stop acting absent-minded, warning he will intervene if they do not pull themselves together. The soldier snaps to attention and loudly affirms his obedience. Henry waves off the salute, saying it is unnecessary. Watching the soldier leave with the box, Henry thinks fondly of him and wonders if he should start his own preparations. Narration introduces Henry's Special Missions platoon of 10 men under the Special Missions Company. Henry, now in full armor and cloak, stands before his assembled platoon outside the fortress. He officially announces the start of their mission in the Class 6 district. The troops shout their enthusiastic acknowledgement. The fortress drawbridge begins to lower. The gates open fully, allowing the platoon to depart. Henry yells for everyone to move out as they charge forward. The platoon crosses the large drawbridge spanning a chasm. As they march, Henry reflects that it has been a long time since he came this way. Looking at the chasm, he feels nostalgic each time he sees it. The view reminds Henry of events from his distant past. Narration states that they are stealthily heading toward their destination, the Class 6 district. Henry activates magic circles under his feet and considers whether to begin his spell. Using the spell Solitude in the crowd, Henry shrouds the platoon in combination magic that lets a large group move without attracting attention. Elsewhere, dangerous monsters roam the region. Some of Henry's men remark on how unusually quiet their march has been, wondering if something special is going on. Another soldier notes they have encountered no trouble at all and finds it strange. Gibo says he actually has a good feeling about this mission as they follow Henry. They arrive at the Forest of Evil's Class 6 safety zone beneath a protective barrier. Henry is surprised to see his own solitude in the crowd's spell employed as the area's barrier magic. The troops rest inside the protected zone while Henry observes them. Henry calls everyone to attention to brief them. He states that their goal today is to secure a lead on the demon Black. Henry admits that although he possesses Carter's 5 years of notes, they were not very helpful. He declares he will restart the investigation his own way, summarizing that Black is a powerful, possibly insane Class 6 demon stronger than its peers. Henry says that for today they will simply search for something that can give them a clue. He shows them a drawing of the demonic kin mushroom, which normally grows only in the more dangerous Class 5 district. A soldier points out they are in Class 6, and Henry agrees. Henry explains that they will search for this mushroom because it requires Class 5 demonic energy, which could indicate Black's lair nearby. A soldier reasons that if Black exceeds Class 6, the mushroom might grow close to its home, and Henry confirms the logic. Henry smiles and affirms the soldier's deduction. He then orders the platoon split into 2 teams led by himself and the sergeant to avoid demon conflicts, and to regroup in 6 hours at the safety zone. Henry hands the sergeant a scroll, saying he must carry it. When asked what it is, Henry explains it is an emergency magic item that will transmit their location to him when torn. He lies that the captain specially entrusted him with the expensive scroll, while thinking he actually made it himself. The sergeant eagerly promises to use it properly. Henry reiterates that they are now dividing into 2 search groups. The sergeant says they will meet Henry after 6 hours and leads his team away. Henry tells his remaining men that their group will move out as well. His team departs into the forest toward the mountains. On the way, a soldier asks Henry for permission to pose a question. He wonders how a supposedly new officer like Henry devised the clever plan involving kin mushrooms. Henry says he learned about forest plants from a specialized book on the Forest of Evil and even memorized the entire volume, impressing the men. Internally, Henry admits that a Class 6 demon living amid Class 5 energy is odd and reveals the kin mushrooms were actually planted by him decades ago as markers to protect his hidden treasure. Feeling slightly guilty for using the unit for his own goal, he consoles himself that he truly is also searching for Black. Time passes and the sun sets over the barrier-covered forest. The exhausted soldiers regroup at the safety zone, clearly worn out from fruitless searching. Henry laments that he has found neither a single kin mushroom spore nor a clue about Black despite all their effort. Some soldiers quietly comment that Henry had no personal connection to Carter yet cares deeply about continuing his mission. 2 soldiers privately berate themselves, one for misjudging Henry and the other for failing to find even a single mushroom. Giebel mentally decides it does not matter that Henry is a new officer because of his dedication. Giebel vows to loyally follow Henry from now on, while Henry worries only about where his treasure might be, and narration notes that misunderstandings about him continue to grow. Night falls over the fort under a bright full moon. Inside a summoning circle, indecipherable incantations echo as magic light gathers. Henry appears within the glowing ritual, beginning a powerful spell. A massive ornate door to another realm opens amid blinding light. A shadowy, glowing-eyed entity emerges from the gate, greeting Henry after a long time. Henry warmly asks this being, named Hector, how he has been. Hector casually questions why Henry has not yet been assigned to a unit. Henry boasts that he has been assigned, has already beaten up those who mocked him, and taught doubting sword experts a lesson. Hector comments that those experts must be embarrassed and asks about Henry's progress in Aura, then inquires if there has been any progress at all. Henry complains he has made no progress because a troublesome mission keeps him from training and that he cannot even attack a monster nearby, prompting Hector to ask if the mission is really that important. Henry hesitates, saying the situation is complicated. He begins to explain that, honestly, his training is being delayed until he can resolve this mission. The conversation continues under the moonlit sky. Hector summarizes that Henry cannot focus on training until Black is caught, and Henry agrees that capturing Black has become the priority. Hector chides Henry for overcomplicating things, saying he is taking the long way around for someone supposedly smart. Hector suggests instead of chasing Black directly, Henry should question a witness such as Carter, whose obsession with Black might keep his soul lingering after death. At first confused, Henry suddenly realizes Hector is hinting at summoning Carter's soul. Henry excitedly thinks he should have realized earlier that he could simply summon Carter from the afterlife and ask him about Black. Hector notes that to do so Henry will need an object strongly tied to Carter's spirit. Henry tells Hector to wait while he retrieves such an item, and Hector agrees to wait patiently. Henry decides Carter's detailed report on Black, which Carter treasured above all, will serve as the summoning focus. He prepares the summoning circle while Hector nervously asks what will happen to him if Henry summons another soul. Henry admits he has never tried it before and has no idea, wondering aloud if it will even matter. Henry begins chanting the summoning incantation over the report within the magical light. He focuses intensely as his spell reaches its climax. With a shout, Henry commands Carter's soul to appear. He repeats the call for Carter to come forth. The envelope containing Carter's report glows inside the activated summoning circle. The netherworld gate opens again, and Henry calls out for Carter as he faces it with Hector. When nothing answers, Henry confusedly repeats Carter's name. Henry, tired, remarks that he is probably not in a position to complain given his own situation. Hector points out the possibility that Carter's soul simply is not in the netherworld. Henry questions why Carter's soul would not be there, insisting it should be, while Hector implies Henry's magical knowledge is sound. Henry asks how Hector knows his magic knowledge is perfect, and Hector replies that opening a gate to the netherworld proves it. Frustrated, Henry wonders what he is doing wrong and says the failure is driving him crazy. Hector muses that necromancy should bring a dead spirit into physical form, implying something about Carter's status. This leads Henry to consider Hector's idea that maybe Carter is still alive, and therefore cannot be summoned. Henry then says he has another plan. He explains that others besides Carter suffered because of Black and proposes using Carter's former subordinates as the new focus. As dawn breaks, Henry heads off with Hector trailing behind, intending to obtain belongings from Carter's old subordinates even though several years have passed. Henry says that within Caliban there is only one place he can think of, implying where they should search. The scene shifts to the Chamber of Heroes, an honored memorial building. Henry explains that when fallen soldiers' bodies are missing, their belongings are enshrined in the Chamber of Heroes, where he intends to search. He recalls Carter's report mentioning a dead subordinate named Holterbelt, and approaches that man's memorial display. Henry spots a specific item among Holterbelt's effects, and thinks that he has found what he was looking for. He focuses on Holterbelt's memorial, noting that the desired object has been kept there all along. Holding Holterbelt's locket, Henry concludes that this memento will suffice for his purpose. Henry draws a summoning circle while the Lich watches, preparing a necromantic ritual. He places the locket inside the circle as a catalyst for the summoning. Henry chants an incantation as blue energy erupts, activating the ritual. The magic opens a glowing, ornate gate in response to his summoning. A spirit manifests, and Henry introduces himself as Lieutenant Henry Morris of Commander Asselin's Special Forces. Henry addresses the summoned spirit as Holterbelt, and says he called him to ask questions about Lieutenant Carter, which Holterbelt confirms is his former squad leader. Henry explains that Carter was only a squad leader when Holterbelt died, but was promoted to lieutenant afterward. Holterbelt states that Carter's current whereabouts are unknown because of a demon called Black. Overwhelmed by grief and pain, Holterbelt cries out. Holterbelt collapses in anguish, lamenting why Lieutenant Carter had to suffer. Regaining composure, Holterbelt apologizes for his outburst, and Henry assures him that he understands. Henry asks if Holterbelt remembers anything distinctive about the demon Black. Holterbelt answers that he does not recall details like that, but says there is a major misconception about Black. Henry asks what misconception Holterbelt means. Holterbelt clarifies that Black does not merely shapeshift but actually seizes control of other beings' bodies. Henry, shocked, realizes Black can possess living hosts. Holterbelt likens Black to an evil spirit that invades through the mouth and rapidly takes over a victim's body. Henry silently takes in this disturbing revelation, while his Lich companion looks on. Henry mentally reiterates that the demon enters via the mouth to possess a body. Holterbelt recounts that Black also boasted of its plan, declaring that it would eventually become a demon, and those were the last words Holterbelt heard before dying. Henry deduces that Black is in the evolution stage, a spirit that has gathered enough dark energy to soon become a full demon. He reasons that if Black was already preparing to evolve 5 years ago, then it may now be a complete demon, and the situation is worse than he expected. Holterbelt adds that he remembers one more important detail. In a flashback, he recalls Black speaking to him while he was frozen with fear. The possessed Carter tells Holterbelt he should feel honored to be devoured by someone who will soon become a demon. Black forces dark energy from Carter's mouth into Holterbelt's mouth. The dark essence floods into Holterbelt's open mouth. Holterbelt's eyes roll back as the possession takes hold. He recalls that when Black invaded his body, he felt a powerful alien emotion. Holterbelt describes feeling Black's pleasure in killing and desire to dominate bodies, sensations intensified by a particular scent. He identifies that scent as one of overwhelming pleasure. Holterbelt suddenly remembers that this same scent was what prompted Black to ambush their squad. Henry presses him to specify what kind of scent it was. Holterbelt explains it was a deodorant they all used, bought at a trade market, and that its fragrance greatly heightened Black's urge to kill. Henry asks Holterbelt if he can recall the name of that cologne. Later, Henry asks his superior for permission to go by that same cologne as part of his investigation, and insists even a small lead cannot be ignored. The superior understands his reasoning but refuses to authorize Henry to leave. A female colleague steps in holding a green bottle, saying that if Henry means a product called Feberzy, she has some. She shows them the bottle and asks if this is the deodorant he was talking about. She says that because Henry needs it, she wants something in exchange instead of just lending the cologne, and Henry agrees to compensate her. Henry invites her to name her price and she says she will whisper her request to him privately. Whispering in his ear, she asks Henry to go out and have a meal with her on his next day off. Henry readily agrees to the date, saying that is an easy request. The next day in the Forest of Evil, Class 6 District, Henry gathers the squad and calls for attention. He asks the soldiers whether any of Carter's belongings included a deodorant that looks like the green bottle he is holding. The soldiers think back and reply that they do not recall such a deodorant among Carter's effects. Henry, surprised, repeats their answer while looking again at the bottle. He wonders why Black attacked Carter if Carter never used the deodorant, and begins doubting whether Holterbelt's testimony is accurate. Henry concludes that without that link there is nothing more he can check right now and tells the squad to move out. Addressing the gathered soldiers, Henry urges them to continue their mission with the same objective as the previous day. He declares the start of a renewed search operation. The unit fans out and begins marching through the forest. Henry, remaining behind a little, wonders to himself if he should start his special plan now. He activates his skill Solitude in the crowd, preparing to separate his actions from the rest of the group. The squad members become wreathed in faint auras as his magic subtly isolates him from their presence. Henry sprays the Febreze cologne heavily on himself, thinking this will prevent the rest of the troops from getting dragged into what he is about to do. He triggers another spell called Steam Skin, surrounding his body with a vaporous energy. The Steam Skin magic amplifies and radiates the scent around Henry in a green aura. He thinks about how this magic was originally invented so women could emphasize their perfume, and notes the irony of using it as bait. The intensified scent flows through the forest, attracting nearby monsters. The fragrant trail leads straight toward the entrance of a cave. Inside the cave, a powerful Taurus demon sits amid red energy and bones. The demon catches the familiar smell, doubts its significance, then reasons that such a long-gone scent should not suddenly return. Realizing the truth, the demon thinks that something is wrong. Its eyes flare as it fully recognizes the reappearance of that scent. The cave shakes as the enraged demon prepares to move. Other Taurus monsters outside the cave react as the powerful one emerges. The forest remains quiet for a moment, emphasizing the looming threat. Henry ponders whether Holterbelt's account was false and decides he may need to summon other victims for more testimony. For now, he resolves to do as much as he can with the information he has. Henry simultaneously maintains Solitude in the crowd and Steam Skin, using them to bait Black while keeping the squad insulated. The soldiers continue advancing, unaware of Henry's separate maneuver. Overhead, birds scatter, signaling that something is approaching. Hearing the disturbance, Henry turns sharply toward the source. Henry confirms with the soldier that the monsters they see are Taurus, humanoid bulls. Hearing a strange sound, Henry looks up in confusion. His eyes widen as he senses imminent danger. A massive column of blue lightning slams down where Henry was, startling the soldiers. One soldier, shocked, calls out to the lieutenant amid the smoke and crackling energy. Henry lies motionless on the ground, electricity still arcing around him. Several Taurus monsters charge toward the soldiers from the forest. The troops curse the advancing beasts in fear and anger. The platoon's sergeant rallies everyone, telling them to stay calm despite the lieutenant's apparent death, and ordering them to maintain formation while he leads them towards safety. Some soldiers protest retreating, insisting they should avenge their fallen lieutenant. The sergeant snaps that facing Taurus recklessly is childish, and orders them to run with everything they have. Acknowledging he cannot guarantee survival, the sergeant tells them to stay sharp and withdraw immediately. Suddenly a huge hoof leg slams down, cutting off their path and startling the squad. The elite white Taurus steps forward in blazing aura, and a soldier wonders what this new foe is. The white Taurus roars, radiating power and malice. Lightning energy explodes around it as it unleashes another attack. One soldier declares that since their escape route has been blocked, he will fight to the death against this obvious mastermind. The other soldiers watch tensely, unsure how to respond. One comrade insists they go support the platoon sergeant, saying they cannot return after losing their lieutenant twice. The sergeant agrees, shouting that he will also fight to the end. The battle is joined as Taurus clash with the soldiers and men are struck down. The vengeful soldier attacks a Taurus head-on. He is brutally struck and cries out in pain. The white Taurus sniffs the perfumed scent in the air. It turns, following the source of the scent toward Henry's fallen body while the others keep fighting. A soldier notices the white Taurus ignoring them, and wonders what it is doing. Henry still lies face down, apparently lifeless, serving as the true target. The observant soldier realizes the creature might be heading straight for their lieutenant's body. The white Taurus strides toward Henry, leaving the melee behind. The brave soldier sprints after it, determined to intervene. He shouts at the monster, demanding to know what it thinks it is doing. The Taurus casually swats him aside in a powerful blow. The soldier is sent flying and crashes to the ground, badly injured. The white Taurus channels intense lightning, roaring as it prepares a devastating strike. The wounded soldier braces himself, convinced the lightning blast is about to kill him. Believing death is imminent, he resigns himself to his fate. At the last moment, he opens his eyes in surprise. Henry, very much alive, stands over him with sword raised into the storm, redirecting the lightning, prompting the soldier to gasp that the lieutenant is alive. Henry's enchanted sword shatters a paper talisman, completing a counterspell. Smiling, Henry lowers the sparking remains of the talisman from his blade. He extends a hand and orders the stunned soldier to stand. Henry tells him to report that the lieutenant is alive and to make sure he himself survives. The soldier, tearfully relieved, agrees enthusiastically. Henry watches as the soldier runs off to carry out the order. The white Taurus confronts Henry directly, recognizing him as the source of the alluring scent. Henry confirms that this is the one who tried to strike him with lightning earlier. The enraged Taurus bellows and charges. Henry squares off with the giant beast, engaging it head-on. He delivers a powerful slash that cuts deeply into the Taurus. With another strike, Henry shatters the monster's horned skull and overwhelms it. He remarks that the supposedly fearsome foe is not that tough after all. Henry follows up with a crushing kick that sends the Taurus flying. His eyes sharpen as he prepares to finish the battle. He darts in and unleashes a sweeping decapitation strike. The Taurus's head is severed and sent spinning away. Henry lands calmly as dust and blood settle around his feet. Spattered with demonic blood, he maintains a composed expression. Wiping his cheek, he mutters in irritation at the mess. Seeing the motionless head, Henry wonders if the Taurus is truly dead. The severed head suddenly speaks, calling its fallen body useless. Henry watches in shock as dark energy rises from the corpse. The demonic spirit, still bearing the Taurus skull visage, floats toward Henry. The spirit declares that Henry should feel honored to become its new host. The red mist lunges at Henry's face to possess him. Henry's eyes flash red as the possessing force makes contact. He instantly repels the invasion with his own magic barrier and exclaims that such possession will not work on him, announcing that he has finally found black. Henry raises a purple-imbued sword to strike. He slashes through the demonic spirit, dispersing it violently. The wounded spirit black recoils and curses in frustration as it fails to possess Henry. The knight examines the shadowy entity, noting it is neither a typical spirit nor demon, and demands to know what it is. He wonders if it is some kind of doppelganger, and then blasts it with magic, ordering it to leave. The shocked spirit realizes the knight is using magic. The magic beam rushes toward the spirit. The knight is surprised when the spirit dodges his attack. The spirit flees high into the sky. Watching it flee, the knight remarks that it is actually trying to run away. He casts Return to Body, magic designed to track the remains of dead soldiers. The escaping spirit is snared and dragged along by the swirling magic. The knight observes that where the spirit leads will depend on its own magic and debates following it. The forest lies quiet as the chase continues. While fleeing, the spirit panics that it must quickly find a new host. It spots something below, and dives down. The spirit discovers a bear feeding on a carcass and decides it has found a suitable host. The spirit rushes into the bear's mouth as the animal roars. The possession completes and the bear's eyes glow red. Footsteps approach the possessed bear. The knight walks up, while the spirit inside the bear tells itself to act naturally to avoid being exposed. The knight wonders aloud if the bear is ordinary, while the hidden spirit begs internally for him to go away. Thinking the spirit called Black might be using the bear, the knight turns to leave, making the bear sweat nervously. He suddenly insults the hidden spirit, and raises his magic-infused sword to strike. A bloody slash cuts across the ground. The bear collapses in front of him. The knight prepares another spell with a snap of his fingers. He activates Ignite with that snap. Flames engulf the possessed bear. Screaming, the spirit is forced out of the burning body. The charred spirit demands to know how the knight found it, and the knight asks where Carter is. The spirit angrily refuses to reveal Carter's location. The knight exhales in mild irritation. He decides he will force the information out, and casts Freeze. The scene shifts to the Forest of Evil, Class 6 district, where the terrified spirit says they have arrived. Led by the bound spirit, the knight enters the cave. Inside, he suddenly reacts to what he sees. He finds Carter slumped unconscious against the cave wall, badly injured. Carter appears barely alive, his eyes closed. The knight silently takes in Carter's condition. He walks toward the wounded man. Before he can reach him, the spirit rushes from Carter's mouth and re-enters him. The knight is startled as possession resumes. Carter's face twists as the spirit forces its way back inside. Carter's eyes blaze orange, signaling that the spirit has taken control. Speaking through Carter, the spirit boasts that capturing it will not be so easy. The knight smirks, saying he expected the spirit to do exactly this. Carter's possessed hand darts for his sword. Now fully possessed and armed, Carter faces the knight menacingly. The raging spirit demands to know why the knight is laughing. The knight realizes the parasite can freely use its host's powers. The spirit vows to make the knight pay for causing this state, and claims it will take his body as well. The knight thinks that this is exactly how a parasite talks. The possessed Carter charges, swinging down and shouting for the knight to die. The knight effortlessly sidesteps the heavy blow. He looks almost disappointed rather than worried. The knight counters and drives his sword into Carter's back. The shocked spirit asks how this could happen. The knight explains that this defeat proves it is nothing more than an evil spirit. He adds that the spirit can talk and pretend to wield a sword, but that is all. He further explains that without centuries of disciplined sword training, knowing the motions alone is useless. The knight casts Paralyze to immobilize the host. Carter's body is bound by paralyzing magic as the knight tells the spirit it can no longer move. He asks if the spirit now understands the difference between their abilities. The terrified spirit begs for its life, but the knight says he will decide after learning exactly what the spirit is. The spirit asks if he will be spared if it talks, and the knight answers that its fate depends on its behavior. The spirit identifies itself as Clever, an evil spirit from the underworld and the last survivor of the Aloe tribe. The knight realizes Aloe means mimic and asks what that is, while Clever is confused by the term. He explains that Aloe translates to mimic in human language and notes he never knew mimics had such abilities. Declaring his questions finished, the knight prepares another lethal spell and tells Clever to die. Clever panics that the knight is breaking his word, but the knight answers he never promised anything, only said it depended. As the spell gathers, the knight suddenly reacts to a coin that appears. A coin clinks to the floor near his boot. Clever reveals a huge hoard of treasure and offers it all if the knight spares him. Curious, the knight asks about these treasures and how Clever obtained them. Clever says subspace storage is one of his abilities and that he has long been collecting these treasures, begging for mercy. The knight thinks that while the treasures are nice, the subspace storage ability itself is more valuable, a high-level power of 7 circles. He proposes that if Clever wants to live, he must become the knight's subordinate. Shocked, Clever hesitates, so the knight says he can just die instead. Clever quickly agrees to serve him. Approving, the knight reaches down toward the pile of coins. He notes that platinum is ideal for hiding energy and prepares it for purification of turbid energy. He uses magic to resize the platinum piece into a ring that fits his finger. Smiling, the knight suggests they now formalize their contract. He invokes the god of promise and declares he will make a powerful binding oath. Clever's form is engulfed in red energy as the ritual begins. The knight proclaims that the evil spirit Clever will swear absolute obedience to him. He asks Clever if he will give him his heart. Clever accepts the request and swears he will. The pact concludes in a burst of light as their energies connect. The knight states the promise is sealed and that proof of the oath will be inscribed into the ring. The ring on his finger glows intensely with blue light. Clever's essence is compressed and reshaped by the contract's power. The knight urges Clever to endure the pain, warning that survival depends on it. The ritual's blinding light consumes Clever's spirit form. When the light fades, the knight praises Clever for enduring, noting that powerful beings handle the process differently. He orders Clever to store all his treasure and to remain hidden unless summoned, and Clever agrees. Supporting Carter, the knight heads out of the cave and asks if they should return. Elsewhere, another knight finishes off a horned monster and declares the battle over. Surveying the dead beasts, a soldier asks where the lieutenant has gone. They then spot the knight returning through the trees carrying someone on his back. The soldiers realize it is their lieutenant approaching and notice he is carrying another person. They conclude the second person must be Lieutenant Carter, rescued alive. The soldiers cheer and raise their swords in celebration. Time passes and the scene shifts back to the fort under a clear sky. Some comrades in red uniforms marvel that this feels like a dream and can hardly believe what has happened. The knights at the fort loudly cheer Henry's name and praise him for saving Carter. The red uniformed men admit they misjudged Henry and now call him a hero, apologizing for their behavior. Henry thanks them but orders that all wounded men and Carter be taken to the infirmary first, and they readily agree. He privately thinks he accomplished far more than they realize and feels oddly underappreciated. At Calivan Fort, someone remarks in surprise that Lieutenant Henry is already returning to duty. A subordinate checks whether Henry needs more medical care, but Henry explains he was uninjured and is ready to work. The man praises Henry as exceptional and notes that a guest has arrived to see him, piquing Henry's curiosity. Outside, a woman by a carriage relays that Commander Asselin is asking for Henry. Henry reacts with dread, thinking to himself that this cannot be happening. Night falls, and the view moves to a moonlit window in the fort. Inside, someone laughs that Henry caught Black so quickly that they had no time to prepare a grand reward. Instead, the commander reveals a barrel of Jelna whiskey and toasts Henry with fiery liquor in his honor. Henry forces a smile while holding a mug, as his new spirit companion quietly calls him master. Henry mentally responds, asking Clever what is wrong, and Clever wonders if Henry is in a troublesome situation. Clever explains that he can feel Henry's discomfort through their bond and offers to use his chest ability to handle the alcohol for him. Henry realizes Clever means his dimensional storage and considers that it might be a good idea. Clever tells him to drink normally. Clever outlines the plan to connect his storage to Henry's stomach and siphon away the alcohol, while Henry doubts whether he should trust this. Clever insists he wants to prove his worth, saying Henry is a far greater figure and that he would never harm him. Henry notes that Clever seems much more obedient after the contract and decides to trust him this once. Henry and the commander clink mugs and enthusiastically toast, planning to drink heavily together. Henry gulps the glowing whiskey, and Clever, tasting it via their link, deems it not bad. The commander proposes switching to a massive bowl of liquor and asks if Henry can keep up. Henry agrees. They cheer again and raise the enormous shared bowl of alcohol. Eventually the commander collapses on the table from drinking, and Henry sighs in relief that the ordeal is finally over. Later that clear night, the exterior of Henry's quarters is shown under the moonlight. Inside, Henry reflects over tea and sweets that trying to attain aura today was unrealistic. Thinking back to fighting the expert swordsman Carter, he admits he had hoped the battle would trigger his aura. Sitting in a robe, Henry laments that he still has not awakened aura and also failed to retrieve his own lost treasure. He calls out to Clever while touching the glowing ring. Clever appears in a small glowing form and answers respectfully. Henry tells Clever to change into a more presentable form. Clever begins a bright transformation. The light coalesces into a new shape. Clever takes the form of a long-haired white cat with mismatched eyes. Henry praises Clever's earlier performance, and the cat politely thanks its master. Henry explains he summoned Clever because he wants to learn more about him and invites him to come closer. Clever obediently hops onto Henry's lap. Henry strokes the cat's head while channeling magic into him. As he pets Clever, Henry summarizes that the spirit has chest, transformation, and mind takeover abilities, concluding that Clever is a highly valuable mimic. Watching Clever squirm happily on the floor, Henry comments to himself that his new companion is remarkably resourceful. Henry recalls that Clever once reacted strongly to a particular scent and asks if he knows what it was, and Clever identifies it by his own term. Translating, Henry realizes it corresponds to a cucumber, while Clever admits he still struggles with human language and does not truly know what that is. Henry tells Clever to wait and steps out of the room. He returns holding an actual cucumber and explains that this is what it is. Seeing and smelling the cucumber, Clever is instantly shocked and excited. Overwhelmed, the cat stammers in ecstasy at the sight of the cucumber. Henry offers the cucumber to him, and Clever gratefully thanks his master. As Clever rolls around blissfully beside the cucumber, Henry observes that the reaction shows it is not a weakness but rather a powerful stimulant for him. Henry questions the fox about why it attacked Carter, since Carter wore no cologne. Clever admits he attacked Carter out of curiosity and intended to use Carter's body as a temporary host during his evolution. Henry reflects that capturing Clever was troublesome but ultimately worth it. Henry shows Clever a drawing of spiked red mushrooms and asks if such mushrooms exist in the rank 6 district. Clever recognizes the drawing as kin mushrooms he has seen before. Henry asks if Clever knows the mushroom's location, and Clever confidently says he does. That night, Henry approaches the outer wall of the fortress under the full moon. Henry activates the Together as One ability, surrounding himself with powerful energy. He confirms with Clever that the fox remembers the mushroom's exact location. Henry casts Fly and launches himself into the sky. He soars high toward the moon as he travels to the destination. Henry flies far above the fortress and forest as magical rings swirl around him. Hovering before the moon, he looks ahead with determination. He streaks through the night sky like a comet. Henry dives rapidly back toward the ground. He continues his high-speed descent headfirst. Near the forest, he slows his landing with the Featherfall spell. Henry lands gently, dispersing impact energy across the ground. He kneels as the landing energy fades in the forest clearing. Reunited with Clever in the woods, Henry calls to him and the fox responds. Clever leads Henry to a massive tree, saying what they seek lies behind it. Henry powers up his sword with magic in preparation to attack. He cleaves through the great tree with a powerful slash. The tree is destroyed in a burst of energy and debris. Standing on the stump with Clever, Henry complains that nothing seems to be there. Clever tells him to look closer, revealing the air thick with drifting spores. Henry realizes all the spores come from kin mushrooms and notes they have spread wildly without competition. He considers burning them with fire but worries such a blaze would expose him to nearby demons. Henry asks Clever if he can absorb all the spores, and Clever eagerly volunteers. Clever unleashes a powerful suction spell, beginning to absorb spores and energy. The fox continues inhaling the mushroom spores in a concentrated beam. A huge torrent of blue energy and spores rushes into Clever from the forest. Henry praises Clever as the fox finishes gathering the spores into a glowing orb. With the spores cleared, the entrance to a cave becomes visible ahead. Henry and Clever enter the cave toward the revealed path. Inside, Henry casts a light spell to illuminate the dark passage. Guided by the conjured light orb, they walk deeper until Clever says they have arrived. Henry stops at a spot on the cave floor hinted to conceal something. Before him stands a massive golem labeled Guardian Shielder. Henry remarks that the Guardian looks unchanged from before. He reflects that this construct should have been part of his inheritance, but he once used it out of necessity for revenge. Henry activates the Guardian by pressing the glowing control rune on its body. The dormant giant begins to move as power surges through it. The Guardian Shielder cracks and collapses as Henry deliberately destroys it. From a distance, Henry and Clever watch the shattered golem crumble away in red energy. They silently observe the Guardian's remains inside the cavern. Henry digs into the rubble and uncovers a hidden box, saying he finally found it. He opens the box with anticipation. Inside lies a glowing purple orb radiating ominous energy. Clever asks what it is, and Henry explains it is the heart of a demonic tribe called Venom. Henry states that consuming this heart grants immunity to poisons and turns one's blood into deadly venom, celebrating that he finally obtained it. Clever asks if there is no antidote to such poison, and Henry says there actually are antidotes. Henry immediately puts the venom heart into his mouth to eat it. His eyes widen as the powerful substance takes effect. He thinks that the heart tastes awful as dark venomous energy seeps from his body. Clever anxiously checks on Henry, who confirms he is fine despite the reaction. Henry uncorks a small blue vial, prompting Clever to ask what it is. Henry recalls the poison called Death of Prasia, the same poison that Silver Jackson once used to ruin him, and says he must test his new resistance. Clever reacts in shock to Henry's intent. Henry drinks the deadly poison from the vial without hesitation. Clever screams in panic as Henry drains the bottle. Surrounded by venomous aura, Henry notes the sensation and gauges his condition. He then declares he is fine, startling Clever, who doubts he is really okay. Henry confirms the experiment worked, explaining that normally this poison would cause agonizing pain and destroy his organs while sealing his magic. Satisfied he achieved one of his objectives, Henry tells Clever they should return. Back at the fortress that night, others greet Lieutenant Henry upon his return. A comrade relays the commander's order that Henry rest as much as he can, and Henry agrees. The comrade remembers and hands Henry a folded document. Henry asks what it is and is told it is an official paper meant specifically for him, to read later in his room. In his quarters, the untouched snack tray sits by the bed as he prepares to read the paper. Henry wonders what sort of official document it is, then is surprised by what he reads. The contents make him smile knowingly. Looking through his wardrobe, Henry decides he should dress up, noting it has been a while. He browses his many outfits, leaving the invitation letter on the table. The letter reveals that Tinny invited him to have dinner at her house on her day off. Tinny readies herself before a mirror, clearly excited for Henry's visit. She thinks Henry is perfect for her, being young, smart, and very capable. When Henry knocks, Tinny nervously announces herself and goes to open the door. Henry waits outside, confused by her flustered voice. She appears in a dress and warmly invites him inside. Inside, Henry thanks her for the dinner invitation, and she asks him to call her by her name when at home. She says there is no need for formality since they are not on duty. Henry asks if she is truly comfortable with that informality. Internally, Tinny resolves to claim Henry for herself before someone else does. A lavish home-cooked feast is laid out, and she asks if pasta suits his taste. Henry is amazed she prepared everything herself. She explains she often cooks and prides herself on making delicious meals. Henry admits he never knew she was so skilled at cooking. She blushes and promises he will be even more impressed after tasting it. Offering wine, she pours Henry a glass when he accepts. She notes she hopes he is not forcing himself to drink like he does with their commander. Henry replies he enjoys drinking as long as it is not excessive. The two share a pleasant, laughter-filled dinner together. Sipping wine, Henry thinks about how nice this feels and how long it has been since he last enjoyed such warmth. Empty bottles show they have been drinking and relaxing for some time. Tinny happily remarks that she has not enjoyed herself this much in a long time, and Henry agrees. Blushing, she suggests they move somewhere else to share one last bottle of wine. Henry agrees and asks where the wine is, but she insists on going to fetch it herself. As she leaves, Tinny smugly thinks that with one more bottle she can finally make Henry fully hers. She reveals the final bottle is a special aphrodisiac wine she has been saving for this very occasion. Before she can act, a soldier urgently arrives at the door, startling her. The messenger addresses Officer Tinny and says he has come with urgent news. Furious at the interruption, Tinny demands to know what is so important. The soldier reports that Lieutenant Carter has finally regained consciousness. Henry and Tinny are shocked by the news. Carter lies weak in bed, having only just recovered his senses. The doctor explains to the gathered officers that Carter's body is extremely weakened after his long unconsciousness. He estimates Carter will need about a full year to completely recover, surprising the commander. The doctor adds that surviving so long in the highly demonic Rank 6 district without support severely damaged Carter's body and shortened his lifespan, making his survival a miracle. The commander asks if Carter will indeed fully recover after that year. The doctor confirms, including rehabilitation, then says there is something else to report. He explains that during Carter's brief lucid moment, he told Carter about Black's death and Carter insisted there was something important he wished to convey. The doctor says Carter wanted to express deep gratitude specifically for Black's elimination, something he had long desired. Carter is shown crying emotionally at the news while lying in bed. The doctor relays that Carter especially wanted to thank Lieutenant Henry for fulfilling that wish. Henry quietly accepts the gratitude. Later, the doctor approaches Commander Asselin in the hall to speak with him. Another officer carefully asks the commander a question born of curiosity. He points out that Henry was promoted to Carter's lieutenant position under the assumption Carter was dead, and raises the issue that military law treats Carter as missing in action, meaning Carter should reclaim the post after recovery. The commander realizes this creates a difficult situation for them. Henry asks permission to share his own thoughts on the matter. The discussion prompts a shocked outburst from the commander heard from outside the building. Inside, he excitedly confirms Henry's proposal and asks if it is really true. The commander shouts that Henry never told him this information before. Henry and Tinny react silently as the tension rises around them. Time skips ahead 1 year as the fortress stands under another moonlit sky. A training duel shows Henry facing Hector, who now wears dark armor and emanates ominous power. Hector criticizes Henry's lack of sword talent even after a year of training. Henry angrily tells him to be quiet and readies his sword. Hector taunts him further, saying even a fool could learn these techniques in a year and questioning how that makes sense for someone as smart as Henry. Exhausted and thrown to the ground, Henry sighs in frustration. Lying there, he mutters that Hector is being irritating. Henry narrates that over the past year he achieved many feats as Special Forces Lieutenant, and was eventually promoted to an elite officer respected by his peers. He recalls countless dangerous missions deep in the malevolent forest where he even fought monsters while intentionally handicapping himself. He also trained daily, learning both Hector's and the Empire's sword styles simultaneously. Yet despite all this, Henry laments he still has not advanced beyond the rank of Blade Runner. Hector silently looks down at the exhausted Henry. Hector admits Henry is an impressive man. He explains that aura originates from a person's life force and represents the physical limit of their vitality. Hector notes that although Henry has faced many dangers, his unnatural strength prevented him from ever truly being on the brink of death, which has delayed the awakening of his aura. Hector says that the stronger someone is, the harder it is to draw out their aura, but once they do, their aura becomes far more powerful than most. Hector promises Henry that he will definitely learn to wield his aura someday. He clarifies that Henry's current brutal training is designed specifically to push his body beyond its physical limits. A new day dawns bright over the forested hills. Under the morning sun, Henry stands in the training grounds as Hector's dark energy disperses nearby. Henry gazes ahead and decides it is time for him to seek discharge from the military. The scene shifts to the fortress during the day as preparations for a ceremony are implied. Henry, now in formal uniform, walks toward the parade ground while a comrade watches. He stands among many soldiers in formation, ready for an official event. His comrade asks if he truly wants to leave the service. Henry firmly answers that discharge is indeed what he desires, reminding the officer that he clearly expressed this wish when Carter first awoke. Henry asks the commanders for permission to speak his mind. The commander allows Henry to say what he wants. Henry states that his noblesse-obliged service lasts 1 year and requests discharge at its end. The officer admits they understand Henry's resolve and realizes they cannot change his mind. Henry thanks them for everything, while the officer says they are actually the ones indebted to him. The officer credits Henry for making their unit distinguished, and thanks him for his efforts. The officer loudly orders the troops to assemble in front. The assembled soldiers prepare to salute Henry in appreciation for all he has done. The soldiers shout their salute to Henry in unison. Henry returns the salute formally before leaving. Time passes and the scene shifts to the garrison building. Henry appears with his luggage as the troops gather, some tearfully watching him go. The soldiers, crying, ask if Henry really has to leave and wonder how they will find another leader like him. The commander addresses Lieutenant Henry and suggests he give his men a farewell speech. Smiling, Henry thanks them for all their support and says he hopes to meet them again someday. As the group stands outside the building with a carriage ready, they praise Henry's character, thank him, and tell him to take care. At another building, someone off-screen asks Henry if he truly has to depart. In the commander's office, Henry confirms his decision, while the commander recalls when Henry had once begged to join them. The commander slides a decorated medal across the desk, telling Henry to take it. Henry happily accepts the medal and thanks the commander. Henry examines the Distinguished Medal of Honor, noting it normally has 1 star but his bears 3 due to his many achievements. He thinks that a 3-star Distinguished Medal will command great respect wherever he goes. The commander confirms he has kept Henry's discharge secret from Henry's family, as requested, and Henry thanks him. The commander produces a golden dragon head symbol Henry had requested, saying he made it as a special favor for Henry. The commander declares that as long as Henry holds this symbol, he will grant Henry 1 wish at any time. Henry's horse is shown, indicating it will remain behind. Henry asks the commander to take good care of his horse Ronan, and the commander agrees, joking about testing the animal and knowing what to do if it fails. The commander thanks Henry again for all he has done and invites him to rejoin their forces anytime. Henry thanks the commander, who reiterates the invitation if Henry changes his mind, then gruffly tells him to hurry up and go. Henry rides his horse out through the massive city gate into the night. While riding, Henry decides his first priority is to earn money since he lacks strength and wealth. He resolves to head to the Empire's greatest pleasure center, Vivaldi Town, to make money. The narrative introduces Vivaldi as the kingdom's greatest pleasure city. At Vivaldi's gate, officials register arrivals as guards and townsfolk look on. Henry approaches the city on horseback among the crowd waiting to enter. Henry, confident in his status, thinks he probably will not need to wait in the entry line. Inside an elegant room, a madam notices a uniformed newcomer and wonders about the soldier visitor. Observing Henry's youth, she assumes he must be a low-ranking officer. She greets Henry and offers to help him find something he likes in the clothing shop. Henry realizes she is underestimating him as a poor low-rank officer. Henry calmly says he is specifically looking for clothes designed by Sylvia, startling the shopkeeper. A narration explains that Sylvia is a legendary imperial designer whose clothes are the finest and very expensive. The shopkeeper is shocked by Henry's high-end request. Henry remarks that perhaps even her large store does not carry Sylvia's works, further flustering her. Panicking, she hurriedly asks Henry to wait a moment, while she looks, and he silently watches. After keeping him waiting, the shopkeeper politely apologizes. She proudly presents an outfit, explaining that these clothes are by Sylvia. Henry selects one of Sylvia's outfits and tells her he will change into it. Time passes as he changes, indicated by the quiet interior shot. Seeing Henry dressed, the shopkeeper reacts in astonishment at how unbelievable he looks. She gushes that in all her years working there, he is the first customer who suits Sylvia's clothes so perfectly. Henry appears fully dressed in the elegant white Sylvia outfit, adjusting his cuffs confidently. He starts to leave the changing area as the shopkeeper watches him, impressed. Smiling respectfully now, she asks if there is anything else the officer requires. Henry replies that he also needs shoes. Eager to please, she promises to bring out her best pair, while a cat lounges on a nearby seat. The heterochromatic cat muses that humans are incredibly weak when tempted by money. Henry finishes his purchase and walks out as the shopkeeper cheerfully thanks him and invites him to return. Outside, Henry happily adjusts his new clothes and says he feels good wearing proper attire. The cat complains that Henry spent all the money he had saved, and Henry orders the cat, Clever, to absorb his remaining belongings and the jade, which Clever obediently agrees to do. The story shifts to Vivaldi Town Center, focusing on a large public high score board of competitions. Henry, with Clever on his shoulder, approaches the scoreboard with interest. Henry asks what the board is, and Clever explains it lists the top competitors and champions of Vivaldi's various contests. Henry concludes that Vivaldi is essentially a huge gambling city, and Clever agrees, prompting Henry to decide it is time to earn money. Clever asks what he is searching for on the board, and Henry scans it thoughtfully. Henry spots the listing for the chess champion competition and exclaims that he has found what he was looking for. Seeing the champion's name, Henry is surprised that the same person is still reigning there. The board shows that the top chess champion is Brent Larson. Henry notes that Brent appears to have never lost a single match. The scene shifts to the imposing Vivaldi City Hall building. Inside, Mayor Brent Larson relaxes in his office, enjoying wine. An aide rushes in to report something urgent, and Brent tells him to enter. Brent warns the aide that the matter had better be important since it interrupted his wine time. The aide explains that someone holding the rare black rank status has requested an audience. Surprised, Brent asks who this black rank person is. The aide identifies the visitor as Henry Morris and says the man has not yet revealed his purpose. Startled, Brent slams the desk and repeats the name Henry Morris in shock. Brent reassures himself that the Henry Morris he knows is dead and assumes this must be a coincidence. Trying to avoid the meeting, Brent tells the aide to say he is busy and cannot see the visitor now. The aide warns that Henry threatened to expose the secret Bargist incident if Brent refuses to meet him. Brent is so shocked that he drops his wine glass. The glass shatters on the floor, spilling wine dramatically. Panicked, Brent yells at the aide to immediately bring Henry in. A narration explains that Brent has held the chess champion title for 10 years, becoming a symbol of pleasure and gambling, which helped him rise to city administrator. Alone again, Brent anxiously wonders who this mysterious man really is. He questions how the visitor could share Henry Morris's name and know about the Bargist incident. A knock is heard and the visitor announces he is coming in. Henry enters Brent's office, calmly facing him. Brent studies Henry suspiciously, trying to gauge him. Henry looks back with a confident, composed expression. Brent asks if he is indeed Henry Morris, and Henry confirms, addressing Brent by his chess title. Henry then amends the title, calling Brent more fittingly the Emperor of Vivaldi. Brent apologetically asks to see Henry's identity pass, and Henry agrees. Brent inspects the pass closely, growing tense. Seeing the 3 stars on the pass, Brent recognizes Henry as truly worthy of black rank. Brent notes that the pass is silver, meaning Henry is only of Baron's son status, which puzzles him. Henry silently smiles, giving nothing away. Henry's clenched hand shows his quiet determination as Brent thinks. Brent wonders how someone of such status could afford clothing by Sylvia, studying Henry in skepticism. Henry asks Brent to return the pass now that his identity has been verified. Flustered, Brent apologizes for his behavior and hands the pass back. An awkward silence follows as Brent sits behind the desk and Henry stands before him. Brent asks Henry if he knows a certain place called Burgess. Henry replies that he does and casually identifies it as an inn. Terrified that Henry knows the secret, Brent wonders how he could possibly know that. Brent, unsettled, asks Henry what he wants from him. Henry states his condition. He wants to play a chess match against Brent. Brent responds arrogantly, asking if Henry understands who he is. Henry calmly recites Brent's fame as a decade-long reigning chess champion whose reputation helped make him mayor. Henry offers terms. If Brent can defeat him at chess, Henry will reveal how he knows about the Burgess Inn. Henry points out that Brent's curiosity about that mystery is the real reason he allowed Henry in and presses that the offer is attractive. Brent, sweating, wonders what Henry is scheming. Brent warns Henry that one of his titles is undefeated champion. Henry says that is exactly why he chose to challenge Brent, because he enjoys defeating strong opponents. Brent asks what Henry truly wants, doubting that victory alone is his goal. Moving a piece, Henry claims he actually expects to lose and therefore wants a substantial reward rather than something trivial. Brent agrees to hear whatever demand Henry might make if he wins. Henry suggests they start the game and declares that, as challenger, he will play white. Brent confidently agrees to the match. As Brent makes his first move, Henry thinks to himself that Brent can keep laughing, since Henry is the very inventor of this game. Time passes during their intense chess battle, marked by the ticking clock. Brent slams his fists on the table in frustration as the game reaches its climax. Realizing something is wrong, Brent stares at the board in disbelief. Henry places a decisive piece on the board in a swift, final move. The board shows Brent's king trapped as Henry declares checkmate. Relaxed in his chair, Henry announces that the game is over. Brent, trembling, cannot believe he has been so easily checkmated by a stranger. He despairs that the honor and fame he guarded for 10 years have been shattered so quickly. Henry casually asks if Brent is feeling alright, noting that he looks unwell. Brent grits his teeth, seething with humiliation. In a fury, Brent sweeps the chess pieces off the board, shouting in outrage. He demands to know how such a loss is even possible. Henry remarks that normally defeating a king-like champion would earn him a special title and large reward, but this situation is different. Brent, panicking, tries to declare the game void and attempts to flee the situation. Henry coldly tells him to calm down and reminds him he still has a promise to honor. Night falls outside as the confrontation continues inside the office. Brent, terrified, demands to know who Henry really is. Henry answers that he is the second chess disciple of the magician Henry Morris. Brent is stunned into a single disbelieving question. Henry explains that Burgesson was both where Brent first learned and last played chess with Henry's master, confirming Brent's memory. Henry says he personally learned chess from Lord Morris, who took him as a disciple because they shared the same name. He adds that this is how he knows Brent, having been told Brent was Morris's first disciple, then asks if Henry wants the champion title. Henry clarifies that he has no desire to become chess champion himself. Instead, he cheerfully states that all he wants as payment is 10,000 gold. Brent stammers that he does not have that much money, while Henry thinks to himself that he expected such cowardice. Henry reminds Brent that by law anyone who defeats a chess champion is owed 10,000 gold. Henry further reveals he knows Brent has already received that reward and keeps the money at the top of Vivaldi Tower. Brent, sweating, asks in disbelief if their mutual master also told Henry about this hidden stash. Henry calmly declares that he will take that stored money as his prize. Smiling, Henry assures Brent that no one will discover the missing funds as long as Brent does not lose his position, implying Brent has no choice but to pay. Henry thinks his opponent will not lose because his pride is at stake, and the other man agrees. Henry decides to leave and orders the man to take him to where his money is kept. The scene shifts to a tall tower under a starry night sky. While ascending the tower, Henry admires the view and is told this panoramic sight is the pride of Vivaldi Tower. The man brings Henry to a set of doors, announcing they have arrived. Inside is a large library-like room lined with bookshelves. One particular book on the shelf is highlighted as special. The man pulls out the special book like a lever. A hidden keyhole panel is revealed behind the shelf. The man turns to Henry, preparing to open the secret compartment. He produces an old key to unlock the hidden mechanism. The bookshelf opens, revealing a concealed passageway. The man gestures to the opening, saying the money is through that door. Henry reacts with shock and anticipation at what he is about to see. They enter a vault filled with mountains of coins, astonishing Henry. Henry observes that each coin appears to contain about 100 grams of platinum. Calculating, Henry says he must take 100 kilograms of platinum to equal 10,000 gold, and the man wonders how he will transport it. Henry tells him not to worry and turns toward the piles of coins as the man looks on, confused. Henry commands his subordinate entity Clever to take all the coins, and a reply acknowledges the order. He activates powerful magic with his glowing hand against a summoning circle. A massive surge of light and energy engulfs the vault as the coins are drawn toward Henry. The man, stunned, asks how Henry performed such a feat. Henry replies that he naturally came prepared in advance for such a situation. Remembering something, Henry offers the man a rolled paper as a gift, explaining it is a scroll that can summon him. The man, puzzled, asks why he is being given a summoning scroll. Henry explains that if someone like him appears again, the man should tear the scroll and Henry will come deal with that person. The man gratefully thanks Henry while clutching the scroll. In a dim corridor of cells, someone calls out to Bent. A prisoner asks Bent if he can entrust his people to Bent's care. Bent reacts with pained hesitation. Bent apologetically says he cannot do that and asks for forgiveness. Reflecting on the scroll, the prisoner decides to forgive Bent. Footsteps indicate Henry walking away. Henry stands at a window, looking out over the city at night. He resolves that now he has money, it is time to move on to his real business. The next day, the 10 million gold arena and its coliseum are shown bustling. A staff member welcomes visitors, introducing the place as the 10 million gold arena. Henry approaches the front desk and requests to enter the sword fight, impressing the clerk. The clerk hands Henry registration papers to become a player. Henry notes the form is simple, requiring only basic information like name, rank and strength, and begins filling it out. He submits his completed form and identity pass to the clerk, who asks him to wait. The clerk calls out to Henry with some concern. He points out the form lists Henry as a runner-rank swordsman, while his ID says he is with the elite Calivant Special Forces, asking how someone of that low rank earned 2 stars there. Henry flashes his prestigious black Vivaldi card and questions why the clerk would doubt him when he holds it. Terrified, the clerk insists he meant no offense and apologizes profusely. The clerk stamps Henry's registration with official approval. He then hands Henry his player license, confirming his registration. Henry sees that he has been given F-rank status, which he accepts as natural for a newcomer. The rules of the sword fight are explained as duels between equal ranks where the winner is whoever breaks the opponent's sword. The narration states this quick, fierce swordsman event is very popular in Vivaldi. It recalls that Henry once entered such a sword fight before and convincingly proved his worth. Another rule is explained that higher-ranked fighters draw bigger crowds and therefore more money to their matches. Henry notes that higher stakes accompany those higher-ranked matches as he looks at posted notices. A worker approaches, asking if Henry is here to fight and requesting to see his player license, which Henry presents. The worker explains Henry is F rank and must beat 3 F ranks to rise to D, though defeating a single C rank can also instantly promote him. He adds that promotions can only advance 1 tier at a time and cannot skip multiple levels. Henry privately complains that such a ranking structure is annoying and a waste of his time. He decides to bet on himself, staking 100 gold on his ability to defeat any C rank or higher opponents. Excited by the lucrative proposal, the staff member eagerly accepts Henry's condition. Time passes as sunlight streams through the window, implying preparations continue. At reception, a crowd of rough fighters jostles and shouts to be first in line. Watching the chaos, Henry observes inwardly that everyone is scrambling for a chance at money. He notes that the prize money available here exceeds what a typical B rank could earn even by winning every match all month. The clerk nervously tells Henry that a huge number of fighters have applied to challenge him and asks which ones he will accept. Henry casually selects one challenger to start with. That chosen challenger exults, assuming his upcoming fight against Henry will be an easy win. Spectators murmur that Henry, only F rank, is unlucky to face Damien, a formidable sword expert and B rank. Damien stands confidently with quality gear, while Henry assesses that his equipment looks decent. Henry examines his own sword, recognizing it as a steel sword from Vivaldi Town. The judge announces that injuring the opponent forfeits the bout and officially starts the match. Damien smugly asks Henry if he knows why sword fights are popular. Henry dismissively responds that he does not see why that should matter. Damien explains that the event dramatizes the difference in skill and warns Henry he will struggle to block his attacks. Henry readies his sword and remarks that Damien talks far too much. Damien charges aggressively at Henry as they cross swords. Henry focuses intensely, channeling power into his sword. Their blades clash in a brilliant explosion of light and energy. Damien stares in disbelief at his damaged sword. A broken fragment of his blade hits the ground, signifying his loss. The crowd reacts in shock, shouting at the unexpected outcome. Henry casually asks the stunned judge to declare the match over. The judge announces Henry as the winner, and the audience cheers wildly. Damien protests in confusion, asking how an F rank could have done that. Onlookers wonder if Henry's rank is fake and question who he really is. Henry calls out to the receptionist from the arena floor. He declares that he is doubling his bet and is now willing to fight any B rank contenders. The announcer and crowd realize that with the double bet the stakes have risen to 200 gold. Henry thinks that with this approach he can raise his rank very quickly. Later, Henry is proclaimed the winner again while raising his sword triumphantly. He muses that winning was easy and wonders if this alone already puts him in contention for S rank. Narration explains that each time Henry rose a rank he doubled his match price. His initial 100 gold wager mushrooms into a huge fortune as he wins repeatedly, and crowds chant his name. Henry's success turns the 10 million gold sword fights into a major attraction, doubling the arena's sales. He announces that his match fee is now 3,000 gold and invites any S-rank contenders to challenge him. The crowd outside the arena erupts with excitement at this declaration. A wealthy-looking man approaches Henry in the street and offers to sponsor him if he joins his team. Henry politely refuses the sponsorship. Walking off, he explains that he did not come here merely to make money. He states his real goal is to climb all the way to the top. A towering armored figure, the Black Knight, walks through the town toward the arena, drawing attention. Henry waits outside the arena as the imposing Black Knight approaches him. Onlookers whisper in disbelief, and the Black Knight asks Henry if he is enjoying his newfound fame. The Black Knight announces he is challenging Henry, introducing himself as S-rank 18th place Sawan as Henry asks his rank. Spectators recognize Sawan as the famed barrier blade, explained as a swordsman who becomes like an unbreakable wall when armed. Henry calmly tells Sawan that he is about to drop to 19th place. In the arena, the judge reminds both S-ranks of the usual rule not to kill and then starts their match. Sawan powers up his glowing sword and promises to show why people call him the barrier blade. Holding the radiant weapon, Sawan invites Henry to attack. Henry assesses that Sawan is at a very high sword expert level and activates his own spell, Magic Armor. Sawan launches forward with explosive speed. Henry meets his charge, swinging his own energy-infused sword. They clash in a ferocious exchange as Henry drives in aggressively. Afterward, Sawan looks triumphant with his intact sword while Henry crouches, apparently having taken the blow. The crowd exclaims over Henry's skill as he points out that Sawan is now vulnerable, mocking him as only a gate instead of a wall. Henry notes with a smile that Sawan is the first S-rank opponent who actually forced him to use magic. The arena is announced to be hosting the much-anticipated next match. Heavy footsteps herald the approach of another armored fighter. The ground cracks under the weight of that fighter's step, emphasizing his power. The announcer introduces S-rank second place, the Black Knight, against challenger Henry Morris as the two face off. The Black Knight congratulates Henry for making it this far. Henry charges in, telling the Black Knight he intends to surpass him. Their clash releases a blinding flash of blue and violet energy. When the light fades, Henry stands victorious over the fallen Black Knight as the judge declares him the winner. Later, Henry looks up at the rankings board, thinking that only one opponent remains. He sees that the number 1 sword fighter is listed only under the title King and scoffs at the name. Henry tells a receptionist to inform King that a true challenger has arrived, shocking the staff. He then declares a personal wager of 5,000 gold on the upcoming fight. Onlookers gasp at the enormous sum, speculating about Henry's background and noting his designer clothes. Armed guards and a mysterious man in a tall hat enter the hall. The masked man in the hat recognizes Henry as the one who has turned the arena upside down. Henry greets the man politely. The man stands flanked by his guards, clearly someone important. He introduces himself as 10, the owner of the 10 million gold arena. Henry thinks to himself that this greedy man has finally appeared. 10 confirms Henry is indeed the fighter who defeated the Black Knight in a single blow, and Henry nonchalantly agrees. 10 says he has a proposal for Henry if Henry is willing to listen. 10 explains that since Henry is the first to challenge King, he wants to elevate the event's scale. Henry, intrigued, asks how 10 plans to do that. 10 contrasts the usual non-fatal sword fights with this special challenge, noting normal matches avoid lethal harm. He reveals that matches against King follow different rules where fatal injuries are allowed. Henry understands that this deadly rule has kept others from challenging King and asks what 10 ultimately wants. 10 explains that King is the only sword master in the arena while Henry is merely ranked as a runner, making their duel unprecedented, and proposes staging it tomorrow at the town center as a grand spectacle. Henry questions why he should agree, and 10 answers that Henry will be richly rewarded for cooperating. 10 describes the 10 million gold arena as a place where greed can be fully satisfied through battles and coin-filled rewards. Henry responds that before agreeing he wants to ask 10 a question. 10, smiling, invites Henry to ask whatever he wishes. Henry asks if it is true there is no upper limit on how much can be bet on a fight against King, and 10 confirms this is what makes such matches special. Henry then asks what happens if the arena cannot afford to pay out what is owed after the match. 10 arrogantly assures him that the 10 million gold arena always has enough money and that Henry need not worry about payment. Satisfied, Henry says that is all he needed to know and casually asks 10 to provide him with lodging, which 10 gladly promises, offering the finest room in Vivaldi town. Henry smirks, thinking that Mr. 10 will soon make him rich. People talk about the undefeated arena champion King finally getting a challenger named Henry Morris. Rumors say Henry rose through bribery, but he is actually quite skilled. Thanks to 10's sponsorship, Henry's final match is scheduled as the main event in Vivaldi's central arena. Narration explains that a larger crowd will raise the betting stakes in Henry's favor. The swelling audience means Henry stands to earn far more money than before. Watching from a window, Henry notes that everything is proceeding according to plan. He decides it is time to execute his scheme. Henry asks 10 for the current betting odds difference. 10 answers that the betting gap between Henry and King is about 100-fold. Henry assumes everyone expects King to dominate the match. 10 says that is natural since people want to profit from betting on the sure winner. 10 boasts that King is the arena's only sword master and has never lost. Henry calls to 10. Henry says he wants to place a bet on himself before the match begins. 10 assumes Henry only wants to motivate himself and casually agrees, while Henry inwardly thanks him for being so accepting. The scene shifts to the 10 million gold arena on match day. Henry tells the bookie he wants to participate in the betting, knowing contestants may only bet on themselves. He confidently wagers 10,000 gold on his own victory, and secretly orders his spirit clever to hand over the money. Henry magically produces a bright mass of coins. A mountain of 10,000 gold pieces appears, shocking the clerk. Henry calculates that with odds at 100 to 1 he will earn 1,000,000 gold, suspects the arena cannot pay that much, and plans to claim a specific asset instead. After the staff confirm the sum, the clerk gives Henry his betting receipt. Henry happily calls the receipt his golden ticket and mentally warns 10 that a surprise is coming. In the arena, Henry enters to a roaring crowd. King appears to loud cheers and expressions of faith from his supporters. Henry observes that the famed champion looks quite ordinary. The referee reminds them of a special rule for crown champion fights that allows serious injury and confirms both agreed. The referee announces the start of the match as spectators go wild. Henry and King square off with drawn swords. Henry is suddenly engulfed in a red aura and startled. He recognizes something unusual affecting his vision. He realizes King is using debuff magic. Henry deduces King's undefeated record comes from secretly killing weakened opponents under this rule, which silences any complaints and preserves his champion status. Henry activates return magic to counter the spell. Narration explains that return magic is a rare defensive spell that reflects hostile magic back at the original caster with lethal force. The hidden mages casting the debuff are struck by the reflected magic and collapse, coughing blood. Henry mocks them as weak three-circle mages and notes they can no longer interfere in the duel. Henry calls out King, declares the start of a proper fight, and equips his magic armor. King charges while insulting Henry. Henry senses that King's aura is far below true sword master level. Comparing him to fortress sword experts, Henry judges King weaker than special forces sergeants, and concludes his reputation was exaggerated. Henry decides to end King's charade quickly, and raises his sword for a decisive blow. His powerful attack smashes King down violently. King's sword embeds itself into the ground, signaling his defeat. The audience gasps in shock. Spectators stare at the arena floor in disbelief, realizing King has lost and wondering what just happened. 10's hand trembles, spilling his wine. 10 reels in disbelief that King has actually been defeated. The referee proclaims Henry Morris the winner and new champion to the cheering crowd. The story cuts back to the 10 million gold arena exterior. In a tavern, people excitedly spread the news that Henry Morris is the new arena champion and that King was no match for him. Others lament losing money by betting on King and marvel that Vivaldi has a new champion. Back at 10's mansion, 10 stares in shock as a subordinate reports the outcome. The subordinate explains that Henry wagered 10,000 gold on himself before the match, stunning 10. The man adds that with the 112-fold odds and fight prize included, Henry's payout is enormous. He calculates they owe Henry about 1,123,780 gold, leaving 10 horrified. 10 panics, deciding they must kill Henry to avoid bankruptcy and ruin. A menacing voice asks whom he intends to kill. Henry appears and easily throws 2 approaching henchmen aside. Smiling coldly, Henry challenges 10 to repeat his threat to his face. 10 hurriedly orders everyone else out so he can speak privately with Henry. The door slams shut behind them. 10 scolds his mages for attacking Henry as Henry looms over them. 10 plays dumb, but Henry states he is there to collect his money and offers to let 10 go if he pays quietly. Henry warns 10 not to try anything and threatens to bring the town mayor if he refuses to pay. Terrified, 10 confirms Henry means Mayor Bent. Henry says he has already discussed matters with the mayor and again demands the money. 10 admits they cannot pay. He confesses he only has about 100,000 gold and offers Henry all his assets instead. Henry replies that he never cared about owning the arena and had already known 10 lacked the funds. Gripping 10's shoulder, Henry says he has another proposal. He suggests they continue the discussion at 10's house, and 10 nervously agrees. Henry then viciously reprimands the 2 magicians, threatening to kill them if they ever cheat like that again, and they beg forgiveness. A view of 10's grand estate sets the scene for their later talk. Inside, 10 timidly asks what offer Henry mentioned. Henry lounges with his tea, relaxing before answering. Henry tells 10 to start answering his questions honestly. He first asks 10 how many units of cold iron he possesses. Narration explains that cold iron is a rare deep-sea mineral that amplifies magic power so greatly it is banned as currency. Henry tells 10 to stop pretending ignorance, and vows to take those minerals from him. 10 is shocked that Henry knows about the secret stash of cold iron. Henry dismisses the question of how he knows and presses again for the quantity, prompting 10 to admit to having about 300 kilograms. Henry says he will initially accept only about 300,000 gold from the massive debt but will also take all of 10's cold iron. 10 calculates that much cold iron is worth only about 40,000 gold and thinks the deal seems favorable. Henry says 10 can repay the remaining debt over time. When 10 hesitates, Henry reminds him he will not forgive a 10 million gold loss, forcing 10 to swear he will pay. Henry then hands 10 a scroll as a gift. 10 learns it is a summoning scroll. Henry explains that 10 can keep earning money and that he will easily handle any challengers, so crooked champion rules are unnecessary. Henry casually picks a room in 10's estate, implying he will live there. He adds that he needs a place to stay for a while and will be under 10's care, despite this being 10's personal office. Narration states that because 10 could not pay Henry, the once richest man in Vivaldi quickly became its poorest. Later, Henry calls out to 10, who answers wearily. Henry criticizes 10's attitude, making him nervously insist nothing is wrong. Henry asks 10 to reveal the true purpose of the 10 million gold arena. He says he doubts the arena exists merely to earn money. Henry reveals his second objective is fame and that he wants to use the arena to build a reputation as the strongest group. 10 admits the arena also functions as an information brokerage. He elaborates that they gather intelligence on major cities, states, and even the Holy City, with networks in several free states. Henry notes that such work requires extensive research into others. 10 confirms this and describes how broad and organized their information network is. He adds that their network is still inferior to that of the powerful underground guild Silver Moon. Hearing the name Silver Moon, Henry grows thoughtful. Narration describes Silver Moon as a massive underground guild with vast connections, manpower, information, and resources, making them hard to approach. It explains that Henry intends to exploit that exclusivity by turning 10's operation into a second Silver Moon. 10 is dumbfounded by this ambition. Henry notes that, given the arena's ruined finances, they cannot trade normally and thus should transform into a powerful group instead. He declares they will form an organization to rival Silver Moon. 10 wonders how someone so young can have such confidence, and questions who Henry Morris really is. Henry states that lack of manpower is their only problem. 10 protests that Silver Moon relies on criminals, mercenaries, and assassins and insists they do not do such work. Henry cheerfully suggests they start doing it too. He announces that the 10 million gold arena will now build its own mercenary force, seeking multiple partner groups to maximize profit. Henry orders 10 to take notes on his plan. He says they only need skilled, confident recruits. Henry sets generous pay, promising double the usual wage for A-rank mercenaries. He adds that talented members will receive education and housing if needed. 10 nervously asks if Henry is being too generous. Henry explains that attractive conditions are necessary for a new group and convinces 10 with this logic. Henry says he will personally fund the startup costs and handle interviews, while 10 focuses on spreading their name. Henry chooses the name Million for their new group. Narration states that the name Million soon spreads throughout the kingdom. Mercenaries talk about the new group in Vivaldi that offers 10 gold a month plus bonuses. Hearing the offer is good, they decide to go apply. The scene returns to the bustling 10 million gold arena. The application hall is crowded, and tempers flare among would-be recruits. A clerk breaks up the argument, warning troublemakers they will be expelled. He hands out forms and asks them to register while he alerts the manager. Elsewhere, Henry calmly pours himself a cup of coffee. He relaxes on a sofa, sipping his drink. Someone rushes to his door and bursts in. Mayor Bent, out of breath, asks about the urgent matter Henry summoned him for. Henry lightly tells the mayor to sit and relax since there was no need to rush. Henry asks what issue has brought the mayor again. He reassures Bent and notes that visitor numbers in Vivaldi have hit a record high. Bent agrees and says the surge is due to the new mercenary group at the 10 million gold arena. Henry confirms this and proudly states that Million has been formed with himself as leader. Shocked, the mayor questions Henry's seriousness, and Henry points out how quickly their promotion boosted tourism. Henry reminds the mayor of his previous promise to grant any request if Henry won. The mayor affirms that he remembers. Henry says his one request is for the mayor to fulfill now. He reveals the request is to raise local taxes. Henry clarifies he only wants a modest increase to profit from the influx of soldiers, but the mayor protests that he lacks authority as just a town official. The mayor insists the kingdom controls tax levels. Henry counters that while overall tax rates are fixed, the mayor can adjust taxes in specific districts. The mayor is stunned that Henry knows this loophole. Henry explains that raising taxes in select areas will stimulate Vivaldi's economy and also give the mayor substantial profit. Henry calmly asks if his reasoning is wrong while sipping his drink. The mayor silently wonders how Henry could possibly know such insider details. Henry agrees to help Sir Henry with his plan. Henry notes that openly partnering town hall with a private group looks bad, so he has prepared an official group for them. He explains this official partner is the fighting arena group that all Vivaldi town arenas have joined. Henry says testing this group will draw many mercenaries to Vivaldi. He explains the mercenaries will stay for interviews, need money, and naturally flock to the arenas where they can be specially taxed on applications and participation. The mayor worries this new tax will upset existing fighters. Henry replies that if old fighters complain they can be pacified by exempting them from the tax. He adds that this will pit new fighters against old ones, creating controlled internal chaos like the central government often does. Henry says troublemakers can be jailed and that he promised an expensive gem for those who reach the interview. Then the mayor asks what Henry gains. Henry answers he wants half of the special tax revenue, making the mayor realize the deal is self-serving. The mayor, still tempted, promises Henry a personal share of the money later. They formally thank each other and seal the arrangement. The two men shake hands to finalize their corrupt partnership. Henry, smiling, says compatriots should support one another. Narration states that within 2 days crowds pour into Vivaldi, and Henry begins his test. Many mercenaries arrive at the testing grounds. A staff member explains there will be a 3-part entrance test. A mercenary confirms they get paid even if they fail, and is told yes. The examiner announces 1 silver coin for passing Phase 1, enough for a day of food and drink, impressing the mercenaries. He says Phase 1 is simple, just pass through a small room to reach Phase 2. A man in a top hat wonders how much money Henry will hand out and decides to watch. A confident blonde mercenary strides into the room, boasting he will display true talent. The examiner adds that those who fail will exit through the left door. Inside, the blonde man enters a long, dim corridor. He scoffs internally that this so-called test is pathetic. As he walks, nothing seems unusual at first. Suddenly his body feels unbearably heavy under increasing gravity. He realizes Phase 1 is designed to measure participants' stamina under crushing gravity. Determined, he decides he only needs to run to clear it. A bright flash signals the end of the ordeal. The man regains consciousness lying on the ground. Disoriented, he wonders if he passed the test as he shields his eyes from bright light. Feeling something soft beneath him, he wonders what it is. He notices his hand resting on another person in a heap of bodies. Looking around, he sees many other unconscious participants piled around him. A staffer tells him he fainted during Phase 1 and was carried outside like the others. Horrified, he realizes everyone here collapsed before finishing the first phase. Later, he trudges away in shame as Henry watches from a distance. Henry thinks he has no use for those who fail his gravity filter and mentally describes the hidden gravity phase spell that intensified near the exit. He notes that a strong warrior could endure it, and a capable mage could dispel it, so only such people are worth recruiting. Sitting on a stump, Henry is approached by someone who has been searching for him. The mayor asks if it is okay to continue the test since no one passed that day, and Henry says he will watch one more day. Henry says the next step is to search for a rare talent among the masses, and he never meant to accept everyone. That night mercenaries complain about scarce lodging due to the influx of participants. They discuss how all taverns are packed and consider visiting Vivaldi's fighting arenas. The scene shifts to the 10 million gold arena building. Fighters are shocked by a new special fee posted there. When they protest that there was never a matching fee, the arena claims the sudden surge of fighters forced them to levy a special tax. Existing fighters resent suffering because of newcomers but feel they cannot drive them out, though for now nothing serious happens. Narration says entrance fees have skyrocketed as Henry predicted, yet day 1 ends with little real trouble. The next morning a determined mercenary vows to pass Phase 1. His companions ask if he has a plan, and he says he has several ideas he will reveal if he succeeds. The gravity symbol again marks the oppressive test building. Narration notes that Henry's exam was never meant to be easy, many fail again, and some give up to fight in arenas to recoup losses. Observing, Henry categorizes the fighters into 4 types. He first notes the fresh participants who just arrived. Then he describes those who keep retrying his test, those who give up to join the arenas, and those who abandon everything and go home. Seeing many leave because Vivaldi is expensive, Henry decides it is time to advance his plan. That night he instructs Mayor Ben to begin granting tax exemptions to existing fighters. The mayor worries this will anger new fighters, but Henry remains confident. The mayor internally realizes Henry's scheme leaves them no room for quick countermeasures. Henry tells him not to worry, claiming he already devised a flawless plan. A new day dawns over the testing grounds. People notice a new sign on the building and wonder what it means. The crowd hears mention of a privileged gate and grows curious. The examiner explains a new rule where fighters ranked B or higher in the arena get an exclusive gate for the test. The top hat observer recognizes this as a special proving ground for arena fighters and sees Henry as pushing them into arena participation. He reflects that this strategy will surely raise their revenue. Impressed, he concludes Henry is truly competent. Narration says 10 days pass with still no one clearing phase 1, while only taxes and arena profits continue to climb. Morning light filters into a room, signaling a new development. Henry is calmly drinking tea when someone addresses him. He asks what the matter is. The top hat man anxiously asks if Henry is sure anyone can pass such a harsh first phase. Henry insists they can and hears rumors that his test is just bait to boost arena profits. He claims he only wants enough money, acknowledges the rumors, and decides he must respond more actively. The top hat man, startled, asks what Henry means. Henry explains he needs to stage an act to dispel doubt and win public trust, declaring it is time for Henry Morris himself to step forward. At the test grounds, angry mercenaries bombard the examiner with accusations that the exam is impossible bait. The examiner nervously asks them to calm down. He announces they will prove the test is passable. Henry is introduced to the crowd as the current champion of the fighting arena, here to take the test himself. The mercenaries murmur that this is the famous high-scoring Henry, supposedly only a low-rank swordsman without aura. Some doubt that such a low rank could be the arena champion. The examiner says Henry has not unlocked aura, so they will have him attempt phase 1 to show it can be done. Spectators protest that even experts have failed and doubt someone without aura can succeed, while Henry quietly contemplates. Henry then loudly berates them for their weakness, saying that as an aura-less sword runner he is confident he can pass, so they should be able to as well. The crowd erupts angrily, demanding he repeat his insult, and he coolly affirms it. Henry smirks and says he will prove his words. The mercenaries accept the challenge and demand to see him do it. Henry opens the test doors and announces the beginning of the demonstration. He calmly enters the gravity corridor. He secretly activates his magic armor equipment. Henry adds counter magic to nullify the gravity spell's effects on himself. He strides forward through the crushing gravity while others around him struggle. Even as others collapse, he pretends to strain and says he cannot go further. Nevertheless, he reaches out and touches the exit door. Emerging outside, he stretches and declares the test easy, mocking the others as talentless. Narration states that this simple act dispelled the rumors and reignited everyone's desire to pass. Another note says all participants again began giving their best effort. Later, Henry, watching from above, wonders aloud if he made the conditions too harsh since no one has passed yet, but the mayor says that is not the reason. Henry realizes most top sword experts have already been recruited elsewhere, contrary to his belief that mercenaries only care about money. He agrees, concluding fighters also seek guaranteed profit, not just pay. Henry thinks many skilled fighters are likely tied to big groups and wonders if his entire effort was wasted, considering whether he must intervene personally. He tells the mayor there are 10 days left and that they should normalize conditions while earning as much as possible. Henry adds that he will leave for 10 days to scout mercenaries himself and can be contacted through 10 if needed. The scene shifts back to the 10 million gold arena building. Inside, Henry tells the top hat man he will be away and assigns him extra work. He instructs him to gather information on professional fighters across regions, prompting the man to ask if Henry plans to fight them. Henry says only the best should be selected and mentions he must travel to the southern port city Aniclimax. He explains there is someone there he needs to bring back and asks the man to keep collecting fighter data while he is gone. As he sheathes his sword, Henry muses about a sword master named Van and hopes the man is still in Aniclimax and will listen. Hand on the door handle, Henry tells them he is heading out. When he opens the door, the examiner bursts in urgently. Henry, surprised, asks what happened. The examiner, out of breath, announces that someone has finally cleared the test. Henry reacts with delighted relief. The scene returns to the testing grounds, now peaceful. A large, rough-looking man walks in, identified as the one who passed phase 1. Henry approaches, congratulates him, and introduces himself as captain of the new mercenary group Million. The man introduces himself as Hagler and shakes Henry's hand. Hagler then says there is something he wants to ask. Henry encourages him to speak. Hagler asks if joining this mercenary group truly provides a home and education for his children, and Henry assures him such rewards are deserved. Hagler, thinking deeply, weighs this promise. His expression turns grim and earnest as he considers his situation. Gripping Henry's hand tightly, he silently shows his resolve. Henry is surprised inwardly, wondering how this seemingly rustic man managed to pass what he thought only famous fighters could. Hagler asks what the second test entails, and Henry says it is simply a sword duel. Henry invites him to begin the second stage and asks him to give it his all. Hagler activates a powerful blue aura around his sword. He stands ready, sword blazing with energy. Henry, impressed, judges the aura comparable to that of a sword master and deems it satisfactory. Empowering his own sword with magic, Henry offers Hagler the first strike. Hagler focuses intently behind his glowing blade. He launches a ferocious overhead attack infused with aura. Their blades clash with immense force. A burst of red and blue energy explodes as Henry meets the blow. Hagler's eyes widen in shock at Henry's strength. Henry, unfazed, matches him with calm precision. Hagler roars and continues attacking furiously. Another explosive clash shows Henry still holding firm against the desperate assault. Observing while parrying, Henry decides Hagler is far stronger than Hugo. He also senses the desperation in Hagler's sword, indicating powerful motivation. Henry tells Hagler it is now his turn to attack, and Hagler steels himself. Henry unleashes a swift, powerful slash that sends an energy wave toward Hagler. Hagler, recalling to a summoned companion named Chest, he forms a glowing red sphere of magic in his hand. Henry brandishes the red orb with a confident smile, preparing further magic. He unleashes a blast of fire. Holding a blazing sword like a torch, he reasons that the lake spirits who rarely see fire should be greatly alarmed. He listens again through whispering, focusing on their reactions. Terrified voices scream about the fire, fearing it will burn everyone in the Illyricon egg, and one blurts out that the egg is hidden under an ash tree's roots. Hearing this confirms the egg's location and makes Henry grin. He thinks that since the egg lies beneath an ash tree, all he needs to do now is find that specific tree and is glad he memorized plant illustrations. Confident in his botanical knowledge, he says distinguishing an ash tree here will be easy. Henry casts a bright light spell to illuminate the forest path. He walks purposefully along the shore toward the tree. His steps bring him right to the water's edge. Looking around, he spots something of interest ahead. Facing a large tree by the lake, he identifies it as the ash tree he was searching for. Hearing the spirits beg him to stay away, Henry coldly rejects their plea. As spirits shout for the human to leave and ignore the egg, Henry thanks them inwardly for confirming its exact presence. He begins channeling blue magic in front of the ash tree. Energy pulses from him into the ground and water around the roots. The soil and lakebed glow as he directs his magic toward the tree's hidden heart. Reaching into a crevice among the roots, Henry's hand closes on a small glowing object. He triumphantly lifts out the tiny purple egg-like crystal. Removing the noisy earring, he notes that everything around the lake has gone blissfully silent. He snaps his fingers again to end his spells. Standing calmly by the tranquil water, he looks satisfied with what he has done. Holding up the crystal, Henry announces he has obtained an Illyricon egg. Admiring the gem-like egg, he remarks there is no doubt it is a spirit egg and praises its beauty. He reflects that this is the second spirit egg he has ever acquired when counting one he obtained in his previous life. Considering how rare Illyricons are, he thinks that if this really is one of their eggs, its potential is limitless, and even high-ranked spirit magicians struggle to form contracts with such beings. Henry plans how to nurture it, noting that as a water spirit it will need a consistent supply of water and magical energy. He conjures another glowing spell on his fingertip, named Sharp. Using the sharpened magic, he cuts his own arm. A small wound opens as part of his plan. Henry reasons that his own body, rich in water and magic power, will be the best place to keep the egg. He casts Heal to close the wound after preparing the site. Once his preparations are complete, he decides it is time to resume his original journey to Enkelman. He calls his horse Jade back to the lakeside. When Jade appears, Henry says it is time for them to leave. He mounts Jade, ready to depart at speed. Using magic, he commands Jade to fly. The enchanted horse soars into the night sky along a spiraling trail of light, carrying Henry away from the Lake of Whispers toward his next destination. 2 days later, Henry completes a normally 4-day journey without rest and reaches Enkelman. The narration establishes Enkelman as a bustling port city filled with ships. Arriving at the city gate on horseback, Henry presents his credentials to the guards. A close-up shows Henry's silver badge marked with 3 stars of authority. Recognizing the badge, the gate guard excitedly salutes Henry and expresses his honor. Inside the city, an official greets Henry warmly and welcomes him to Enkelman. Henry walks with his horse along the seaside, taking in the view of the harbor defenses. Looking at the sea, Henry notes it has been a while since he visited and that the air is as salty as ever. He recalls that he used to come to Enkelman to relax whenever he was troubled. Standing with the spirit of his old master, Henry reflects that the salty sea air still soothes him. Clever, the spirit in the horse, admits he has never seen the sea and hesitantly asks about it. Clever asks permission to see through Henry's senses, and Henry agrees. Henry lets Clever fully share his vision, telling him to look to his heart's content. Clever appears delighted and wide-eyed as he experiences the sea for the first time. Together with his horse and Clever, Henry gazes over the sparkling ocean while Clever marvels aloud. Henry, surprised, asks Clever to confirm he really has never seen the ocean before. Clever compares this bright sea to similar places in Devildom where the water was pitch black, and Henry understands his amazement. Clever then asks Henry if he truly believes the man named Ban is in Enkelman. Henry answers that Ban should be hiding here somewhere, calling him a clever patriot who even slew his own king. The narration flashes back, explaining that during the Allied Wars Enkelman was once a small kingdom. Before attacking, Henry formed a delegation to request Enkelman's surrender. He wished to avoid a pointless war against such a weak country, but Enkelman's arrogant king refused. The king insists on fighting to preserve royal dignity despite Henry's attempts at negotiation. Henry challenges whether the king truly wants Aniclimax destroyed. In the next moment the king is abruptly struck in the neck, shocked as he is killed. Ben suddenly cuts down the king, astonishing Henry and everyone present. The king's crown falls to the ground, signifying his death. Ben's comrades shout in disbelief and demand to know what he is doing. Ben answers their attack with a powerful sword strike of his own. He slays the opposing knights with overwhelming force, establishing dominance. Ben yells at the stubborn soldiers, and the narration explains he was Aniclimax's only sword master and deputy commander despite his youth. Facing the assembled troops, Ben declares that he now outranks everyone and invites any challengers to draw their swords. The frightened soldiers decline, and the narration states that this event made Ben the kingdom's top authority. Henry wonders if he must now negotiate with Ben instead of the dead king. Ben introduces himself and announces that Aniclimax will accept Henry's terms and surrender. Henry is relieved by Ben's decision and expresses approval. Ben adds that their surrender comes with a condition. Henry reacts cautiously, asking what condition Ben intends. Ben prepares to reveal the demand, saying there is indeed one condition. He declares that Aniclimax's people must not be enslaved by the Empire, otherwise they will fight to the death, and asks Henry's response. Henry sits in thought, weighing Ben's condition carefully. The narration comments in hindsight that Ben's demand was reckless. Back in the present, Henry silently reflects by the sea. He recalls that some people later criticized Ben as a coward for surrendering. Henry, however, always regarded Ben as a wise patriot who chose his people over pride. Henry concludes that if Ben followed his advice back then, he should indeed be an Aniclimax now. Henry waits by the harbor with Clever, arms crossed, planning his next move. He narrows his eyes as he thinks deeply about the burden Ben once carried. The narration recalls that when nobles began killing Henry's comrades, Henry ceded some power to them to protect his remaining followers, a compromise he now sees as a grave mistake. Once the nobles had disarmed Henry, they grew greedy for more and turned fully against him. Knowing he could no longer defend them, Henry urged his closest aides and followers to flee and seek asylum before his inevitable death. Ben, nicknamed Henry's Sword, was among these trusted aides, and he and the others obeyed and disappeared into hiding. Back in the present, Henry states that he has come to recruit the former Henry's Sword and decides he must meet Hars first. At a bakery, a cheerful young chef greets Henry as he enters. Henry politely says he has a question for the boy. The boy eagerly agrees to answer anything as Henry approaches the counter. Henry asks about Mayor Hars, and the boy readily says he knows the mayor well. The narration explains Hars became Aniclimax's second mayor after Henry and Ben dismissed the corrupt first mayor. Hars, a talented but timid banker fearful of Ben, governed Aniclimax competently under their oversight. Henry asks if the boy knows where Hars went after retiring. The boy is confused, saying Hars is still mayor and was recently seen encouraging merchants in the marketplace. Henry is stunned that Hars still holds office long after Henry's execution and wonders how that is possible. The boy praises Hars as the best, incorruptible mayor who runs the city well. Henry suspects something odd, reasoning that if cowardly Hars has remained honest without Ben present, someone must be pressuring him. Henry guesses that Ben might be the one secretly keeping Hars in line. He concludes that everything makes sense if Ben is indeed overseeing Hars from the shadows. Henry abruptly leaves the bakery, prompting the boy to wish him a safe trip. The boy muses that Henry looked like a noble yet spoke with surprising politeness. The scene shifts back to the lighthouse and coastline near Aniclimax. Henry relaxes on a pier by the sea, preparing his plan. He calls out to Clever to discuss something important. Henry asks if Clever still has the spores of the kin mushroom they collected in the forest of creatures. A flashback shows Henry and Clever once unleashing a storm of those spores in battle. Clever confirms he preserved all the kin mushroom spores and that none have died. Henry decides he must set things up using the spores as a pretext to meet Hars. A sign reveals the Kanta Aqua Farm, target of Henry's coming plan. A farmer there panics when he discovers something strange in his ponds. The aqua farm waters suddenly darken and glitter as the demonic spores spread through them. Desperate, the farmer cries out that this disaster is happening just before harvest and demands to know what is going on. The narration notes that Kanta's farm was not the only one. Most aqua farms around Aniclimax become contaminated by kin mushroom spores. Because the spores reproduce relentlessly, fishermen cannot remove them despite their efforts. Outside Aniclimax City Hall, distraught fishermen shout for the mayor as they lament the loss of their shrimp. The crowd begs the mayor to come out, shouting that the market has plunged into chaos. Inside, a servant anxiously watches the commotion from a window. Hars' steward complains about the noise, waking Hars, who wonders what all the early morning ruckus is. Mayor Hars asks Whale what is happening outside. Whale reports that aquaculture farmers are in an uproar because something has gone wrong with their aqua farms. Hars initially assumes the farmers were robbed. Whale explains that the farmers say a coal-like lichen has appeared in their ponds, puzzling Hars. Hars calls the situation unfortunate and asks if the substance is contagious and how big the loss is. Whale says many farms have already lost all their stock, and Hars worries because aqua farm taxes are a major revenue source. Hars orders Whale to summon veterinarians and priests immediately. Moments later Hars is shocked to hear that none of them know what the lichen is. Whale relays that the vets do not specialize in lichens and think the substance looks more like mushroom spores. Hars angrily questions why mushrooms would appear in an aquafarm, and whether that is even possible. Growing more frantic, he asks what the priest concluded. Whale explains that the priests simply prayed and left. Hars is outraged that the priests claimed they could do nothing because the affliction was in aquafarms. He fumes that the priests take subsidies, but only offer prayers instead of true help. Whale timidly reminds him that priests are not omnipotent. Hars curses them internally as useless religious fools. He says the priest's prayers might calm fishermen temporarily, but insists they still need a real solution. Right then a guard bursts in, saying a distinguished visitor wishes to see the mayor. The guard adds that the visitor bears a silver badge engraved with 3 stars. Busy and irritated, Hars initially refuses, saying he has no time for idle talk. The guard nervously tries again to get Hars' attention. Hars snaps, asking what else the guard has to say. The guard explains that the VIP claims he can immediately remove the spores plaguing the aquafarms. Soon after, Hars politely greets Henry and says it is an honor to meet such an important guest. Henry returns the courtesy, saying the honor is mutual. Hars' aide asks for Henry's name, and Henry begins to answer. He gives the name Henry Morris, which shocks Hars, who repeats it in disbelief. Henry laughs off Hars' reaction, explaining many people are startled because he shares the name of the executed great magician. Henry casually waves his badge and insists the shared name is just a coincidence. Hars apologizes for his rude reaction, and Henry says to blame his father for the name, not Hars. Hars calls it a fine name, and quickly shifts to asking whether Henry can help with the aquafarm crisis. Henry says he visited an aquafarm, recognized the substance there, and identifies it as spores of a demonic kin mushroom. Hars repeats the phrase in shock, and Henry offers to explain, first adding that he was once a platoon commander at Fort Caliban in the Forest of Evil. Hars, sweating, says that explains how Henry earned his 3-star rank. Henry elaborates that he has seen the same spores in the Forest of Evil, that they are parasitic and rapidly devour their host's nutrients if left unchecked. Terrified, Hars asks what they can possibly do. Henry says he has fought these spores many times and knows a way to exterminate them. He then requests to speak with Hars alone before going further. The scene shifts to the exterior of City Hall, indicating time passing as they arrange privacy. Refreshments are set out, suggesting a more formal private meeting has begun. Hars dismisses everyone else, noting that only he and Henry remain in the room. Henry, sipping tea, asks if he may get straight to the main issue. Hars, reading the situation, directly asks what reward Henry expects in return for his help. Henry inwardly notes that Hars is quick on the uptake. Henry explains that the kin mushroom is notoriously hard to eradicate, and that he does not know how it reached Aniclimax at all. He says complete extermination is impossible once the fungus is rooted, so on missions he only removed enough to keep damage manageable. Hars realizes this implies ongoing maintenance, and therefore a constant drain on the city budget. Henry calmly drinks tea and offers his expertise, saying that if Hars hires him he can manage the problem. He promises to prevent any further losses for the aquafarmers. Hars privately worries about how expensive recurring treatments might become. Henry suggests they continue discussing details before he names his exact price, and Hars agrees. As Hars prepares to leave, he asks Henry to at least handle the current outbreak immediately. Henry assures him that eliminating the present spores will not be a problem. He then reminds Hars that they still have not settled his compensation. Hars admits he had forgotten the most important part, and prepares to talk payment. He asks how much Henry wants to be paid. Henry confidently demands a fee of 500 gold for the job. Hars is shocked, calling 500 gold excessive and protesting loudly. Henry repeats his question incredulously, challenging the idea that his price is outrageous. He argues that the kin mushroom is rare and deadly, that the method to eradicate it cost him great personal risk, and therefore 500 gold is justified. Hars concedes the point but hesitates, thinking that paying this much once sets a precedent for future costs. The narration explains that, like a merchant chasing profit, a mayor must always guard the budget to build reputation. Hars agonizes over the dilemma, sweating as he weighs cost against responsibility. Henry presses him, warning that every moment of indecision increases the farmer's losses and asking for an answer. Hars suspects Henry is not entirely trustworthy but, lacking proof and under pressure, continues to deliberate. The older man agrees to test Henry's method first, and promises to pay afterward, which Henry praises as a good decision. The story moves to the Aniclimax aquafarm location. Villagers excitedly announce the mayor's arrival. The mayor walks onto the aquafarm pier with Henry following behind. The mayor introduces Henry Morris as the expert who will eradicate the spores, impressing the fishermen. Desperate aquafarmers beg Henry to inspect their devastated ponds first, arguing over whose turn it is. Henry calms them and says he will start with the nearest aquafarm. Henry thinks that removing the spores will be simple for Clever, but since he demanded high pay he needs to put on a convincing show. He prepares a pouch of ordinary salt and sand powder that will appear magical. Henry theatrically sprinkles the glittering powder, prompting the mayor to ask what it is. Henry explains it as a repellent powder that makes spores easier to remove and must be applied regularly, justifying the need for constant management. The mayor asks if this repellent powder is difficult to manufacture. Henry claims the preparation method is so complex he must always consult the recipe. Henry quietly orders Clever to begin the real spore retrieval. Clever responds mentally and opens a chest, unleashing a powerful energy vortex. The vortex churns through the water, drawing the spores away as onlookers react. The villagers cheer that the spores are vanishing, calling it a miracle and believing they are saved. Henry presents the now clear aqua farm and asks Mayor Hars for his opinion. The mayor reacts with thrilled approval at the result. He tells Henry the powder is truly effective. Once most aqua farms are cleared of spores, the grateful fishermen bow to thank Henry. Townspeople happily remark how easily the problem was resolved and feel relieved. A villager thanks Henry for giving them breathing room from the crisis. Henry downplays the thanks, acting modest while the mayor watches uneasily. The mayor nervously insists it was his wise decision that prevented further damage. He then formally expresses his own gratitude to Sir Henry. Henry replies that he is being paid anyway, so such deep thanks are unnecessary. The flustered mayor suggests continuing their discussion later at City Hall, and Henry agrees. The scene shifts to the exterior of the City Hall building. Inside, Henry waits as Mayor Hars enters the room. The mayor says he has been thinking about something, and Henry prompts him to continue. Hars proposes that Henry simply sell him the method for making the repellent powder. Henry refuses, saying the formula came from his military service and cannot be easily sold. The mayor backs off, saying he asked only from curiosity and means no offense. Trying to change the subject, Hars asks Henry if he already has lodging arranged. Henry says he only arrived today and has not yet chosen where to stay, thinking how smoothly Hars diverted the awkward topic. Hars offers to escort him to a hotel they have booked if Henry does not mind. Henry accepts the hotel arrangement and thanks the mayor. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Halligan Hotel. At the hotel, a staff member relays the mayor's apology for missing the meal, and Henry says it is no problem. The staff thanks Henry for his understanding as he leaves him alone in the room. Henry looks at the pouch he received, surprised or thoughtful. Opening it, he notes that the coins inside are good money for such a simple side job. Lying on the bed, Henry reflects that everything is proceeding according to his plan and decides to wait for the enemy to bite his bait. Night falls with the full moon shining over the city. The exterior of the hotel is shown under the night sky. Henry appears to be asleep in his hotel bed. His room door quietly opens in the night. A shadowy figure slips inside toward the apparently sleeping Henry. 3 masked intruders in dark clothes surround Henry's bed. One intruder prepares a cloth soaked with a substance while the others watch. The intruder presses the cloth over Henry's mouth and nose to drug him. The intruders look on, expecting the hypnopoison to work. Instead, Henry suddenly grabs the attacker's wrist. Sitting up, Henry scolds them for their unfair sneak attack while gripping the man's bleeding hand. The wounded intruder screams as his comrades react in shock. The remaining intruders draw swords, astonished that the hypnopoison that could fell an elephant failed on him. Henry, holding one attacker, complains that he is tired of repeated poisoning attempts. One intruder yells that they must capture Henry alive rather than kill him. Henry repeats the word capture with an ominous smile, indicating trouble for them. A burst of power erupts in the room as Henry unleashes magic. The blast sends the intruders flying, leaving Henry standing over one of them. Henry notes that 2 assailants are already taken down. Still gripping the last man, Henry remarks that he expected more skill from them. He tightens his grip, inflicting more pain. The scene shows the other 2 unconscious on the floor while Henry continues subduing the last one, whose scream echoes. Henry thinks that this is the price for trying to use hypnopoison on him. The surviving attacker clutches his mangled wrist, trembling. Henry tears off the man's hood and demands to know who sent them. The man insists the plot was their own idea, saying they acted after seeing Henry clear the spores. Henry studies his face, doubting that he is just a common petty thief. Henry stomps on the man's foot with magical force. The man writhes on the floor in agony beneath Henry's heel. Henry warns this is the last chance and threatens to cripple him permanently if he lies again. Terrified and crying, the man begs Henry to believe that he is telling the truth. Henry internally questions whether the man is really just a petty thief. Henry bluntly asks for his name, and the man identifies himself as Linda. Henry asks Linda if only the 3 of them planned the attack. Linda insists through tears that they acted alone, wanting to steal Henry's spore-clearing method. Henry skeptically asks if that is truly all. Linda desperately confirms that it is and pleads again. Henry responds by harshly striking him again. Henry then asserts that he believes Mayor Hars ordered them, while Linda feigns ignorance. Henry grabs him by the collar in intimidation. Smiling menacingly, Henry mockingly wonders what he meant, increasing the pressure. He suggests Linda might understand better after receiving more punishment. Henry casts the spell Silent Room to block all sound. Enveloped by the spell, Linda screams silently in terror. With a magical barrier sealing the room, Henry explains he prepared this spell to prevent noise and ominously says it is time to begin. Morning returns and the hotel exterior is shown again. Henry snaps his fingers to release the Silent Room spell. The magical barrier fades, leaving Linda kneeling before Henry in the room. Henry asks if Linda wants more, and Linda begs him to believe he is sorry. Henry summarizes that Linda is an assassin sent by Mayor Hars to obtain the repellent powder. He reminds Linda that they were caught in the act and captured alive by him. Henry presses Linda to confirm this version of events. Terrified, Linda loudly agrees that Henry's account is correct. He openly confesses that they are assassins dispatched by Mayor Hars. Henry remarks that Linda should have cooperated like this from the start. Henry presents a small pill to the shaken Linda. He orders Linda to swallow the pill. Linda obediently takes the capsule into his mouth. Henry forces him to gulp it down. Henry explains that the pill is a deadly poison that will kill him in 4 days unless he receives the antidote. Henry says he will bring them before Mayor Hars at dawn, implying Linda now knows exactly what he must do. Henry states that he already gave the same pill to the other 2 intruders and tells Linda to explain matters to them. Henry thinks to himself that he now needs a credible witness. The scene shifts back to the city hall in daylight. The nervous Halligan hotel manager Ibris is introduced. Ibris rushes into a room demanding to know what is happening after seeing Henry with 3 bound men. Henry calmly explains that these men attacked him during the night to steal his belongings. Ibris declares he will call the police at once to charge the thieves. Henry questions if that is all the manager intends to do. He berates Ibris, saying this supposedly top hotel in Aniclimax clearly lacks proper security. Henry angrily demands confirmation that Halligan is advertised as such a prestigious hotel. Sweating, Ibris admits the hotel is a famous luxury establishment used by many nobles. Henry shouts that a hotel without basic security cannot be called luxurious. He threatens to sue Ibris over the hotel's inadequate safety. Panicking, Ibris insists there must be a misunderstanding and claims their security is normally the best. Ibris begins to ask something, clearly afraid of what Henry will say next. Henry icily asks if Ibris is implying that Henry is lying about the incident. Ibris hastily says he only meant he cannot understand how the intruders got inside. Henry turns to the captured men and loudly asks how they entered the hotel. Linda answers that they slipped in through a hole in the rear wall of the hotel. Ibris is stunned speechless by this revelation. Henry tells Ibris he heard their confession and adds that as manager he should be apologizing first. Ibris falls to his knees, profusely apologizing and offering whatever compensation Henry desires if he will not sue. Henry thinks that as a commoner merchant Ibris values money more than pride and repeats the phrase as much as I like. Henry reaches into his clothes, preparing to leverage this offer. Smiling, Henry agrees and hints at what he wants in compensation. The narrative returns to the exterior of City Hall, signaling a transition. A City Hall aide bursts in calling urgently for the mayor. The aide reports that guests in the parlor have brought a serious problem. Alarmed, Mayor Hars asks what problem has arisen. The aide says Sir Henry has arrived with 3 men and the manager of the Halligan Hotel. The mayor hurries to the parlor with the aide following. On entering and seeing the scene, Hars is shocked into silence. Henry waits with Ibris and the 3 bound intruders as the mayor arrives. Hars asks why Henry is there so early, and Henry retorts by asking if he cannot even recognize the assassins he sent. Henry says he anticipated Hars would feign innocence, so he brought the hypno-poisoned handkerchief as evidence. The mayor, sweating, repeats the word assassins in apparent disbelief. Henry asserts that there is already ample evidence, and tells Hars to stop pretending. Hars still denies everything, claiming ignorance of what Henry means. Under pressure, the bound men address the mayor and apologize for failing their mission. Hars furiously rejects them, demanding to know who they really are. Henry points out that the mayor clearly heard their admission. Hars lashes out, accusing Henry of scheming to frame him and insisting he will not fall for such tricks. Ibris nervously calls to the mayor while Henry watches with a knowing smile. Ibris reveals that those bound men had visited the hotel the previous night stating they had business on the mayor's behalf. Ibris presents documents and testimony from the gatekeepers and visitor log, proving the men came from Mayor Hars. Hars nervously accepts a blood-stained document from someone. Reading it, Hars explodes in shock and outrage. Henry challenges Hars, implying the respected Halligan hotel manager would not lie. Henry shouts for Ban to be summoned. Scene shifts to Aniclimax City Hall. Henry and Hars confront each other formally inside Hars' office. Henry watches Hars silently, assessing him. Hars thinks the hotel manager would never forge such evidence and mutters that this situation is unbelievable. Hars sighs heavily while Henry waits in silence. Henry internally apologizes to Hars for what he is about to do. Narration explains Henry bears no grudge against Hars but chooses to ignore their past for Ban's sake, remembering his own miserable end. Hars, sweating, begs Henry to spare him. Henry asks if Hars is admitting his guilt. Hars replies that denying it is pointless now. Before punishment, Hars desperately asks Henry for a favor. Henry coldly tells him to state what favor he wants. Hars pleads for just 1 day's grace. Henry accuses him of wanting time to escape, but Hars insists he only needs to settle his affairs. Henry smirks and guesses Hars wants to seek help from Ban. Hars panics upon realizing Henry knows about Ban. Henry's silence makes Hars even more anxious. Henry confirms in his thoughts that Ban is indeed clever, stubborn, and powerful. Henry recalls Ban, a true patriarch of Aniclimax, must be hiding somewhere in the city. Henry moves closer, intimidating Hars. Henry directly demands to know Ban's location. Hars is stunned that Henry knows Ban's name. Henry insists the question is where Ban is, not how Henry knows of him. Hars grovels again, begging for his life. Henry warns Hars not to make him repeat the question. Hars secretly reaches into his clothes for something. Henry notices Hars has taken out a small card. Hars activates the card, revealing it as a summoning card. Somewhere else, Ban is alerted as the summoning activates and calls Henry's name. Ban, lying in bed, recognizes the caller as Henry Morris. Ben remembers the day Henry was ordered to kneel before the court. In the memory, Henry is condemned as a traitor plotting against the royal family. The accuser explains the law demands Henry's bloodline be punished, but the emperor will execute only Henry. Henry glares defiantly as judgment is pronounced. Henry shouts that their words disgust him and demands they kill him already. Guards brutally beat the bound Henry. Ben jolts awake from the recurring nightmare, crying out in pain. Sitting up in bed, Ben silently gathers himself. Ben buries his face in his hands, realizing he had that same nightmare again. Flashback shows the proud old Henry being led before a crowd. Ben remembers watching Henry's execution, horrified. Back in the present, Ben sweats in silence, haunted by those memories. Narration introduces Ben's past master, Henry Morris, as the strongest man in the continent's history. It adds that Henry, despite his power, was still a human being. Ben is described as a strong warrior yet deeply burdened by human emotions. Ben speaks to Henry's memory, preparing to question him. Ben wonders why Henry did not act sooner and treated corrupt nobles too leniently. Narration explains Ben fled the capital after witnessing Henry's death and hid in his hometown Enkellman. Ben did so knowing that once Henry died, the nobles' blades would target him next. Enkellman is described as a huge, wealthy trade city that Henry had converted into a free city outside noble control. Ben regarded that act as Henry's last gift and vowed to protect Enkellman forever. Ben reacts as the summoned magic tugs at him. He looks at the glowing summoning orb, recognizing Har's call. Ben notes that only Har's and he used summoning cards and that this is the first urgent one since Henry taught him the technique. Seeing the card burn completely to ash, Ben realizes it signals a grave emergency. Ben throws on his cloak and rushes out, telling Har's mentally to hold on. The scene returns to City Hall. Ben arrives at the building in full armor. He senses the magic trail and heads straight to Henry's office. Ben enters the office, seeing Henry seated calmly at the desk. Henry rises to face Ben with a composed expression. Ben, wreathed in killing intent, glares at the unfamiliar man. Henry cheerfully asks Ben how his trip was. Ben ignores the greeting and demands to know who this stranger is. Tension fills the room as the two men face each other. Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris. Ben is stunned by the impossible name. Henry confirms Ben's identity as the famed sword master. Ben angrily repeats his demand, insisting to know who Henry really is. Henry thinks Ben's aura is as intimidating as ever. Narration explains Henry's strong mind lets him withstand Ben's murderous intent and speak normally. Henry asks Ben if he has not heard the recent news. Henry states that he was the one who eliminated the destructive spores the previous day. Ben repeats the term, surprised and confused. Hars had already told Ben that someone named Henry Morris solved the spore crisis. Hars now nervously confirms that this same Henry handled the problem. Ben brushes aside the spores issue and again demands to know where Hars is. Henry answers that Hars is in the bedroom reflecting on his mistakes. Ben reacts sharply to this casual explanation. Henry walks away from the desk while Ben watches suspiciously. Ben thinks that spores no longer matter compared to this stranger's knowledge and use of Har's summoning card. Ben focuses on figuring out how this man found him and obtained Har's card. Henry calmly thinks Ben can kill him after he explains and casually mentions Ben's preference for cold green tea. Ben is shocked that this stranger knows such a personal detail. Ben asks if Har's told Henry about that preference. Henry smiles and says he simply assumed it from the impression Ben gives. Narration recalls that in the past Henry always served Ben cold green tea, and Henry repeats the gesture now. Henry takes a sip of his own tea. Henry then asks Ben if he is content living quietly in Enkellman. Ben frowns and demands to know what Henry is implying. Henry notes Ben's fame as the sword of the great magician Henry Morris. Ben bristles and asks if Henry is mocking him. Henry insists he is only stating well-known facts and means no insult. Ben, still wary, asks how Henry discovered his hiding place. Henry replies that his master informed him. Ben is puzzled by this reference to a master. Henry clarifies that his master is an 8th circle wizard. Ben, enraged at hearing Henry's old title, calls him Master Henry Morris with intense emotion. Ben then threatens the imposter, asking if he has a death wish. Henry answers no and protests that Ben is calling an obvious truth a lie. Ben warns that if the stranger lies again he will rip out his tongue and display it in Enkellman Square. Henry insists he would not dare lie and claims to be speaking only the truth. Ben's temper erupts, shattering the tea table. He roars that Henry never had disciples, declaring the claim a lie. Ben shouts that he alone stayed by Henry's side, so no such disciple could deceive him. The two face off amid the rec table, tension rising. Henry observes Ben's emotional reaction with a faint smile. He concludes that Ben is still acting as Henry's loyal guard knight. Ben retorts that this role is not something to joke about. Henry answers that the matter is important to him as well and is the main reason he sought Ben. Ben, confused, demands clarification while Henry says he first needs Ben's answer to a question. Henry pointedly asks whether Ben still holds loyalty toward his master. Ben thinks skeptically about the man's claim yet notes how eager he was to meet. Ben even wonders if the stranger might be a spy sent by the nobles. Ben asks if Henry understands how serious that question is. Henry calmly replies that he does. Narration explains Ben would rather die than betray his loyalty to Henry, even if nobles learned where he was. Ben draws his glowing sword, ready to attack. He swings the weapon toward Henry. Henry activates magical protection and affirms he has never forgotten Henry's kindness. Ben states that Henry was a great man who saved his life and many others in Enkelman. Ben's eyes widen as he hesitates, shaken by these familiar sentiments. Henry smiles even with the sword at his throat. Ben notices Henry chuckling and questions it. Henry bursts into laughter and apologizes, saying he could not hold it back. With the blade still touching him, Henry asks if Ben suspected he was a noble spy. Ben, still angry, declares that the man has finally exposed his true intentions. Henry urges Ben to calm down and promises to prove he is really Henry Morris's disciple. Henry grabs the sword with one hand, stopping it. He tells Ben to watch carefully. Henry conjures blue magical energy in his hand. Ben recognizes the spell and gasps. The energy forms into the familiar blue dragon spirit sigil. Ben identifies it as Henry Morris's blue dragon spirit magic sigil. Henry explains that his master's magic emblem was a dragon. He adds that his own magic sigil is also a dragon. A flashback shows Henry teaching Ben that dragons, as sources of magic, cannot be defeated by magic. The memory continues with Henry explaining to Ben that those beings are dragons. Ben, overwhelmed, admits there is more convincing evidence to hear. Henry reaches for a leather case at his side. He presents Ben with a treasure map showing where Henry's hidden treasures lie. Henry says he also inherited all the unique spells only Henry could cast. Ben reels from this bombardment of proof. Henry bows deeply, stating that he is paying respect to Ben on Henry Morris's behalf. Henry thanks Ben sincerely for remaining loyal to Henry all this time. Night falls over City Hall, closing the intense meeting between Ben and the reincarnated Henry. Henry tells Ben he is plotting revenge. Ben repeats the word in surprise as he faces Henry by the window. Henry explains he wants revenge for their master's unjust death and to fulfill the master's unfinished goals. Henry says avenging their master is the only reason he came here. Ben reflects that he once considered revenge himself. Ben recalls that revenge must be carefully planned, not driven by emotion, because chances are rare. He remembers that avenging oneself is especially difficult when the targets are powerful nobles and a foolish king, making revenge hard to achieve. Watching Henry, Ben thinks their master must have feared attempting such revenge. Henry reasons their master knew he could never succeed alone, regardless of time. Henry adds that their master also loved the city too much to leave it in pursuit of revenge. Ben is addressed again by Henry. Henry tells Ben he understands what Ben is thinking. Henry notes Ben is torn between two priorities. Henry names those priorities as avenging Master Henry Morris and protecting something else. The second priority is the city of Enkelman. Henry confidently asks if his guess about Ben's dilemma is correct. Ben stands silently as Henry waits for a response. Ben remains wordless, clearly conflicted. Henry says he does understand Ben's feelings. Henry insists Ben must realize an important truth if he chooses short-term peace. Henry warns that if the nobles are tolerated now, they will eventually seize control of Enkelman. Narration explains Enkelman's prosperity makes it a constant target for ambitious nobles. These nobles are simply biding their time for the perfect opportunity to strike. Henry cites the recent Spore incident as proof of looming threats. Henry reminds Ben that Ben relied on Henry's scheme then because he had no plan of his own. Ben is forced to admit that Enkelman currently cannot handle sudden crises. Ben concedes internally that Henry's criticism of Enkelman's weakness is true. Henry concludes that because of this, Ben should let him help protect the city. Ben is stunned by Henry's offer. Henry proposes to support Enkelman until it is strong enough that nobles will not dare challenge it. Ben again falls silent, considering. Henry then vows that Enkelman will remain the best governed city. The scene shifts to the city building at night. Ben asks how Henry intends to achieve this, and Henry replies he already holds influence over the city Vivaldi. Ben is shocked Henry controls Vivaldi, renowned as a great entertainment city. Henry says if Ben comes to Vivaldi he will show ample proof of that control. Ben refuses the need for proof but asks how Henry gained control of Vivaldi. Henry recalls that he unofficially beat Mayor Vanti of Vivaldi in a game of chess. Ben verifies that Henry defeated the supposedly unbeatable champion Vanti Larsson. Henry explains he now commands the mayor by keeping that defeat secret. Henry then remembers how he became Vivaldi's official sword sparring champion. He also took control of Vivaldi's largest arena, 10 million gold. Henry concludes that all this shows he can easily support Enkelman from the shadows. Ben thinks Henry would be a powerful ally, but joining him would also mean committing to Henry's revenge. Henry reads Ben's hesitation and sympathetically guesses Ben has endured many hardships, wondering if he should help him. Henry reiterates he has mastered magic and trained as their master's swordsman disciple. He adds that if Ben still doubts him, they should settle it with an immediate duel. Henry formally challenges Ben to duel on the spot. Ben thinks Henry must have some plan as he accepts the challenge. Henry modestly notes his magic and sword level are not extraordinary. Ben evaluates that Henry's magic is impressive for his age but his sword rank appears low given his background. Henry tells Ben to judge his true skill only after they fight. Ben agrees, warning Henry not to disappoint after showing such confidence. Henry, thinking he learned Hector's different sword style, believes he has a fair chance even against Ben's imperial style. Ben proposes moving the duel to another place. Narration reveals Ben secretly constructed a large underground practice hall beneath City Hall for his own training. Ban and Henry face each other with practice swords in the lit, underground arena. Henry admits he still lacks much compared to Ban despite wanting to prove himself. Ban replies that defeating him outright is impossible. He asks if Henry is already retreating from the duel. Henry says no and asks Ban to set a minimal standard that would satisfy him. Henry thinks he needs Ban to accept a handicap despite the hit to his pride. Ban decides that if Henry can land 3 clean hits, he will acknowledge him. Henry thanks Ban for agreeing. Henry advances, taking a ready stance with his wooden sword. Ban wonders if Henry is also using standard Imperial swordsmanship. Narration explains most Imperial swordsmen, including Ban, use the previous Emperor's efficient sword style. Ban generously gives Henry the first move, which Henry gratefully accepts. Henry bursts forward with magically enhanced footwork. Light trails show Henry's rapid circling dash around Ban. Henry leaps in with a blazing downward strike. His slash carves a zigzag line into the floor as Ban reacts. Ban is shocked, realizing he has never seen such movement. Henry continues rushing in with relentless speed. He darts past Ban, narrowly missing with incredible quickness. Ban is startled by Henry's sudden acceleration. Henry cheerfully counts the first successful strike. Ban analyzes that Henry purposely weakened his blow at the last moment, showing precise control. Ban concedes he underestimated Henry and prepares in earnest. Ban vows he will not be taken by surprise again. Ban's aura flares intensely, changing the atmosphere as he gets serious. Henry senses the shift and realizes the duel has become truly dangerous. Faced with Ban's overwhelming aura manifested as an eagle-like force, Henry feels rooted to the spot. Despite the pressure, Henry acknowledges how strong Ban has become. Henry decides to test whether his magic armor and Hector's swordsmanship can stand against Ban. Ban grows angry seeing Henry smile mid-fight. Taking it as an insult, Ban unleashes another powerful, crushing strike. He comes down on Henry with a fierce overhead attack. Ban raises his sword high to maximize the blow. He brings it down with terrifying strength straight toward Henry. The 2 wooden swords clash with explosive force. Henry barely blocks but is driven to one knee by the impact. Ban is surprised Henry managed to stop such a blow. Ban acknowledges Henry does have the skills to justify his boasting. Ban stomps forward with more power, shaking the ground. He roars at Henry to try blocking his next stronger strike. Their swords collide again as Ban presses the attack. Henry strains desperately to hold the guard. Ban's relentless slashes drive Henry back across the floor. Henry realizes he cannot keep up with Ban's overwhelming attack speed. Henry activates a spell called Targeting. The narration explains targeting is magic that reads an enemy's attack before it lands. Using targeting, Henry accurately parries Ban's next assault. Even so, Henry notes that mere blocking is all he can manage, admitting Ban's prowess. Henry recognizes that this terrifying power is Ban's true strength. Henry visibly trembles as Ban's killing intent bears down on him. Ban launches another flaming overhead strike. The blow smashes into the wall, showering debris. Ban emerges from the dust cloud, still pressing forward. Henry watches the destruction in shock, gripping his sword. Both fighters pause, catching their breath in the ruined practice hall. Ban angrily reminds Henry he promised to prove his abilities and accuses him of merely retreating. Ban demands whether running away is Henry's idea of proof. Henry smirks and says that will not be the case anymore. Henry then breaks Ban's wooden sword with a precise counter. Henry casts the speed spell Haste on his feet. Haste envelopes his entire body, further boosting his speed. Ban charges in, but Henry, now faster, moves to intercept. Henry shifts into a poised stance, ready to exploit his enhanced agility. Ban is shocked by how fast Henry has suddenly become. Henry lands a clean thrust on Ban's side, scoring another valid hit. Ban stomps forward again to continue the duel. He raises his weapon high for yet another crushing strike. Henry prepares and triggers another spell, Blink, to evade. Ban's powerful slash cuts through empty air as Henry vanishes. Ban realizes Henry has disappeared and wonders if he is using magic and swordsmanship simultaneously. Henry reappears behind Ban, swinging for a sneak attack. Henry's wooden blade smacks Ban on the shoulder, marking a second hit. Henry then ends the duel with his third successful strike, declaring it over. Ban, panting, asks if Henry just used magic during their sword match. Henry apologizes, saying he never meant to deceive Ban. Ban tells him there is no need to apologize since magic is also part of Henry's strength. Ban smiles, saying the duel's outcome was fair. Remembering their master, Ban thinks Henry truly is a magic swordsman like Grand Duke Henry. Ban, amazed, asks where their master ever found someone as monstrous as Henry. Henry confirms Ban will now honor their deal and join the revenge plan. Ban agrees, saying he is a man of his word and that Henry has shown enough potential. Henry thanks Ban, reflecting that receiving approval from a former subordinate in this new life feels peculiar but fitting. Ban notes they will be seeing a lot of each other from now on. He tells Henry to address him more familiarly as Youngnim instead of Sir Ban. Henry laughs and agrees, suggesting they go see Hars, who should be regretting things. Ban goes to Hars' room and calls his name. Hars is shocked and overjoyed to see Ban. Ban teasingly asks how Hars' self-reflection is going, to Hars' confused protest. Hars says he has heard the story and asks if Ban has been tricked by his younger brother. Seeing Henry enter, Hars nervously asks who this newcomer is. Recognizing Henry, Hars panics and addresses him as Sir Henry. Ban announces that he and Henry have sworn brotherhood, and orders Hars to respect Henry as he respects Ban. Hars exclaims in disbelief, unable to grasp what Ban is saying. Henry calmly tells the mayor not to worry too much about the new arrangement. Henry tells the shocked mayor that he will respect the mayor's decisions. The mayor is stunned and confused by Henry's declaration. Night falls over Aniclimax City. Later, the three men sit together as the mayor, distressed, listens to Henry's ideas. Ben repeats Henry's proposal to manage Aniclimax by creating a professional management team. Henry explains that nobles covet free cities and will seize Aniclimax if its performance falters. The mayor worries that a management team might not always produce good results. Henry agrees but says he wants to form a pact between Vivaldi and Aniclimax. He clarifies that the pact will be an exchange making the two cities dependent on each other, blocking nobles from claiming control. Ben interprets this as intentionally creating a debt between the cities. Henry says the arrangement will appear as debt, but the debt itself is not the true objective. He plans to make Aniclimax's debt look so large that whoever seeks city management must also assume it. The mayor frets that such a scheme seems disadvantageous for Vivaldi, and doubts Mayor Vanti would agree. Henry reveals Vanti has already agreed to actively support the plan, comparing his relationship with Vanti to Ban's with the mayor. Haunted by memories of the Grand Duke, the mayor is pressured to simply sign the pact. Henry adds that this pact will legally justify Vivaldi in helping Aniclimax whenever it is in trouble. Ban considers the explanation thoughtfully. Ben decides Henry's reasoning is sound. Henry inwardly notes that with two high-revenue cities under his influence, things are going well. He thinks that he will no longer need to worry about running out of funds for his goals. Ben then asks Henry if the pact would make a professional management team unnecessary. Henry answers that the team is actually meant for Ban's benefit. Henry tells Ban he will affiliate him with the million mercenary group he created and have him move with them, while Ban wonders why it must be a mercenary group. Henry explains that a mercenary group makes it easy to gain fame and power, which Ban accepts. Henry adds that if Ban focuses on the mercenary group, he will be less involved in city governance, so a management team is needed. The mayor indignantly accuses Henry of wanting the team because he finds the mayor unreliable. Ban curtly orders the mayor to be quiet and follow Henry's instructions. Henry calms them both, saying the management team is meant to lighten the mayor's workload. He points out that the mayor has been handling public affairs and city management non-stop and urges him to leave administration to the team. The mayor exclaims that this would make him a mere puppet. Henry frankly admits that is true and asks why the mayor objects. Smiling, Henry presses him again to explain his reluctance. The mayor struggles to answer Henry's question. Henry thinks the mayor cannot answer because he has lived as a mayoral slave for too long. Henry reflects that the man has long been enslaved by his role as mayor while the mayor stammers. Henry asks the mayor to listen, saying he wants to reward him for his decade of hard work governing Aniclimax. He offers the mayor a chance to relax and enjoy the rest of his life, astonishing the man. Henry vows to transform Aniclimax into the greatest city that has ever existed. He tells the mayor that he need only keep the title of mayor, live as he wishes, and enjoy higher pay and frequent vacations. The mayor imagines a carefree life and proudly holding the title of mayor of the best city. Overjoyed, the mayor's face lights up with excitement. He declares that he feels liberated, while Ban privately finds his reaction pathetic. Ban silently acknowledges Henry's skill, thinking that Henry truly is the Grand Duke's disciple. The mayor enthusiastically thanks Henry. He repeats his gratitude, clasping Henry's hands. Henry replies that it is no problem and that the mayor deserves such treatment. Henry recalls the Grand Duke fondly and trusts Ban and Hars because they have stayed true to themselves. Henry concludes that they will discuss the pact's details once the management team is formed, and Ban agrees. Time passes peacefully inside the mansion. Henry muses that only one matter remains to be handled. He asks whether the people he brought, including the hotel staff and thugs, are still waiting in the parlor. The mayor confirms that the hotel manager and the scoundrels should still be there. Henry decides they should go to the parlor so as not to keep those men waiting. Opening the parlor door, Henry demands to know what on earth has happened inside. The captured thugs cower in terror. More of the thugs kneel, trembling. The hotel manager nervously addresses Henry while the others sit subdued behind him. He anxiously asks when Henry will give them the antidote he promised, and Henry verifies he means the antidote. Henry calmly says they have suffered enough, and that they may now leave. The men gratefully accept a pouch, believing it contains the antidote, and shower Henry with thanks. The manager sprints down the hallway while the mayor watches him flee. The remaining thugs panic and demand their share of the antidote, but Henry claims that was the last one. Henry cheerfully says he only had that single pill, so there is none left for them. One thug screams in despair. Henry assures him that one pill is sufficient, and urges them to chase the manager to retrieve the remaining doses. The thug grits his teeth, resolved. The thugs dash after the manager down the corridor, shouting for him to stop. Watching them run, Ben asks why they are acting like that, and Henry casually reveals he poisoned them. Shocked, Ben asks if that is really true. Henry immediately says he was only joking. Ben calls Henry cruel, but Henry says they deserve it for intruding on his bedroom, and Ben merely clucks over their misfortune. Narration explains that Henry expected Ban's recruitment to take 10 days but completed it in 2, then, after finishing business in Aniclimax, he rested a bit before traveling to Vivaldi with Ban. On the road, Henry asks Ban if he knows about any other close supporters of Grand Duke Henry, and Ben admits he does not. Ben explains that the Grand Duke ordered his followers to scatter and hide, so it has been hard to track them. Henry accepts this and notes that they survived thanks to the Grand Duke's orders. Ben reflects that without that command to disperse, they would have stayed at the palace and died miserably. He states that remaining in the palace would indeed have led to a tragic fate. Henry then asks what became of the people the Grand Duke had been protecting. Ben grimly answers that those people were all banished. A flashback shows guards driving the Grand Duke's followers away in chains. Horrified, Henry repeats that they were banished. Ben explains they were condemned for supposedly serving a traitor. Henry inwardly wonders what ban could mean. Another flashback shows the king's court confronting the kneeling Grand Duke. The king promises to spare the Grand Duke's people if the Grand Duke surrenders his own life. The weary Grand Duke considers this offer. Hearing this, Henry seethes with hatred toward those who betrayed the promise. Ben adds that he heard the exiles were driven to the very edge of the continent. He specifies that they were sent to a far northern place called Salgera. Henry, alarmed, asks if this Salgera is the deadly region known as Salgera the Snowfield. Narration describes Salgera the Snowfield as a year-round frozen wasteland where humans cannot live. Henry realizes his people were effectively sent to die, curses their persecutors, and vows to save his people no matter what. Ben silently watches Henry's grim resolve. Realizing Henry's mood, Ben rides with him in silence for the rest of the journey to Vivaldi. They arrive at Vivaldi, famed as the Empire's premier entertainment city. At the city gate, guards initially bar their way as Henry approaches on horseback. Entering the mansion, Ben marvels at how impressive Henry's residence is. The narrative shows the grand house Ben is praising. Inside, Ben says Henry lives in a gorgeous house, and Henry replies that it is not truly his, though he uses it as if it were. Mayor Vanti appears, pleasantly surprised that Henry has returned so quickly. Henry says his trip went better than expected, prompting Vanti to ask about the companion beside him. Henry introduces Ben as the future vice-head of their mercenary group. Vanti reacts with surprise as he greets Ben. Ben introduces himself politely by name. Vanti shakes Ben's hand and says he looks forward to working with him. Vanti suddenly remembers hearing of a famous band before. He asks if Ben is the same swordsman who once served as the palace's swordmaster. Henry confirms it, leaving Vanti astonished. Vanti nervously explains that he now serves Henry and asks Ben not to overreact to that revelation. Flustered, Vanti apologizes for not recognizing someone so distinguished, while Ben modestly insists he is not that honorable. Ben tells everyone to just call him Ban. Vanti protests that he cannot casually address a grand knight that way. Henry cuts in and orders Vanti to stop making a fuss over titles. Henry then asks Vanti how the tasks he assigned have gone. Vanti reports that since Hector, no one has passed the first test and the rumors about hidden masters were false. Henry reacts with mild surprise at that news. Vanti points out that a mercenary group cannot even form if no applicants can pass the entrance test. Ben is surprised to hear that there is an entrance test at all. He taps Henry and calls out to him. Ben eagerly asks if he can attempt the entrance test himself. Henry, startled, says the test would probably be boring for someone of Ben's level. Ben cheerfully replies that he will just treat it as a simple game. Henry instructs Vanti to guide Ben to the first testing area and prepare a room for him, and Vanti agrees. Henry tells Ben he will visit Mayor Vanti while Ben is occupied with the test. The scene shifts to a bustling plaza in Vivaldi filled with merchants and townsfolk. Henry walks through the crowded market streets. Spotting someone, Henry calls out in recognition. The large man Hector, accompanied by two girls, also recognizes Henry as his commander. They greet each other, and Hector's family is told Henry returned earlier than expected because things went well. The little girl Nia shyly greets Henry. In her nervousness, she drops her cherished strawberry from its stick. Distressed, Nia cries out that her strawberry has fallen. She looks on the verge of tears over the loss. Someone's foot moves toward the dropped fruit, and Henry realizes she had been saving it. Henry gently restrains Nia from rushing forward. Henry picks her up, asks if she has been a good girl, and she tearfully complains about her lost strawberry. He asks if she would like a gift even better than a strawberry. Nia, intrigued, asks about this gift. Henry reveals a silver chain necklace as the replacement gift. Nia delights in the necklace and spins with joy. She excitedly shows the pretty necklace to Hector, calling for his attention. Hector thanks Henry, saying the commander did not need to do that. Hector explains that Nia is actually the daughter of one of his subordinates, whom he is caring for. Henry tells him not to feel pressured by the favor. Henry kneels and tells Nia that if she clasps the necklace before sleeping she will be able to hear fairies, which fascinates her. He adds that the fairies are shy, so she will have to secretly listen in on them. Nia happily agrees to do so, smiling through her blush. Henry tells her that someone he brought will be at the mansion and invites her to visit there. To Hector, Henry explains that this person is their vice leader and that Hector should get acquainted with him, and Hector agrees. Henry waves farewell and heads back into the bustling streets of Vivaldi. A cheerful family waves goodbye in the busy city streets. The scene shifts to Vivaldi City Hall, the seat of the city's authority. Someone strides purposefully into a building, heralding an important meeting. The mayor is surprised that Henry has returned much earlier than the 10 days he predicted. Henry explains he finished his work successfully ahead of schedule and came back early. Relaxing in the mayor's office, Henry asks how tax collection is progressing. The mayor reports that despite minor fluctuations, Profits are steady at a little over 110,000 gold. Henry judges the result satisfactory and says they only need to work hard a bit longer until recruitment ends. The mayor then asks Henry what special matter brought him here today. Henry says he came to negotiate a contract, leaving the mayor confused about what kind. Henry proposes a simple intercity agreement enabling trade and closer ties between Vivaldi and Ankle. The mayor questions whether such a contract is necessary since Vivaldi has flourished without it. Henry argues that the contract costs Vivaldi nothing and offers at least potential benefits. The mayor worries they might incur liabilities, pointing out that joint responsibility is not meaningless. Henry insists that any situation requiring liability will not arise while he lives and pointedly asks if the mayor distrusts him. Flustered, the mayor denies distrusting Henry but remains hesitant. Henry turns his back in irritation, unsettling the seated mayor. With a thin smile, Henry says he will return later to discuss detailed terms and asks the mayor to keep the idea in mind. After Henry leaves, the mayor despairs internally that he has no choice in the matter. Henry decides to visit the mercenary testing area while he is already out. Arriving at the test grounds, Henry notes that some applicants are still attempting the trials. Observing the candidates, he thinks that the reduced crowd now consists of those truly determined to join. A proctor announces that the first participant has passed the test. Henry is caught off guard that someone has already succeeded. The crowd cheers as a burly swordsman celebrates being the first to pass. The successful warrior smiles confidently, basking in his achievement. He notices someone signaling from behind the building, hinting at a staged announcement. Henry realizes the past announcement was likely orchestrated to motivate persistent applicants. The narrative cuts to a grand building, indicating a change of location. Henry dines with his allies, including the large man from the opening family scene. A close-up shows Henry's hearty meal as he begins to eat. Henry tastes the food thoughtfully. His companions watch him in silence, awaiting his reaction or words. While drinking, Henry thinks it is time to genuinely make Ten part of his faction. Henry casually invites Ten to share a drink with him. Ten confirms that Henry wants a private drink for just the two of them. They move to an opulent hall, setting the stage for a serious conversation. Pouring wine, Henry abruptly asks Ten whether he resents him. Ten retorts that Henry must have expected that resentment, given what happened. Ten recalls how he lost his 10 million gold arena overnight and became a debtor to Henry. Henry addresses Ten and states he plans to expand their business ventures. Suspicious, Ten asks if Henry expects him to manage these new businesses, reminding him they are merely debtor and creditor. Henry asks why Ten trusts him at all and suggests they redefine their relationship. Ten demands to know what Henry wants so badly that he is creating such a heavy mood. Henry pauses, gripping his wine glass. He then declares that his ultimate dream is to dominate the entire continent. A vision shows continental conquest, with Henry explaining that the 10 million gold group and the million mercenary group are only his initial steps. Ten reels at the enormity of Henry's ambition to rule the continent. Henry invites Ten to stop being just a creditor and debtor and instead become his partner. To entice him further, Henry promises that if Ten accepts, he will become the famed Gold King. The title Gold King ignites Ten's greed and excitement. Henry smiles over his wine, seeing that the bait has taken hold. Ten agrees to the partnership, reasoning he has nothing to lose. Narration explains that Henry and Ten formalized their partnership and visited the management guild Golden Feet to hire a professional team for Ankelman, but found no one satisfactory. Outside the guild, Henry and Ten discuss their next move after that disappointment. Henry concludes they should abandon the management guild as a source of talent, leaving Ten worried about where to find an accountant and manager. Suddenly inspired, Ten insists that they actually can find such people elsewhere. Henry presses him to explain where they will look. Ten leads Henry toward Vanish Road, explaining that every city's economy has a back alley side and that this area, called Lone Road, is theirs. Henry worries accountants need licenses, but Ten reassures him that former licensed accountants and managers often end up here. As they pass destitute people, Henry warns they cannot just hire anyone, and Ten introduces Angel's Embrace, a loan shark group owned by Hai Sha, as the biggest outfit in the area. The exterior of Angel's Embrace is shown as their destination. Inside, a massive henchman respectfully asks Ten why he has come. Ten answers that he wants to meet the boss Hai Sha, asking if he is upstairs. The guard refuses, saying Hai Sha ordered that no one be allowed in, which offends Ten's pride. Mocking Ten, the guard calls him a former richest man now reduced to penniless ruin and laughs that 10 million gold does not last forever. He even taunts Ten by asking if he came to borrow cigarette money, enraging Ten. The guard then tries to flatter Henry with a smile, unaware of the danger. Henry suddenly grapples the guard in anger for insulting Ten, causing the man to scream. Haisha's men rush in on the guard's orders to beat Henry down. Moments later, Henry has single-handedly knocked all the thugs to the ground. Hearing the commotion, someone hurries downstairs demanding to know what is happening. Hai Sha reaches the scene and is shocked to see his men defeated with Henry standing among them. Terrified, Hai Sha stammers, asking what is going on. Recognizing Henry, he recalls that Henry is the champion of the sword sparring tournament. Ten seizes the moment and politely asks Hai Sha for a private talk. Narration notes that quick-witted Hai Sha leads Henry and Ten to an underground prison for troublesome debtors. Imprisoned men rush to the bars and call desperately for Hai Sha. As Haisha walks the corridor, the prisoners beg him to release them. Henry confirms with Ten that all these people are debtors, and Ten explains that those who cannot pay are imprisoned indefinitely or sold as mind slaves. Haisha selects several specific prisoners and orders them brought out. The chosen men leave their cells anxiously. Henry points to the youngest-looking prisoner and asks why such a young man is incarcerated. Haisha explains that the young man was once a genius accountant sought by many guilds but failed after starting his own business, prompting Henry to offer him a job. The young man drops to his knees, overwhelmed. Trembling, he introduces himself as Harris. Harris prostrates himself before Henry, desperately begging for the chance to work. Henry asks Haisha how much debt these selected men owe, and Haisha quickly offers to give them up for free as a favor. Smiling slyly, Henry responds that in that case they should calculate additional compensation such as laundry fees. Haisha is baffled and alarmed at the mention of laundry money. Henry points to the blood on his shirt from fighting Haisha's men and demands compensation, which Haisha nervously agrees to provide in any form. Henry says he does not need money for it but wants something else instead. He requests that all the debtors in the prison be released into his custody. Haisha protests that freeing everyone would cause him too much financial loss. Henry counters by asking whether he should instead claim damages for his men nearly being killed. Intimidated, Haisha silently wilts under the threat. The prison gates swing open, signaling the prisoners' release. The freed debtors step out uncertainly, still stunned by their sudden freedom. Narration explains that Henry's arguments forced Haisha to release everyone from the underground prison, granting them a second chance. The former prisoners rejoice as they step into the sunlight, just as Henry had done with the accountants. Harris thanks Henry repeatedly for rescuing them. Henry says that before they start working, he needs to take them somewhere first. He brings them to the Vivaldi cloth shop and is greeted by the manager. The shop manager recognizes Henry as the official who visited earlier, and he greets her warmly. Henry announces he intends to place a large order for designer Sylvia's clothing. Curious, the manager asks who all these clothes are meant for. The scene shifts to the newly freed men, still dirty and nervous. A close-up shows their grimy, blood-stained hands and ragged clothes. They stand in a row, embarrassed by their appearance inside the elegant shop. The manager is horrified by their filth. She insists she cannot tolerate their dirty state, and orders that they all bathe before anything else. Later, Henry and Ten admire the transformed men as they re-enter in fresh outfits. A shot highlights their polished shoes, indicating their cleaned-up appearance. Another shot displays their new vests and trousers in full. The former prisoners, now well-dressed, stand in line looking respectable and confident. The manager and staff bustle around fitting everyone with clothes, the shop lively and busy. Henry thanks the manager for her excellent service, and she says such a customer is always welcome. The men bow and thank Henry respectfully, calling him master. Henry says it is time to start working, and the group eagerly agrees to do anything he asks. Henry states that their first task is drafting the trade agreement between Aniclimax and Vivaldi. Fired up, Harris vows they will produce a perfect contract even if they must work all night. The narrative returns to Vivaldi's City Hall for the signing. A finished contract book lies on the table as Henry instructs the mayor to review it. Henry adds that once the agreement is concluded, he will present another business proposal, and the mayor listens. The mayor says he trusts Henry not to harm Vivaldi as he reads the document. Henry casually asks how the accountants he sent are performing. The mayor happily reports that thanks to them, they easily calculated taxes from the mercenary recruitment and earned 123,741 gold in special tax alone. Stamping documents, Henry dismisses that amount as trivial, shocking the mayor who says it is their highest short-term revenue ever. Someone knocks and announces Harris's arrival at the office door. Henry introduces Harris to the mayor as his personal accountant. Henry instructs Harris to give his report to Mayor Vanti, and Harris agrees. Harris explains through the window view that from the recent special tax, 90,000 of the 120,000 gold belonged to the 10 million gold group as profit. Alarmed, the mayor asks why such a separate record existed at all. Henry teasingly asks if the mayor intended to hand the entire 120,000 gold tax to the empire. Henry clarifies that if the company name is omitted from the city's special tax records, there is no trace of how the money was gathered. The mayor realizes Henry is suggesting they quietly keep part of the tax, since they control the city's largest arena. Henry burns the special tax records over a candle, explaining that once destroyed the collected money effectively becomes theirs. Surrounded by flames, Henry states they now have about 90,000 gold in a secret fund and that, as promised, 10,000 of it will go to the mayor. The mayor is stunned that Henry is gifting him 10,000 gold personally. Henry reminds him he keeps his word about sharing profits and asks if that amount seems insufficient. Overjoyed, the mayor insists the sum is more than enough and accepts it gratefully. Henry thinks to himself that now that he has fed Vanti with money, the mayor had better not do anything foolish. Time passes and a carriage departs through scenic countryside from the city estate. Henry and Ten see off Ban and his mercenary officer as they depart with the signed contract. Henry wishes Ban success with the mission, and Ban promises to return soon. Narration says Henry helped Hars organize a professional management team for Aniclimax, and Ban left with that team and the contract. Watching them go, Henry reflects that he can finally proceed to his next scheme. Ten eagerly asks what Henry's next plan is, while Henry teases him for being impatient. Ten answers that if Henry intends to dominate the continent, every moment is precious. Henry smiles inwardly, thinking that calling Ten the future Gold King has clearly fired up his ambition. Henry tells Ten he will be leaving for Salgera for a while. Ten reacts in shock, confirming Henry means the northern Salgera. A memory shows shackled prisoners under guard in a harsh land. Henry affirms he is going because there are people he needs to find there. Ten reminds him Salgera is an exile land, and Henry says he must pass through Saran Gorge. Ten explains Saran Gorge's entrance is guarded to block civilians, and Henry suggests bribing the poorly stationed soldiers. Ten instead proposes finding a legal way to enter without bribes. Henry agrees that would be better and prompts Ten to continue. Ten advises Henry to register with a mercenary guild so he can enter Salgera under the cover of a mission, which Henry had planned anyway. Narration explains the mercenary guild functions as a government institution. It is stated that the Empire directly manages the many guilds and commissions. Narration adds that Henry himself designed this system, and he resolves internally to rescue his people from Salgera. The story notes, Henry controls Vivaldi and Ankelman and is seeking a legal route through the mercenary guild to reach the northern prison of his people. At the guild, staff read documents while other mercenaries wait. A document is handed over for review. Henry, at a counter, tells a clerk to wait as he prepares his paperwork. Someone at the guild calls out to Henry, getting his attention. Henry meets Ten in the crowded guild hall, and Ten reports he has spoken with the branch manager. Henry praises Ten's connections, and Ten jokes that of course he has them. Ten adds there is more information to share. Ten quietly informs Henry that a mission exists which will allow him to enter Salgera. He explains it is nominally a simple escort mission but involves a complicated relationship. Henry urges him to elaborate further. Ten says the escort was requested by a private contractor acting on behalf of the Empire. Henry questions why the Empire would outsource a task it could handle itself. Ten answers that because Vivaldi is close to Salgera the Empire wants to cut transport costs, and he notes the guards for this routine resupply mission are already chosen. Henry internally doubts they would use private contractors only to save money and wonders about their true plan, then asks what they should do. Ten replies that the branch manager will help them and that the convoy leaves tomorrow, which suits their timing. Henry is pleased and calls the news good, sharing a light moment with Ten. Ten then remembers there is one more arrangement he made. He reveals he has arranged for Henry to be registered as a B-rank mercenary the next morning. Henry acknowledges that having such connections is indeed useful and praises Ten. A clerk calls Henry Morris and prepares to hand him his documents. The clerk issues Henry his temporary B-rank mercenary card and confirmation, explaining the proper plaque will come later. Henry inspects the mission document, noting that the Salgera supply transport mission is contracted to a company named Paint Industry. Ten confirms that Paint Industry is the contractor in charge of this transport mission. Henry says he needs to make preparations before departure, and Ten agrees. Outside, Henry stands by a horse and summons gear using magic. Weapons and armor appear, and Henry judges that this should be sufficient equipment. Henry decides he will apply his perfect steed modification technique to the horse Hector will ride. Hector approaches and addresses Henry, who offers him the newly prepared gear as a gift. Hector hesitates at receiving so much, while Henry lists the provided weapons, armor, and cold weather clothing. Henry tells Hector not to feel pressured because for a mercenary quality equipment is crucial. Henry reminds Hector that their recruitment promised the best treatment in the industry. Moved to tears, Hector emotionally calls out to Henry. The next morning Henry and Hector ride out of the city toward their mission. They arrive at the gathering point on time, where wagons and people are assembled. Henry and Hector approach a man near the supply carriage who is reviewing papers. The man asks if they are the Million Mercenary Group and is surprised that it consists of only 2 members. Henry confirms it. Henry reassures him not to worry, saying both he and Hector are confident, then adds the job is more than just escorting. The contractor adds that they must also help load cargo, and Henry readily agrees they can handle it. The man warns their pay will be low since extra people were not expected, and Henry says he understands. Another mercenary remarks that the famed Million Mercenary Group is only 2 people. A mercenary leader introduces himself as Billy, head of the Hound Mercenary Group. Billy mocks that he expected a large group from the big recruitment notice but sees only 2 men. Hector grumbles about the insult, while other hounds deride whether 2 men even count as a mercenary group. Henry calmly asks Billy if he attempted their recruitment test. When Billy reacts nervously, Henry says he looks familiar. Henry remembers Billy as someone who failed their test and caused trouble, suggesting this unless he is mistaken. Enraged, Billy curses Henry and bristles with anger. The contractor intervenes and warns that any damage from fighting will incur penalties. Henry ends the confrontation by insisting there will be no fight and urges everyone to depart, while Billy fumes internally about the insult. The convoy sets out through the snowy gorge, with Henry and Hector riding alongside the wagons. Time passes under clear skies as they travel. Some Hound mercenaries discuss Henry, noting he is the sword sparring champion and praising his skill. Billy dismisses sword sparring as mere show, while another notes that the championship bout was intense. Hector asks Henry if he will ignore their badmouthing, but Henry replies that loud, empty boasters will eventually create an opening. Finally angered, Hector throws down his food tray, vowing not to forgive anyone who insults Sir Henry. He launches himself at the mocking hounds and strikes one of them. Hector continues pummeling another mercenary in a flurry of blows. Watching spilled food, Henry sighs that the brawl has ruined their meal. Billy storms up accusing Henry's subordinate of making trouble, and Henry retorts that Billy's larger group should be able to restrain one man. Billy, furious, draws his weapon and insults Henry again. Henry releases a chilling killing intent and orders Billy to stop. Overwhelmed by the aura, Billy freezes and wonders what terrifying bloodlust this is. He starts gasping, realizing he suddenly cannot breathe. Henry calls out to Hector and tells him to stop, ending the scuffle. Hector immediately obeys, stepping back while the hounds lie beaten. Henry makes a small hand gesture, easing his pressure. Billy's breath returns with a gasp of relief. Billy pants that he can finally breathe again as Henry withdraws his power. Henry apologizes for the disturbance and invites Hector to resume eating. Hector feels guilty that his outburst wasted their food. Henry reveals a subspace pocket, explaining he has stored additional supplies there, which Hector recognizes as a magic storage item. Henry produces a lavish meal and tells Hector to eat, saying that although their work is hard, their food does not have to be poor. Several days later, the convoy finally reaches the snowy Slan Gorge. Henry explains that Slan Gorge is known as Salgera's first gate and the northern end of the continent. The contractor warns everyone to be cautious because bandits often appear beyond this point. The convoy advances single file through the rocky, snow-covered gorge. A wagon will hit something, triggering an explosive trap. An explosion erupts behind Henry and the others as the ambush springs. Hector yells for everyone to halt because bandits are attacking. Armed, masked riders appear ahead, blocking their path. A close view shows the leader tightening his mask. He grips his sword as the bandits prepare to charge. Henry notices their gear resembles formal military equipment and suspects something is off. The bandit leader demands they throw down their weapons and surrender, promising to spare their lives. A hound mercenary laughs to Henry that the bandits must be fools. Henry agrees it seems stupid to rob travelers on a road reserved for Imperial supply convoys and becomes more suspicious. He thinks it almost feels like the bandits were specifically waiting for them. Billy rallies his men to warm up by fighting and prepares to attack. He orders Henry's small group to stay back and simply guard the carriage. Henry cheerfully agrees to leave the battle to them. The bandits ready themselves in formation with drawn blades. Several bandits then coat their swords with glowing blue aura, revealing themselves as aura users. Henry is surprised that mere bandits possess aura techniques. Realizing the danger, he turns to warn Billy. But seeing Billy smiling in excitement during the crisis, Henry senses something is very wrong. Billy leads the confident hounds in a charge to demonstrate their group's prowess. Clashing aura blades light up the battlefield as fighting begins. A bandit unleashes a powerful aura slash from horseback. One of the hounds is struck and screams in agony. Henry and Hector watch in shock as the situation worsens. The hounds are cut down by sweeping aura attacks in the snowy gorge. Billy shouts for his remaining men to regroup and reform their positions. Many hounds lie dead and bleeding on the snow-covered ground. Billy realizes in horror that they are completely surrounded. He tries to fight back but is overwhelmed by the coordinated aura assault. Close up, Billy panics, drenched in sweat. Captured and kneeling, he bitterly tells his captors to just kill him. A bandit raises his glowing sword overhead to execute Billy. Billy closes his eyes in terror, awaiting death. Henry intervenes by hurling a sword. The thrown blade strikes with bloody force, interrupting the execution. Blood splatters around the embedded sword on the ground. Billy opens his eyes in astonishment at what just happened. He sees Henry far behind the lines and realizes Henry threw a sword accurately from that distance. Henry stands ready, revealing calm confidence. Henry claps his hands, signaling the start of his move. He tells Hector it is now their turn to act, and Hector agrees. A bandit commander orders his aura riders to eliminate Henry and Hector first. The aura-wielding bandits charge toward them at high speed. Henry faces them with a determined expression. Henry casts a spell named Grease, channeling blue magic into the ground. He and Hector stand within the glowing spell field as Henry notes the magic's effect. The spell makes the ground slick, causing charging enemies and mounts to slide and lose balance. Henry then commands Hector to go finish off the disoriented bandits, and Hector agrees. As Hector dashes forward, Henry thinks proudly that his leader really is extraordinary. Using his strength and momentum, Hector cleaves through an enemy with a powerful upward slash. He continues his attack, cutting down another bandit in close combat. Soon Hector stands victorious over fallen foes while Henry watches approvingly from behind. A sword is driven into the icy ground, marking the end of the skirmish. Hector calmly shoulders his weapon, surveying the quieted battlefield. A stunned Billy wonders aloud how only Henry and Hector could accomplish so much. Henry tells Hector to take the now subdued Billy back to the carriage since they still need him to work. Hector salutes and agrees to escort the captive. As they speak, a lone mounted bandit rides up toward Henry and Hector. The approaching rider brandishes a short weapon, clearly preparing to confront them. A close view shows the masked man's serious, focused gaze. Henry studies the newcomer and concludes that this must be the leader of the bandits. The blue-haired leader stops his comrade and steps forward, deciding to confront the mounted attacker himself. The older knight grips his sword hilt, ready to engage. Drawing his own sword, the blue-haired man declares he will personally deal with the enemy. A masked swordsman on horseback raises his glowing blade to strike. Seeing the aura on the blade, the blue-haired man realizes his opponent is a sword master. Smiling confidently, he thinks it is better that he alone faces such a strong foe. The sword master prepares his attack, aura flaring. The blue-haired man notes that, since his opponent is a sword master, he must adjust his tactics. He decides to reinforce his defenses by casting a thicker magic armor on himself. The sword master focuses his aura along his weapon, eyes sharpening. Blue aura intensifies around the sword master's blade as he empowers it further. The blue-haired mage braces with his sword, ready to counter the incoming charge. He casts the speed spell Haste on himself. He repeats Haste, stacking the effect to further amplify his speed. He triggers Haste again as he launches into rapid motion across the snow. Supercharged by speed magic, he rushes straight at the charging sword master on horseback. The sword master is startled by how fast his target is approaching. Using his enhanced speed, the mage swings a powerful, aura-infused slash at the rider. He closes in with a focused, cutting strike aimed to break through the enemy's guard. While clashing blades, he realizes that even multiple haste spells cannot overcome the sword master's aura barrier. He decides that if slashes are blocked by aura, he must change tactics in the next exchange. He unleashes a massive, straight thrust of aura from his sword that collides head-on with the rider's attack. The devastating clash injures the horse, which screams in pain. The mortally wounded mount collapses violently into the snow. The dismounted sword master angrily laments the loss of his favorite horse. The mage taunts that they are now even and comments he was getting tired of keeping his head bent upward. Enraged, the enemy swordsman curses him and prepares to fight seriously. The sword master reinforces his grip as his aura flares even stronger around the hilt. Observing this, the mage notes that the aura has swelled, guessing how deeply the man cared for his horse. He reasons that creating distance against such a powerful aura user would be dangerous. While advancing, he concludes ordinary slashes cannot penetrate the aura and resolves to focus all his power into his sword's tip. He charges in with low, sprinting steps, preparing a decisive thrust. Rushing forward, he activates another spell named Sharp to concentrate his power. His piercing attack meets the sword master's sweeping aura strike in midair. The enemy is shocked that his aura wall has been pierced. The thrust slips past the armor, striking into the swordsman's shoulder area. The resulting explosion of energy hurls the mage backward, sending him tumbling through the air. He lands hard but quickly regains his footing on the icy ground. Looking up at the destroyed cliff, he curses the situation. Recovering his stance, he shows he is still ready to fight. Seeing only a severed arm on the snow, he realizes the sword master escaped by sacrificing a limb, and notes his own strike hit shoulder instead of neck. He slices open the dead arm's sleeve with his blade. Under the cloth he finds a tattoo of an intertwined double snake, marking the enemy's affiliation. He recalls that the double snake is the emblem of the Viper Knights, the 10th of the Imperial Palace's 10 swords, led by Salmora. He concludes the enemy was no ordinary man and deduces that the Imperial army, ultimately Marquis Albert, is behind this attack. A narration explains that, aside from the Imperial family, the Empire's power is held by 6 great houses consisting of 1 duke, 2 marquis, and 3 count families. It further describes other influential figures such as great wizards, the Pope, and various grandmasters who also shape state affairs. The Archmage Henry is shown as a Grand Duke who once managed imperial affairs with great authority. Albert is introduced as head of the Crimson family, one of the marquis houses, whose power rivals that of the imperial family. Looking at the severed arm cloth, the mage bitterly thinks Albert still resorts to filthy schemes. With cold resolve, he vows to one day crush everything Albert has built. He returns across the snowy field toward the wagons and surviving mercenaries. Spotting the merchant at the wagon, he internally accuses Merchant Monk of being part of the plot. Monk nervously thanks the mage, pretending gratitude for safely overcoming the ambush. The mage approaches in silence, causing Monk to grow uneasy. Grabbing Monk by the collar, he demands to know who the merchant truly is. Monk feigns confusion aloud while inwardly panicking that his involvement has been exposed. The mage punches him hard in the face, cutting off his act. He thinks angrily that because of Albert's pawn Monk, innocent mercenaries died when the tragedy could have been avoided. He slashes open the lock on the supply wagon to inspect its contents. Inside he finds only minimal rations and bottles, confirming shortages. He concludes there were never proper supplies and that they were meant to be killed from the start, suspecting the Emperor provided only bare minimum necessities. He reasons that Marquis Albert's faction then obstructed even those minimal supplies to wipe out the exiles. When a knight asks what is going on, he explains that the escort mission was a scheme concocted by the bandits and the merchant together. Striking the wagon in frustration, he admits he wants to rush back to Vivaldi immediately but restrains himself. Instead he orders his men to use the remaining supply wagon to continue on to the exile settlement at Salgera. The senior knight acknowledges the order and agrees to follow. Looking at the incomplete supplies, the mage says they must still be delivered because exiles are depending on them. Time passes and the group rests by a campfire near the wagon as they travel towards Salgera. The next day, while saddling a horse, the mage complains to the animal for making the journey more troublesome. The mercenary captain furiously berates Monk for betraying them and destroying his mercenary company, while the mage watches. One knight wonders if they should intervene to stop the beating. The mage calmly tells his subordinate to leave the enraged mercenary alone. Bruised and terrified, Monk cries on his knees. Another knight asks the mage what they should ultimately do with the captured merchant. Mounted on his horse, the mage instructs them to lock Monk in the carriage. He announces to everyone that they are heading out for Salgera. The scene shifts to a fortified checkpoint near Salgera, standing amidst swirling snow. The escort convoy approaches the checkpoint where guards wait. A gate guard thanks them for their work and asks where merchant Monk is. The mage replies that Monk is locked in the back, then asks urgently to see the checkpoint chief. The guard explains that the chief is currently passed out from heavy drinking. The mage is surprised the chief is drunk even at this hour. The guard casually asks if they happen to encounter bandits along the way. The mage snaps that they have just returned from eliminating those bandits. As he dismounts, he secretly hands over the severed arm as evidence. The startled guard notices the grisly arm and cries out in shock. The mage orders him to go wake up the checkpoint chief immediately. A drunk, bearded man mumbles about the paint industry upon hearing the situation. Learning that the convoy is from paint industry, he realizes Monk must be present and goes to meet them. Outside, the now awakened chief approaches the mage, still nursing his hangover. We see the chief's flushed, drunken face and heavy fur cloak as he stands before them. The mage recognizes him, thinking in surprise that, though fatter and more bearded, this man looks like gatekeeper Bunt. He wonders why such a renowned figure as Bunt would be serving at this remote checkpoint. A flashback describes Bunt as the gatekeeper's shield, a famed castle defender whose skill and integrity earned him a medal from Henry himself. The mage regrets that, because of his own past disgrace, Bunt was demoted to this post and assumes the man is drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Bunt clumsily greets him, puzzled as the mage reaches out. The mage performs a spell on Bunt, telling him it will purge the alcohol from his system. Bunt is startled as the magic works and remarks that he suddenly feels sober. The mage politely introduces himself as Henry Morris, leader of the Million Mercenary Group escorting paint industry. Hearing the name Henry, Bunt is shocked. Composing himself, Bunt says Henry bears a name he deeply admires. They shake hands as Bunt formally introduces himself as the checkpoint chief. Bunt then asks why Henry is personally greeting them instead of merchant Monk. Henry explains that they were ambushed en route and that the supposed bandits were actually Viper Knights in disguise. Bunt is incredulous that the Knight Order led by Sir Salmora would stoop to simple theft. Henry reminds him that paint industry's convoys have often been looted recently. Bunt recalls that about 1 in 3 of their supply trips had entire loads stolen. Henry points out that today's ambush matches those previous raids. Bunt concludes that the merchant and Viper Knights must have colluded to steal supplies, supported by the nearly empty wagon. Henry thinks that although he intended to report this himself, Bunt's position lets him adjust a plan to use the chief instead. Smiling, he says he will entrust handling these captured conspirators to Bunt. He explains that as a mere hired sword his single report might be ignored by the palace, but Bunt's status makes him more credible. Bunt pessimistically replies that pursuing the Viper Knights is pointless. He says that if the Viper Knights are involved, resistance is futile and hints he cannot discuss certain details. Henry counters that Salmora of the Viper Knights is closely tied to Marquis Albert, implying Albert is orchestrating the scheme. Bunt stammers, astonished that Henry knows of these high-level connections. Bunt admits Henry understands the political situation and laments that any reports they send ultimately end up controlled by the 3 great houses. He grabs Henry's hand tightly, trying to dissuade him from provoking Marquis Albert. Bunt warns that opposing Albert will only bring Henry harm and urges the younger man to pretend ignorance. Henry suggests that if Bunt cannot move directly, they might instead use Count Eisen. The mention of Count Eisen shocks Bunt, recalling that Eisen once lost out to Albert. A narration recounts that after Henry and other loyal heroes were executed for treason, vacant duke and marquis positions were taken by central noble houses. Among those houses, 3 families fought over 2 marquis titles and the one who failed became Count Eisen. Henry proposes that if they offer Eisen such valuable evidence, the Count will gladly go after Albert on their behalf. Bunt worries that because Albert beat Eisen once already, the Count might not be able to do anything. Henry replies that how Eisen uses the information is not their problem. Their priority is safely reporting the truth to the palace. He adds that regardless of what happens afterward, they must at least do what lies within their power. Bunt admires Henry's cleverness, saying such a crafty plan suits someone less upright than himself. Henry deflects by saying he has only heard rumors of Bunt being a knight worthy of respect. He then states he will take custody of the merchants, and asks Bunt to grant them entry into Salgera. Bunt agrees and gives his permission. The convoy resumes its journey through the snowy valley toward the distant settlement. Riding alongside his knight, Henry continues toward the exiles' village. A guard points out the distant settlement, identifying it as the exiled village. They arrive at a large metal pillar that marks the village boundary. Henry instructs the guard to use a hammer on the pillar to alert the exiles of their arrival. The guard lifts the hammer high, preparing to strike the signal marker. He slams it against the pillar, sending reverberations echoing underground. Hearing the signal, Henry anxiously wonders how his people have managed to live during all these years of exile. The 3 men wait beside the pillar as snow falls quietly around them. The guard removes a concealed trapdoor in the ground while Henry watches. From the opened hole, a ragged man climbs up a ladder toward the surface. Several malnourished, poorly clothed exiles gather before Henry and his men after emerging from underground shelters. One gaunt man steps forward, his worn expression showing years of hardship. Another scarred man joins him, representing the suffering group. Henry is stunned to learn that only 15 exiles remain out of the original 50. His knight wonders why the surviving exiles stand so rigid and disciplined despite their condition. Henry concludes bitterly that monks' control over the supplies instilled deep fear in them through repeated abuse. He tells the guard to return to the checkpoint, saying he will discuss matters with Chief Bunt later and handle the exiles from here with his own group. Henry inspects the crates and asks if these are all the supplies they have. Watching workers unload, he decides they will no longer need monks' employees. Henry orders Hector to strip monks' men of coats, bind and blindfold them, then abandon them in the snow. The prisoners' hands are tied tightly behind their backs. Hector throws one bound man into the snow while Henry coldly observes. Henry gathers the freed laborers, who nervously stand before him. He introduces himself to them as Henry Morris. Two older men react in shock upon hearing his name. Henry tells the group that the man they are thinking of was his magic teacher. Hector is startled by this revelation, while Henry smiles. The elders cry out in amazement at hearing of Henry's connection to their former master. Henry explains he came to Saljara to fulfill his late teacher's wish of meeting these people. Bowing, Henry apologizes for not coming to help them sooner. The former slaves tearfully say they lacked authority and could not change anything themselves. An elder asks Henry if he is truly the disciple of the Grand Duke. Henry gently grasps the old man's injured arm. He apologizes again for arriving late, and the elder gratefully thanks him for coming. The two clasp hands as Hector watches the emotional reunion. Henry kneels and places his hands on the ground to begin a spell. He chants with eyes closed, focusing his magic. A powerful magical circle of blue light erupts around him. The sky and a snowy tree begin to change as his magic affects the environment. The villagers notice that the snowfall has suddenly stopped. Henry notes he has created an invisible barrier above the magic circle. Surrounded by swirling energy, he says it is time to begin the real part of the spell. Henry prays for the great architect's blessing on this land. His eyes flare open as he unleashes even more magic. Casting the high-level spell Rising Grand Mansion, he uses the environment to conjure a large mansion for survival. Inspecting the completed structure from above, he judges it satisfactory. An elder marvels at the great house while Henry asks if there is a nearby lake or river. The elder mentions a northern frozen lake said to host an ice spirit, and Henry says they will need drinking water and asks its location. The scene shifts to the secluded frozen lake surrounded by snowy mountains. Henry arrives at the lake's edge and confirms this is the place. Seeing fish under the ice, he concludes the water must be safe. He prepares to step onto the lake, imbuing his boots with magic. His magically strengthened foot lands on the ice with bursts of blue energy. Henry confirms the ice is thin but unbreakable, deducing it is reinforced by an ice spirit's magic. He decides to try breaking it with a stronger spell and charges fire in his hand. Henry forms a massive blazing firestone above him, ready to hurl it. Saying fly, he lifts himself into the air with magic. He then adds an acceleration spell to the firestone, casting haste on it. Henry rockets downward with the empowered fireball. The firestone explodes on impact, violently shattering the frozen lake's surface. Looking down at the broken ice, he notes the barrier is gone and prepares to examine the water. Henry approaches the new opening in the ice. He plunges his arm into the cold water. He suddenly senses something unusual and reacts with interest. His arm begins to tingle strangely, and he wonders what is happening to it. He remembers that he sealed the spirit Illyricgon's egg inside his left forearm. Seeing glowing marks on his arm, he realizes the water spirit egg is reacting to the lake water and suspects a connection to the lake spirit. Night falls again over the snowy mountains. A wounded spy leaves bloody footprints as he flees through the snow. The injured man continues staggering away, still bleeding heavily. Gasping, he thinks he must report these events to Sir Salmora. Seeing the distant imperial base, he vows to repay Henry for the humiliation he suffered. Back at the lake, the shattered ice reveals a deep blue hole teeming with fish as Henry stands at the edge. He decides it is time to dive into the water. Henry casts waterproofing and underwater breathing magic on himself. A protective blue aura envelopes his body. Determined, he readies himself to submerge. Water ripples as he slips beneath the surface. Various fish swim peacefully in the clear depths around him. Henry looks around underwater, alert and observant. He notes that the lake is far deeper than he expected. Casting a light spell, he illuminates the lake bed below. He continues descending, his boot touching the bottom. Suddenly sensing danger or change, he stiffens in alarm. Pain flares from his glowing forearm as he cries out underwater. Magic surges around him, forming a swirling protective sphere. He realizes the Illyricgon egg is voraciously absorbing the surrounding water. Fearing it will also drain his accumulated mana, he decides he must extract the egg from his forearm. His eyes widen as the energy intensifies. A blinding burst of light erupts around the egg. Henry exclaims in shock at what is happening. Before him appears a large luminous egg resting on the lake bed. Henry watches stunned as the egg continues to transform. He concludes it truly is a water spirit's egg, growing larger as it draws in more water. The now enormous egg pulses with blue energy. Cracks form across its shell, signaling imminent hatching. A small blue dragon-like creature breaks free from the egg. The newborn spirit dragon looks around cutely. Henry is bewildered as the dragon pup behaves playfully, more like a dog than a fearsome dragon. The little dragon suddenly notices something. It digs frantically into the lake bed. Watching its frantic search, Henry wonders what it is trying to find. The dragon uncovers a glowing blue orb and picks it up in its mouth, surprising Henry. Henry recognizes the object as the rare essence of Mother Nature, formed only in pristine environments. He deduces this orb is the essence of ice that kept the lake permanently frozen. Startled, Henry watches as the dragon stands before him with the essence. The dragon's body erupts with light and water energy as it undergoes evolution. Henry realizes it has swallowed the essence of ice and is evolving because of it. When the radiance fades, Henry examines the now stronger, satisfied dragon's spirit. Smiling, he names the spirit Elegon and embraces it as his companion. Henry decides to analyze Elegon's attributes using magic. He discovers Elegon has been influenced by the venomous heart he once consumed and possesses poison powers surpassing a normal poison spirit. Probing further, Henry senses 4 attributes within Elegon: water, ice, poison, and exceptional healing. Pleased, Henry tells Elegon they will work hard together from now on. Elegon happily chirps in agreement. The two surface, and Henry notices the once frozen lake water is now surprisingly warm. Surveying the steaming basin, he realizes the entire lake has become a hot spring. A fish swims in the heated water. The same fish soon floats lifelessly to the surface, clearly boiled. Henry laments that he had intended to use this lake as drinking water and must now find another source. Sunlight streams through the large mansion windows. Inside, the freed workers cheerfully remark on how spacious, dry, and comfortably warm the new residence is. A gloved hand sets down a wooden crate on the floor. Hector wipes sweat from his brow, saying he has finally finished organizing all the cargo. He watches with tired satisfaction as the other men laugh and relax. Reflecting, Hector thinks that without Sir Henry he would still be suffering like the others. He grins darkly to himself, and decides to swear loyalty to Henry. A hand suddenly rests on his shoulder from behind. Henry, having appeared silently, tells him he will keep that declaration in mind, startling Hector. Embarrassed and nervous, Hector asks when Henry returned. Henry, with Elegon on his shoulder, jokes that as a wizard he would not bother using the door. Elegon pats Henry's head affectionately while Henry calls it a little rascal. Hector screams in shock at the sight of the small dragon and demands to know what it is. Henry, amused, asks why he is so surprised while Elegon smiles beside him. Henry introduces Elegon as a top-class water spirit that is still weak because it is only a hatchling. The scene shifts to the Imperial camp at night, where someone announces their arrival before a superior. Inside a command tent, the wounded spy kneels before the seated commander Salmora. Salmora slams his book down and states that Hiram has failed. Hiram frantically apologizes and accepts full responsibility for the failed mission. Salmora dismisses the apology and orders him to explain what happened. Trembling, Hiram begins describing the encounter. Salmora confirms that despite not sensing any aura from Henry, the man still fought Hiram without much difficulty, which Hiram admits. Salmora wonders how someone without aura could accomplish such feats. Reasoning that little is known about Henry and Monk's plans have gone awry, Salmora drums his fingers while thinking. He concludes that they will simply have to eliminate Henry. The next day, Henry's conjured mansion stands proudly in the snowy landscape. Inside a study, the elder reads a letter and calls everyone outside. A younger man asks if Sir Henry is calling them. Stepping out, they are astonished by the mansion's grandeur and wonder what it all is. Outside, Henry waits in front of the mansion with several former slaves, presenting their new home. Henry, with Elegon perched on his arm, explains that while exploring the lake he discovered that most of Salgera's terrain is volcanic. He adds that thanks to Elegon he located an underground water vein and reshaped the lake. Henry assures them the new water source is clear and safe for drinking. The villagers happily test the warm lake and realize they will no longer worry about water or heating. Henry announces that he will establish his own company to look after all of them from now on. The men gratefully thank him, saying they can finally live as proper people. Henry thinks that all that remains is to deliver Monk's men to Count Eisen. He prepares wagons and horses to transport the prisoners, meeting with an imperial officer. The officer suggests that since Henry is present, he should present the prisoners to Count Eisen personally. Henry is surprised and asks if that means instead of the officer doing it. The officer insists it will be easier if Henry handles the handover, prompting Henry to mull over the name Count Eisen. Henry considers the idea carefully. Smirking, he decides it would not be bad to meet Eisen early since he plans to kill him someday. He agrees to help and says he will do it. The officer is relieved and expresses his gratitude for Henry's acceptance. When the officer offers to pay the million mercenary group for escort, Henry replies that it is unnecessary. Instead, Henry smiles and asks the officer to grant him 2 favors as payment. The bald chief repeats the word favors, surprised by the request. Henry promises the chief he will do anything asked, thanking him respectfully. Henry explains his first condition, asking to reserve a future favor where the chief must lend him his power. The chief laughs and readily agrees to owe Henry that favor. Henry states his second condition, asking the chief to keep secret whatever he sees in the exile village. The chief reacts in shock upon hearing Henry mention the exile village. Henry admits he knows the exiles and has been secretly supporting them with supplies and shelter. The chief agrees to maintain absolute secrecy about everything they witness in the exile village. Henry hands the chief a prisoner transfer document, telling him to treat it like a recommendation letter. The chief takes the rolled document from Henry. Henry thanks the chief for accepting his terms and the document. Henry orders Hector to load all thieves and scammers into a single carriage because they will depart soon. The carriage convoy leaves through a bright forest road, introducing Eisen Shonan. Narration introduces Count Eisen as a traditional military noble from a line of warriors whose capabilities are overshadowed by his foolish reputation compared with past counts. Henry recalls that despite Eisen's achievements in war, he was denied a marquis title and hopes Eisen remains as foolish as before. The scene shifts to the Grand Showman Palace. At the palace gate, a guard stops Henry and his companion and asks for their identification. The guard inspects Henry's identification card carefully. After checking, the guard loudly declares Henry cleared. The guard then permits Henry and his companion to enter the palace. Henry internally criticizes the rude soldiers who do not even salute, saying they resemble their superior. The narration shows Count Eisen's mansion entrance within the estate. Henry and his companion approach the mansion while another guard confronts them. Hector is visibly tense and sweating as they stand before the imposing building. Henry tells his anxious companion not to be nervous, and the man stammers his agreement. When a guard questions Henry's baron status, Henry wonders if they think he is merely a mercenary or officer. Another guard sneers at Henry's mixed status, crudely mocking his identity card. Henry's expression turns fierce as he warns the insolent guard to mind his language. He coldly reminds the guard that guarding a count's gate does not make him a count. Enraged, the guard charges at Henry with his spear, insulting him. Henry swiftly draws his sword in response to the attack. Henry's sword stroke shatters the spear and armor in a blur of movement as the guard recoils. The sword's slash visibly tears through the guard's chainmail. The humiliated guard stands with his armor sliced apart, while Henry remains composed with his sword drawn. The wounded guard groans in pain as Henry looks down on him. The beaten guard is so terrified he loses control and wets himself. Henry mocks the fact that such a weak and pathetic man was allowed to stand guard. Hearing something behind him, Henry turns with a questioning look. He walks away calmly as other guards watch him in shock. A group of armed guards forms up, tense and glaring at Henry. Someone yells for the guards to seize Henry, and several rush toward him. Henry smiles darkly, saying he will only cut their armor and not kill them. A swirling arc of blue energy from Henry's sword unleashes across the scene. Moments later, all the charging guards lie defeated on the ground around Henry. Onlookers, stunned by the fallen guards, wonder if Henry is the famed S-class mercenary they have heard about. Hector proudly advertises their million mercenary group as only B rank but invites requests from the amazed witnesses. A blast of lightning surges, startling Hector as he looks up. The lightning strike crashes nearby as Henry stands calmly, unaffected. Someone powerful steps forward above the courtyard toward Henry and the downed guards. The furious newcomer introduces himself as Batacan, the security chief, and demands to know who Henry is. Henry asks Batacan if he is the person in command here. Batacan steps down toward Henry, preparing to confront him. Batacan and Henry face each other tensely in front of the fountain. Batacan confirms he is in charge and challenges Henry with a grim expression. Henry states that he has come to meet the Count. Batacan initially smiles ominously at Henry's request. He then snaps that someone like Henry cannot see the Count so freely. Henry calmly pulls out the document he received earlier. Henry reveals it as a recommendation letter bearing the Imperial Army's seal. Henry urges Batacan to examine the letter closely. Reading it, Batacan becomes alarmed by its contents. Reluctantly, Batacan agrees to cooperate, and Henry notes that dealing with someone in charge makes things easier. Batacan leads Henry and Hector on horseback through the palace grounds toward the mansion. They arrive at a luxurious garden courtyard dominated by an ornate fountain. Henry observes that Eisen still enjoys showing off his wealth and grandeur. The scene presents Count Eisen's elegant mansion inside the castle walls. Batacan brings Henry and Hector to the mansion's main door. He orders them to wait outside while he goes in. While waiting, Hector whispers that the mansion seems small for such a great house. Henry smiles thoughtfully as he considers the observation. Henry suggests that this entire mansion might be used as a drawing room for receiving guests. Hector, uneasy, remarks that the Count is unlike other nobles. A moment of silence passes between them as they continue waiting. Henry explains that the artifact Elegon is currently resting and conserving energy wrapped around his wrist. Hector reacts with surprise, asking if Elegon is really hidden there. A carriage suddenly arrives, drawing Henry's attention. Henry looks toward the arriving carriage and its passenger. Someone steps down from the carriage, their boot landing firmly on the ground. Count Eisen emerges and scolds Henry for being arrogant just because he carries a letter sealed by the Imperial Army. Henry internally notes that Count Eisen has finally appeared. Eisen angrily asks Henry if he realizes whose soldiers he attacked earlier. Henry mentally compares Eisen's aura, thinking he is less intimidating than Ban. Henry pretends to apologize, saying he would have reasoned with the guard if he had known the man was important to Eisen. He adds with a dark smirk that the guard was so aggressive he had no choice but to use force. Eisen's aide bursts out in anger, shouting at Henry for his insolence. The aide is abruptly silenced as Eisen reacts with unexpected amusement. Eisen suddenly erupts in loud laughter at Henry's boldness. Henry thinks to himself that Eisen values strength and will interpret this disrespect as courage. Pleased, Eisen says he likes Henry's character and invites him inside to talk in detail. They move to an opulent drawing room and sit down for tea together. Henry notes internally that Eisen still squanders taxes on expensive teas he cannot properly appreciate, then decides to flatter him. Henry praises Eisen's refined taste, calling the tea rare and impressive for this place. Delighted, Eisen laughs and says Henry clearly knows something, feeling they are alike. Henry drinks, inwardly calling Eisen a lifelong fool while pleased by his gullibility. Henry sets his cup down and begins to explain the true reason he came. He tells Eisen that his purpose is to offer him a valuable sword. Eisen's interest is piqued as he repeats the word sword with a greedy smile. Henry confirms calmly that he indeed means a sword. He clarifies that the recommendation letter itself is the sword he is presenting. Eisen reads the letter, realizing it claims Henry single-handedly defeated the Viper Knights. Henry confidently answers that the feat described in the letter is true. Eisen reasons that Henry's courage in facing him makes such prowess believable, while Henry humbly deflects the praise. Eisen muses about Chief Bunt, wondering why Bunt brought this matter to him instead of the Imperial Palace. Henry thinks that if he lies clumsily it will backfire, so he must speak carefully. He openly states that everyone knows Eisen has poor relations with Marquis Albert, master of the Viper Knights, and that Bunt also clashes with the three great houses. Eisen reacts uneasily, sweating as Henry lays out this political truth. Henry explains that this is why he first proposed the alliance, because former enemies can become today's allies. He recounts learning at Fort Caliburn that there is no such thing as a permanent enemy. Eisen admits Henry's words are wise for someone so young and finds him increasingly interesting. Henry thinks with satisfaction that he has successfully gotten on Eisen's good side. Eisen leans back, intrigued, pondering Henry's offer. Eisen then asks Henry for his name. Henry smiles with his eyes closed, preparing to answer. A flashback shows the infamous mage Henry Morris, whose name Henry shares. Henry introduces himself aloud as Henry Morris. Eisen explodes in shock at hearing that name. Henry casually asks if Eisen feels alright, remarking that he looks pale. Eisen forces a strained smile and insists that nothing is wrong. Henry senses Eisen's unease and thinks that he has gathered enough information for now. Surrounded by ominous energy, Henry reflects that he has effectively declared war on an enemy from his previous life. Later, Eisen mutters that Henry Morris is an unnerving coincidence of a name. Henry apologizes politely, saying his name often causes troublesome misunderstandings. Eisen pointedly asks why Henry is offering him this powerful recommendation. Henry notices Eisen's attitude sharpening and wonders if it is solely because of his name. Henry answers that he is merely a baron who served at Fort Caliburn and still has far to go, implying he needs Eisen's patronage. Eisen deduces that Henry first went to Bunt just to pique his own interest. Henry calmly confirms Eisen's deduction. Eisen privately finds Henry suspicious but still accepts the gift, promising to use it to embarrass Marquis Albert before the Emperor. Eisen resolves internally to reward Henry while yet later dismiss him so the man cannot cause trouble. He orders his aide to give Henry a generous reward and escort him out, and the aide obeys. Henry reflects that Eisen has reacted instinctively to the name Henry Morris, proving how much it unsettles him and deciding to end today's maneuvering. The narrative shifts to the bustling city of Vivaldi. Text explains that after Ban arrived at Enkelman he followed Henry's orders, handed the management team over to Hars, and Hars successfully completed the financial audit and received his promised incentives. After finishing Henry's assignments, Ban quickly returns to Vivaldi. Ban reports to the top-hatted administrator, confirming that Henry has since gone on a mission to Salgera. Ben decides to head to Salgera as well, and the administrator tells him to wait while preparations are made. Ben then rides alone through a wooded trail toward his destination. While traveling, he drinks from a flask to refresh himself. Ben notes that the temple's special recovery medicine eases travel fatigue and urges himself onward to Salgera. The scene cuts back to the Shonen estate under clear skies. Outside the mansion, Henry tells Batacan there is no need to see them off any farther. Batacan begins to say he has something more to add. Henry cheerfully flips a gold coin in his fingers. He slips the coin into Batacan's cloak. Henry calls the gold piece a tip, leaving Batacan trembling with conflicting emotions. Batacan rages internally that Henry accepted only a small amount of gold from Eisen's treasury as payment, and then arrogantly gave that same coin to him as a tip. Meanwhile, Henry stands before Eisen's overflowing treasury, casually tossing another coin. As Henry departs humming with Hegler, Batacan shouts furiously after him, while Henry remarks that greed and overeating are bad for one's health. The story transitions to night at the ominous Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, a guard lights a wall torch, signaling the beginning of the next events. The narration explains that the 6 great houses can summon emergency meetings, which the emperor usually may ignore except when treason against him is suspected. The noble leaders gather, looking tense as the meeting begins. More nobles sit stiffly, sweating nervously in anticipation. The emperor sits in judgment, as the concept of a formal accusation against someone is introduced. A fur-cloaked noble stands and announces he will state the reason for the emergency summons. He calls for people waiting outside to be brought into the council chamber. The heavy doors slowly open as the summoned group enters. Guards escort several bound commoners into the room while the nobles and emperor watch. The prisoners, bruised and tied, tremble in fear. Someone slams a fist down, signaling the gravity of what is about to be revealed. The fur-cloaked noble asks the emperor to let him present the corpses of the Viper Knights as key evidence. The emperor, surprised at hearing the Viper Knights mentioned, tells him to proceed. Soldiers carry in a shrouded body while the bound men stand beside it. The prisoners quake as everyone's attention focuses on the covered corpse. Marquis Albert reacts with alarm and dread at the sight. The accuser and Albert glare at each other, revealing personal animosity. The fur-cloaked noble begins his accusation, addressing the emperor directly. He declares that one of the 6 great houses has disobeyed the emperor's orders. He further charges that this house recklessly used the imperial knights, squandering national power. The nobles targeted by the accusation are stunned and begin to panic internally. The emperor clenches his fist in anger as the charges sink in. Furious, the emperor demands to know who dared act against his will. He rages that someone disobeyed him and allowed an imperial knight to die. The scene widens over the table as the emperor explodes in anger at the assembled nobles. The narrator identifies the enraged ruler as Eurasia's Emperor Silver Jackson Edward, foolish yet the world's sole emperor. The narration likens such a dull, impulsive ruler to a blind sword that can strike anyone unpredictably. Seizing the moment, the fur-cloaked noble dramatically points to a specific man, declaring him the culprit. The spotlight falls on a sweating Marquis Albert of the Crimson family. The Crimson family is described as renowned for producing brilliant strategists and soldiers. The narrator recalls that Albert, in a previous life, was one of the empire's most policy-minded statesmen after Henry. The emperor directly asks Albert if the accusations against him are true. Albert, mentally connecting earlier delayed reports, realizes how events have been twisted against him. The accuser orders the corpses stripped to expose further proof, and the guards obey. A piece of tattered clothing is torn away from one of the bodies. A distinctive tattoo or brand is revealed on the corpse, serving as incriminating evidence. The accuser privately gloats that this physical proof leaves Albert no escape. He thinks that with a little more provocation of the emperor he will be able to eliminate Albert entirely. He loudly proclaims that Marquis Albert has been secretly embezzling vital survival supplies. He specifies that these stolen provisions were meant for the outcasts living in Salgera for over a year. He explains that Albert hired commoners to fake delivery of the supplies while conspiring with the Viper Knights leader. According to him, Viper Knights disguised as bandits then robbed those shipments, deceiving the emperor. He insists Albert not only defied the imperial order but also caused the deaths of innocent subjects. Albert adds that the Marquis also pocketed the treasury funds meant to purchase those supplies. The emperor trembles with rage as a guard stands beside him, sensing imminent violence. The emperor grabs the guard's weapon while the soldier hesitantly questions him. In a frenzy, the emperor lunges at Albert with the drawn blade, calling him a fool. The emperor drives the sword into Albert's body as blood sprays. Wounded and bleeding from the mouth, Albert struggles to remain conscious. Albert grips the embedded sword, stopping it from being fully withdrawn. The emperor stares in shock, offended that Albert would dare resist his attack. He bellows Albert's name and roars that the Marquis has truly dared to defy him. The plotting noble believes this moment marks Albert's downfall. Albert protests desperately that he had no choice in his actions, addressing the emperor. He reveals that all the outcasts in Salgera are actually members of rebellious families. Albert, impaled but steady, questions the emperor in disbelief about this hidden fact. He notes that the emperor mercifully spared these traitors, but implies they remain dangerous. Albert, kneeling before the emperor, declares that despite such mercy he personally cannot forgive them. The emperor is taken aback that Albert refuses to forgive the outcasts. Albert recalls vividly the day the traitor Henry Morris bargained for his own life and that of the outcasts. A flashback shows Henry kneeling before the emperor in a grand hall as part of that bargain. The memory shows Henry solemnly drinking a cup, sealing the agreement before soldiers. Returning to the present, the emperor stands rigid as the implications of Albert's story sink in. Albert insists he violated the order only to uphold the emperor's honor. He offers his life for disobeying the imperial decree, inviting the emperor to execute him. The scheming noble watches silently, realizing Albert is successfully turning the situation. He internally marvels at Albert's acting skill and how convincingly he plays the loyal servant. Narration states that Albert, nearly condemned for abusing imperial power, is now seen as a devoted vassal thinking only of the emperor's good. Albert leans weakly against the emperor, clearly at the center of the ruler's concern. Panicking over Albert's condition, the emperor shouts for a priest to be summoned. Overcome with guilt, the emperor hugs Albert and admits his own foolishness in misjudging him. Albert stays quiet in the emperor's embrace, hiding his true feelings. His expression twists into a sinister smile, revealing his manipulation of the emperor. The scene shifts to a peaceful starry night over a forest. Elsewhere, Henry sits by a campfire in the woods, seemingly at ease. He admits to himself that he feels a lingering sense of unease. He wonders how he can make his unseen enemies pay for what they have done. A magical white cat familiar appears and respectfully addresses Henry as its master. Henry orders the cat to return to the treasury they previously visited and steal everything stored there. The cat agrees, saying it understands the command. The cat looks back with its mismatched eyes, ready to carry out the task. The familiar transforms into energy and shoots off into the night sky. Relaxed again, Henry stretches beside the campfire. Lying down, he muses that Eisen will be furious when he discovers his once impregnable treasury has been looted. A cheerful voice announces the cat's return under the moonlit sky. Henry praises the familiar's work as it happily leaps toward him holding stolen goods. Henry reclines contentedly while the cat gnaws on its reward beside him. He gazes up at the moon, quietly enjoying this calm night. He estimates their haul is worth tens of thousands of gold and says they can now return to Vivaldi satisfied. The narrative jumps to the snowy Slan Gorge checkpoint on the Empire's border. A mounted man arrives at the gate where a guard stands watch in the snow. The guard notices the rider and prepares to challenge him. He orders the newcomer to stop, saying commoners are forbidden from entering. The rider pauses, unfazed by the warning. He produces a golden identification plaque marked with imperial authority. The guard realizes this golden ID signifies a marquis-level noble, or someone from the royal palace. Terrified, the guard apologizes and rushes off to summon his superior. The checkpoint chief, a bearded man in furs, arrives asking who warrants such fuss. He spots the visitor with his horse and is curious. Recognizing the rider, he smiles as the man greets him confidently. The chief's eyes widen in pleasant surprise at seeing this acquaintance. They shake hands warmly, exchanging remarks about how long it has been and how hard each has worked. The rider explains he has come because he has business with a mercenary from the paint industry group. The chief, surprised, asks if he means Sir Henry, revealing he knows him. The rider confirms and identifies himself as Henry's second-in-command. The chief concludes Henry must be the mercenary leader and remarks that Henry was clearly no ordinary man. He invites the visitor inside, eager to talk more about Henry. As they head in, the chief asks whether Lord Ban enjoys alcohol, and Ban enthusiastically says he does. Narration shifts to history, explaining that after the continent's unification the Empire maintained its army and began educating its populace more efficiently. This led to imperial academies such as the Swordsman Academy, where people now train to pursue dreams rather than merely survive. Consequently, the Empire entered a golden age of power with ever stronger, highly talented graduates each year. True strength, the narration says, depends less on weapon skill than on mastery of inner aura, the power within humans. We are introduced to Conir, leader of the 3rd unit of the elite Viper Knights within the Imperial Knights. Conir is summoned by his superior, who assigns him a mission to travel to Salgera. Conir confirms the destination as the northern settlement of Salgera. His commander stresses that the mission is top secret and must be carried out quietly without alerting anyone. Conir respectfully accepts the order in his commander's office. The commander then grants him command of the entire 3rd unit and orders that everything living in Salgera be eliminated. He further commands Conir to burn and kill everyone, starting with the Imperial checkpoint at Salgera's entrance. Conir vows not to disappoint him, fully accepting the ruthless task. The story returns to Slan Gorge checkpoint, emphasizing it as the first target. Night falls over the snowy fortress as a storm begins. From a cliff above, Conir and his mounted unit overlook the checkpoint, preparing their assault. Conir raises a sword wreathed in blue aura while astride his horse under the moon. Behind him, his armored cavalry ready glowing spears infused with the same aura. Conir gives the simple command to kill everyone as they charge. The Viper Knights thunder downhill in formation toward the checkpoint. The fortress towers glimmer as alarms or lights flare in response to the approaching attack. Inside, the checkpoint chief drinks with Ban, unaware of the danger outside. He finishes his mug with satisfaction, enjoying the strong drink. Laughing, he offers Ban a fiery liquor called Volcano Explosion Whiskey. Ban agrees to toast again, lifting his own mug. Suddenly Ban senses something, his expression turning serious. He abruptly stands, startling the chief as his drink sloshes. Ban says it seems they have visitors approaching the fortress. Preparing for trouble, Ban grips his sword hilt and tells the chief to wait. He heads outside with confidence, promising to be right back. Ban steps into the snowy night, facing the direction of the oncoming threat. He senses a strong, murderous energy beyond the hills and estimates about 20 assailants. Ban takes a deep breath, readying himself for battle. His breath steams in the cold as he focuses and steadies his resolve. He plants his foot firmly, initiating his counterattack. Ban remarks that the cold air clears his head as he stands in front of the checkpoint. Meanwhile, the Viper Knights' horses pound across the snow toward the gate. The charging knights with aura-coated weapons come into view as Ban faces them. Ban recognizes from earlier talk that these attackers must be the Viper Knights. He identifies their leader Salmora as his old enemy and exults that he can finally take revenge. Ban draws his own weapon, unleashing a red aura to meet the incoming strike. He swings powerfully, clashing his aura-infused weapon against the enemies. Ban's eyes gleam with focused power as he activates a special ability or aura mark. His crimson attack surges forward toward the charging Viper Knights, beginning the fierce clash. The veteran swordsman challenges the mounted knights to show their skills and unleashes a devastating slash that scatters them. He follows up with a powerful sweeping sword technique, carving through the snowy battlefield. The shockwave from his attack rips through the surrounding forest as enemies are blasted away. Watching in horror, a young commander wonders what kind of technique that was, doubting it was an aura blade. In the aftermath, the lone swordsman stands among fallen riders while the remaining knights hesitate to attack. The commander, shaken, groans and admits to himself that the opponent is absurdly strong. One of his subordinates raises a hand, signaling to stop and regroup. The commander rallies his men, deciding they will rely on sword techniques rather than brute force to bring the foe down. Surrounded by knights with crackling energy on their weapons, the swordsman realizes they have switched to a siege strategy against him. Amused, he acknowledges that focusing on technique is a reasonable response when they recognize the gap in power. The knights charge with their enchanted blades, clashing against the swordsman at the entrance of the stronghold. He blocks calmly and reflects that techniques alone are still just techniques, not enough against true strength. With effortless precision, he intercepts an energized blade mid-draw, neutralizing its power. He briefly closes his eyes, gathering focus and intent. Opening them sharply, he resolves to end the fight decisively. Empowering his sword with blazing energy, he cuts down a mounted knight in a single upward strike. He sheathes his sword with a smooth motion, the battle already decided. The remaining attackers and their horses lie scattered and defeated in the snow. Alone in the courtyard before the keep, he stands over the bodies, having annihilated the raiding unit. The young commander and his remaining riders stare in terror, one stammering in disbelief at what they're seeing. The commander recognizes the legendary quick-draw technique he had only heard rumors of, understanding its surprise attack nature. He had believed that technique should only affect the person directly in front, not everyone around. Panicking, he analyzes that it was neither aura nor bloodthirst, yet one strike sent half his men flying. As the swordsman approaches on foot, his boots crunch in the snow toward the shaken survivors. The remaining horsemen encircle him again, spears lowered, but their morale is clearly broken. The commander faces the swordsman directly, tense and unsure how to proceed. The swordsman's gaze turns cold and oppressive, radiating quiet menace. The commander remembers his lifelong reputation as a prodigy swordsman and forces himself to fight despite fear. He powers his sword with blue energy and rides forward alone to challenge the man who routed his unit. The swordsman smirks and notes that the commander did not flee, finding his courage noteworthy. Enraged by the condescension, the commander tells him to be silent. The swordsman deduces that, as a member of the Vipers, the commander must have been trained by their leader Salmora. He mocks Salmora's faction as being like snakes. Finishing the insult, he adds that a snake will never become a dragon, belittling their ambitions. The commander explodes in fury, screaming for the swordsman to stop mocking him. He charges recklessly on his steed, blue blade raised high to strike from above. Their weapons clash mid-charge, the commander's energy slash colliding with the swordsman's counter. The impact erupts in a spray of blood and darkness. When the dust settles, the swordsman stands with flaming sword while the commander is clearly overpowered. Energy roars around the blade as its fiery aura intensifies. Time shifts, showing the fortress exterior under calm skies after the battle. Inside the snowy courtyard, the swordsman reports to a fur-clad officer near rows of corpses shrouded in cloth. They examine a corpse's arm branded with a twin snake emblem and deduce these men came to clean up evidence after one survivor escaped. The officer remarks that given what happened, Marquis Aubert is probably the one who will now be anxious. The swordsman reasons that the best outcome is for Marquis Aubert never to receive any report from these failed agents. The officer agrees that without reports Aubert will hesitate to act recklessly. He suggests they also send these bodies to Count Eisen as evidence. He proposes using the snake-tattooed corpses and his own testimony of being threatened as grounds to attack Marquis Aubert politically. The swordsman likes the plan and decides they will proceed that way. The officer notes he could report it himself, but it would be slow since he must first request reinforcements from the capital. The swordsman thinks over how to expedite matters. He then offers another idea, surprising the officer. Looking at one of the dead vipers, he suggests sending them to Sir Henry instead, prompting the officer to confirm he means using Henry again. He argues Henry has already met Count Eisen, so letting him handle the delivery will be faster. The officer agrees and goes to prepare a carriage for transporting the bodies. Soon the carriage is ready in the courtyard and the swordsman oversees loading the shrouded corpses. Mounting his horse afterward, the swordsman decides it is time to return to Vivaldi. Narration explains that out of guilt, the Emperor had Aubert's grievous armpit-to-torso wound fully healed by the best priest in the Imperial Palace. Recovered Marquis Aubert broods in his estate, cursing Eisen for outwitting him while an armored subordinate stands nearby. The subordinate bows and apologizes for his failure. Aubert glares, clearly furious at the situation. He nonetheless tells Salmora to drink with him and pours wine, saying business and pleasure are separate. Salmora nervously accepts the offered drink in a dog bowl, his reflection distorted in the wine. Aubert asks mockingly if Salmora is surprised to be offered a toast, and the man stammers thanks. Aubert sneers, asking if Salmora dislikes the drink because it is served in a dog bowl, humiliating him. Salmora sweats, humiliated and anxious. He steels himself, closing his eyes. He drinks the wine from the bowl despite his shame. Aubert abruptly asks if there is still no word from the third unit. Salmora reports that not only was the fifth unit destroyed, but the third unit sent afterward was also wiped out. Aubert deduces that Eisen's men both severed Hiram's arm and annihilated entire units. Wondering if Eisen orchestrated everything, Aubert concludes his rival must have been planning this for over a year. He orders Salmora to temporarily ignore the Salgera supply issue, and Salmora accepts the command. Aubert grips his wounded shoulder, seething. He then declares that instead of pursuing the supply problem, he will now concentrate all non-knight forces on attacking Count Eisen directly. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Vivaldi. In a street, Ben reunites with a young girl while Eisen silently observes from nearby. A merchant named Ten greets Eisen and asks why he did not return together with Sir Ban. Ten explains that Ban had gone to Salgera specifically to meet Eisen and wonders if they missed each other. Eisen realizes they crossed paths and decides it is best to wait here since Ben will have heard everything from Bunt. Eisen then changes the subject and calls Ten's attention. He announces that from now on Ten's firm, 10 million gold, will handle all supply deliveries to Salgera, surprising Ten. Ten notes that the previous contractor, Paint Industry, relied heavily on that job and asks what will happen to them. Eisen calmly says that bandits attacked them on the road. He explains that the bandits killed every other mercenary and even the merchant. Then Ten questions whether they can freely change a mission entrusted by the Empire. Eisen replies that of course they cannot, so he plans to create a proper company first and obtain official qualification. He adds that he wanted to form at least one company eventually anyway and that they will not even need a carriage or staff. Ten realizes Eisen intends the Salgera resupply to be handled solely by Hector under the new Million Company. Hector, playing with the girl, is shocked when he hears this and asks if Eisen is serious. Eisen reassures him, promising to provide a subspace pocket so he can carry goods alone and treat the trips as horseback training. Hector listens as Eisen insists there is no one else more suited to be entrusted with the mission. Encouraged, Hector brightens. He eagerly accepts, telling Eisen to leave the task to him. Eisen then says he will visit the Mercenary Guild while instructing Ten to register the Million Company with the Merchants Association. Eisen heads to the Mercenary Guild building. Inside, the relaxed guild master reads when he hears someone enter and calls out to see who it is. Seeing Eisen, the master tenses, clearly intimidated by his presence. Eisen confronts him angrily, implying the man had prior knowledge of the deadly Salgera ambushes. The guild master stammers, feigning ignorance and asking who Eisen is. Eisen accuses him of knowing that Paint Industry was the supplier to Salgera all along. Realizing what this implies, the guild master panics and starts to guess Eisen's identity. Eisen's jaw tightens in anger. He draws a dagger with lethal intent. The dagger slams into the desk near the guild master, making him scream and cower. Terrified, the man begs for his life and promises to reveal everything. Eisen watches silently, his expression cold. The narration explains that whenever Paint Industry departed on a resupply mission, the mercenary escorts died 2/3 of the time, yet the merchant somehow always survived and kept accepting the work for over a year. Eisen raises his dagger again and warns he will ask one last time whether the guild master knowingly allowed this. The guild master trembles, overwhelmed by fear. He breaks down, apologizing and claiming he assumed everything was fine since no one complained about the missions. Eisen judges that if the man had been coerced by superiors he would blame them, but his reaction shows he was simply too lazy to report or investigate the repeated slaughter. Eisen declares that Paint Industry has been destroyed and that from now on Million Company under 10 million gold will take over the Salgera resupply route. The guild master protests weakly that such appointments are technically decided by the Empire's Merchants Association, not by the guild. Eisen ominously asks if that means the guild master cannot carry out the change, raising his weapon again. Panicking, the man insists he has connections with the Merchants Association's president and swears he will make it happen, while Eisen reflects that brute power proves more effective than laws. Sunlight filters through the guild windows as the tense interrogation ends. Outside, Eisen smiles slightly, thinking that obtaining a subspace pocket is the last step in his plan. Elsewhere, a cloaked man approaches a massive fortress at dusk. He pauses before its high walls, steeling himself. Looking up at the towering magical structure, he silently takes in the intimidating sight. He narrates that he has come to the magic tower on Salmora's orders but feels uneasy, having heard the wizards here are all strange. He opens a door to enter despite his nerves. Stepping inside at sunset, Hiram reflects that he has no choice if he wants his severed arm restored. Surveying an empty study, he notes that it does not feel like anyone actually lives there. He stands in the doorway, uncertain but pressing on. On a desk he finds an open book and quill inscribed with unfamiliar runes. Instructions in the book tell him to write the name of the person he seeks. He considers this an easy condition to meet. He begins writing a name on the page with the quill. He finishes the inscription, identifying the person he wants as Draken Lodic. As soon as the name is written, light bursts from the window and magic fills the room around him. Blue energy gathers at his feet and rises, signaling the activation of a spell. The magic surges upward in a bright column. Narration explains this as the call list, a magical artifact that allows one to contact someone while protecting their privacy. Hiram watches in awe as swirling symbols and lights surround him. A blue magic circle opens like a portal before him, growing larger and brighter. A faint, satisfied smile appears on his face. He steps forward toward the portal. Looking at the glowing gateway, Hiram recognizes it as a magic portal and grins boldly. He emerges on the other side, finding himself face to face with a long-haired mage before the active circle. The dark-haired mage regards him suspiciously and demands to know who he is. Hiram introduces himself confidently as the leader of the Viper Knight's 5th unit. The mage says nothing at first, staring at the extended hand. They shake hands as Hiram explains he came because his commander said the mage Draken might be able to heal his severed arm. Draken agrees to examine him and tells Hiram to follow. They walk deeper into the dim interior of the tower. Silhouetted against tall windows, mage and knight proceed down a grand hall together. Hiram asks where they are going as they continue deeper inside. Draken smiles unsettlingly and replies that they only need to go a little farther. Growing wary of the mage's attitude, Hiram falls silent, a bead of sweat forming as he continues on. Someone steps forward, approaching the scene. The long-haired mage opens a swirling black portal while Hiram watches. Hiram notices the black portal and compares it to the previous one. The mage invites Hiram to travel through the portal to a place that can heal his arm. Hiram insists on knowing the destination before agreeing to go. The mage names their destination as the Retrogression Tower. Hiram questions where this Retrogression Tower is, noting he has never heard of it even at the palace. The mage pressures Hiram, asking if he does not want his damaged arm fixed. Hiram admits he wants his arm healed but still hesitates. The mage walks into the portal, forcing Hiram to decide whether to follow. Hiram curses inwardly, wondering if he has no choice but to go after the mage. Hiram steps into the black portal. He emerges from the portal into an unknown place. Hiram's first step lands near a human skull, alarming him. He looks around tensely at the gruesome surroundings. Horrified, Hiram fully takes in the carnage of the room. The portal room is revealed as a bloody ritual chamber filled with bones and broken tools. Shocked, Hiram reacts to the horrific sight. The mage cheerfully welcomes Hiram to the Retrogression Tower, addressing him by name. Hiram glares angrily at this greeting. Shadowy hands suddenly grab Hiram as he screams in agony. The scene shifts to a peaceful mansion where a carriage arrives. The carriage pulls up and comes to a stop. Outside, Henry greets a knight who has just arrived with horses. The spiky-haired knight says he already heard the details of the situation from Sir Bunt. Henry replies that since the man has been briefed, he will not repeat the explanation. The two men stand facing each other silently, gauging one another. Henry thinks to himself that he had not expected the authorities to send a cleanup squad. He suggests they first deal with the corpses. Looking at the covered bodies, Henry says they must keep them from rotting. Henry prepares to use magic. He casts a spell, releasing blue glowing energy from his hand. Henry and the knight watch as the magic takes effect on the corpses. Henry thanks the knight for handling the cleanup squad on his behalf. The knight comments that it is easier to work now that the smell has been suppressed. Henry casually waves a hand as they wrap up the spellwork. Walking together, the knight confirms everything is in order and Henry tells him not to worry. The knight brings up that Henry recently visited Eisen. Henry answers that Eisen likely stirred up trouble there with an accusation meeting. The knight doubts Aubert will be fooled easily by someone like Eisen, even if Henry partly agrees. He rests a hand on the carriage, thinking. Henry notes that the situation could worsen the relationship between Aubert and Eisen. Henry adds that, thanks to the knight's help, he has another pretext to attack Aubert politically. The knight asks if Henry intends to leave matters to Eisen again. Henry points out that the knight brought the bodies precisely so Henry could use them that way. Henry explains that with 2 Viper Knight units destroyed, Aubert will be desperate to know who is responsible. Henry proposes they hand the bodies over to Eisen so Eisen will shoulder the blame. He further reasons that once the resupply mission success is known, their mercenary group will inevitably draw attention, which Eisen may want to investigate. The knight snaps his fingers as he thinks. Smiling, he urges Henry to hurry to Shonan and asks to accompany him. Henry looks surprised at this request. The knight gazes steadily, clearly serious about going. Henry weighs the idea in silence. He finally agrees to take the knight along. Henry cautions that because Eisen knows the knight, it would be dangerous to approach in his current appearance, prompting the knight to ask what he should do. Henry proposes completely changing the knight's looks, which the confused knight asks him to clarify. Henry asks if the knight has heard of a magic called plastic surgery. The knight imagines that this plastic surgery might be the transformation magic that makes women beautiful. He also recalls it as an exclusive beauty magic sought after by rich ladies. The knight falls silent, digesting the idea. Then, flustered yet intrigued, he reacts enthusiastically. Nervously, he says that if they are changing his looks anyway. He shyly asks Henry if the spell can fix his nose as well. Time passes and night falls over the mountains. Henry's mansion glows with light from a window under the crescent moon. Inside, golden light streams around Henry's working hands. Henry concentrates on casting the lengthy transformation magic. Exhausted, Henry announces that the procedure is finally complete. He watches the lying knight expectantly as the man begins to wake. The transformed knight stirs, shifting under his armor. Henry says they are done and offers him a mirror, while the knight asks if that is really true. The knight raises the mirror to see his new face. Seeing his reflection, he exclaims in disbelief at the drastic change. Narration explains that Henry and Ban loaded the Viper Knight Order evidence into the Clever's chest and departed to meet Count Eisen. Arriving at Eisen's estate, Henry cheerfully greets the gate guards. The guards recognize him in shock and react fearfully. Ban, now looking like a handsome sword master thanks to transformation magic, steps forward and calmly asks if there is a problem. He firmly states that they are here to see the Count. Intimidated by Ban's aura, the guards can only groan nervously. Henry privately thinks that Ban's aura has improved even more with his new face. Ben steps forward purposefully. Henry announces to the arriving steward, Vetican, that it has been a while since they last met. Vetican demands to know what Henry wants this time, and Henry replies that it is the same as before. Vetican says that Count Eisen is not at home at the moment. A carriage wheel rolls, indicating the Count's timely arrival. Vetican runs toward the carriage, calling out to Count Eisen. Eisen steps down from the carriage. The imposing Count stands fully revealed in armor and fur-trimmed cloak. He narrows his eyes suspiciously at the situation. Henry observes that Eisen's expression shows his last attempt also went poorly. Henry and Ban bow as Henry formally greets Count Eisen. Eisen impatiently asks what Henry wants this time. Henry declares he has once again brought members of the Viper Knight Order and incriminating evidence. Eisen listens, pondering Henry's words. Eisen, still distrustful, demands to know who Henry really is, while Henry insists their earlier encounter at Salgera was coincidence, and that Bunt can vouch for him. Henry says he also carries a recommendation letter from Checkpoint Captain Bunt. Eisen snatches the letter from Henry's hands. He reads the contents carefully. Eisen thinks Bunt was foolish but realizes the letter confirms that meeting Aubert earlier could have seriously injured him. Eisen says he understands why Henry seems suspicious. Henry replies that his own mistake caused the current tensions. Eisen asks if Henry remembers the severed arm found among the prior evidence, and Henry confirms he does. Henry admits he let the owner of that arm escape and assumes the survivor told Aubert the truth. Eisen concludes that Aubert sent a cleanup team to Salgera to erase all traces of his crimes. Henry silently considers this development. Eisen asks if the people Henry brought are members of that cleanup team. Henry smiles faintly, confirming the implication. He explains he has come again to present crucial evidence to Eisen as a gift. Eisen reflects that the earlier mission failed not because of Henry but because Aubert acted too convincingly, and he sees this as a chance for revenge. Henry watches Eisen's reaction, pleased his plan is working. Henry stresses that this time the evidence is not just clothing but actual Viper Knights in uniform, so Aubert will not escape blame. Eisen studies Henry with renewed interest. Eisen's lips curl into a predatory smile. He agrees to the plan and promises Henry a reward again. Henry responds that he does not want treasure like before. Ben realizes that refusing a reward will provoke the proud Eisen. Eisen bristles with surprise at Henry's refusal. Power flaring, Eisen angrily demands to know if Henry is rejecting his goodwill. Henry addresses the now irritated Count calmly. He explains that he has something he needs more desperately than any treasure. Eisen smirks, intrigued. He asks what this desperate need is and invites Henry to explain. Henry states that what he wants protected is his life. Eisen reacts in confusion to this request. Henry confides that he is afraid of Marquis Aubert. Eisen presses him to clarify what he means. Henry claims the situation is different now because Imperial Palace Knights knowingly fought alongside Aubert. Watching Henry's performance, Ben silently marvels at his acting. Eisen asks if Henry simply fears being seized by Aubert's forces. Henry says he only acted to help Eisen, but worries what will happen to him if Aubert learns of his involvement. Hearing this, Eisen says he understands Henry's perspective. He promises to take responsibility for Henry's safety and personally protect his life. Eisen presents the Shonen family's emblem, the Shonen badge, as a symbol of that protection. He explains that wearing the badge will prevent others from attacking Henry openly. Henry inwardly rejoices at gaining such an unexpected gift and thanks Count Eisen profusely. Henry adds that although he feels safer now, he expects Aubert will still send skilled assassins after him and asks how to deal with them. Eisen muses over the problem of potential assassins. Henry suggests that Eisen first demonstrate his own capabilities to Marquis Aubert. Eisen, curious, asks what Henry is implying. Henry proposes staging another mission around this incident, but deliberately leaking the plan to the Marquis. Eisen asks what would follow after leaking the information. Henry explains that once the Marquis hears of the mission, he will try to stop it, and at that point Eisen can confront him directly with the corpses and provoke him. Eisen realizes this would effectively start a war between him and Aubert. Henry smiles, confirming that is the intention. Henry argues that although Aubert is a skilled strategist, his physical strength is poor, so this conflict would let Eisen prove he is superior. The two men share a conspiratorial look as their interests align. Eisen begins to chuckle darkly at the idea. Fired up, Eisen declares Henry's plan excellent, and looks forward to venting his long-held anger on Aubert. He praises Henry by name as a rare gem he almost overlooked, while Henry modestly downplays the compliment. Eisen proudly insists that as Eisen shown and he does not lavish such praise on just anyone, emphasizing how highly he now values Henry. The protagonist addresses Count Eisen to continue their discussion. He asks for permission to add one more request. In front of Count Eisen, he volunteers to handle the current problem himself. Count Eisen doubts whether he can really defeat the snake-headed enemy's men again and questions his confidence. The protagonist insists that if given the chance he will win glory for Count Eisen. Convinced, Count Eisen grants him full authority over the operation and tells him to go all out. The protagonist gratefully thanks Count Eisen for the opportunity. A signboard marks an office where the next scene will occur. A knight named Samora knocks at the door of that office. Wondering why their ally is not preparing to attack Count Eisen, Samora announces himself to Aubert outside the door. The door opens as Samora enters the room. Inside, Aubert stands with his back to Samora, looking out the window. Aubert suddenly grabs a plate from the table. He flings the plate with force, sending it flying. The plate smashes against Salmora's head, hurting and startling him. The broken pieces crash to the floor. Blood drips near Salmora's feet amid the shattered fragments. Bleeding and furious, Aubert berates Salmora for his incompetence. An envelope drops to the floor near the debris. Aubert orders Salmora to pick up and read the letter. As Salmora reads, he wonders if something has gone terribly wrong. Shocked by the contents, he sweats and trembles. He realizes from the letter that Eisen has secured all the corpses of his clean-up squad. Aubert angrily explains that the letter mocks them and is meant as material for a second report. Aubert rages that as a lifelong swordsman, Salmora should never have allowed Eisen to outmaneuver him. He yells that someone else should have been chosen as one of the 10 swords instead of Salmora. Salmora apologizes to the Marquis for his failure. Aubert snaps that he did not summon Salmora just to hear an apology. He orders Salmora to retrieve his subordinates' corpses from Eisen immediately. Aubert warns that if Salmora fails again, he will face severe consequences. As Salmora leaves, Aubert reminds him that this mission is his last chance. Salmora walks into the training grounds where his men are assembled. One of the soldiers calls to him as captain. A soldier delivers another letter to Salmora, who tells him to hand it over. Salmora reads this new letter. The message makes him clench the paper in anger. Enraged, he screams Eisen's name, cursing him for his insolence. The scene shifts back to Eisen's luxurious hall. Eisen and his ally confirm all letters have been sent and wait for responses, while the ally asks what he wrote. Eisen explains he lightly provoked the recipients and specified a time and place to meet. His ally asks nervously if Salmora will actually come. Eisen says he slightly provoked Aubert. He adds that he heavily provokes Salmora, and since both men are prideful, they will surely respond. The ally asks what they themselves need to do now. Eisen crushes a letter in his fist. He states that their first target must be Salmora. The ally watches uneasily as Eisen prepares. The ally comments that Salmora is very strong and questions whether Eisen can handle him. Eisen looks toward him, holding the crumpled letters. Eisen answers that the ally will actually fight Salmora, reminding him his face was changed for this rebellion. The ally laughs that facing Salmora is the price for altering his face and agrees to take him on, while Eisen notes that once Salmora falls, the rest are minor. The ally warns Henry not to get arrogant, since only the two of them and Hegler are on their side. Eisen calmly replies that this time he will use magic. He declares his intention to annihilate all of their enemies. Smiling darkly, he reasons that if he kills everyone, there will be no witnesses to his powers. The ally asks where the battle will take place. Eisen indicates the Goen Mountain range near the countryside, saying the sparsely populated area will let him fight without restraint. Salmora later sits in his office reading Eisen's provocative letter. The words make Salmora's eye twitch with rage. He notes there is only 1 day left until the appointed time and resolves to use teleportation magic. Someone knocks, catching his attention. A bespectacled man in a cloak enters the room. The newcomer confirms that a hometown friend has summoned him. The narration identifies him as Kale, called Kale of Lightning, Salmora's trusted magician friend who wields the difficult lightning attribute. Salmora enthusiastically greets Kale upon his arrival. Kale guesses Salmora must need his help with something. Salmora admits that something serious has arisen. Salmora briefs Kale on the situation and asks for assistance. Later outside, Salmora and Kale stand before assembled knights and mages, preparing to strike force. Kale asks if these are Salmora's elite disciple and first-grade soldiers, and Salmora confirms they are all swordmaster level. The narration introduces Squad 1 Captain Piff, Salmora's top disciple and most outstanding student. It further explains that Squad 1 consists of 10 first-grade soldiers, candidates to become future squad captains. Together they are described as the best unit within the Viper Knight orders. Salmora checks with Piff about the previously discussed preparations, and Piff reports they erased all traces that could reveal squad members' identities. Salmora glances toward another group. We see 3 cloaked mages who will support the mission. Kale introduces these 3 as his subordinates, all 4th circle, first-grade elemental magicians who have mastered the 4 basic elements. Joking with Salmora, Kale says the tower is full of geniuses and only he, the master, is truly called one while his followers are simply brilliant. Salmora praises how dependable Kale and his team are. Kale instructs everyone to step onto the teleportation magic circle. Salmora begins to draw his sword in preparation. He raises the glowing sword high. Salmora announces that they will teleport now. The group stands under a pillar of light as the teleportation activates. The magic circle flares with intense light and energy. The scene cuts to a quiet forest near Goen Mountain. A teleportation circle begins glowing above the forest floor. Their boots appear as the group materializes. Salmora, Kale, and their forces arrive in the forest at sunset. Salmora praises Kale for getting them there on time and suggests heading to the rendezvous spot. They soon face Eisen's disguised ally waiting ahead. Eisen's ally greets them, noting they are right on time. Salmora, not recognizing him, demands to know who he is. The man calmly identifies himself as the one who sent the letters. He adds that Count Eisen dispatched him specifically to deal with their group. Smirking, he remarks that 2 knights and 1 magician are more than enough to handle them. Kale is surprised, wondering where the enemy magician is hiding. Kale warns Salmora to watch out for the hidden magician and internally notes how unusual it is that Eisen is now employing mages. Salmora angrily demands to know where his missing subordinates are. The enemy points off to the side, saying the subordinates are over there. Salmora turns and his eyes widen in shock. He sees his elite soldiers frozen in a massive block of ice. Aizen's ally casually explains he froze them to prevent them from getting hurt. Enraged, Salmora starts to draw his sword. The enemy stops him, saying he is not Salmora's actual opponent. Salmora growls in confusion at this statement. From behind, someone claps and ominously tells Salmora to experience hell. Salmora and Kale sense the threat and begin channeling aura and magic. Kale casts a spell that activates a glowing teleportation sigil. Kale realizes in disbelief that the enemy used an advanced force teleportation spell covered in numerous runes and wonders who this magician really is. Kale warns his allies to be cautious, realizing their opponent is far from ordinary. He also notes that he has never seen this mage in the magic tower before. Aizen, observing, recognizes Kale of lightning and recalls him as a prodigy with dangerous berserk tendencies. Aizen deduces that Kale's disciples probably share his lightning specialization and anticipates an exciting battle after a long time. Aizen scans the enemy ranks, checking if there is anyone else he recognizes, then his attention settles on someone familiar. He identifies Salmora's first disciple Piff and remembers him clearly despite the years. Aizen concludes that among the group, Kale and Piff are the only ones he truly needs to worry about. He smirks confidently as he prepares to fight. Aizen taunts them, asking why they are hesitating and urging them to start the battle. Piff, convinced Salmora still lives, draws his sword and rallies the squad. Piff shouts the order to attack. The soldiers charge at Aizen as the clash begins. Watching their movements, Aizen judges that Piff is far superior to the ordinary troops. Meanwhile, Salmora finds himself alone in another part of the forest, weapon drawn. He realizes he has been forcibly teleported away from his allies and is confused. The panel shows Salmora isolated on a forest path, emphasizing his separation. He senses danger and tenses as someone approaches. A sudden strike flashes towards Salmora, forcing him to block desperately. The blades clash and one weapon is knocked to the ground. A boot slams down on the fallen sword, preventing Salmora from reclaiming it. Alarmed, Salmora realizes someone has arrived to confront him. Aizen's ally Henry steps out, fully armored, approaching Salmora. Henry greets Salmora casually, saying it has been a long time. Salmora demands that the stranger reveal his identity. Henry smiles mysteriously without answering. He remarks that this situation is actually quite entertaining. Henry coldly tells Salmora that if he came only to retrieve corpses he should have drawn his sword instead of talking, criticizing his habit of excessive speech. Salmora wonders if the man somehow knows him, though he cannot recognize the face. Henry notes that Salmora looks confused. Henry grips his sword as it begins to glow with power. He declares that if Salmora can defeat him, he will reveal who he is. Salmora, angered by the provocation, vows to make Henry regret those words. Henry's eyes sharpen as he gets serious. Narration explains that the current 10 swords of the Empire are pro-central nobles who personally hunt down contributors to the kingdom for execution. It highlights that Salmora was especially zealous in serving Marquis Aubert and preserving his reputation. Facing Henry's overwhelming killing intent, Salmora is shaken and wonders who this terrifying foe could be. Henry steps forward, cracking the ground under his boot. The force of his next step further shatters the earth, emphasizing his power. Narration identifies Salmora's rank as the Empire's 10th sword, formally recognized as the Empire's 10th strongest soldier. The scene ends with Henry's blade surging with energy, signaling that their duel is truly about to begin. The older swordsman braces himself, remarking that he has not fought with his full strength in a long time. The younger knight mocks him as a slippery snake and questions his serious demeanor. The young knight ignites his sword with power, readying himself for battle. He taunts his opponent and provocatively calls out the blue serpent to attack. Enraged, the older man charges with his glowing sword, vowing to annihilate the arrogant youth. The blue serpent unleashes a massive blue sword wave toward the young knight. The energy wave rushes over the standing young knight as he faces it head-on. Smirking, the youth watches the incoming blue slash without flinching. He suddenly dashes, leaving only a streak as the blue attack passes by. The older man is shocked when the young knight vanishes from his sight. Realizing the youth disappeared mid-attack, the blue serpent is stunned. The young knight appears above him and asks where he is looking as he prepares to strike from above. Yelling again, he calls the blue serpent's attention to himself. The older warrior turns quickly, alarmed by the shout. The young knight's empowered sword crashes down, forcing the blue serpent to block desperately. Struggling under the pressure, the older man groans as he holds back the blade. The blue serpent manages a counterkick that sends the young knight flying. The youth thinks to himself that his opponent's skills have dulled and prepares to demonstrate the consequence. He warns that neglecting training brings ruin while leveling his red blade. He channels immense power, shattering the ground as dark energy builds beneath him. Leaping high with a crimson sword, he gathers power to finish the fight. He winds up the blade, enveloped in crackling red lightning. The young knight cleaves downward with a gigantic red energy slash. The blue serpent braces and crosses his glowing blade to resist the oncoming attack. A colossal red arc smashes into his defense, lighting up the sky. Feeling the technique, the older man is horrified to recognize a skill he thought impossible. The impact explodes around him, engulfing his body in fiery destruction. Amid the blast, the red sword begins to crack and break from the clash. The blue serpent staggers, his sword arm destroyed by the overpowering magic. He mutters in disbelief, identifying the technique as galaxy downpour. The narration describes a blue Milky Way pouring down over the Goan Mountains. Elsewhere, another mage swordsman faces a group of knights and wizards in the forest. The knight's leader orders everyone to attack the lone opponent together. The squad of knights charges forward, screaming as they rush him. Their support wizards start forming glowing orbs of magic behind the front line. Observing calmly, the lone mage notes that the knights will stall while the wizards support from the rear, recognizing a standard, competent tactic. He tells his familiar Clever to prepare, and the cat cheerfully acknowledges the order. He casts Blink, activating his short-range teleportation spell. Using Blink, he drops from above toward one of the rear wizards. Grinning mid-fall, he activates magic armor to enhance his body. The targeted wizard notices in panic as the attack descends. The mage slams into a knight with a strengthened blow, sending blue energy bursting out. Satisfied, he smirks after the surprise strike lands. A knight is outraged that a supposed wizard is imitating a swordsman. Another knight scoffs that the mage lacks aura and has no right to fight like this. One enemy channels blue energy into his foot, ready to kick with enhanced speed. He closes in and kicks, clashing violently with the mage's sword. The mage is knocked back while the aura-coated knight maintains his stance. Believing he has the advantage, the knight raises his weapon and calls this the mage's end. Suddenly the knight feels something off and reacts in confusion. He howls in pain as something happens while his sword is raised. Reeling and clutching his bleeding side, he asks why his ally would attack him despite being comrades. Blood pours from the stab wound he desperately presses. Another knight angrily turns to scold the wizard, demanding what he was thinking. That wizard trembles, staring at the bloody dagger in his own hand and stammering to his master. The stabbed knight collapses, dizzy and nauseous, wondering what is happening to his body. The others shout in panic, calling out to Sir Piff as he falls. The mage explains mockingly that what is killing Piff is poison. The wizard who stabbed Piff also begins to foam and collapse under the same poison. His bloody dagger falls to the ground as he loses strength. Watching the wizard succumb, an onlooker cries out that even the wizard has been taken down. Another mage leader orders his men to act, realizing it is poison and demanding they detoxify it quickly. Several healers cast a poison cure spell on Piff's prone body. Time passes as the sky turns tranquil again. The remaining soldiers gather around the fallen, surveying the aftermath of the chaos. One of them yells that Piff has died despite their efforts. Their leader cannot believe a sword master perished so easily. He notes grimly that Salmora is missing and Piff, his second in command, is dead. He also acknowledges that his own disciple, who slew Piff, now lies unconscious. Disturbed, he wonders what is happening and suspects the lone mage is responsible. He turns to see that mage slowly getting back up. The mage dusts himself off and remarks that he almost died. Later, he praises Clever for a job well done. Clever's unconscious victim lies foaming at the mouth on the ground. A close view shows the poison vapor still seeping from the man's mouth. Clever appears holding the bloodied dagger in his mouth, clearly the agent of the poisoning. The mage explains that his own poisonous blood was on that dagger, making it deadly in situations like this. Clever assures the teacher Kale that his student did not betray him and that all of this was orchestrated by their enemy. The mage reflects that his plan worked because of the knight's pride in focusing only on coding aura on weapons. He smiles darkly as he observes their shaken reactions. Kale glares tensely at the mage, realizing the danger he poses. Furious, Kale demands how the mage dares challenge him. He begins casting a high-level spell, claiming the mage does not know his place. Watching the casting, the mage recognizes it as Memorize, a pre-prepared spell from the magic tower. He responds by casting Blink again to reposition. His eyes glow with determination as he engages. Kale completes his own spell and binds the mage with a command to freeze. Ice rapidly crawls up the mage's arm and neck. Kale is startled as the freezing unexpectedly begins to affect his own face. Nearby allies yell for their master as the mage grips Kale's face, continuing the spell. The mage's cold blue eyes focus mercilessly on Kale. Kale's disciples panic and run toward them, shouting in distress. The mage darts past them, remarking that wizards are indeed slow. He flashes by the two disciples before they can react. A powerful blow sends both disciples crashing forward in pain. Standing over them, the mage mocks them as weaklings and tells them to train their bodies. His display terrifies the rest of the knights, who hesitate as he turns toward them. The mage grows solemn, readying himself for the next large-scale spell. He slams his hand on the ground to activate a new formation. Massive dark crystal walls rise around him as he casts Iron Wall. Outside, the remaining knights see the towering black barrier surrounding the battleground. Inside the frozen arena, Kale clutches his half-frozen face while the mage stands before him. The mage addresses him as Lightning Kale, acknowledging his reputation. He tells Kale that siding with Salmora was a foolish choice that led to this moment. Grabbing Kale's cloak, he prepares to hurl the frozen mage. With a shout to fly, he launches Kale high into the air within the icy fortress. Kale, still suffering from the encasing ice, hurtles upward helplessly. The mage smiles and casts another freezing spell. Ice erupts around Kale's lower body as the magic takes hold. The spell expands, forming massive jagged ice spikes beneath him. One huge spike continues to surge upward like a growing pillar. Kale is carried toward the sky, encased atop a towering ice spire. At the summit, the mage holds the immobilized Kale by the collar. Leaning close, he bids Kale farewell. He releases him, letting the frozen body start to fall. Kale, muffled by ice, screams as he plummets toward the ground. He realizes with wide eyes the inevitability of his death. The falling ice shatters in a devastating explosion upon impact. As he dies, Kale thinks that this must be the end. The mage calmly extends a finger and fires a finishing freeze beam. The beam crystallizes Kale completely, turning him into a giant ice monument. The final result is shown as Kale's frozen statue towering above the arena. The mage now hovers alone in the starry sky after the execution. He muses that a wise teacher must still grant chances to foolish students. Looking down at the sword masters from above, he finds them insignificant. Lightning crackles around his hands as he gathers ultimate power. He resolves to show the arrogant knights the true terror of a wizard. The remaining knights gape upward, horrified, asking what they are seeing. They recognize the overwhelming spell forming and decide they must flee immediately. The mage condemns their foolish pride in believing knights superior, saying that arrogance is killing them. A storm of lightning fills the sky as his spell reaches completion. With arms outstretched, he commands the gathered lightning to strike down. Blinding bolts crash earthward in a catastrophic barrage. The knights shout for everyone to run as the lightning descends. The world becomes a curtain of blue light as the blast engulfs the area. The fleeing knights are overtaken by the explosion of magic. Their bodies are obliterated in the searing flash. The devastating lightning storm continues to pour down relentlessly. When the light clears, only discarded weapons remain scattered on the scorched ground. The mage stands unscathed, cloaked in red light, satisfied with the massacre. A red beam erupts elsewhere, signaling another powerful attack or impact in the mountains. That red energy detonates, annihilating the forested area it strikes. Afterward, a lone blue-clad figure lies in a huge crater amid shattered stone. The wounded blue serpent notes he barely survived using aura but feels his body completely crushed. Exhausted and bleeding, he lies on the ground, breathing raggedly. A sword's edge appears at his neck as someone approaches with a sinister smile. The young knight from before stands over him, remarking that surviving proves he truly is the 10th sword. The injured man coughs up more blood onto the cracked earth. Recognizing something, he weakly asks if the young man is actually Ban. Ban confirms with a mocking question of whether he has only just realized, while the blue serpent despairs at how this could have happened. A wounded Salmora faces a blade as his attacker says he has awaited this chance ever since the Grand Duke died. The knight accuses Salmora of causing many deaths and says he does not even deserve to shift the blame. The knight continues speaking while tightening his grip on his sword. Another armored man draws his sword and mocks Salmora's poor skills despite his title as the 10th sword. Bleeding and terrified, Salmora desperately calls out to Ban to stop. Under the night sky, one figure kneels by a sword planted in the ground beside a fallen body. Ban furiously tells Salmora he has no right to speak his name. After finishing Salmora, Ban coldly remarks that this is only the first of many people he intends to deal with. Someone seizes Ban's arm, interrupting his movement. Another hand slams onto the ground, reacting to what is happening. Ban walks away wondering how Henry is faring. Ban finds Henry and calls out to him. Henry, smiling, confirms that Ban has captured Salmora. Ban notices that all the knights are gone except for one remaining enemy. Henry casually says he fought seriously for the first time in a while, with defeated knights lying around them. Ban suspiciously thinks Henry's power exceeds that of a supposed third circle wizard. Henry diverts Ban's suspicion and directs his attention to a man encased high in ice. Ban asks who the frozen man is and why he is imprisoned there. Henry explains that the prisoner is Lightning Kale, a fifth circle sorcerer, and that he has captured 4 wizards alive including him. Ban is shocked that the wizards are alive, reminding Henry he insisted there be no witnesses. Henry wordlessly prepares a spell, raising a glowing finger. His magic shatters the ice prison with a burst of blue energy. The frozen Kale tumbles out as the ice explodes around him. Henry finishes breaking the ice, dropping Kale heavily to the ground. Standing over the wreckage, Henry holds crackling magic while Kale lies barely free of the ice. Kale wakes in terror, gasping for air after being released. Henry asks the dazed Kale if he is conscious. Kale looks horrified and drenched in sweat. Seeing Salmora's corpse, Kale realizes Salmora is dead and believes everything is lost. Shaking, Kale drops to his knees in despair. Henry thinks approvingly that Kale quickly grasps the situation and then asks him to confirm that he is Lightning Kale. Frightened, Kale hurriedly admits his identity. Salmora's bloodied corpse is shown, emphasizing his death. Piff's body is also displayed, confirming both Salmora and Piff are dead. Henry states that with Salmora, Piff, and the remaining knights all slain, there are no survivors. Panicked, Kale begs Henry to spare his life and promises total obedience. Henry, amused, confirms that Kale will truly do anything he commands. Kale bows so low his head nearly touches a blood-stained dagger lying on the ground. He picks up the bloody dagger with trembling hands. Henry orders Kale to kill his own students. Henry promises that if Kale does this, he will let Kale live, while the unconscious students lie nearby. Kale, shaking and clutching the dagger, agonizes over the demand. Ban watches grimly, silently judging the scene. Henry yells that Kale must prove his pledge to do anything by acting now. Kale squeezes his eyes shut in anguish, still holding the dagger. He turns away, preparing himself for what he is about to do. Thinking that he must survive, Kale steels himself with the dagger raised. He rushes toward his helpless students, dagger poised to strike. A blade suddenly intercepts and blocks Kale's stabbing dagger. Someone plants their sword into the ground in decisive intervention. Henry tells Kale he can see through his feigned weakness and decides Kale will be useful enough to keep alive. Henry adds that he never promised to spare the students' lives and threatens them instead. Kale internally panics that wizards are imperial property, and that if his students die after he moved them without authorization, he will be branded a traitor and lose everything. Desperate, Kale bows and pleads with Henry to spare the students, saying they only obeyed orders. Henry smirks, thinking Kale has finished calculating his options and proves to be clever. Kale repeats his plea, begging Henry to have mercy on the students. Henry points out Kale was about to kill them himself yet now wants to save them, and inwardly enjoys Kale's selfishness. Henry agrees aloud to spare the students while reaching for a special dagger at his belt. Relieved, Kale brightens, believing his students will live. Henry declares that instead Kale must atone for their lives with all of his own power. Kale offers money or even degrading obedience, begging for any alternative. Henry slips a hand beneath his cloak, readying something sinister. Narration explains that Henry is holding a nar worm, a man-eating leech that nests in the heart and explodes if not regularly fed mana, and he says he will accept Kale if he dares take this risk. Kale is horrified at the implications. Trembling, he agrees, and Henry drops the nar worm into Kale's open palm. The nar worm burrows into Kale's arm, sending black veins spreading under his skin. Kale screams in pain and terror. His arm swells grotesquely as the creature travels upward. Clutching his chest, Kale realizes the worm has gone straight to his heart. Henry reveals that the nar worm has already fed on his own mana. Kale understands that only Henry can now remove or sustain the creature within him. Henry orders Kale to appear once a week at Vivaldi's City Hall to receive mana, and Kale submissively agrees. Henry warns that if Kale ever fails to meet him, Kale will die when the worm causes his heart to explode. Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris and says he currently supports Count Eisen. Kale is startled by the name, and Henry casually claims it is just the same name as Kale's famed teacher. Henry, his eyes glowing, cheerfully suggests they move on to business. The scene shifts to Count Eisen's grand mansion. As Henry and Ban walk there, Ban wonders if Kale might betray them, but Henry asserts Kale will prioritize his own survival over his students. Henry further assures Ban that with a nar worm implanted, Kale will not dare to talk. They arrive at the mansion entrance, lined with armed guards. A gate guard looks suspiciously at Henry as they approach. The guard's wary expression shows he is evaluating them closely. Henry and Ban proceed between ranks of knights toward the inner courtyard. Henry smiles confidently, unfazed by the scrutiny. He and Ban decide to enter the mansion together. A daytime view of another elegant building sets the next scene. Count Eisen joyfully welcomes Henry with loud laughter. Henry bows and politely says it has been some time, with Ban beside him. Eisen laughs and confirms that Henry truly killed Salmora. Henry says Salmora's body has been brought in a wagon so Eisen can verify it. The covered wagon stands ready to be opened. Eisen sees the corpses and exclaims that Salmora's head is indeed there, along with Piff, leader of the first unit of the Viper Knights. Delighted, Eisen praises Henry for his accomplishment. Night falls, marking time passing after the celebration. Inside Eisen's lavish hall, a banquet has been held. Narration explains that Eisen, frustrated at failing to become a marquis, has been living under stress. It continues that Henry and Ban have stayed drinking with him, while most other guests collapsed from the alcohol. Now only Eisen remains awake at the table with Henry and Ban. A heavily drunk Eisen toasts Henry, calling him an unexpectedly talented man. Ban subtly taps Henry's arm to signal something. Ban reacts with a silent exclamation, seemingly recognizing the cue. Ban excuses himself, pretending he drank too much and needs to step out. Eisen keeps drinking, oblivious, while Henry remains at the table with him. As Eisen laughs loudly, Henry discreetly fingers a small object. Henry pins Eisen's badge of office onto his own chest. Henry graciously offers Eisen another drink. Flattered that diligent Henry is serving him, Eisen happily requests a full mug. Henry pours while the stolen badge gleams ominously. Eisen, tipsy, comments that the badge suits Henry well. Henry credits the badge for giving him courage to defeat his enemies without fear. Henry addresses Eisen respectfully and asks if he may offer a suggestion. Eisen, intrigued, sets down his mug and listens. Calling Henry someone he approves of, Eisen tells him to speak freely. Henry's eyes narrow as he mentally calls Eisen a fool. He inwardly mocks the Count's gullibility. Henry tells Eisen he deserves a higher position and asks if he wants to hear more. They sit facing each other, beginning a quiet, conspiratorial conversation. Eisen grins darkly, clearly tempted by the prospect. Laughing, Eisen calls Henry ambitious and invites him to explain how he will elevate him. Henry says that before discussing promotions they must first succeed in this second accusation meeting. Irritated, Eisen asks if Henry doubts him. Henry replies that with a capable aide like himself at the first meeting, Eisen would already be a marquis instead of having failed. Eisen chuckles, calling Henry an arrogant brat. Amused rather than offended, Eisen declares he will give Henry another chance. He boasts that he will grant Henry the opportunity to become his vassal. Henry rises formally, reacting to the offer. He thanks Eisen and vows to execute any order without fail. Henry then promises to craft an excellent plan for the second meeting and report back soon. The scene shifts to Marquis Albert's ominous mansion. Albert sits alone at his desk, brooding. Worried, Albert wonders why Salmora has not contacted him in the 4 days since leaving. Restless, he moves to the window, sensing trouble. Seeing his reflection, he fears Eisen may have already killed Salmora. He tries to dismiss the thought, telling himself it cannot be. A servant bursts in, urgently addressing him as Excellency. The servant reports that Count Eisen has requested another accusation meeting. The royal council reconvenes with the king and nobles gathered at a long table. Eisen eyes Albert, and wonders what scheme he is up to now. Albert sits tensely, tapping his fingers in anxiety. A split panel shows Eisen confident and smirking while Albert looks fearful and cornered. The weary king complains about yet another such gathering. An official confirms to the king that Eisen has indeed called another accusation meeting. The king addresses Eisen and demands to know the purpose of this new meeting. Eisen announces that he convened the council because someone has been acting shamelessly behind the king's back. The king grumbles that the realm is full of such fools and asks who the culprit is. Eisen dramatically declares that the offender is none other than Marquis Albert. The king stares in shock at this accusation. Albert clenches his teeth, realizing he has been openly targeted. The king sternly asks Eisen what evidence he has to support such a serious charge. In the throne room, nobles and the king hold a formal meeting as a fur-cloaked knight stands to address them. The knight confidently claims he has ample evidence again and asks the king's permission to present it. The king grants permission and orders that the evidence be brought in. Time passes in the palace as moonlight streams through tall windows. Several shrouded corpses are laid out, and the knight explains they are the bodies of Conir, leader of the 3rd unit, and his Viper Knights. The knight testifies that before the first accusation meeting, Albert tried to massacre the Salgera outcasts and all witnesses, including Bunt, to erase evidence. Shocked, the king repeats that Albert drew a sword on another imperial soldier to destroy evidence. The king is further outraged that imperial knights were used for such a deed. The knight confirms this to the king and displays a written statement. He clarifies that the document is the testimony of Bunt, the chief of the Salgera checkpoint. The king's fury rises as he stares intensely. His clenched fist shows how deeply angered he is. The knight worries inwardly whether even this much evidence will satisfy the king, recalling Henry's warning. The king turns to Albert and demands to hear any excuses he might have. Albert studies the document with a tense, serious expression. Albert replies that only half of the testimony is true and the rest is false. The king, surprised, asks what Albert means by saying only half is true. Albert bows and says he already admitted his mistake at the first meeting and expressed remorse. He insists the other knights were dispatched to correct his earlier mistake. Albert tells the king he never had any intention or plan to destroy evidence. The knight explodes, calling Albert a liar. Facing Albert before the king, the knight shouts that Albert shamelessly spreads lies. Albert counters that the knight's behavior is strange, asking how he managed to frame him twice in a few days with the corpses and Bunt's testimony. Albert says that, in fact, suspicion should now fall on Count Eisen. The king asks if Albert is claiming that Eisen is deliberately lying to ruin him. Albert explains that because only he and Alfred were elevated to Marquis, Eisen grew jealous and resentful of them. The knight protests to the king that Marquis Albert is dragging the issue off topic. Albert presses on, noting that Bunt currently serves as chief at the Salgera checkpoint. He reminds the king that Bunt once contributed to founding the empire alongside Henry. Albert, feigning reluctance, says with a heavy heart that he must continue. He asserts that Eisen is scheming to strip him of the Marquis title so Eisen can claim it himself. Eisen glares, silently seething at Albert's accusations. The king rubs his head, thinking that disputes involving the founding members always give him a headache. The king recalls Henry once raging in captivity, demanding death instead of talk, and curses the troublesome founding hero. Watching Albert, the king grits his teeth while Albert studies his reaction. Albert smirks subtly, pleased that his words are having an effect. Albert suggests to the king that, because the matter is grave, the other archduke's opinions should also be heard to judge correctly. The knight is stunned as he realizes Albert is trying to broaden the judgment. He yells in outrage, calling Albert shameless. Albert calmly rebukes him, saying Count Eisen is the one being disrespectful before the king. The knight calls out to the king in desperation, only to be cut off by a raised royal hand. The king agrees that Albert has a point, and says they must clearly distinguish right from wrong. Albert thinks to himself that this development is favorable for his plan. The knight smiles confidently, unfazed by Albert's apparent victory. He agrees with the king and urges a wise judgment and appropriate punishment. Standing between them, the king acknowledges the issue's importance and promises to judge and punish accordingly. Albert, now uneasy, wonders what Eisen is planning. The knight raises his voice again, calling for attention. He orders the guards to bring in the additional evidence he has prepared. Albert and the king watch the doors, puzzled and anxious about what else will be shown. The knight grins and says he never claimed to have only a single piece of evidence. The shuffle of many approaching footsteps is heard. Chains rattle around the ankles of someone being led in. A bound man is brought before the corpses, and the knight introduces him as the tower sorcerer Lightning Kale, accompanied by the slain 10th sword Salmora. The knight announces to the king that these captives and bodies comprise his second prepared evidence. Albert panics internally at the sight of Salmora's corpse. The knight looks on grimly, preparing his next revelation. He explains that the remaining corpse is Piff, leader of the Viper Knight's first unit. The king is horrified by this new detail. Outraged, he demands an explanation for why the Empire's 10th sword is dead. The knight thinks everything is unfolding as Henry predicted and considers how to use Kale to his advantage. The king turns his attention back to Eisen, ready to hear more. The knight solemnly begins, confessing he has committed an unforgivable crime. The king, caught off guard, turns toward him. Eisen admits that he personally killed Salmora, Piff, and the entire first unit. He explains he had no choice because they were trying to kill him, and otherwise he would have died. The court listens in stunned silence as Eisen kneels in apparent remorse. The king clenches his fist, struggling to contain his wrath. He asks if Eisen is claiming Salmora led the knights in an attempt on his life. Eisen, half smiling, confirms this to the king. He answers deferentially that the king's conclusion is correct. Albert sweats and trembles, realizing the narrative is turning against him. He shouts to the king that Eisen is lying. The furious king silences Albert, threatening punishment if he speaks again. The hall falls into a tense tableau around the corpses, with Albert kneeling and Eisen standing firm. Kale, shaking, steels himself to speak. The king points at him and asks if he is the wizard in question. The knight confirms that Kale is the mage who accompanied Salmora to kill him. Someone steps forward toward Kale as the hearing continues. Kale kneels before the king, trembling in fear. The king asks Kale whether everything Eisen has said is true. Terrified, Kale answers that all of it is true. He testifies that Marquis Albert ordered Salmora to kill Eisen, and that he assisted Salmora. The scene lingers on Salmora's lifeless face as Kale's words sink in. The king demands to know why Salmora sought Kale's help. Kale explains that because Shonan, Eisen's domain, is far from the capital, Salmora needed teleportation and contacted him as an acquaintance. The narration notes that the Emperor continues to question Kale in detail. A flashback shows Henry implanting a deadly worm in Kale's hand, coercing him. In that memory, the creature burrows into Kale's chest, binding itself to his heart. Henry warns that if Kale acts recklessly, the parasite will detonate his heart. Present-day Kale clutches his chest, reminded of the lethal threat inside him. The narration clarifies that Kale is answering exactly as Henry instructed. Albert reacts in stunned horror to Kale's damning testimony. The knight looks on with cold satisfaction as his trap closes. The king trembles with emotion, barely containing his rage. He abruptly orders that the proceedings stop, saying he has heard enough. Turning to Albert, the king asks if he has any objection to the judgment forming. Albert, sweating, cannot muster a response. Other nobles watch in grim silence as events spiral. More lords look on tensely, understanding the gravity of Albert's fall. Albert reflects in despair that his belief in solidarity among the three great families and their generations has proven foolish. The king grips his sword, calling Albert's name. Confronting Albert at sword point, the king asks if he has any excuses left. Albert lowers his eyes, unable to defend himself further. The king stares at him intensely, pained by the betrayal. He tells Albert he had trusted him deeply as he presses the blade against him. Raising the sword high, the king prepares to strike in anger. As he swings down, someone cries out to stay his hand. The blade only grazes Albert's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The narrative explains that killing Albert outright in anger would be rash. Albert, wounded but alive, comments that the decision would have been too hasty. The king lowers the sword from Albert's throat. The blade slams into the floor instead, sparks flying. The king, still fierce, asks what Count Eisen recommends as punishment. Eisen suggests that, given Albert's past merits, it would be better to make him live and atone for his crimes. The king asks Eisen if he is proposing imprisonment instead. Eisen replies that banishing Albert's family to the harsh land of Sulla would be more fitting. Albert, terrified, realizes deportation to Sulla is being decided for him. The king grips his sword again, considering the suggestion. He slams the sword aside and announces he will accept Eisen's recommendation. The king proclaims that Albert will be branded a traitor on his forehead and then exiled to Sulla. Albert hears that this is now an irrevocable imperial order. The king lays a hand on Eisen's shoulder, signaling newfound favor. He praises Eisen's loyalty, apologizes for doubting him, and entrusts him with overseeing Sulla and carrying out the sentence. Impressed, the king authorizes Eisen to proceed exactly as he proposed. Eisen thanks the king and, after receiving permission, prepares to depart. Night settles over the palace as the meeting concludes. Later, Eisen stands before several nobles and allies, having successfully steered the trial. One elder asks if all this was truly necessary, and Eisen replies that acting for the Empire's prosperity is their duty. The elder remarks that he had misjudged Eisen as a simple brute when, in truth, he is a cunning fox. Another lord warns Eisen that Albert's fall does not mean the vacant marquis title will automatically be his. Eisen only smiles mysteriously in response. He steps closer, his confidence undiminished. Eisen taunts the wary lord, telling him to worry about keeping his own head instead of positions. He adds that the man should be careful not to collapse disgracefully like Albert. Eisen leaves the chamber, cloak billowing as he exits. The remaining nobles watch him go in uneasy silence. Time passes, and far away in a peaceful, flower-filled valley, life continues under a bright sky. Bare, rough feet step on the ground, showing the condition of one of the exiles. A glowing purple brand appears on Albert's forehead, marking him irrevocably as a traitor. Albert, leading a column of weeping family members and followers under guard, marches toward exile with the stigma blazing on each brow. He clenches his teeth, consumed by rage and humiliation. Albert internally screams, wondering how he, once a great marquis, ended up in this miserable state. The scene shifts to the frozen wastelands of Sulla, a land of howling blizzards and jagged ice. Albert trudges through the snow with the brand on his forehead, surrounded by other shivering prisoners. At a fortress in the snow, a fur-clad commander awaits the new arrivals. He smiles coldly as he sees them approach. The bearded warden remarks that the people brought this time seem significant. His subordinate asks if these prisoners are really who he thinks they are. The subordinate confirms they are indeed the former head of a great house, Marquis Albert Crimson, and his entire family, now delivered to this frozen exile. Albert curses in pain as a glowing mark shines on his forehead. In a snowy courtyard, Albert faces a fur-clad bearded man, obviously intimidated. Albert forces himself up, his forehead mark flaring as he glares ahead. The bearded man mocks Albert, saying he looks defiant for someone in his situation. The bearded man savagely kicks Albert in the face. Albert collapses into the snow at the man's feet. Laughing, the bearded man says beating Albert has relieved years of pent-up stress. Albert lies trembling in the snow while the bearded man says he would like to enjoy this longer. A bloodied Albert says that someone else has been waiting for the bearded man even more than he has. The bearded man orders the guards to drag the chained Albert away. A blizzard rages around the desolate mountains. Guards tell the battered Albert that their journey ends at this place. Albert, shocked, begins to say there is nothing here. The group stands before a stone pillar marking the banished village, and Albert realizes the place is empty. As guards turn to leave, Albert panics and yells after them. Left kneeling alone among other exiles, Albert starts to speak in despair. Albert concludes that this is the end for him. He closes his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate. A voice scoffs at the idea that this is Albert's end while he lies unconscious in the snow. The shadowy figure calls Albert a fool as he lies bound on the ground. Albert opens his eyes, glaring with renewed determination. The stranger is startled, thinking he is seeing a ghost. Albert realizes the figure is human and weakly asks who he is. Warm water is suddenly poured over Albert's head, jolting him. He notices with surprise that the water is actually warm. Albert bolts upright, drenched and sweating, clearly having been saved. The quiet room shows no one else immediately present. Confused, Albert wonders where he is. A disembodied voice asks if he is awake. Albert groans, still in pain. Tied to a chair in darkness, Albert frantically shouts, demanding to know who is there. A man steps in and introduces himself as Torian. Torian says Albert would not know him. Albert yells back, demanding if Torian even understands who he was. Mocking voices and images surround Albert, laughing that he still thinks he is the powerful man he used to be. Torian crouches in front of Albert, preparing to act. Torian says that feeling of despair is what all of them had when they were banished. He explains that they are the very people Albert once expelled. Albert, tied up, faces several former victims now looming over him. Torian raises a wooden plank high to strike Albert. Albert panics and begs them to wait. The blow lands violently, blood splattering. Torian smiles coldly, saying this torment is only beginning. Bruised and bleeding, Albert pants while still bound to the chair. He curses Albert's overlord and bitterly reflects on how far he has fallen. Shuffling in chains, Albert wonders if he is now being kept in a dungeon. He confirms he is indeed imprisoned in a stone dungeon cell. Albert thinks resentfully about how they beat him nearly to death, only to heal him and prolong the suffering. A voice from outside the cell notes that Albert is finally awake. Albert, staring at the silhouetted figure beyond the bars, asks who he is. The man jingles a ring of keys, hinting at his authority. He introduces himself as a warden dispatched by the Empire. Albert repeats in disbelief that the man was sent by the Empire, and the warden says he is there to keep Albert under watch. Albert thinks this imperial oversight might be his opportunity. Albert hurriedly asks the warden to send not one but 2 urgent letters for him. He offers to hand over all of his hidden fortune if the warden agrees to send the letters. After a pause, the warden agrees to do it. Albert smirks to himself, pleased that his bait worked. The warden cautions that he wants to confirm the existence of the money first. Albert praises that as a wise precaution, playing along. Albert then asks for paper and a pen so he can write the letters. The warden passes writing tools through the bars, urging Albert to write quickly before anyone notices. Albert's mark glows as he eagerly prepares to write. One of the finished letters is shown crumpled in Albert's hand. Albert instructs that one letter go to Duke Arthur's and the other to Marquis Alfred. The warden pockets the letters, agreeing to deliver them. He looks at Albert with a thoughtful, slightly intrigued expression. The two regard each other tensely through the prison bars. Albert begins explaining that his secret wealth is connected to a small town named Moment. He claims to have entrusted that hidden fortune to someone or something called Old Hansen in Moment. The warden listens closely, surprised by this revelation. Albert clarifies that Old Hansen is not actually a person. He explains that Old Hansen is an alchemical device created in the magic tower. Albert asserts that this object is absolutely loyal and cannot betray him. The warden's lips curl in interest at hearing about such a reliable treasure. He says that in that case he will need a specific command word to control it. Albert inwardly acknowledges that the warden is clever to ask for the command. Albert braces himself, about to reveal more details. He tells the warden that saying a particular phrase about wanting salt water will make old Hansen yield the treasure. The warden declares that once he secures the treasure he will then deliver Albert's letters. Albert grips the bars as the warden departs down the corridor. Albert exults to himself, convinced this scheme will let him escape. He thinks that once those letters reach their recipients his comeback will begin. Outside the cell, the warden later asks a knight if Albert attempted to bribe him. Blue energy flares, revealing that the warden talking to the knight is actually Henry using magic. Henry fully appears, cloaked in cold blue aura. Henry confirms to the knight that Albert tried exactly what Henry predicted, attempting to bribe him. The knight asks what Albert requested. Henry explains that Albert wanted letters sent to Arthurs and Alfred, always trying to manipulate as before. Henry says he anticipated this move and has already severed all of the Albert family's connections with aura users, rendering Albert's plan useless. He suggests they read the letters to see what Albert wrote. Henry opens one of the sealed letters. They read Albert's message to Alfred, offering a certain coveted object in exchange for being freed from Salgera. Henry remarks that Albert is indeed a frighteningly calculating man. The knight notes that the message is brief but powerful and wonders what this mysterious object really is. Henry reasons that the offer likely is not simple wealth, since Albert would have already bought it if money were enough. Henry closes the letter back in its envelope. They read Albert's second letter, where he promises Duke Arthurs his renewed loyalty if rescued from prison. Frustrated, the knight complains that they still cannot understand the hidden meaning between Albert and his former allies. Henry analyzes that the Marquis traditionally act as the Duke's hands and feet, so Albert's refusal of Arthur's plan implies Albert's cooperation is crucial to that scheme. He concludes that Albert is essential to carrying out the Duke's secret plan. The scene shifts to Ten's mansion on a peaceful day. An elegant tea spread is prepared inside the bright mansion. Over tea, Henry tells his ally that his ultimate goal is to destroy the three great houses and topple the current emperor. Henry then suggests that before that grand plan they should track down Albert's hidden wealth. His ally happily agrees, saying they will completely drain Albert of resources. Henry mentions the town of Monmouth within Albert's territory as the place where the wealth is hidden. He says that since Albert confirmed the stash is there, he will personally make a quick trip to Monmouth. The ally replies that while Henry does that, he will be busy further punishing Albert. Henry finishes his tea and says he will leave those matters in the allies' hands. Walking away, Henry wonders if he should report his intentions to Eisen before departing for Monmouth. The scene moves to Eisen's grand mansion. Inside, sunlight filters through curtains into a luxurious room. Servants congratulate Eisen with a lavish table set for celebration. Eisen, feasting with Henry, asks if Albert and his followers have been properly dealt with. Henry promises to keep Albert's people in prolonged agony, saying even decades in Salgera would be insufficient punishment for their disrespect toward Eisen. Eisen laughs proudly, calling Henry his exemplary subordinate. Narration explains Henry's authority is now absolute in the Shonen family, and Eisen has gained the new reputation of being a hidden dragon instead of a fool. Thanks to Henry's actions, extraordinary peace now reigns throughout Eisen's lands. Henry politely asks Eisen how things have been in the Imperial Palace lately. Eisen casually replies that nothing out of the ordinary is happening. Henry smiles serenely, hiding his inner frustration. Internally, Henry rages at Eisen's obliviousness, feeling humiliated that he once lost to such a fool. Henry points out that with Albert expelled, the great Marquis seat is now vacant. Eisen reacts with surprise at the implication. He remembers that Alfred once warned him about never being able to claim the Marquis position. Slamming his fist on the table, Eisen recalls that insult about the Marquis seat not belonging to him. His clenched fist shows how deeply that warning still angers him. Eisen growls, wondering who Alfred thinks he is to lecture him like that. Henry calmly sips his drink, watching Eisen's reaction. Eisen declares that his dream is to elevate Henry to a much higher station. Henry sets down his cup and begins to lay out the next step. He proposes that they move first by pushing a new plan. Eisen listens closely to Henry's bold idea. Henry suggests that instead of the Emperor and three great houses simply appointing a great Marquis as before, Eisen should advocate for a fair selection process. Henry explains this new method will be novel enough to attract the Emperor's attention. Eisen summarizes that Henry is essentially proposing an honorable competition among nobles. The Duke looks uneasy as he contemplates this risky suggestion. After thinking it over, he admits the idea is reasonable since all three great houses are military families. Henry places a hand on his chest, preparing his final request. He asks Eisen to allow him personally to take part in the duel for the Marquis seat. Eisen is startled that Henry himself wants to enter the competition. Henry argues that victory will look even more glorious if achieved by a loyal vassal like him rather than a direct family member. Eisen's expression shifts into a pleased, scheming smile. He agrees enthusiastically, saying he can always count on Henry. Afterward, Henry rises, thinking confidently that the Marquis title is practically his already. He excuses himself, saying he has other matters to attend to. Eisen laughs and tells Henry to use his name freely if any trouble arises. Eisen adds that Henry is his most dependable vassal. Henry accepts the praise with a polite bow, hiding his own deeper ambitions. Henry calmly leaves while the armored noble behind him fawns over him with excitement. Henry reflects with a dark smile about former enemies who have now become strong allies. The scene shifts to the peaceful mountain town of Mamet. A quiet forest near the town is shown. A glowing magic circle appears on the forest floor. Henry materializes within the summoned circle in the forest. Looking around, Henry wonders if he has arrived at the town of Mamet. From a hill, he surveys Mamet and decides he must locate a man called Old Hansen. Something rustles in the trees nearby. Heavy footsteps approach along the forest path. Henry spots a lone old man living in a remote log cabin and deems the place suspicious. He calls out to Hansen as he approaches the cabin. Hansen silently grips his cane and warily studies Henry. Henry casually asks Hansen for some salt water. Hansen tightens his grip on the cane, reacting to the request. Hansen reluctantly invites Henry inside. Observing the cabin, Henry notes that an alchemical device here is quite well made. Hansen leads Henry into the house, walking toward the interior. The cabin door creaks open, letting light into the dark room. Inside, Hansen stands ahead with Henry watching him closely. Suddenly something about Hansen startles Henry. Hansen's cane clatters to the floor. In a mechanical tone, Hansen declares he will carry out a command. He kneels and places his hand on the wooden floor as Henry observes. Hansen's arm tenses as he prepares to strike. He smashes his hand into the floor, splintering the boards. His hand pushes deeper through the broken planks. Hansen retrieves a hidden wooden lever from beneath the floor. Pulling the mechanism causes dust and stone to shake all around them. Henry shields his face, shocked by what is happening. He notices something unexpected amid the dust. A concealed staircase leading down to a basement is revealed, surprising Henry. Descending, Henry casts a light spell to illuminate the dark underground space. The light reveals a chamber piled high with gold coins and treasure chests. Henry inspects the hoard and muses that nothing seems especially remarkable in it. He summons his white spirit cat, who responds obediently. Henry orders the cat to take all the treasure, and the spirit complies by opening a dark portal and absorbing everything. Moments later the vault is completely empty, leaving Henry alone with a single light. Hearing a sound, Henry turns in surprise. He calls out to his dragon spirit companion, Q. The magic belt at his waist begins glowing intensely. Q suddenly appears in his small dragon form, leaving Henry puzzled at its behavior. The dragon senses something and looks around the now bare chamber. Q starts circling the room restlessly. It then dashes toward a particular spot on the floor. The dragon crouches, clearly detecting something there. Remembering similar behavior before, Henry wonders if Q has found another hidden object as it digs furiously. Q's digging leaves a deep hole in the floor. The dragon pops back up from the hole, calling out to Henry. It proudly exhales and reveals what it has found. Henry realizes with surprise what the object is. He identifies it as a spirit's egg and wonders why such an item would be hidden here, suspecting it belonged to a high communion spirit named Elegon. Henry praises Q for finding the rare egg and decides he must consult someone about the potentially dangerous spirit inside. He looks determined as he considers his next move. Carrying Q, Henry explores another underground corridor and thinks about this hidden space. Feeling another presence, he calls out to see if anyone else is there. He performs a summoning gesture. A bright summoning circle flares to life. A strange, squat figure begins forming within the light. The figure solidifies into a humanoid frog-like spirit seen from behind. Henry greets the spirit by name, Scar. Scar complains that Henry has not summoned him in a long time and says he was bored. Henry gets straight to the point and asks Scar if he recognizes the spirit's egg. Scar examines the item thoughtfully. He narrows his eyes, focusing intently. Scar hints at recognizing it and prepares to explain. He finally states that the object is indeed a spirit's egg. Henry reacts tensely at this confirmation. Scar admits he only knows that it is a spirit's egg and nothing more about it. Henry studies the ominous black egg glowing in his hand. Scar explains that the egg is neither of the human world nor the natural world. Henry realizes it must originate from another realm. Scar agrees, saying it comes from the same otherworldly place as he does and is a special spirit from a special world. Henry is unsettled that even a spirit like Scar knows so little about it. Scar suggests Henry consult the professional spiritists instead. Henry refuses, since all spiritualists serve under Marquis Alfred, with whom he has a bad history. A narration recounts that Marquis Alfred Etherweather is a gifted spiritualist who was once Henry's enemy. Henry clarifies that they were outright enemies, not just on poor terms. Scar shrugs that he cannot help further and begins to dismiss himself. Henry concludes he has no choice but to handle the spirit's egg on his own. He cuts his own arm, preparing some kind of blood-based ritual. Thinking he must keep the egg close, he smears his blood over his arm. The story shifts to the Imperial Palace. A few days later, nobles gather there to decide who will fill the vacant Great Marquis position, with Henry having rigorously trained Count Eisen to manage the talks. The king notes that the Marquis seat is empty. The king wonders if any discussion is needed, suggesting Eisen should simply take the title for his recent achievements. Marquis Alfred rises in objection. Alfred tells the king that such an appointment would be improper. The king demands to know why. Alfred argues that awarding such a key post purely for merit rather than ability would harm state affairs. The king listens, stroking his mustache in thought. Alfred clarifies that he just wants all counts to be given equal opportunity. The king likes the idea of appearing fair and asks Alfred what he proposes. Another noble addresses the king, drawing attention. Count Eisen publicly voices his agreement with Alfred. The king praises Eisen as a model loyalist. Eisen humbly thanks the king for the compliment. Inwardly, Eisen remembers Henry's instructions and how everything is unfolding as planned. He recalls Henry coaching him beforehand and thinks the rehearsal was worthwhile. Alfred is baffled that Eisen, who usually opposes him, is suddenly siding with him. Other nobles wonder if rumors of Eisen being a hidden genius rather than a fool are true. Eisen smiles, revealing he has more depth than his former flamboyant reputation suggested. The king invites suggestions on how to choose the new great marquis. He urges everyone to speak freely with any good ideas. Eisen asks permission to offer a proposal. The king allows it and asks what idea Eisen has. Eisen smirks, ready to unveil Henry's scheme. He suggests that, since the counts are similar in strength, they should hold an official duel to judge their abilities. The king repeats the notion of selecting the marquis through duels. Henry, observing through narration, notes that Eisen is cleverly framing the process as a fair contest that limits interference from powerful houses. Henry mentally challenges Alfred, wondering if he will respond. Alfred clenches his fists nervously under the table. He slams his hand down in anger. Alfred furiously objects, protesting that duels between heads of great houses would be outrageous. Eisen, following Henry's script, counters calmly and presses the issue. He clarifies that the lords themselves would not fight. Instead, their representatives would, in a gentleman's contest divided into different events. Alfred stammers in shock at the twist. The king grits his teeth as he weighs this bold suggestion. Suddenly he bursts into loud laughter. The king calls Eisen's plan very amusing and intriguing. Delighted, the king announces that the next marquis will indeed be chosen according to Eisen's method. At that moment, a soldier bursts into the chamber, urgently calling for the king. The soldier reports that he has critical news for his majesty. The narrative briefly shows the palace exterior again as time passes. Inside, the king is stunned to hear that a rebellion has broken out. The soldier explains that a revolt in the desert kingdom of Shahatra has overthrown its capital, with only the royal family and a few courtiers escaping. The king's expression darkens with anger. His hand trembles, spilling wine from his goblet. Enraged, he curses the Shahatra rebels as filthy ingrates. He rants that they have betrayed him despite his support in the past. After venting, the king turns his back and tries to calm himself. He grips his throne's armrest, regaining control. With a heavy sigh, he sits once more. He covers his face, overwhelmed by frustration. The king wonders aloud how they should handle this crisis. Eisen begins to speak, but another noble cuts in. That noble formally addresses the king to offer counsel. The young blonde duke announces that he has a good idea. He proposes sending the assembled counts to suppress the rebellion in Shahatra. The king notes they planned a duel anyway and sees the connection. The duke suggests judging the counts' abilities through this real subjugation campaign instead. The king agrees that having the counts personally act would not be a bad solution. The duke adds that each count can bring his own troops to form a punitive expedition. The king enthusiastically praises the duke's cleverness. Another noble loudly supports the plan. The opposing counts seethe internally, blaming Eisen for steering events this way. A flashback shows Henry's prior instruction to Eisen to accept any unexpected proposal unconditionally. Remembering this, Eisen resolves that he must say yes. He promptly volunteers to lead the effort to subdue the rebellion for the king. The hostile counts fall silent, realizing they have been maneuvered into Henry and Eisen's strategy. Someone slams their hand on the table in emphasis. The king orders his subject to go to Shahatra immediately. The assembled nobles and soldiers pledge to carry out the king's command. The scene shifts to a grand estate with a fountain, introducing a new location. Henry hears news of a rebellion and asks in disbelief if that is true. Eisen angrily explains to Henry that because of the rebellion their nearly successful plan has been ruined. Henry repeats the word rebellion to himself, processing the shock. Henry worries the kingdom might be heading toward ruin but decides it is too early to conclude that. Henry reassures Eisen that he should not worry too much. Henry confidently promises that although things are chaotic, he will resolve the situation again. Eisen, surprised but pleased, confirms that Henry will truly take responsibility. Henry places a hand on his chest, ready to act. Henry says it is only natural for him to help and asks Eisen to brief him on the other count's military forces. Eisen agrees to share that military information. Eisen explains that Count Ag commands the spear unit of the Imperial Army. Eisen continues that Count Falcon commands the archer troop, and with Ag and himself, leads the Imperial forces. After hearing this, Henry highlights Shahatra's harsh desert environment. Henry says he needs full details on Shonin's forces to devise a strategy tailored to that desert. Using the data Eisen gives him, Henry gains a complete grasp of Shonin's rations, armaments, and other military logistics, and Eisen places all forces under his command. Time passes at the estate as Henry's plan advances toward execution. Henry states that since Shahatra is desert territory, he will personally oversee all preparations. Eisen approves Henry's assumption of responsibility. Eisen says he is relying on Henry, entrusting him with the mission. Henry thanks Eisen and his eyes glow, revealing his eagerness and hidden resolve. Clenching his fist, Henry thinks that the long-awaited moment has finally come. Henry decides the time has arrived to use a special power or plan he has been saving. Henry casts the spell teleport to move instantly. The sky transitions from day to evening, marking the passage of time. That evening, Henry returns to Vivaldi. Henry brings Ban and Hegler to Mushu, the city renowned for its craftsmen. Henry tells his companions they are moving out, and they answer obediently. Henry again uses teleport to travel with his group. They arrive at Mushu's massive industrial forge powered by water and fire. Henry and his companions materialize on a glowing magic circle at their destination. Henry informs them the equipment they are about to acquire is far from ordinary. Henry adds that they will also form a small independent detachment, making high-quality equipment crucial. One companion asks what link this small force has with the equipment Henry is planning. Henry smiles, signaling he has a specific idea in mind. Henry reveals he intends to craft all their gear from the rare material Colt Iron. His companions react in shock at using such a rare resource. Henry explains that Colt Iron, banned because it amplifies mana, is in his possession in large amounts, and that wrapping himself and supporting others with it would be ideal. Henry quietly considers how to proceed. He notes that Mushu's people are very discreet, making it an ideal place to work with Colt Iron in secret. Henry looks over Mushu's complex of workshops, reaffirming it as the perfect site for Colt Iron equipment production. Henry further notes that the famed craftsman Gorba Bulcanus, multiple-time winner of the Masterpiece Festival, resides here. Henry believes Bulcanus' skill will allow him to handle Colt Iron, a difficult metal. Henry walks across Mushu's wooden platform toward the guarded entrance. He and his companions advance between guards posted at the city's main workshop. Hegler asks if Henry truly plans to rely on the notoriously cranky Mayor Bulcanus, whose dwarf-like temperament matches his skills. Henry replies that since they want the best result, they should entrust the work to the best craftsman. Ben realizes Bulcanus must be the same person who serves as the city's mayor. A guard near the gate notices Henry and his party. Henry presents his insignia and asks whether Mayor Bulcanus is available to meet. Recognizing the crest of House Shonan, the guard salutes excitedly and honors their visit. The guard begins to explain that because of health issues, the mayor is currently unavailable. Henry is stunned to hear that Bulcanus, once as tough as steel, has fallen ill. Henry asks the guard if he knows what exactly is wrong with the mayor. The guard apologetically admits he does not know the details of the illness. Henry thinks he must meet Bulcanus at any cost and wonders how to proceed. Henry asks who is acting as vice mayor and learns it is a man named Bihum. Henry instructs the guard to inform Vice Mayor Bihum, thanks him for agreeing to meet privately to discuss something important. The mayor protests that he would never disrespect someone who saved his life. Henry sets down his cup and begins to transition the conversation. Henry asks the mayor to keep what he is about to reveal strictly confidential. The mayor agrees that keeping secrets will not be difficult for him. Henry notes to himself that, as expected of a Mushu man, the mayor does not even ask why. Henry takes a breath and prepares to present his proposal. He reveals he possesses nearly 300 kilograms of pure Colt Iron. The mayor shouts in shock at the mention of Colt Iron. He urgently asks where Henry obtained so much Colt Iron and whether it belongs to House Shonan. Henry replies that the Colt Iron belongs solely to him and that no one else knows about it. The mayor then asks what Henry intends to have made from that Colt Iron. Henry answers that he wants full equipment sets forged for 3 warriors. The mayor repeats in disbelief that Henry wants complete gear for 3 warriors. Henry calmly sips his drink, letting the request sink in. He explains the equipment is for a special unit that will suppress rebels. The mayor comments that rebels have arisen and realizes the situation worsened while he was bedridden. Henry says he shares this because he trusts the mayor not to spread rumors. The mayor appreciates the respect and promises to craft the 3 sets as quickly as possible. Henry praises him as a 5-time winner of the Masterpiece competition and says he knew he could rely on him. The mayor peers at Henry and asks if that is truly all Henry wants. Henry leans forward, indicating there is more to discuss. He hesitates, then begins to voice a more personal request. Henry says his next matter is a personal favor. The mayor listens closely, wary but attentive. Henry brings up the experimental, poison alloy, that the mayor once failed to complete. He asks whether the mayor does not still want to perfect that alloy. The mayor's bandaged hand tightens, revealing how much the subject matters to him. The mayor admits he definitely wants to perfect it, and begins to suspect Henry's intentions. Henry's eye glints, signaling he is about to reveal something crucial. He states confidently that he can help the mayor successfully create the poison alloy. The mayor reacts in shock, demanding to know how that could be possible. Henry explains he heard the failure was due to uncontrolled synthetic poison and that he cured the mayor by countering poison with a stronger poison and its antidote. He asks if the mayor now understands what he is implying. The mayor realizes Henry used a more powerful poison and antidote to overcome the original toxin. A grin spreads across the mayor's face as he grows excited. Laughing, the mayor says of course and eagerly asks what Henry wants in return. Henry replies that he is glad they understand each other. He says he actually has 2 conditions to ask for. The mayor internally vows he would do anything to finally perfect the poison alloy. Henry's first request is that the mayor sign a technical agreement with the mercenary group Henry owns. The mayor hesitates, pointing out he usually refuses exclusive contracts and prefers inventions to be shared. Henry acknowledges the mayor's beliefs and says he will attach specific conditions to respect them. Narration explains Henry proposes to monopolize any jointly developed inventions only for 1 year, and only those they agree upon, after which they become public. Reassured, the mayor asks what Henry's second request is. Henry asks the mayor's opinion on entering a broader cooperation agreement. The mayor repeats the phrase, unsure what this cooperation agreement entails. Someone claps, signaling approval of the idea. Henry clarifies it is an accord where the free cities unite to strengthen their power and operations. He notes that the cities of Vivaldi and Enkelman have already signed such a joint agreement. Henry warns that free cities could lose their autonomy to the empire at any moment. The mayor asks what exactly Henry means by that. Henry addresses him formally to segue into recent political news. Henry asks if the mayor has heard that the Crimson Great House has been exiled to Salgera. The mayor, shocked, asks if he means the powerful Marquis Albert. Henry confirms that he does. Henry recounts that while the mayor was unconscious, the Marquis's house fell and a rebellion erupted in Shahatra. He adds that palace rumors say some nobles intend to annex the free cities as their domains. The mayor nervously asks if such rumors are actually true. Henry admits internally the story is somewhat exaggerated but largely accurate. He tells the mayor it is true enough and repeats that this is why other mayors already signed cooperation agreements. The mayor thanks Henry for the warning but says he must consult the other mayors first. Henry replies that he is already authorized to speak on behalf of the other 2 mayors. He reveals that before officially serving the count, he was secretly building his mercenary group and forging cooperation pacts. The mayor, overwhelmed, wonders who Henry really is and why everything around him feels so complicated. He reflects that Henry holds the key to the poison alloy and is also plotting against the noble's tyranny while being the count's vassal. Staring into his drink, the mayor contemplates Henry's intentions. He begins to voice the realization forming in his mind. He concludes that Henry must have become the count's vassal deliberately as part of a larger plan. Henry evasively says he will not answer that assumption. The mayor remarks that everyone he has known named Henry Morris has been an extraordinary person. Henry stays silent, either confirming nor denying the connection. He simply calls it a coincidence. The mayor prefaces that his next words may sound rude. Henry looks at him calmly, inviting him to continue. The mayor explains he once met a great wizard with the same name as Henry several times in the past. A memory shows the back of that robed, staff-wielding wizard. Henry repeats aloud that he, too, has often met a great wizard called Henry in the past. The mayor says Henry's eyes resemble that wizard's gaze. He adds that he now sees that same look in Henry's eyes again. Henry jokes that he will take it positively, even though that wizard is widely branded a traitor. The mayor begins to object, saying, however, he declares he does not believe the great wizard actually committed treason. He insists most people who knew the wizard would agree because of the kind of person he was. The conversation pauses as the scene shifts to a quiet view outside the window. Henry privately thinks that despite being dead for some time, he is grateful the mayor still believes in him. The mayor finally states he accepts all the terms and conditions Henry proposed. Rising with resolve, the mayor admits he does not know how this choice will affect the future. He extends his hand, saying he wants to trust Henry and move forward together. Henry shakes his hand and thanks the mayor. As they release hands, Henry mentions there is one more matter. The mayor replies that besides what they discussed, Henry may name anything he urgently needs and he will try his best. Henry simply thanks him again, appreciative of the support. The story shifts to Shahatra near Count Eisen's assembly grounds, showing the desert encampment. Banners bearing the lion crest of Count Eisen's forces flutter over the camp. A blue magical light erupts amid the rocky terrain, marking a teleportation arrival. Henry steps out of the portal, thinking he should have told Eisen earlier that he is a wizard because traveling this way is so convenient. He senses movement, and turns his attention toward the camp. Henry walks in among robed soldiers of Shahatra, drawing their curious looks. He approaches the command tent guarded by more robed warriors. Entering, Henry apologizes to the Count for arriving late. Count Eisen says Henry is not late at all and tells him not to worry. Henry notes with satisfaction that everyone has simplified their gear as he previously advised. One of the robed men is shown ready in the lighter equipment. Eisen confirms he also had the troops wear traditional Shahatra clothing, called Swaitra, per Henry's suggestion. Henry commends him, saying he has done well. Eisen anxiously asks if it is really safe to face the rebellion with only 100 men in such light equipment. Henry leans over the map, ready to explain his strategy. Over the map, narration clarifies Henry's plan is not to fully subdue the rebellion or approach Shahatra's capital but to prioritize locating the enemy and rescuing the hiding imperial family, as the other counts will likewise focus on. Henry concludes that therefore their own force can leave the actual rescue to the other 2 counts. Eisen listens carefully, eyes narrowing in thought. He worries that this division of roles might create an imbalance in how their contributions are judged. Henry replies that what truly matters is crushing the rebellion and reclaiming the captured citadel. He adds that once the rebellion is quelled, the act of rescuing the imperial family alone will seem insignificant. Henry then presents 2 large sacks filled with metal rings as part of his plan. A closer look reveals the sacks are packed with numerous horseshoe-shaped items. Eisen, puzzled, asks what these items are. Henry explains they are special Mushu-made magic horseshoes that let warhorses move in the desert like camels, giving them superior mobility. Eisen questions whether it would not be cheaper and easier simply to purchase camels instead. Henry claps his hands and firmly disagrees. He argues that using the shoes is far cheaper when considering purchase, upkeep, and handlers required for camels. Eisen admits he had not considered all those costs. Convinced, Eisen praises Henry as completely right and urges his chiefs to applaud Henry's idea. The cloaked attendants wait respectfully as events begin to unfold. Henry explains that no warhorses rival those from Shonan in mobility. He confidently states that their side surpasses the other two counts in many aspects. It is revealed Henry previously hired Vulcanus to forge magic horseshoes so he could gain advantage in the suppression and raise Eisen to Marquis. The narration notes that fitting the magic horseshoes onto the horses is quickly completed. Eisen and Henry head toward a guarded command tent in the desert camp. Inside, two nobles are interrupted as someone apologizes for arriving late. Eisen and Henry enter, with Eisen lightly admitting their tardiness. One of the nobles reassures them that no apology is necessary. Eisen introduces the two other nobles as Count Oscar of Ag and Count Terrian of Falcon. Count Oscar of Ag is formally presented. Count Terrian of Falcon is likewise introduced. Henry silently assesses the situation, focusing intently. Henry bows and introduces himself as Henry, vassal of the Shonan family. Oscar remarks that he is surprised, having never heard that Count Eisen even had a vassal. Eisen vouches for Henry, calling him like his own hands and saying they will work with him often. Henry thinks to himself that these two counts only rose after the Grand Duke and Marquis close to him were executed. He observes that though Oscar and Terrian act courteous, their eyes reveal strong ambition. Henry inwardly decides there will be no chances for these schemers to benefit. Applause signals the formal start of the strategy council. Eisen declares that they will now discuss how to rescue the imperial family. The scene shifts to another assembly point near Shahatra. The desert camp of another force is shown beneath blazing banners and torches. Over a map, narration explains that the Shahatra Khan imperial family and officials are hiding in a secret safe area by a southwestern oasis. Eisen, Henry and the others gather around the map while priests explain the layout. Eisen confirms that the royal family is waiting there for aid from imperial forces. The priest says the hideout is called the Khan's Eye, known only to the royal family. The others listen tensely as this hidden location is described. Eisen turns to Count Eisen's side and directly addresses him. The priest warns that High Priest Byram is barely maintaining an illusion barrier that hides the royals and begs them to hurry. Eisen asks for the exact location of the Khan's Eye. The priest points on the map to a nearby place named Triangle Cliff. He says if Eisen accompanies him there, the High Priest will recognize him and drop the barrier. Eisen then asks how many enemy forces surround the area. The priest admits they do not know the precise numbers but that rebel search parties patrol constantly. They agree the rebels are desperate to find and kill the king to end the conflict. Henry asks who leads the rebellion. The priest answers that it is former Minister of the Armed Forces Benedict Caliph. Henry reacts in shock upon hearing Benedict's name. Remembering the Civil War, Henry laments internally that Benedict of all people is behind this uprising. Narration explains Benedict Caliph, called the Desert General and the Sword of Ra, was the desert's greatest warrior. Henry recalls that Ra is Shahatra's sun god and Benedict is revered as that god's avatar. Henry realizes suppressing this rebellion will be more difficult than expected. Narration details that as god's avatar, Benedict could draw on divine power, possessing the Eye of the Desert, and a sun sword imbued with solar might. It is added that he also wielded the miraculous ability to control sand itself. Henry wonders whether their powerful army will retain its effectiveness in Benedict's desert domain. He concludes they're inexperienced imperial soldiers and counts must face the veteran desert general on his home ground. Eisen observes aloud that, seen closely, this is not just a rebellion but a full-fledged civil war. The Shahatra envoy trembles anxiously at that realization. Eisen questions whether the Empire must interfere in an internal conflict of another kingdom. The envoy panics, demanding clarification of what Eisen means. Oscar and Terrian watch uneasily, sweating at the political implications. Eisen explains that from the Empire's viewpoint, who becomes Shahatra's king matters less than that the kingdom remains obedient. The envoy struggles to respond, clearly distressed. Henry stands up and asserts that Eisen's assessment is not entirely correct. Eisen looks at him in surprise, asking what he means. Henry argues that Benedict is like a dog biting its former master. He adds there is no guarantee such a traitor would not eventually turn against the Empire as well. Eisen concedes that Henry's reasoning is valid. Henry proposes they aid the Khan royal family in exchange for increased tribute from Shahatra. Eisen muses that exchanging favors in this way could be worthwhile. Henry enthusiastically suggests they also eliminate the disobedient Benedict and bring many spoils back to please the Emperor. Eisen smiles mischievously, clearly pleased by this approach. With renewed conviction, Eisen agrees that Henry is right. He concludes they should focus on how to take Benedict's head rather than merely whether to quell the rebellion. Henry privately thinks he is already planning the deaths of these nobles and even the Emperor, so Benedict must be removed before he complicates matters. Oscar suggests they meet Benedict Caliph, talk with him first, and gauge the situation directly. Henry answers that not all forces need to go because Shonen's troops will handle the meeting with Benedict. Oscar bristles and demands Henry repeat what he just said. Henry politely asks Oscar not to misunderstand his intentions. Henry admits he inspected the Count's armies before arriving and evaluated their readiness. He notes that their contingents showed no preparation for desert warfare. Terrian, confused, asks what Henry means by being prepared for the desert. Eisen smirks as if amused by Henry's subtle criticism. Henry explains that the soldiers wear heavy armor unsuited to desert conditions. An image of the armored soldiers illustrates the problem of heat and weight. Henry adds that the forces lack specialized clothing to shield them from the harsh desert sun. In contrast, Shahatra's own lightly clad soldiers are shown guarding camp. The envoy points out they would also need stockpiled firewood for frigid desert nights, which the counts have not arranged. Henry's camp is shown with neatly stacked firewood beside their tents. The count's tent area appears devoid of such supplies, underscoring their oversight. Henry apologizes if speaking so frankly about things he only partly knows seem presumptuous. Tyrion furiously demands of the envoy whether Henry's assessment is accurate. The envoy reluctantly admits that Henry is correct. Eisen beams and says Henry understands both the situation and desert preparations perfectly. Eisen therefore decrees that Shonen's forces will go to meet Benedict, while the other counts rescue the royal family and messenger. Oscar silently wonders why they would relinquish the prestigious royal rescue when it seems the most advantageous mission. Henry speculates that the counts may be suspicious because Shonen voluntarily forgoes the chance to shine by saving the royals. Henry reassures them that although he serves Shonen, his highest priority is the Empire's welfare and the Emperor's safety. Oscar and Tyrion finally agree, accepting the duty of rescuing the royal family. Eisen quietly watches Henry, seemingly impressed and intrigued by his conduct. Henry thinks that Eisen has remained silent because Henry is effectively directing the strategy. Henry concludes the meeting by saying they will begin their respective missions once all forces are fully prepared. Eisen smiles approvingly at Henry's confident leadership. Oscar and Tyrion eye him warily but offer no objections. Later, Eisen and Henry share tea, reviewing written plans in the quiet command tent. Eisen bursts into loud laughter, clearly delighted by how events are unfolding. He praises Henry as an unparalleled strategist and advisor, while Henry responds with modesty. Eisen gives him a shrewd, satisfied look. He affectionately asks how Henry managed to understand everything so well and plans so far ahead. Narration explains that before long, Shonen's army marches toward the Shahatra Desert. A smaller mounted group, including Eisen and Henry, rides swiftly across the sands ahead. The vanguard with Eisen and Henry charges determinedly through the desert on horseback. Henry notes that thanks to the magic horseshoes, traversing the desert terrain poses no difficulty. As they race along, Eisen exclaims he has not ridden this fast in a long time, and Henry agrees. Eisen marvels at how impressive the magic horseshoes are and promises Henry a reward once the suppression ends. Henry replies that in about 2 days they will reach the capital city of Shahatra, Khan. The narration points out that Khan lies at the southern oasis they are approaching. A panoramic view of Khan, the capital of Shahatra, is shown. The grand palace with its cascading waterworks and terraces dominates the cityscape. Life in Khan continues normally as locals walk market streets beneath palm trees. Arriving in the city, Henry thinks to himself that it has been a long time since he last visited Khan. Eisen, Henry and their escort ascend the broad staircase toward the royal complex. The monumental entrance to the palace and its stairway are revealed from below. They gaze up at the towering staircase leading to the main palace gates. Henry reflects that only the renowned stairway of the sun lies before them, still magnificent enough to be called a staircase to heaven. Suddenly Henry senses something and his eyes widen. Spears rise into view, indicating armed guards blocking the way. A close look shows the disciplined legs and stances of the palace soldiers. Rows of hooded spear bearers line the stairway in formation. Henry recognizes that these men are Benedict Caliph soldiers. Eisen and Henry proclaim their status as Imperial Army and call for Benedict Caliph to appear and show respect to the Empire. The soldiers tense, their boots and spears shifting on the steps. The formation parts as someone begins to descend from the palace entrance. Benedict Caliph appears at the top of the staircase, looking down at them. A close view shows Benedict's imposing, muscular figure and red eyes. Henry confirms internally that this man is indeed Benedict. Eisen too studies Benedict intently. Benedict crouches as divine power crackles around him, prompting Henry to wonder what he intends. Benedict then leaps high amid a surge of radiant energy. He lands in a thunderous display of Ra's power, seemingly trying to intimidate them with his strength. Benedict comes face to face with Eisen, towering over him. Smiling, Benedict formally greets and welcomes Count Eisen of the Great House. Eisen is momentarily struck speechless by the unexpected cordial greeting. Elsewhere, Henry's subordinates look stunned while Henry himself stays composed and observant. Eisen angrily calls Benedict an arrogant brat for his ostentatious behavior. The two groups confront each other in a tense standoff on the palace steps. Henry privately notes that Benedict handled the confrontation better than expected. Eisen glares with barely contained fury. Benedict's eyes narrow dangerously, but he withholds his temper. Benedict bows slightly and apologizes if his earlier actions appeared rude. He insists he never meant any disrespect toward Eisen. Henry senses that despite the apologies, the atmosphere remains heavily charged. Eisen warns that any further disrespect will be punished severely. Benedict then offers to guide Eisen and Henry into the palace. Henry thinks to himself that the pointless contest of wills between the two men has finally ended. The narrative shifts to a view of the palace gardens and ornate interior courtyard. Benedict leads Eisen and Henry through the grand hallways toward the inner palace. Palace servants whisper nervously as the visitors pass by. Henry observes that everyone in the palace is walking on eggshells around General Benedict. Someone silently judges the burly man ahead, thinking of him as that guy. The observer concludes that this red-eyed warrior already shows tyrannical tendencies. The two cloaked visitors walk through the ruined, overgrown Shahatra palace. Bloodstains and destruction show how brutally the civil war scarred the palace. The blue-haired man notes that the ruler has not yet erased all traces of the civil war. The scene shifts to the Grand Shahatra Palace, seat of power in the Desert Kingdom. A tense meeting begins as Aizen's party sits opposite the shirtless rebel leader. Aizen narrows his eyes, carefully assessing Benedict. Benedict sits before the empty throne, symbol of the power he seeks. Aizen casually asks Benedict if what is happening is essentially a rebellion. Benedict downplays it as merely an internal family conflict. Aizen says he will not question Benedict's reasons for starting the civil war. Aizen presses that Benedict's real aim is to seize the throne. Benedict listens in silence, not denying Aizen's assumption. Aizen asks if Benedict would object to them taking the former ruling royals with them. Benedict replies that such a request will be hard to grant. Aizen reacts to this refusal with irritation. Benedict explains that simply capturing the palace is not enough to claim the Shahatra throne. He adds that the succession procedures are complicated and cannot be settled quickly. Aizen repeats skeptically that the matter is not simple. Benedict explains that many formalities are required to inherit the throne. He states that the current royal family is necessary to perform those rites. Aizen angrily slams the table at this restriction. Furious, Aizen demands Benedict list every one of those formalities. Henry internally calls Benedict a mutt, and notes he remains arrogant despite losing their earlier stare down. Henry thinks Benedict speaks politely yet refuses compromise and is ready to confront Aizen head-on. Benedict reveals that all royal sigils proving kingship are in Khan's possession. Aizen, puzzled, asks what this sigil is. Benedict names the sigil as the Mark of Ra. The narration explains Ra as Shahatra's sole sun god and distinguishes the desert general as his sword and the ruler as his son. It further explains that becoming the son of Ra requires a complex process, including reclaiming the Mark of Ra. Benedict requests that Aizen return the Khan royals. In exchange, he promises to double the annual tribute once he becomes ruler. Aizen is shocked that Benedict offered to pay double. Henry finds it odd Benedict needs the entire royal family when only one Mark of Ra is required. Henry advises Aizen to delay any decision until after meeting King Hararian Khan III. Henry adds that Benedict must be after more than just the Mark of Ra. Aizen silently reassesses Benedict's proposal. Benedict waits calmly, staring back at Aizen. Aizen says he will think about Benedict's suggestion favorably. He then reminds Benedict that as a rebel leader he is in no position to make demands. Benedict falls silent, frustrated by the shifting leverage. Aizen declares he will confer directly with King Khan and later send a messenger with the Empire's decision. Benedict accepts this condition outwardly. Henry smoothly asks that the exhausted shonen soldiers be properly resupplied after their difficult desert march. Benedict readily agrees to provide supplies. Night falls over the palace as the negotiations end. Outside, Benedict vents his anger by punching and cracking a stone wall. He stands before the damaged wall, brooding in silence. A silver-haired knight approaches, remarking that Aizen's personal visit was an unexpected surprise, and asks if Benedict noticed him watching. The knight says he has never seen the man who stood behind Aizen and asks if Benedict knows who he is. Benedict answers that Henry merely introduced himself as a vassal. Benedict worries that once Aizen speaks with Hararian about the royal sigils, their secret will be exposed. The knight replies that they needed a pretext to fight Aizen anyway, so if the enemy brings war to them, they will accept it. He teasingly asks Benedict if he is afraid. Benedict confidently states he is not, and that anyone entering the desert becomes his prey. The knight laughs that such resolve would have pleased Duke Arthur's. He places a reassuring hand on Benedict's shoulder. The knight pledges the Highlander family's full support in return for the items Benedict promised them. Benedict gratefully agrees, thanking the knight by name. Outside, a glowing fox-like spirit streaks through the night sky. The spirit continues flying toward another location. It lands gently in Henry's gloved hand. The spirit fox, clever, reports back to Henry, who praises it. Henry reflects that controlling information is the basis of war, and notes they also secured supplies for the return journey. He affectionately pets Clever, who glows with satisfaction. Henry prepares to use Clever's report to observe what the Highlander knight is plotting with Benedict. Watching the vision, Henry comments in amusement at what he sees. He regrets recalling Clever early now that events have become interesting. Henry smiles to himself, plotting the next move. From Clever's vision he identifies Duke Arthur's Highlander as the mastermind behind the scheme and rejoices at this discovery. Time passes and dawn breaks over the desert gorge. Henry rides with Aizen's column through Shahatra Gorge. The accompanying soldiers, wrapped in desert cloaks, ride alongside. The harsh rocky gorge landscape surrounds their approach. The cliffs loom above as they near the Allied command camp. They arrive at the Shahatra Gorge entrance command headquarters, a tent city beneath the cliffs. Henry's horse trudges into camp, hooves heavy in the sand. Henry looks over the fatigued camp as he rides in. Observing the condition of other counts' forces, Henry notes that those nobles have not changed at all. The camp bustles chaotically with soldiers crying out for water and aid for overheated horses. Henry judges that the other forces' hasty preparations are failing in the brutal desert. He notes that many of their horses have already died from sunstroke. Henry respectfully asks Eisen for permission to inspect the soldiers before the evening meeting. Eisen confirms Henry is referring to their own troops. Henry says he wants to check morale, which seems low. Eisen allows him to proceed as he wishes. Henry dismounts to walk the camp on foot. He strides toward the tents, ready to address the weary soldiers. Hands on hips, Henry takes command of the gathering area. He calls the entire camp to attention. The soldiers echo the order and hurriedly stand at attention. Both Shonan and allied soldiers look around, wondering what is happening. Henry orders all unit captains to assemble before him. The captains respond with a salute. Some soldiers grumble that Henry is just Eisen's tactician, but others caution them and say he is reputedly very skilled. A few soldiers nervously read the mood among their comrades. Boots shuffle as the men line up properly. The assembled soldiers salute Henry, acknowledging his authority. Henry produces a subspace sack filled with provisions, explaining that Eisen prepared abundant food for them. Addressing them kindly, Henry tells the soldiers they have done well. He smiles warmly, reinforcing their trust. He presents the food and cold water as a special gift from Count Eisen, urging them to enjoy it. The soldiers cheer in delight at the unexpected feast. As the men exclaim over food and water, Henry notes that Eisen's rising prestige also elevates his own authority. He reflects that the troops know Eisen is too foolish to have devised this, so they realize the generosity came from Henry. Henry thus concludes that all the credit for boosting morale will ultimately return to him. Grateful soldiers crowd around, repeatedly thanking Sir Henry for the food and sharing it out. Henry modestly reminds them the provisions came from the Count, while a soldier agrees politely. Surrounded by praise, Henry thinks with satisfaction that his plan is unfolding perfectly. The scorching desert sun climbs higher over the camp. Nearby tents are guarded by Shahatra warriors loyal to Khan. Later that day, Eisen, Henry and the desert royals sit across a table for formal negotiations. The young man introduces himself as Hararian Khan III. Eisen introduces himself as a member of the Shonan family. Eisen notes from the documents that there are no royal bodyguards present, and asks if all surviving royals are gathered here. Khan confirms. Eisen dismisses the missing bodyguards as expendable delaying forces. He suggests moving past pleasantries and getting to the main issue. Henry internally recalls Haribala Khan II, Hararian's formidable father. The narration describes Haribala as a former desert general who once ruled the sands. Hararian muses that compared to such a father he is lacking, yet he understands why Benedict resorted to civil war. Eisen recounts how he met Benedict the rebel while other counts went to retrieve Hararian. Hararian says he already knows about that sequence of events. Eisen, relieved, says there is no need to explain further. He then mentions Benedict's offer to pay more than double the current tribute. Hararian responds calmly that he understands. Eisen is surprised by his composure and asks if the prince is not desperate. Hararian answers that he is calm because he knows Benedict is lying to Eisen. He explains that this knowledge is why he is not overreacting. Eisen, puzzled, asks what he means by calling it a lie. Hararian states that, given Shahatra's finances, even increasing tribute by 1.5 times would be hard, and doubling it is impossible. He concludes that Benedict's offer was actually mocking Count Eisen. Hararian then adds that there is an even more important point, addressing Eisen directly. He asks if Eisen is not curious why Benedict was so insistent on having Hararian handed over. Henry, impressed, mentally remarks on Hararian's perceptiveness. Henry leans forward, interested to hear where the young king is going with this. Henry revises his earlier low opinion, admitting that despite looking frail, Hararian stands his ground as a true king, and decides to listen carefully. Eisen, intrigued, signals his willingness to hear the explanation. He admits he is curious about Benedict's real motive. Eisen invites Hararian Khan III to explain. Hararian prepares to reveal the deeper truth behind Benedict's demand. Eisen begins by asking whether anyone present knows about Ra. Hararian calls forth the image of Ra's mask and asks how much they understand about that god. Eisen answers that Ra is the god worshipped exclusively by Shahatra's people. Hararian agrees but hints there is more to it. He reveals that Ra is not actually the only deity his people believe in. Eisen and Henry react with confusion at this unexpected claim. Henry listens intently as Hararian explains that Shahatra recognizes two gods, with Ra ruling via the sun. Henry's eye sharpens as he begins to grasp the implication. A menacing vision of a second, jackal-headed god appears, foreshadowing the other deity worshipped in the desert. The prince explains that Janus is the god who oversees the afterlife and death. Henry is confused, thinking he has never heard of a god named Janus. The prince says the people of Shahatra are chosen by Ra and can borrow Ra's power. He adds that they can also draw power from the death god Janus. A fist slams the table as someone reacts sharply. Count Eisen angrily demands what the prince is trying to imply. The prince asks if Benedict mentions something called the King's Sigil. Eisen repeats the name King's Sigil in surprise. He recalls Benedict talking about the mark of Ra instead, not the King's Sigil. Another Shahatra warrior explains that all sigils proving kingship of Shahatra are in Khan's possession. An image of the glowing eye symbol is shown and identified as the mark of Ra. The prince calmly says the mark of Ra and the King's Sigil are essentially the same. Henry concludes that Shahatra's ruler holds both Ra's mark and Janus's mark, proving kingship and granting Janus's power. The prince praises Henry for quickly grasping the situation. Henry pauses, considering something further. He then asks what Janice's power actually is. The prince replies that it is easier to demonstrate Janice's power than to explain it. Henry encourages him to go ahead and show it. The prince politely asks a favor before demonstrating. He requests to borrow any spare animal they have. Aizen signals a guard to fulfill the request. The guard raises his hand to acknowledge the order. The guard returns carrying a live hen. The prince takes the hen in his hand, preparing the demonstration. His eyes narrow as he activates his power. Dark, ominous energy wraps around him and the hen as Janice's power manifests. Henry, startled, wonders if he is witnessing black magic. The prince grips the hen as the dark energy intensifies around it. The hen's body appears blackened and twisted while Henry watches in shock. The transformed hen falls to the table, still wreathed in dark energy. Aizen nervously asks if the hen is dead. The hen suddenly thrashes violently, proving it is still alive. Aizen exclaims in amazement at what he has just seen. The prince explains that the hen will now exist forever in this distorted, undead state. He adds that no matter what happens, it will suffer unending agony without being able to die. Henry reflects that being unable to truly live despite being alive makes Janice's power terrifying. Another Shahatra warrior states that Benedict's real goal was Janice's power, not Ra's mark. Henry realizes that is why Benedict demanded the entire royal family to conceal this power. Henry thinks that if they can wield Janice's power, resisting the Imperial army becomes feasible. He smiles, clearly intrigued by this strategic advantage. Aizen also grins, pleased by the potential this alliance offers. Aizen concludes that Benedict used the Mark of Ra as a mere pretext. The prince says Benedict long pushed for Shahatra's independence. He explains that, ignored by the Empire, Benedict triggered a civil war. Henry contrasts Benedict's desperate promises of higher tribute with their own more principled stance. Henry notes inwardly that Aizen is justifying intervention without resorting to bribery, and recognizes Hararian's groundwork. The Shahatra warrior, thinking of events, admits he never expected to see black magic used like this. Elsewhere, a mage surrounded by arcane circles remarks that many unexpected developments are unfolding. That mage foresees he will be quite busy for some time because of these events. The scene shifts to the Shahatra encampment at dusk. Inside a tent, Henry meets privately again with Count Aizen. Aizen grumbles, questioning why they must go to the trouble of protecting the Shahatra royal family. Henry answers that Khan's influence after the rebellion is uncertain, so safeguarding the royals is necessary. Though it is not his preference, Aizen agrees to do it because Henry insists. Henry adds they must reorganize their forces after the meeting and will handle other preparations meanwhile. Aizen asks in surprise if there is still more to get ready. Henry explains they need additional magic horseshoes for allied forces and says success in this oppression is all that matters. He then urges Aizen to be generous and overlook their rivals for now. Henry flatters Aizen, saying he will soon be the Marquis ruling over the other two counts. Aizen, appeased, agrees and jokingly asks if Henry has the money for more horseshoes. Henry confesses that the existing horseshoes were actually charged to the Shonen family's account. He apologizes for not sharing that information earlier. Internally, Henry admits the horseshoes were gifts from Vulcanus, and that the talk of payment is a lie. He has already arranged an alibi with Vulcanus, and plans to sell the horseshoes to other troops to raise funds. Henry promises Aizen he will replenish the coffers by taking valuables of equal worth. Aizen laughs approvingly, saying Henry's behavior is exactly what he expects. Aizen praises Henry as the Shonen house's sole vassal and urges him to take what he needs under their name. Henry smiles faintly at this trust and permission. He thanks Aizen respectfully for the confidence placed in him. Later, outside the tent at sunset, Henry walks away while Aizen laughs loudly inside. Henry smiles to himself as Aizen continues laughing behind him. He walks through the camp toward the rocky outskirts. Dust swirls around his boots as he moves into the open terrain. Strange currents and debris begin to twist through the air above him. Henry notices the unnatural wind and realizes something unusual is happening around him. The entire campsite appears to warp and ripple, distorting the surroundings. Henry's eyes sharpen as he senses the illusion taking hold. The tents and cliffs themselves seem to melt and twist into unreal shapes. He identifies the phenomenon as illusion magic. The distorted camp continues to waver before him. The illusion dissolves, revealing a bare canyon instead of the camp. Henry walks toward a dark gorge that has appeared where the camp once seemed to be. His steps echo as he advances deeper into the mysterious passage. He reasons that the Shahatra High Priest Byram must be behind these illusions and recalls struggling against them in a previous life. He notes that he eventually learned how to dispel Byram's illusions. Deciding to accept this summons, he moves forward as if answering an invitation. Henry passes fully through the illusory barrier into a different landscape. On the other side, he finds himself in a dark rocky area and continues walking. The space fills again with swirling illusionary patterns. The illusions fade, transitioning him from the canyon into a forested night setting. Now in the woods, Henry senses someone and turns. Footsteps approach as another figure draws near. The prince appears, apologizing for bringing Henry there without first asking permission. Henry replies there is no need to apologize, since he gained the chance to observe the high priest's illusion. Surprised, the prince asks if Henry recognized that it was Byram's illusion. Henry explains he deduced illusion magic when the scenery changed despite there being no visible wizard. The prince admits that Henry is calmer and wiser than he had expected. Henry then directly addresses him by name, Byram, drawing attention to the hidden observer. An elderly robed man reveals himself nearby, watching them. The old man steps forward and introduces himself as Byram, High Priest of Shahatra. Henry bows and introduces himself as Henry, vassal of the Shonen house. The prince addresses Henry formally and prepares to speak seriously. He asks Henry if he can spare some time to talk with them. Henry, half joking, wonders what business such important people could have with a mere vassal. The prince laughs, saying Henry is being overly modest. Henry agrees he is a vassal but hints there is more to him than that. The prince challenges that claim, asking if Henry is truly only a vassal. Henry is momentarily taken aback by the probing remark. The prince activates the Eye of Ra, a power that can see through everything, focusing it on Henry. He reveals this ability as the Eye of Ra itself, manifesting a radiant divine figure behind him. Henry feels as though the prince could peer directly into his soul with that gaze. The three of them stand together in the forest clearing, the glowing eye symbol floating beside the prince. The moon shines overhead as the secret meeting continues. The prince explains that he invited Henry to propose a private deal apart from their official duties. Henry responds that he will first hear the proposal, curious about what kind of arrangement is being suggested. The prince says he must confirm something before stating the deal. Henry asks what exactly he wants to check. The prince asks whether it is true that relations between Count Eisen and the three great families are extremely bad. Henry frankly admits that he cannot deny this strained relationship. The prince says that acknowledgement is enough and asks Henry to keep their discussion confidential even if he rejects the deal. Henry promises not to reveal whatever secret is causing the prince's hesitation. The prince steels himself, ready to disclose sensitive information. He tells Henry that he suspects Duke Arthurs is the true force behind the current rebellion. The scene cuts briefly to a peaceful night landscape over the forest. Henry, thinking back, realizes he thought he alone knew of Arthur's involvement but now feels blindsided. He begins explaining that although Count Eisen and the three houses have a troubled history, circumstances are changing. Henry states that if Eisen is promoted to Marquis through this campaign, he will essentially join the ranks of the three houses himself. Henry then asks why the prince would reveal something that could eventually harm Shahatra's position. The prince answers that sharing this does not mean Henry will actually side with the three houses. Henry uneasily asks what the prince is implying. The prince claims he believes Henry himself orchestrated the incident that led to Marquis Albert's exile. A flashback shows Eisen deriding Eisen's rival while greeting Henry warmly upon his return. Another flashback shows a shaken noble, insulted that such a man accused the famed strategist Albert. A young Henry smiles, saying the accusations make no sense and promising to devise a second plan against Albert. Back in the present, Henry admits Eisen has long been waiting for the right opportunity to strike. The prince addresses him as Sir Henry, and Henry answers deferentially. The prince notes that Shonen is powerful enough not to need a young vassal unless he is exceptional, and says people's characters do not change easily. Henry thinks to himself that the prince may have perceived far more than expected, and is impressed by his insight. Conceding that excuses would only embarrass him, Henry admits the prince's deductions are remarkable. He then asks the prince to finally explain the deal he wishes to offer. The prince studies Henry intently before answering. He proposes setting aside Shahatra's formal status as a subject nation and forming a direct alliance with the Shonen family. The moon shines above as this bold proposal hangs in the air. Henry asks in surprise if that means acting without the emperor's knowledge. The prince confirms that is exactly his intention. Henry realizes the prince wants to ally with them to overthrow Duke Arthurs and inwardly notes he has gained an unexpected ally. He concludes that the prince likely does not know his deeper schemes and simply wants to use Eisen for Shahatra's benefit. Byram comments that the prince's understanding and perceptiveness have grown, resembling his late father's. Henry agrees to the proposal, asking only that this secret alliance be kept hidden from everyone. The prince gladly accepts, saying that winning Henry's favor is already more than enough for him. Henry thanks the prince for recognizing their conversation was a firm deal rather than a mere favor. The prince cheerfully promises that, since Henry accepted his offer, he will grant Henry any reward he desires. Henry skeptically asks if the prince is truly prepared to fulfill any wish. Considering this, Henry prepares to state his request. The prince admits he may not be able to grant everything but solemnly swears by Ra to do his utmost to meet Henry's request. Smiling, Henry urges him to speak openly about what he wants. The prince thanks Henry and steps closer, ready to listen. Henry states he is about to reveal what he wants from their deal. Henry whispers his desired condition into the prince's ear in secret. A nearby old man notices them conspiring and looks suspiciously at their whispering. The prince listens in silence, his expression turning serious. The old man also looks grave, clearly affected by whatever was discussed. Time passes and a desert encampment surrounded by cliffs is shown, indicating the army's deployment zone. The camera lingers on the expedition camp, siege structures, and tents set up against the rocky landscape. In a command tent, Henry announces that the desert suppression campaign will start soon and orders the two counts to remedy the supply deficiencies he pointed out earlier. Fixing them with a sharp gaze, Henry asks if anyone objects to his plan. The two counts remain silently displeased but do not voice any objection. The prince watches with a calm smile, observing the tense nobles. Count Eisen laughs and notes that no one seems willing to oppose his highly capable vassal Henry. Eisen proposes that while the other counts are busy preparing for the suppression, his force will leisurely handle matters concerning the Khan royal family. He then asks if anyone dares oppose this arrangement. Henry enthusiastically praises Eisen's plan as excellent, easing the previous tension. The prince quietly drinks tea, watching the discussion unfold. Eisen ends the meeting, dismissing everyone to carry out the preparations. Eisen leaves the large tent and walks through the desert camp. Inside, Henry and the other counts remain around the map table in loaded silence. Henry wonders internally if he should leave as well. One of the counts, Oscar, pointedly addresses Henry by name. Henry confirms his identity and asks if something is wrong, addressing the man as Count Oscar. Outside, Eisen wonders aloud to Henry why the prince has not yet come out of the tent. From inside, Eisen shouts, demanding to know what Henry is still doing in there. Flustered, Henry replies that he will come out after finishing the meeting minutes. Before Henry can leave, Oscar demands to know why Henry acted as he did. Henry feigns confusion and asks what Oscar is referring to. Oscar says he heard Henry supplied costly ice water and food to their soldiers on the Count's behalf the previous night. He then sternly asks if that rumor is true. Henry replies that he only wanted to ease the hardship of soldiers facing the desert for the first time. Oscar insists that the volume and cost of the supplies go beyond simple goodwill and presses Henry on what he was aiming for. Henry thinks to himself that Oscar, like Herrerian, clearly has no trust in Eisen. Oscar grits his teeth in frustration. Losing his temper, Oscar yells that Henry has no reason to care about his soldiers' morale and demands to know what scheme lies behind it. Henry reveals calmly that his concern comes from being a mercenary by trade, surprising Oscar. A brief image shows Henry's former mercenary comrades, hinting at his past. Henry explains that before serving the Showman family, he led a small mercenary group. He adds that this background lets him understand soldiers' feelings better than anyone. Oscar asks if Henry truly acted out of goodwill alone, and Henry confirms that he did. Oscar then questions where Henry, as leader of a small group, obtained so much money to spend on supplies. Henry answers that as a vassal of the wealthy Shonen family he no longer worries about his own livelihood, so he used his personal funds. He adds that he also intends to provide magical horseshoes for each army's horses, something he had not mentioned at the meeting. Shocked, Oscar verifies that Henry means the expensive enchanted horseshoes used by the Shonen cavalry. Henry affirms this with a confident smile. Overwhelmed, Oscar says he cannot possibly accept such costly gifts and protests that Henry is going too far for their sake. Henry insists that it is fine, saying he only wants the suppression to succeed and peace to be restored, while Oscar blames himself for neglecting his soldiers' morale. Oscar realizes he misjudged Henry, calling him a considerate young man who truly cares for soldiers and others. Relenting, Oscar vows to pay Henry for all the ice, food, and magic horseshoes he supplied. Henry, inwardly pleased, accepts, thinking it will be his pleasure to take the money. He tells Oscar to send him the total number of horses needed so he can prepare the horseshoes before the next meeting. Oscar agrees, saying he will quickly count his horses and then send someone to Henry's quarters. Henry outwardly answers respectfully but inwardly rejoices that he can both profit and gauge each army's strength through this. The prince smirks quietly beside Henry, clearly entertained by the outcome. The prince invokes the Eye of Ra, amusedly observing Henry's crafty maneuvering. Henry reflects that even the prince now recognizes how remarkable he is, realizing his schemes have been seen through. The scene shifts to another tent in the desert camp. Inside, ordinary soldiers relax together, drinking and chatting. One soldier brings up major recruitment notices from Counts Oscar and Tyrion and asks Jameson what he plans to do. Another muses that joining the Imperial or Oscar's private army could provide a secure life because the offered rewards are spectacular. A third notes that if Oscar becomes a marquis in one of the three great houses, even huge sums paid now will be insignificant in comparison. They then wonder aloud whether joining Oscar's new forces would effectively make them troops of the three great houses. Someone questions why Count Eisen himself has not started recruiting any soldiers. Another shrugs that Eisen must have his reasons and considers applying before the 3-day deadline. The narrative shifts to the mansion of Count Oscar under the night sky. Returning home, Oscar laments that he must follow Eisen's orders and now has to personally conduct large-scale recruitment interviews. His butler Hoden informs him that a guest is waiting for him. Annoyed, Oscar scolds Hoden for allowing any visitor in at such a late hour without prior approval. Hoden apologizes, saying he lacked the authority to refuse this particular guest. Suspicious, Oscar asks who could be so difficult to turn away. Hoden nervously reveals that the visitor is Duke Arthurs. Shocked, Oscar cries out in disbelief. Thinking it a bad joke, Oscar tells Hoden he is not in the mood for such nonsense. Hoden insists it is true and explains the Duke is calmly drinking tea in the living room. Oscar hesitates, then accepts that the situation is real. Steeling himself, he tells Hoden they must hurry to meet the Duke. Oscar strides quickly down the hall. He enters the room where Duke Arthurs sits serenely sipping tea by the window. The Duke, composed, asks if Oscar has just returned. Flustered, Oscar apologizes for not greeting him earlier, saying he would have waited had he known the Duke was coming. The Duke casually says the fault is his for arriving unannounced. He politely repeats that he is sorry for visiting so late without prior notice. Oscar privately marvels again at the Duke's striking, almost elfin beauty, thinking rumors about his ancestry might be true. The Duke smiles and asks how the suppression campaign is progressing. Oscar hurriedly answers that everything is going according to the report, and that they will quell the rebellion and restore the Khan throne. Pleased, the Duke praises Oscar's spirit and says the Empire's people can sleep peacefully thanks to him. Then, with a darker expression, the Duke muses that it would be wonderful if a competent man like Oscar could work directly under him. Surprised, Oscar says he already serves as a loyal head of a great house managing state affairs. The Duke clarifies that he means serving alongside him as one of the 3 great houses, not merely any noble. He ominously asks whether it would not be strange if the man who stabbed a current head of the 3 great houses later became one himself. Oscar realizes the Duke is openly referring to Eisen's past betrayal and grows tense. The Duke laughs it off, claiming he has spoken too much. He says he has come simply to greet Oscar since they will be seeing each other often. The Duke rises, preparing to leave the mansion. Before going, he remarks that the tea served was delicious and suggests they share tea again sometime. He then exits through the door, leaving Oscar alone. Left behind, Oscar trembles, clearly shaken by the veiled political threat. The story cuts to the harbor town of Mushu at night. In a tavern, a burly craftsman reassures Henry that making magical horseshoes is no real trouble. He tells Henry not to worry about anything on this end and to focus on his own affairs. Henry replies that he will actually need far more horseshoes than the Count's requested because plans never go perfectly. Henry pushes a pouch of money toward the craftsman as payment. The craftsman initially refuses, saying he cannot accept money from the man who saved him. Henry insists, pointing out that they are ordering tens of thousands of horseshoes and reminding him that the life debt was already settled by their earlier technical agreement. The craftsman still says he feels uncomfortable accepting such a large sum. Henry warns that refusing the payment will only burden him and make it harder to request help later. Resigned, the craftsman agrees to accept money only for materials, not for his labor. Henry steps forward again, prompting the craftsman to look up in surprise. Henry takes the craftsman's hand and slyly slips something into it. The craftsman opens his hand, astonished at the additional gift. Henry tells him to use the earlier pouch for materials and consider this new one a token of gratitude, suggesting he share a feast with the engineer. Tempted, the craftsman begins to soften toward the offer. Henry expresses confidence in his work, saying he will leave everything to him while he handles other matters. As Henry departs, he thinks to himself that it is time to visit 10. The scene transitions to 10's illuminated mansion at night. Henry arrives via teleportation magic circle in the mansion's foyer, startling the guards. Looking around, he remarks that something feels off about the atmosphere in the mansion. He notices the hall gleaming with unusually polished decorations. The walls and furnishings sparkle even more, heightening his sense that things have changed. A voice asks if he has arrived, making Henry turn in curiosity. A well-dressed older man greets him, saying it has been some time since they last met. Addressing him respectfully as Lord Henry, the man welcomes his arrival. Henry is surprised at being called Lord. The man explains that as a vassal of the Shonen family, Henry should be addressed more formally. Henry realizes the change in tone makes sense and assumes Ban has spoken highly of him, which the man confirms. The man adds humorously that he also heard the story of Ban's altered appearance. He admits he is jealous of how successful Ban's transformation was and even jokes about seeking similar surgery for himself someday. Henry acknowledges this and then asks where Ban and Hector are. The man replies that at the moment they are busy. He clarifies they are training together in the underground exercise hall. The scene cuts to that hall where powerful blows echo through the air. Ban and Hector are shown sparring fiercely with wooden swords. Ban calmly criticizes his opponent for being too slow. Hector shouts for Ban to move faster as he pushes himself. Their swords clash with force as training intensifies. Hector charges with a loud cry, swinging his wooden blade. The two collide again, creating a burst of energy between their strikes. Ban deftly parries, his sword striking Hector's side while Hector remains on the defensive. Hector roars in frustration, gripping his weapon with all his strength. Ben stands composed and ready, pointing his practiced sword toward Hector. Ben subtly shifts his grip, preparing a decisive technique. With a swift motion, Ban's attack lands cleanly, overpowering Hector. Stunned and hurting, Hector gasps in pain. His wooden sword flies from his hands into the air, showing that Ban has decisively won the bout. In a training hall, a knight clashes with a cloaked warrior and knocks him down. The fallen man admits defeat before the armored blonde knight. The knight scolds his subordinate for lax training, and the subordinate vows to work harder. Smiling, the knight affirms his belief that the subordinate will improve. The knight notes that much has changed since he was last here. Henry arrives, greeted by the others. Henry announces that the date for the rebellion suppression has been set. The knight, surprised it is so soon, asks Henry when the operation will take place. Henry says it will be in 3 days, adding that he has met the rebellion's leader and checked the capital's situation. The knight asks Henry who is leading the rebellion. Henry explains that the rebel leader is a former minister of the armed forces. He names this leader Benedict Caliph. The knight is shocked at hearing Benedict's name. Holding his head, he laments that the enemy leader had to be Benedict. A companion asks if Benedict Caliph is really that formidable. The knight ponders the question. He describes Benedict, nicknamed Desert General, as a very troublesome opponent. Yet he adds confidently that Benedict is still a step below his own level. Henry says, in confidence, that there is more to the situation. Henry explains that the Khan royal family is protected by the Shonen family, and that they suspect the rebellion's true mastermind is someone else. He reveals that the hidden mastermind is Duke Arthur's. The knight is stunned by this revelation and asks if such secret information is really okay to share. Henry replies that since they will be working together, he needs to tell them this much. Henry says this suppression will differ from previous ones and that, because Arthur's is involved, he has been considering an alternate plan. The knight asks what this alternate plan is. Henry smiles mysteriously instead of answering directly. He then states that his idea is to cross the Shahatra Mountains. Someone off-panel bursts out laughing at that proposal. The knight laughs and says the mountains cannot be crossed, prompting Henry to ask why not. The knight explains that the mountains are rugged and overrun with monsters. He adds that Shahatra's priests maintain a complex illusion barrier there, making passage impossible. Henry calmly replies that this impossibility is exactly why they will go that way. The knight stares in disbelief at Henry's declaration. Henry says he already has a solution and orders everyone to prepare to depart. The scene shifts to Count Eisen's mansion. Inside, a young king calmly sips tea. Sensing a presence, he addresses Lord Henry. Turning toward the door, he asks what brings Henry here. Henry slips in nervously, having come in secret. He tells the king he is here without the count's knowledge to ask a favor. In chibi form, the king repeats that Henry wants a favor, and Henry confirms. The king says he will gladly comply with any request Henry has. Henry, eyes narrowing, begins to state his request. He asks if the high priest Burnham can join them for a short mountain hike, startling the king. The king, confused, repeats the word hiking, and Henry enthusiastically confirms. Later, with the group assembled, Henry says the purpose will be clear once they arrive. Night falls over the area. Out under the stars, the king notes that there is no mountain in sight and questions Henry. Henry reassures him that they are indeed going to climb the Shahatra Mountains, which alarms the king. The king and high priest react in shock when they realize Henry actually intends to cross Shahatra. Henry warns the king that what he is about to show must remain secret, as promised, and the king wonders what kind of secret it is. Henry closes his eyes, preparing to use magic. He traces glowing runes in the air. A large magic circle flares to life beneath his feet. Henry concentrates in the center of the activated spell. Surrounded by runes, he casts the spell while the nauseated king cries out in confusion. The king appears within the glowing circle as magical force surges. Shocked by the teleportation, he demands to know if Henry is actually a wizard. Henry, now with bright blue eyes, says he will explain in detail after they move. The king's eye reflects crackling magic as he watches. A violent burst of light and energy tears through the surroundings. The area is left devastated, with trees blasted apart and magical sparks lingering. The group arrives at the entrance to the Shahatra Mountains via Henry's portal. They step out of the portal into the misty forest. The king, dizzy and sweating, struggles with after effects of the teleport. He asks Henry what just happened, and Henry tells him to sit so he can explain. Hector offers the king a cold drink, saying it will help his nausea, and the king thanks him. Henry apologizes for not telling the king earlier and reveals he is both swordsman and the Empire's only unofficial wizard. The king says it is fine, he simply never expected Henry to use magic. The king praises Henry's idea of crossing the mountains with Burnham's help, calling him incredible, and Henry modestly deflects while noting the need to save the Shaha people quickly. Henry explains that they will handle the mountain monsters while High Priest Burnham manages the barrier, making the climb straightforward. In chibi form, the king asks if Burnham will be okay alone, and Burnham replies that maintaining the mountain barrier is his yearly duty. Burnham says the real danger is the mountain's monsters. The king worries about his mercenaries, but Henry tells him not to underestimate the party's strength. The king focuses, using his eye power to assess the others. He sees a symbolic glowing eye in the sky and concludes he understands what he sensed about them. Internally, he thinks about one particular person. Looking at the blonde knight, he realizes he never expected to meet that man here again. The blonde knight also reacts sharply, as if sensing the king's scrutiny. He wonders what that strange feeling from the king was, while the king mentally labels him as innocent. Henry cheerfully announces it is time to set off, while the knight stands brooding. Henry says that if they continue straight from here they will reach the eastern oasis city Shaha. The king says everything seems fine but hesitates. He points out that Burnham is elderly and lacks the stamina for a mountain climb. Henry admits he overlooked that concern. Hector anxiously asks what they should do now. Henry suddenly remembers there is someone else who can help with that. He claps Hector on the shoulder, saying he is counting on him, which startles Hector. Soon, Hector carries Burnham on his back. Burnham politely entrusts himself to Hector, who agrees enthusiastically. Henry states that with Burnham's issue solved he will cast a preparatory spell on everyone. He asks everyone to gather before him. Concentrating, Henry lets out a forceful breath. His eyes snap open with intensity. He casts magic armor, bathing the group in protective blue energy. The king marvels that his body suddenly feels light and energized. Henry says they are ready and asks if they should begin moving. The party takes off at incredible speed through the forest. As they sprint uphill, the king and Hector shout that they have never run like this before. The whole group races swiftly toward the mountain summit. The king senses something and abruptly stops, looking alert. His foot digs into the ground as he halts. He shouts for everyone to stop, warning that a monster called a crustaceous maw is approaching. He explains that the creature's eyes are useless, and it tracks prey by vibrations, so they must remain still. Hector panics, asking how they can fight the monster if they cannot move. The blonde knight says the situation is simple so long as one person takes action. He tells everyone else to stay put, declaring he will handle the monster himself. Drawing his ore-infused sword, he mocks the hidden worm-like beast for its grand name. He charges the emerging monster, taunting it to come out and perform for him. The king cries that confronting it head-on is dangerous. The monstrous maw lunges toward the knight with jaws wide open. The knight smiles and calls for the perfect moment. He springboards into a decisive leap. With his aura blade raised overhead, he prepares a powerful strike. His slash carves through the monster's gaping jaws in a crimson arc. For a moment the beast looms over him, mouth still open. Then a clean rift appears, splitting the creature. The crustaceous maw collapses dead, its huge body severed. The king stands stunned, speechless at the sight. The knight casually sheathes his sword with a satisfied sound. The king stares in disbelief, wondering how such power is possible. Hector proudly explains that the blonde man is his teacher, a sword master at the highest level, which is why he can wield such a long aura blade. Henry, half jealous, mutters that he needs to learn aura and develop a special technique of his own, while the king silently agrees that the feat exceeded his expectations. The knight says that now the pests are gone, they should continue their journey. The group presses on through the dark forest. As they tire from climbing, someone complains there is no end, and Henry replies they only need to go a bit higher before the path slopes downhill. A white cat spirit on Henry's shoulder calls him master, catching his attention. The cat asks if it can eat the monster's carcass, and Henry allows it. Henry tells the cat to eat in secret so the others will not be troubled, and the cat gratefully agrees. Someone calls back to Henry to hurry up, and he turns with the cat on his shoulder. Henry responds that he is coming as the cat hops down. The now bloated cat, having eaten, is told to return after finishing, and it meows in acknowledgement. The calm forest scenery is shown as they continue. Henry leads the group forward at speed, with Hector still carrying Byram. Henry notes that they are beginning to see the fog ahead. He thinks uneasily about a fog appearing in the Shahatra desert. He remarks that such fog in this climate is like a blatant warning not to enter. Byram explains that the fog warns not only humans but also the mountain's monsters. Byram tells Hector he can put him down now and thanks him for his effort. Byram's foot touches the ground as he dismounts. Staff in hand, Byram asks everyone to step back. Again he orders them to step back as he prepares a ritual before the barrier. Byram chants an incantation in an arcane language. Henry recognizes the chant as resembling black magic and wonders if illusion spells belong to that school. Byram raises his staff high and shouts the climax of the spell. He slams the staff into the ground, unleashing the magic. Dark purple energy pulses from the impact point. Overhead, the moon shines as the magic alters the environment. Henry observes that the forest fog is dissipating. Byram shapes a glowing sphere of energy in his hand, controlling the barrier. His lips move as he quietly completes the spell. The old mage completes a spell, forming a glowing orb. The blue-haired man asks if the magic is an illusion barrier. The mage says he is holding the barrier in the orb and will restore the concealing fog after they pass through. The blue-haired man internally marvels that breaking the barrier was so easy. He smiles, pleased with how things turned out. He thinks that with the barrier gone, nothing will hinder their advance. He tells the group they will travel by magic to save time. The scene shifts to the desert city of Shaha in the eastern oasis. Exhausted townsfolk rest against damaged buildings. Inside a grand sunlit hall, white-robed priests kneel in prayer. One priest begins a fervent prayer to Are, the sun god. The assembled priests repeat the invocation to Are. The lead priest begs Are to spare them from suffering and guide them onto the right path. Suddenly sensing something, the praying priest looks up in surprise. A bright teleportation circle flares to life atop the altar, shocking the priests. Figures begin materializing in the light as the priests watch in fear. One priest stares up in disbelief at the man descending in the teleportation magic. Armored warriors fully materialize on the altar as a nearby priest recoils. A muscular man in a sleeveless top starts to announce himself. He loudly declares that he and his companions have returned, with Henry and the old mage behind him. The high priest is struck speechless, overwhelmed. The returning king gently tells the priests they have endured well through their hardships. Overjoyed priests cry out to their king and cling to him emotionally. Henry and an ally watch the reunion with quiet satisfaction. Later, everyone gathers around a large round table in the hall for a council. The old illusion mage anxiously asks if the proposed strategy is truly workable. Henry answers that the idea is difficult but not impossible. He asks the king whether they should attempt to carry out his strategy. The king agrees to follow Henry's plan, trusting Henry would not suggest a hopeless fight. He asks the priests and retainers for their opinions on the proposal. The priests pledge to follow whatever decision their king makes. Henry reflects that even under dire circumstances, these people still place unwavering faith in their king. Henry remembers kneeling knights before his own king in the past. In that memory, the old king drinks, recalling that he once had loyal retainers like these. Henry clenches his gloved hand in renewed determination. He thanks the Desert King for placing trust in him. Vowing internally, Henry resolves to make the suppression campaign succeed and reclaim Shahatra at any cost. Night falls over the desert, the moon shining brightly. Outside Shaha, a siege camp sprawls around the oasis under the moon. A guard stands watch outside a tent on the edge of the camp. Bored, the sentry yawns during his lonely night watch. Another soldier approaches and calls out to him. The newcomer suggests the sentry end his shift, surprising him. Laughing, the comrade teases that staring at Shaha all day makes him lose track of time. The comrade grumbles that the city's priest should stop resisting and cooperate. He wonders aloud what kind of faith keeps the priests fighting on. The first soldier explains that when the rebellion ends, northern caliphs will seize the capital Khan and strip those priests of authority, making them desperate. The comrade mockingly calls the priest pitiful. Suddenly he stiffens as something strange starts happening to him. Feeling odd, he clutches his throat in alarm. The first guard turns, confused as his comrade struggles to breathe. He moves closer, asking what is wrong. He then realizes with shock that he himself cannot speak. Panicking, he thinks his voice has vanished without warning and wonders what is happening. A moment later he feels the ground swallowing his leg. Terrified, he discovers his foot is stuck fast as though the earth itself is gripping him. He screams for help, sinking into the ground and begging to know what is happening. As he looks up in horror, his terror suddenly silences him. Above him in the moonlit sky, Henry hovers calmly, cloak billowing. Henry smiles darkly, revealing himself as the cause of the unnatural attack. The scene shifts to the capital city of Shahatra Khan. Inside a hall, a long-haired officer finishes giving orders and prepares to depart, while a shirtless warrior acknowledges the instructions. The long-haired man teleports away in a column of light. The remaining warrior slams his fist on a table in anger. Fuming, he curses Mordred for his arrogance. He thinks he only needs to obtain the royal sigil to achieve his goal. He imagines seizing the glowing eye-shaped sigil, plotting his move. With a sinister smile, he vows that once he has the sigil, he will be done with Arthur's. Calming down, he admits he expected this situation but still felt rage hearing the plan. He is stunned that Mordred covets the forbidden power known as Janus's power. A voice calls out to Shula, catching his attention. Shula answers respectfully, addressing the speaker as his king. The king commands Shula to gather their soldiers, declaring he will personally lead the coming war. At Shahatra Gorge, large armies assemble between rocky cliffs. A horn is blown to signal the start of the march. Commanders order the troops to advance through the gorge. The soldiers roar and brandish their spears and flags as they move. From a high ledge, Henry watches the massive army moving below. He decides it is time for him to act. He smiles confidently, anticipating how his plan will unfold. In a command tent, Henry briefs allied lords that their first strategy is a feint operation. Pointing at the map, he explains they will simultaneously threaten the western city sultan and the northern city caliph. He clarifies that only a small detachment will assault sultan as a distraction. The main army, he says, will focus its attack on caliph. One noble notes they will need a force willing to hold out and sultan to buy time. The long-haired count hesitates, clearly reluctant to volunteer. Henry observes that these nobles avoid acting as bait because they want safer, more glorious contributions. The armored older noble looks at Henry, pondering. He grins, having made up his mind. Slamming his hand on the table, he stands decisively. He boldly volunteers to lead the diversionary force to sultan. The other nobles happily accept his offer and encourage him. They promise to handle caliph while privately believing the victory will be easy. Outside, Henry again watches over the mustering troops in the gorge. Smiling to himself, he inwardly calls the self-satisfied nobles fools. Later, Henry casually hums as the older noble approaches him. The noble asks Henry if everything is proceeding according to plan. Henry thanks him, saying his willingness to be bait let Henry avoid conflict in the council. The noble brushes it off, saying he simply followed Henry's signal. Henry flatters him, calling it a noble virtue to heed subordinates and hinting he deserves promotion over Benedict. The noble laughs loudly, agrees with Henry's praise, and suggests they now have a real strategy meeting with their own shonen forces. The narrative shifts to the Tower of Ra in the middle of the Shahatra Desert. At the tower's summit, Shula meditates cross-legged while robed followers kneel behind him. Suddenly sensing movement, Shula rises, saying the enemy has arrived. He activates the glowing eye sigil of Ra with his hand. The technique Eye of the Desert is described as Ra's power that lets the sword of Ra observe anything standing on sand. Shula states that while he remains in the tower, no one can escape Ra's gaze. Through the eye's view he witnesses the huge battle raging at Caliph, estimating around 10,000 enemy troops. He continues surveying the assault on Caliph's main gate from above. Angered by their direct attack, he snarls. He thinks these enemies are foolish to challenge him head-on without understanding whom they face. Deciding to bide his time, he plans to observe their actions a bit longer than annihilate them all at once. Suddenly he notices something unexpected through the vision. He focuses on the image of the older noble, Aizen, leading mounted troops. Recognizing the man who once humiliated him, Shula curses. That guy. He realizes Aizen, the one who struck him before, is leading the diversion towards Sultan and wonders if the enemy is splitting their forces to mislead him. Judging that the Sultan force is small, he decides to crush the larger army at Caliph first and promises to kill Aizen later. Shula rallies his followers, ordering them to ready their weapons because they are marching on Caliph. Back at Caliph, the arrogant long-haired count watches the bombardment from a tower platform. Believing victory assured, he laughs that capturing Caliph will be effortless. Fiery projectiles continue smashing into the city walls. A massive explosion rips through a section of the fortifications. Defenders shout that the wall is collapsing. The count orders his men to charge through the breach. His troops roar and surge toward the broken wall. The attacking soldiers pour in, banners flying. Fierce melee breaks out as the count's forces clash with the defenders. One attacking soldier looks up mid-battle, startled. From the walls, someone cries that Benedict has arrived on the battlefield, shocking the count. The count looks out from the tower, uneasy. He sees a dust cloud of cavalry led by Benedict riding toward them. Panicking, he cannot understand how Benedict reached them so fast. A subordinate reports that Caliph's outer wall has already fallen and begs for orders to guard their rear. The count hastily commands his men to abandon the siege and reposition to protect the rear. The soldiers shout agreement, preparing to change formation. On the wall, archers aim down at a lone rider approaching with his camel. Standing calmly by his camel, Benedict compares the enemy host to a swarm of ants. Sensing something, he looks up with a questioning expression. An enemy warrior leaps high into the sky toward him, weapon raised. The attacker crashes down in a huge shockwave, striking the ground where Benedict stands. Dust settles to reveal the enemy warrior buried deep in the ground at Benedict's feet. Nearby troops stare silently stunned. Their faces turn to shock as they realize what just happened. They see Count Oscar himself fighting at the very front lines. The count narrows his eyes in grim focus. Facing Benedict, he angrily demands to know who this powerful opponent is. Benedict stands towering over the kneeling count, who grips his weapon tensely. Oscar channels energy into his blade, preparing to unleash his power. He activates his magical weapon beam spear gear pin, whose length he can freely adjust. Benedict smirks, remarking that Oscar's magical spear is quite an interesting toy. The armored commander angrily declares that the topic is beyond the other man's right to even mention. The shirtless warrior replies that he will show his opponent something interesting as well. The white-haired warrior raises his hand and begins, channeling a swirling purple power. The unleashed purple energy tears through the rocky ground in multiple streaks. The commander, shocked, realizes the attack is the legendary power of RA. He urgently shouts for everyone to beware of what is happening to the ground. As the area crumbles and a tower collapses, soldiers cry out that the ground and walls are falling and they must flee. Staring at the devastation, the commander can only stammer in disbelief. Looking up at approaching destruction, the commander reacts in panic. A massive explosion erupts behind him as he dives away from the blast. The fortifications are reduced to rubble and debris. Wounded soldiers stagger away from the ruins, supporting each other. The white-haired warrior, pleased, remarks that with the obstacles gone the field is now wide open. In the chaos he casually slays another enemy with a sudden blow. He stands over the corpse, an arrow protruding from the fallen man. Impressed by the commander's resilience, the warrior asks for his name. Being helped by another noble, the battered commander identifies himself as Tarion. Tarion urges Count Oscar to compose himself, while the dazed Count weakly responds. The white-haired warrior recognizes from their exchange that these two are the opposing supreme commanders. He ignites flame around his leg in preparation for another powerful attack. His fiery stomp sends a colossal vertical blast ripping through the battlefield. The blast slams into the fortifications as the commander braces with his spear. Tarion and Oscar cry out in disbelief at the overwhelming power. The warrior, excited, declares that the real game is about to begin. Tarion, enraged, launches himself high into the air, cursing his foe. He drives his spear down in a desperate, full-force plunge. The warrior appears behind him, clucking disapprovingly. Tarion senses him and gasps mid-motion. The white-haired warrior smashes Tarion with a devastating kick. Tarion crashes to the ground, badly injured. Oscar rapidly fires arrows in retaliation. The warrior lets the arrows strike harmlessly as he studies them without concern. He brushes aside the volley and asks if his opponents are finished with their cheap tricks. Planting his foot on Tarion's chest, he calls the noble pathetic. Grinding his boot into Tarion, he mocks that a man like this holds the grand title of Count, and questions his shame. Glancing at Oscar's ornate weapon, he remarks that it would be more fitting for simple shepherds. He taunts the archer, asking if he intends to stand there pulling the bowstring all day. With a mighty throw, he hurls the heavy weapon like a spear into the sky. The projectile plummets straight toward Oscar, who tries to react. A huge blue explosion throws Oscar through the air as he curses. Oscar crashes down, crying out in pain. The white-haired warrior soars upward, preparing to dive straight onto him. He drives his heel down, slamming Oscar into the ground. Sitting on Oscar's back, he scoffs that such weaklings are supposed to be supreme commanders. Grabbing Oscar's bow, he says the weapon is far too good for its current owner. Oscar, stunned, wonders how the man can handle it so easily. Tarion watches in disbelief as the warrior effortlessly creates an aura bowstring on a prized artifact bow. The warrior casually picks up the fallen legendary spear-like weapon. Testing its weight while holding the bow, he mutters thoughtfully. He knocks the spear as an arrow and levels the bow at the crawling Count. A memory shows him in another time drawing an aura bow with an eye patch, hinting at his mastery. He releases a massive blue beam shot into the sky. Tarion stares in terror as the attack descends. The blast annihilates its target in a violent explosion of flesh and debris. The warrior stands amid the settling smoke, unshaken. A hazy figure of another armored man appears through the dust near him. The figure is revealed as a young knight with orange hair, calmly holding a sword. Flashback to a few days earlier, where in a war tent a strategist explains a plan for the shonen army to claim all the credit for suppressing the enemy. The lord is surprised to hear that preparations are already complete. The strategist says he took the battle's importance seriously, and the lord praises his vassal enthusiastically. The lord then worries about who can face Benedict, the desert's strongest warrior. The strategist reassures him that Benedict's strength has been accounted for. Returning to the present, the orange-haired knight says he has prepared for just this situation and does not share the details. He tells Benedict their injured commander must be swapped out and asks if a change of players is acceptable. Benedict finds the new opponent intriguing. He senses that the knight's energy feels strangely familiar. Benedict laughs and invites the knight to show what tricks he can perform. The knight, sword glowing red, agrees to the challenge. Elsewhere, narration notes that a few days later at Shaha siege camp events will unfold. A robed man walks toward a tent in that camp. Announcing himself as Lisha the messenger, he reports his return from a mission. He tells a hooded commander inside that he has informed King Benedict the siege is proceeding smoothly. The hooded figure commends him for the report. The commander reaches for his sword, announcing he will now grant a reward. Lisha looks confused as he stands in the tent entrance. The hooded commander suddenly cuts Lisha down with a powerful slash. As he dies, Lisha desperately asks why he is being killed. The commander stands over the corpse, having betrayed the siege force. Magic flares and the hooded man's illusionary armor shifts, revealing another identity. The illusion fades completely, showing that the traitorous commander is actually the orange-haired knight. Later, an elderly Shaha leader tells the knight that with the messenger dead the entire siege force has been eliminated. The knight credits the success to the elder's illusions. The elder explains that as long as the illusion barrier holds, no one will know the siege forces were destroyed, and the knight resolves to take Caliph next. The elder agrees to maintain the barrier and urges the knight to save their homeland Shahatra. Back in the present duel, the knight draws his red flaming sword, ready to fight. He raises the blazing blade overhead to unleash an attack. A crimson energy wave tears across the ground toward Benedict. Benedict stares in surprise at the sudden onslaught. The area erupts into another massive red explosion. Onlookers cry out for their majesty as the blast engulfs the battlefield. In the smoke, Benedict appears braced with crossed blades, having survived. Sweating, he admits to himself that the attack was nearly fatal. He acknowledges that the knight is more formidable than expected and shifts into a dual blade stance. The knight warns him that boasting will only lead to embarrassment. Benedict grits his teeth, anger rising. Furious, he roars that he will respond in kind. He unleashes a gigantic circular shockwave of blue power from the ground. The blast hurls surrounding soldiers screaming into the air. The knight withstands the shock, declaring Benedict's murderous intent hollow. Their blue and red powers collide in a cataclysmic beam struggle between them. Benedict snarls an insult at his opponent. He leaps high, vowing to expose how long the knight can maintain his act. Benedict drives both blades down as the knight counters, their clash shaking the ground. The impact explodes outward in a vast ring of purple-white force. Using the rebound, the knight slashes Benedict hard. Benedict is sent crashing down into the earth. The knight follows up with another swift attack at Benedict's back. Benedict is shocked by his speed as their weapons blur together. Rage boiling, Benedict vows revenge for the insult. Power gathers around Benedict's foot as he prepares another explosive move. He charges, yelling at the knight not to get cocky. The knight's own aura surges around his foot as he braces. Their kicks collide violently in midair. The collision sends Benedict plummeting into another explosive crater. Both fighters, wounded and frustrated, curse their situation. Benedict stomps down, readying himself again. He pauses, bloodied and surrounded by dust. He admits aloud that the youth is better than he expected. The knight, panting, replies that he is flattered. Benedict declares that their fun is over. He closes his eyes, centering himself for a decisive move. His body ignites with golden aura as he assumes a deadly dual sword stance. The knight narrows his eyes, fully alert. A voice orders nearby troops to hold their positions, drawing Benedict's attention away for a moment. Benedict looks back in confusion. He then sees the Shaha cavalry appearing and wonders how their forces arrived. The knight smugly explains that Shaha has already fallen under their control. Benedict, shocked, demands clarification. The knight mocks him for his arrogance and ignorance. He tells Benedict it is pathetic for the so-called desert general to be unaware of such events. Benedict concedes he understands the situation now. Gripping his flaming blade, he admits he had grown complacent. Wreathed in towering flames, he prepares to fight at full power at last. The knight realizes from the activation of the sacred sun sword that Benedict is truly serious. Benedict announces that the real battle begins now as he charges like a comet. Their fiery weapons crash together, engulfing them in intense flames. Benedict sneers that the knight is still pathetic before striking again. He unleashes another ferocious slash, his aura blazing red. The attack erupts into a titanic fiery explosion around them. The knight, exasperated, thinks to himself that this is exactly why Benedict is such an infuriating opponent. Smoke billows as the battlefield is obscured. Footsteps emerge from the haze, signaling someone still standing. The battered knight admits he misjudged how much of Benedict's power he could endure. He concedes inwardly that resisting Ra's divine power is impossible. The two warriors face each other again in the clear dust. The knight decides it is time to rely on his hidden contingency. A flashback shows the strategist giving him a special item to use if the fight with Benedict spirals out of control. Benedict, wary, asks what new trick the knight plans to use. Smiling, the knight tears open a mysterious parchment. As the parchment rips, blinding blue light bursts forth, activating his last resort. Ban stands amid shattered ground as dark shards float around him, crackling with energy. Ban and Benedict look up at a massive glowing magic circle forming in the starry sky. The magic circle condenses its light into an ornate blue crystal emblem. The crystal emblem fully manifests, radiating power as it descends. Ban catches the glowing ornament, confused to find it is a jewel. Benedict stares at the jewel in shock and growing alarm. Ban angrily demands to know why Benedict possesses that jewel. Benedict, half smiling in disbelief, mutters that the situation is unreal. Power surges through Benedict as he slams his fist into the ground, unleashing an explosion. The blast forces Ban back while Benedict crouches in a crater, preparing to charge again. Ban shields himself from the shockwave, startled by the sudden attack. Dust and debris engulf the area as Benedict's destructive strike tears up the battlefield. Ban grimly narrows his eyes, bracing himself amidst the chaos. When the dust clears, Ban sees no sign of Benedict, and wonders if he fled. Noticing the jewel pinned to his chest, Ban questions what Henry actually gave him. Ban turns away from the ruined field, thinking about the strange outcome. On the city walls, allies cheer, believing they have driven Benedict away and won. Ban, battered but steady, says their side of the battle is nearly finished. He looks toward the distance, and wonders how the operation in Sultan is going. The narration jumps back to events before Benedict and Ban confronted each other. Henry rides with Duke Arthur's forces under red banners as their campaign advances. Riding beside the Duke, Henry notes that Benedict appears to have gone to Caliph. Smiling confidently, Henry proposes that they now set their plan in motion. The combined force lines up on horseback, ready to execute Henry's strategy. Henry again asks his companions if they are ready to begin their planned operation. He tells the cloaked mage beside him to provide the assistance previously requested. The hooded mage Kale acknowledges Henry, prepared to act. Kale explains the Nar worm, a man-eating leech that nests in the heart and explodes without regular mana. Showing his chest, Kale reveals a Nar worm already implanted and feeding on his mana. Terrified, Kale admits only he can remove or sustain the parasite with mana. Henry warns that if Kale ever fails to meet him for mana, his heart will burst. With a sinister smile, Henry tells Kale he must obey if he wishes to live. Resigned, Kale grips his staff and agrees to begin the spell. Henry's followers raise their arms, channeling power up toward the sky. A vast magic array forms over Caliph's grand palace as the spell targets the city. Palace guards notice something amiss and look up in confusion. One guard nervously comments on ominous black clouds suddenly gathering overhead. Kale, now among the attackers, raises his arm and orders the assault to commence. Lightning surges within the storm, signaling the start of the magical attack. Blinding bolts descend from the magic circle, striking the palace. A guard on the wall is obliterated by a massive lightning strike. Panicked defenders scream for everyone to flee from the onslaught. More devastating bolts rain down, tearing through the fortifications. Guards desperately run for their lives as the lightning ravages the ramparts. The storm continues to shred everything with relentless electric fury. Soldiers are engulfed by white-blue light, overwhelmed by the attack. The lethal lightning sheets down like a curtain, annihilating resistance. When the storm ends, the city gate stands cracked and half destroyed. Henry watches the result with a satisfied smile. Herarian calmly says the destruction should be sufficient for their purpose. He reacts as someone approaches with urgent business. A messenger hands Herarian a letter from the Sultan Castle, which he agrees to deliver. The shattered gate creaks open as the surviving defenders step outside. Footsteps approach purposefully across the rubble-strewn ground. Badullah Sultan, leader of Sultan, appears with his people behind him. Badullah kneels and is informed that Benedict's men have been captured and he is under arrest. Herarian's forces beg their king for mercy, apologizing for their earlier failings. Herarian tells them to stop apologizing, believing they must have had reasons for their actions. Henry notes that by retaking Shaha and Sultan, Aizen now leads in contributions. Suddenly Henry senses the activation of the same jewel-based teleportation magic Ban later experienced. Realizing what it means, Henry urgently thinks of Ban. Henry asks Badullah if he brought the promised treasure with him. Badullah presents the Sultan's Tir, a tribal treasure symbolizing command of the Sultan army. Henry politely says he needs to borrow the treasure briefly and reaches for it. He throws the jewel into a glowing summoning circle in the sky as Badullah shouts in alarm. Henry explains that the Sultan's treasure is being used for something crucial and Benedict must clearly see it. Back in the present, Ban again demands to know what Henry actually gave him. The scene cuts to Duke Arthur's mansion, establishing his domain. Inside Arthur's opulent hall, a purple teleportation array forms on the ceiling. Benedict is transported into the hall, surrounded by intense magical light. Arthur, sipping tea, assures Benedict he will send Mordred and others to assist as promised. With a sharp look, Arthur adds there is something else he wants to ask. He demands to know whether Benedict obtained the coveted Janus's sigil. Benedict bows his head and apologizes for failing to retrieve the sigil. Arthur laughs it off, saying he anticipated this and has already prepared a solution. Confused, Benedict asks what Arthur means. Arthur promises to send him something of equal value when he dispatches reinforcements. Benedict accepts, grateful, saying such help will be invaluable. He then departs via teleportation magic, clutching his chest. Arthur calmly finishes his tea as the teleport glow fades from the room. Arthur orders a message sent to Mordred. A subordinate confirms it is time to make preparations and agrees to carry out the order. The story returns to Khan's rampart, where an army gathers before Benedict's stronghold. Herarian's ally praises Henry, saying they are close to defeating Benedict thanks to him. Henry humbly replies that the true hero of the war is the commander himself. Inwardly, Henry finds it odd that Benedict has not yet sought aid from Duke Arthur's. He thinks about Arthur's and Benedict, noting he has seen no sign of the Duke's involvement. Herarian rallies his troops with a shout to begin the final assault. A horn is blown to signal the charge. The attacking army advances on the fortress walls as the horn echoes. On the battlements, Benedict presents Herarian's bound wife and mother as hostages, causing Herarian to scream. Horrified, Herarian demands to know why his family is being displayed on the wall. Shock and dread overtake Herarian as he fully realizes their peril. Henry grabs the shaking king, desperately calling out to him. Herarian, enraged and betrayed, yells that Henry promised his family would be protected. He pleads with Benedict for one day to decide about surrendering the sigils. Benedict coldly insists on an answer that very day and threatens to kill the hostages if the sigils are not handed over by night. Henry clenches his fists in frustration, forced to watch the cruel ultimatum. That night, Henry approaches Herarian's tent to speak with him privately. Someone steps up outside the tent, signaling an important visit. Henry enters and addresses the despondent king, who sits amid scattered maps. Henry reports that the advisors unanimously oppose surrendering the sigils. Herarian remains silent, weighed down by the impossible choice. Henry gently prompts him to speak, saying he is listening. Henry tells Herarian that only he can make this decision and must be conscious of that. Herarian admits he understands but struggles to say what he truly wants. Tearfully, Herarian confesses he cannot sacrifice his family, even for the war. Henry answers that he understands Herarian's choice. He kneels and prepares to act on the king's decision, addressing him respectfully. Henry comforts him, saying he cannot impose the empire's will on a single family however important the campaign. Herarian, moved, quietly calls Henry by name. He thanks Henry through tears for understanding his feelings. Henry tells him not to feel guilty, saying he simply chose the only option left, then mentions he has a personal request. Herarian, puzzled but attentive, agrees to hear Henry's request. Later that night, Henry's cloak flutters as he takes to the sky. Using flight magic, Henry soars under the moon toward Benedict's palace. From above the estate, Henry sees the enemy stronghold and notes he is almost there. He dives rapidly toward the palace grounds. Henry lands softly in the courtyard. Spotting him, a guard remarks on his use of flying magic. Inside, Benedict senses intruders arriving at night. Facing Benedict in the courtyard, Henry announces he has come with an answer to Benedict's demand. Benedict mocks Henry for daring to negotiate alone just because he can use some magic. Henry reveals that he has magically hidden the sigils and warns Benedict that any treachery will prevent him from ever seeing them. Benedict eyes Henry warily, reassessing the situation. He orders his men to bring out the hostages, and a subordinate obeys. The moon shines overhead as the exchange is prepared. The prisoners' hands are shown tightly bound with rope. Benedict drags Herarian's wife and mother forward, ready to trade or execute them. In a burst of speed, Henry snatches both hostages away from Benedict. Holding them, Henry urgently asks if they are unharmed. Selin, bewildered, asks who her rescuer is. Henry calmly tells her to sleep for a while. Using magic, he puts her to sleep instantly. Henry waits on the ground beside the unconscious hostages, ensuring they are safe. Benedict, now assured the hostages live, demands Henry hand over what he wants. Henry agrees and gestures that Benedict can take the sigils. Benedict catches the tossed rings with a satisfied motion. The two glowing rings land in his palm. One ring is revealed as Ra's sigil. The other ring is revealed as Janice's sigil. Surrounded by ominous red energy, Benedict confirms both sigils are genuine. Henry shouts a code word to trigger the next phase of his plan. Benedict senses something wrong and reacts in alarm. A colossal red entity engulfs Benedict, swallowing him in a violent surge. Benedict finds himself transported to a dark, flooded cavern with ruined pillars. Bewildered, he looks around and wonders where he has been taken. Brandishing torch and blades, Benedict rages at Henry, vowing that such tricks cannot harm him. Elsewhere, Henry smiles faintly, confident in his stratagem. Watching Benedict trap through a magic portal, Henry says that even a general is powerless inside a mimic's stomach. Henry activates a powerful magic circle, declaring the start of his attack. Surrounded by glowing sigils, Henry vows to make Benedict Caliph pay. Benedict looks up in shock as multiple magic circles form above him. The sky fills with countless blazing spell circles gathering energy. A storm of fiery meteors rains down toward Benedict. The magical bombardment explodes violently on impact. The scene cuts to the grand palace standing under the night sky. Outside the palace, Henry praises his cat Familiar for its cleverness. Henry anxiously asks the cat if Benedict has died. The cat calmly informs Henry that Benedict is still alive. Surprised, Henry reacts as the cat notes Benedict is very hard to kill. Henry decides he should personally finish Benedict and orders the cat to open a path. The cat steps onto a glowing circle to activate the portal. Henry watches as a large magical gateway opens before him. The battlefield shows ruins and lingering smoke from the previous onslaught. Henry's foot emerges from the portal onto the devastated ground. Henry arrives and comments on Benedict's survival. Looking at his battered foe, Henry marvels that Benedict lived through the magic firestorm. Benedict, wounded but resolute, acknowledges Henry's power as fitting for a general. Filled with rage, Benedict vows he will never forgive Henry for this. Benedict, burning with fury, orders Henry to draw his sword. Henry sneers and questions why he should bother using a sword. He clasps his hands, preparing more magic instead of drawing his blade. Henry announces that his primary profession is wizard, revealing a massive purple magic circle. He promises to use his sword only if Benedict survives his next spell. Henry unleashes towering pillars of purple light down upon Benedict. Benedict clings to a cliff face as the lethal beams stab around him. The beams strike, causing another huge explosion on the ground. Catching his breath, Henry realizes he has recklessly spent too much mana and must conserve it. He suddenly senses something, eyes widening cautiously. Benedict bursts forth wreathed in flames, charging straight at Henry. Henry panics internally that Benedict is still alive and refuses to die. Benedict closes in and slashes, sending Henry flying with a powerful blow. Coughing blood, Henry reels from the strike. He clutches his wound and thinks that casting more magic now would poison his own body. Henry warily watches Benedict, who stands ready with his flaming sword. Benedict taunts Henry, saying the self-proclaimed wizard turned out to be nothing special. Henry, bleeding and healing himself, still claims that Benedict is also nearing his limits. Benedict insists that against someone like Henry he does not even need Ra's divine power. The two warriors glare at each other, preparing for a direct sword clash. Their blades collide, blue and red energy erupting in a massive shockwave. The weapons grind together, cracks forming as the clash intensifies. Henry notices something wrong with the enemy's aura energy during the lock. He subtly shifts his grip, preparing a desperate counter. Henry thinks he needs just one decisive opening to end the fight. Benedict grins viciously, eyes glowing as he gathers more power. Shouting, Benedict launches another ferocious twin-blade assault. Their swords meet again as a pillar of energy erupts between them. Henry curses, realizing the situation is dangerously close. A memory of his elderly master declaring he will never yield flashes through Henry's mind. The master insists he will never accept defeat. Echoing his master, Henry roars that he will never die in a place like this. A new blue aura flares along Henry's blade as he blocks Benedict. Henry recognizes this as the swordsman's unique ability, core aura, and realizes he has awakened as a swordsman too. Benedict stares in shock as Henry's sword suddenly changes. Henry screams and pours everything into his empowered strike. Overwhelmed, Benedict cries out that this cannot be happening. Henry seizes the moment, yelling that it is now or never as he charges. Terrified, Benedict shouts in denial. Henry's final blue arc cuts through Benedict's attack at close range. After the clash, Henry quietly affirms his success. Benedict, bleeding heavily, realizes he has been fatally wounded. His body collapses into the shallow water while Henry stands above. Henry, exhausted and shaking, surveys his fallen opponent. In disbelief, Henry mutters that he actually won. The strain overcomes him and he collapses into the water as well. Blood spreads from Henry's serious side wound. The scene shifts to night at Herarian's royal camp. Inside his tent, Herarian anxiously paces back and forth. His restless footsteps show his growing worry. He fears Henry's late return might mean something terrible has happened. Suddenly the cat familiar appears, startling him. A portal opens, and Henry's unconscious body falls into the tent. Herarian, his mother, and sister lie safely on the ground as Henry collapses nearby. Close UPS show Herarian's mother still unconscious. His sister is also shown resting, unaware of recent events. Horrified, Herarian cries out to the gravely injured Henry. He shakes Henry and desperately urges him to wake up. Seeing the bloody wound, Herarian panics that it might be fatal. Determined to save him, Herarian summons the golden power of Ra over Henry's body. Herarian resolves that he cannot let Lord Henry die like this. Time passes quietly in the tent as the healing continues off-panel. Henry clutches his bandaged side, indicating the treatment worked. Sitting up, Henry thanks Herarian for saving his life. Herarian smiles and says healing Henry is nothing compared to what Henry has done for him. He then asks if Henry truly defeated Benedict. Henry confirms it and shows the royal signet rings taken from Benedict as proof. Henry reminds Herarian that with Benedict gone the rebellion will soon end and asks when he will accept Henry's earlier proposal. Herarian promises to grant any personal request Henry has but says state decisions need more thought. Henry urges him to reconsider the dangerous national seclusion policy exposed by this rebellion. Herarian wonders what benefit Shahatra gains from ending seclusion and trading with Shonan. Henry replies that he will teach the people of Shahatra the art of magic. The scene transitions to the bright full moon above. At the imperial capital, an emperor meets with a white-haired subordinate in his office. The emperor is stunned to hear that Benedict has disappeared and asks if he fled. The subordinate admits Benedict vanished without a trace and that he could only regroup their men. The Emperor decides that even a runaway Benedict is a threat, and orders him found immediately. The subordinate accepts the command without hesitation. As the subordinate teleports away, the Emperor sits brooding at his desk. Alone, the Emperor's expression hardens as he angrily questions what is really going on. Back in Shahatra Palace, horns announce an important ceremony. Soldiers form grand lines as a royal procession approaches the palace gate. Narration explains that Benedict was gone when the subjugation army reached the palace, causing the leaderless rebellion to collapse instantly. The crowd rejoices as they see their king Hararian return. Citizens cheer and call out to their sovereign. The entire square erupts in cries of celebration for the restored monarchy. People toast Hararian Khan, praised as the son of the great Ra. The story shifts to the empire's capital and its towering imperial palace. Inside the throne room, nobles kneel before the emperor on his dais. The emperor commends the great houses for their bravery in securing his peace. One cloaked noble addresses the emperor respectfully. That noble declares his burning loyalty to the empire. The emperor laughs heartily and enthusiastically agrees. Pleased, the emperor announces that this loyal noble should be elevated to Great Marquis, supported by a recommendation from Shahatra's king. A scroll bearing the Shahatran king's endorsement is presented. The court acknowledges the decree with formal assent. The emperor proclaims he will hold a grand banquet in honor of their achievements. The newly favored marquis smiles slyly at the announcement. He kneels and thanks the emperor for the honor. The narrative moves to the bustling banquet hall of the imperial palace. Lavish food and drink are prepared for the celebration. The new marquis laughs boisterously with other nobles over wine. In the background, Henry and his blonde companions stand quietly observing. Henry thinks about how many nobles were replaced after his master's death and imagines the mixed reactions to the power shift. His friend comments that such upheaval is inevitable wherever power exists. The friend warns that if nothing changes, this same power structure will persist indefinitely. Henry replies that unexpected events can occur at any time. The Marquis, still drinking, hints to his circle that their goal is to ensure Henry remains an enduring star in politics. Henry smirks confidently as if fully aware of their intentions. His companion notes Henry's strong confidence, and Henry answers he would not have begun his schemes otherwise. Curious, the friend starts to ask Henry something. Henry reminds him that being at an imperial banquet is an opportunity, and asks if he plans to do more than just drink. Embarrassed, the friend realizes he forgot his own objectives amid busyness. He excuses himself, saying he will catch up with Henry later. Henry watches him leave, then turns his focus elsewhere. His gaze shifts toward the Marquis and other nobles mingling nearby. Some other aristocrats whisper suspiciously among themselves. Henry thinks darkly that the palace is full of corrupt people like them. He resolves not to waste this rare visit to the imperial palace on idle chatter. Setting down his empty glass, he prepares to act. Henry decides it is time to get on with his real work. The viewpoint moves to the quiet imperial palace back garden at night. In the garden, a guard and a maid secretly meet on a bench, worried about being discovered. The guard reassures her that he is assigned to patrol this area, and they are safe. Flirtatiously, he tells her to trust him. Henry interrupts with a loud cough, startling the pair. Grinning, Henry remarks that they clearly did not realize someone else was nearby. The flustered guard apologizes profusely while Henry says it is fine and changes the subject. Henry asks whether there is a small hero statue located somewhere in this garden. The guard points toward a shadowy figure in the bushes and says the statue is over there. A neglected statue of an imperial hero stands overgrown with vines in the palace garden at night. A sweating knight excuses himself and leaves the suited dark-haired man alone with the overgrown statue. The dark-haired man rages internally at Silver Jackson for allowing the Empire's hero statues to be so poorly maintained. He calms himself, deciding the neglect is actually convenient because no one will suspect the valuable treasure hidden in the statue. Kneeling by the statue's feet, he examines the anklet wrapped around its leg. He recalls that Luminol's special anklet draws mana from the earth itself. He reaches out and taps the glowing anklet on the statue's ankle. The anklet erupts in bright light, startling him as it activates. He happily catches the now detached, glowing anklet in his hand, pleased to have acquired it. Gazing up at the towering palace, he thinks about methodically searching it for the remaining hidden treasures. Elsewhere, a blonde nobleman sits pensively at his grand desk in a dim office. A swirling purple portal suddenly opens in front of the nobleman's desk. A long-haired robed man steps out of the portal into the office. The nobleman greets the newcomer respectfully as Sir Draken. Draken studies him and asks if something is troubling him. The nobleman explains that Mordred recently reported finding no trace of Benedict. Growing impatient, Draken demands to know how long he must wait, and reminds him they need Janus' sigil to continue their experiment. The nobleman gives a small, amused laugh in response. With red eyes flaring, he tells Draken he is getting overly agitated. Intimidated by the nobleman's pressure, Draken recoils in fear. Draken hurriedly apologizes and drops to one knee before the nobleman. The nobleman says he understands Draken's worries but insists there is no need to be overly anxious. Smirking, he reveals that he has already arranged a backup plan as insurance. Back at the Imperial Palace banquet hall, the dark-haired protagonist stands alone on a balcony outside. He runs his fingers through a pot of white flowers on the balcony. Smiling, he pulls another hidden treasure, a jeweled trinket, From within the flowers and notes, he has likely found all the palace's secrets. He cheerfully resolves to move on to the next phase of his overall plan. The scene shifts to a bright morning view of Ten's large mansion. In Ten's living room, Henry and his companions gather around a table for a strategy meeting. The ornate doors open with a dramatic sound as someone enters. The armored men at the table turn toward the door, surprised. Henry, now in winter gear and cloak, enters as the captain they have been waiting for. As he walks in, Henry thanks everyone for assembling. Facing the group, he announces that Count Eisen has been promoted to the rank of Marquis. Henry adds that he has also received a month-long vacation and begins outlining his future plans. He explains that as a reward, their million company will now operate with the patronage of the Shonen House. The merchants react enthusiastically to this news. One knight asks Henry if he has decided which partners he will do business with. Henry replies that he has been promised a trade arrangement with the kingdom of Shahatra. He details a plan to buy Shahatra's luxury goods, previously supplied only to the palace, and resell them to nobles for profit. Asked about their next client, Henry answers that it will be Fort Caliburn. The knight is puzzled, pointing out that Fort Caliburn is a military base normally closed to civilian merchants. Henry reassures him that his own past military service there will allow them access. Henry recalls how, as a poor soldier, he could afford nothing, but with shonen backing he can now procure rare ingredients from the forest of evil. He then announces his intention to expand their mercenary group, 10. 10 presents Henry with a prepared list of reliable, skilled candidates as requested. Henry asks the blonde knight to help recruit these people, saying demonstrations of skill are the best way to evaluate talent. The knight agrees to handle the recruitment efforts. Henry assigns Hector to continue watching over Saljera and hints at an additional personal task for him. Hector nervously repeats that he is being given a personal mission. Henry tells Hector he wants him to reach the level of master within the 1 month they have. Shocked, Hector exclaims at the impossibly short time frame. Another knight observes that while Hector has much to learn, pushing him past his limits could make it barely achievable. Henry then mentions he also has a private favor to ask of Ban. Henry leans in and whispers the details of the favor into Ban's ear. Ban grins, saying he enjoys such tasks and will gladly handle it for some fun. Henry concludes the strategy meeting and dismisses everyone. Ten privately laments that he no longer feels very useful to Lord Henry. Henry reassures Ten, telling him not to be discouraged. Henry sincerely states that he will always need a capable manager at his side, implying Ten's continued importance. Ten smiles and readily accepts Henry's affirmation. Henry thinks that with this business concluded, it is time to proceed to his next objective. The story shifts to the Grand Shahatra Palace in a distant land. Inside the throne room, Henry bows before Shahatra's ruler seated on the throne. Henry thanks the king, explaining that Count Eisen became a marquis thanks to the king's recommendation letter. Pleased, the king asks Henry what his future plans are. Henry outlines his first goal of purchasing Shahatra's luxury goods under the auspices of the Shonen House. The king notes that most such goods are already shipped to the imperial palace as tribute, leaving little for regular trade. Henry proposes paying triple the usual price for whatever can be traded, arguing this money can help expand Shahatra's production capacity. The king remarks that such terms seem overly favorable to Shahatra. Henry responds that he is simply repaying the kindness the king has already shown him. Henry then cautiously brings up the second deal they had previously discussed. The king reiterates that Shahatra is still seeking talented people to train as wizards, alluding to their arrangement. Henry thanks him again, bowing respectfully. Henry inwardly decides that with his guidance Shahatra's mages will soon catch up to the Empire's magic tower. The king says it is time to begin fulfilling his prior promise to Henry and tells him to follow. They descend into an ancient underground area filled with pillars and chains. The location is revealed as the hidden temple of Janus beneath the palace. Henry realizes that this secret Janus temple has been under Shahatra Palace all along. The king tells Henry that preparations are complete and asks if he has brought the requested item. Henry produces a glowing gem, confirming he has it. As a magical ring manifests, Henry thinks he will soon be able to keep his promise to Hector. A flashback shows a younger Hector urgently begging Henry to teach him swordsmanship. Another memory shows Hector agreeing to Henry's request on the condition of one favor. Hector in the past promises to pass his skills to Henry if Henry later helps him live again in the world. Back in the temple, the king stands at a glowing basin and announces the start of the ritual. He places his hand on the water, chanting an incantation as power gathers. Surrounded by a huge magical circle, he continues the summoning spell in an unknown language. Henry watches in awe and fear as dark energy surges violently through the temple. Close up, Henry is stunned speechless by the overwhelming power. He marvels internally that the king can wield the forces of darkness and death to such an extreme degree. The king strains while continuing the ritual words, forcing more energy into the spell. The ritual causes the stone above to crack open. The sealed surface shatters completely, releasing fragments into the air. From the broken seal, a powerful masked, long-haired spirit in white garments materializes in a vortex of magic. The jackal-masked entity appears fully, radiating silent menace. The entity channels the swirling dark energy into a concentrated point. It directs the energy into a glowing focus where a small object waits to be imbued. Hector's soul, with glowing red eyes, emerges fiercely within the magic. Henry recognizes what is happening and reacts in alarm. The reconstituted Hector, wreathed in dark smoke, steps out and voices how long he has yearned to breathe air again. Smiling wickedly, Hector addresses Henry Morris and acknowledges that Henry has indeed kept their promise. Henry calmly replies that of course he intended to honor their agreement. Hector smirks, clearly satisfied with his resurrection. The king asks Henry if he has arranged the other preparation he mentioned earlier. Henry's white heterochromatic-eyed cat Clever cheerfully answers its master. The cat happily preens, clearly pleased to be involved. Henry reveals he has also gone a step further by preparing a set of special armor. The king casts a spell, lightning gathering in his palm as he shouts a command. The electric magic envelopes the pieces of armor lying on the ground. The animated armor rises into the air, assembling itself under the storm of energy as Henry and the king watch. The now complete armored body lands, moving with life. The armor's lower half settles firmly into place, fully animating the body. The king declares that from now on this armor will belong to Sir Hector, and invites him to inspect it. Hector, now possessing the metal body, flexes and declares that it feels good. He turns to Henry and suggests that Henry should test his new power. Confused, Hector asks what exactly Henry wants him to check. Henry clarifies that he intends to assess Hector's combat power. The scene shifts to an arena-like stretch of the Shahatra Desert where Henry and Hector face each other for a sparring match. Hector realizes Henry's request to check his power meant a duel. Henry says he also wants to gauge his own strength while helping Hector warm up, confident Hector can handle the heavy sparring sword he lent him. Henry ends the small talk and mentally prepares to get serious. Empowering his sword with energy, Henry charges first, announcing his attack. He kicks off the ground with explosive speed as he closes the distance. With a shout, Henry unleashes a powerful strike at Hector. Hector easily blocks, their weapons clashing in a burst of force. Hector calmly observes the blow while holding Henry's energy-coated sword at bay. Henry internally panics, noting that Hector has barely budged under his full-force attack. Hector counters with a devastatingly strong blow that sends Henry flying back. Henry draws on more power, preparing another technique from a different stance. He charges again, attacking from a tricky angle that he believes will be hard for Hector to evade. Hector, however, decides he has seen enough of Henry's capabilities and readies a serious response. Hector raises his weapon overhead and brings it down with terrifying, overwhelming power, shocking Henry. Realizing the attack could kill him, Henry panics and scrambles to change his stance to survive. As the blade halts just short of him, Henry winces, expecting to be cut. He opens his eyes in confusion, seeing the sword planted harmlessly in front of his face. Hector sheathes his weapon and declares the spar finished, chiding Henry for having grown rusty. Henry watches him walk away, acknowledging that Hector's current level is far beyond his own. Hector happily comments that his new metal body actually feels better than when he was alive and jokes he might have chosen death sooner had he known. Henry, still shaken, asks Hector how the spar felt, noting that Hector barely defended and wondering if his aura was that weak. Hector explains it was the opposite, saying Henry's aura felt so unusual and refreshing that he chose not to defend against it. Using his new perception, Hector describes seeing Henry's aura emanate from his core, passing once through his heart before being released. Henry agrees that, if his theory is correct, his aura is indeed influenced by the magic circle linked to his heart. Hector replies that he has never heard of such a structure but suspects it may be normal for a magic swordsman. Hector shifts topics, implying that with the spar done they can move on to the next matter. He announces he will roam the area hunting monsters to loosen up his still stiff new body. Henry instructs Clever to accompany Hector so the resurrected warrior does not get lost, and the cat dutifully agrees. Henry decides to use the time while Hector is away to focus on gathering mana. Half a day later, Henry is shown meditating alone in the desert, surrounded by swirling energy. Sitting cross-legged, Henry concentrates on simultaneously managing both aura and mana as part of his training. Henry analyzes his experiment and deduces that increased aura output accelerates the magic circle, proving a connection between the two. Realizing this link, he decides he must train both mana and aura simultaneously from now on. Elsewhere, a purple-haired man nervously calls out to Henry. Henry turns as the armored man rushes over, asking what is wrong. The armored subordinate, flustered from battle, says he was easily killing monsters when something strange suddenly happened, and Henry tells him to calm down and explain. The subordinate reveals an egg in his hand and explains that Henry's cat has transformed into it. He stands before Henry, holding out the egg to show what the cat became. Henry stares in disbelief and repeats in shock that his cat turned into an egg. The knight recounts that while he hunted, Henry's cat was handling corpses behind him until it suddenly shone brightly and changed into the egg. Accepting this as evolution after heavy feeding, Henry asks how many monsters the knight actually killed. The knight admits he did not count but estimates around 500 kills. Henry concludes that Clever, his cat, is simply evolving after eating so much and tells the knight not to worry. He notes to himself that with Clever in egg form he cannot use the storage chest ability for a while. Henry decides they are finished in the desert, and tells his companion they should return to the palace. Time passes as the scene shifts away from the desert sky. The story moves to Shahatra Palace, a grand building where Henry's next plan unfolds. Inside the palace grounds, Henry, the armored knight, and a muscular man stand near a dead horse, a desert monster corpse, and a humanoid body. The muscular man tells Henry he has prepared the requested bodies and even extra ones. He introduces the faceless humanoid as a desert monster called a Karun, chosen because its form is closest to a human, and invites Henry to inspect it. The armored knight remarks that if the creature had facial features it would easily be mistaken for a person. Focusing, he begins possessing the Karun body, reacting with a grunt as the process starts. Aura surges as the knight's spirit transfers, blue energy flowing from his original armor into the humanoid body. The possession completes and the Karun body rises, now animated by the knight. The newly possessed body experiences its featureless face for the first time. Sitting up and inspecting his hands, the knight says the body feels strange. The muscular handler, worried because this is his first attempt, asks how the new body feels. The knight excitedly declares that though slightly shorter, the body feels amazing and he is thrilled to sense things again. His new head grotesquely splits open while he laughs maniacally, overjoyed at being able to eat and drink again with his monstrous mouth. The knight raves about enjoying food, while Henry thinks he should fix that face later with magic. The handler then asks Henry if he wants to test possessing the other available bodies, which Henry agrees to. As they talk, Henry notices something else in the hall and reacts with curiosity. The handler explains that the smoke is famed Shahatra incense he lit to mask the smell of the carcasses. Henry compliments the pleasant scent and asks if the incense is traded as a commodity. The handler says it is difficult to produce in large quantities, so it is not a formal trade item. Henry laments that such a product would have been a commercial sensation if it were tradable. The word sensation triggers a new idea in Henry's mind. He smiles slyly as a scheme begins to form. Henry proposes that the incense might be used to bring down Arthurs and asks the handler to listen closely to his plan. The narrative cuts to a forest path where two knights, Hector and his blonde captain, walk together. The captain asks Hector the age of his daughter, and Hector answers that she is 4. The captain notes that this is the age when daughters are at their cutest. Hector happily says his family is his entire reason for living and that his daughter is more precious than his own life. The captain agrees and tells Hector never to forget that mindset. Fired up, Hector declares he will become someone his family can be proud of. The pair reaches their training grounds, with the captain commenting that they have finally arrived. Hector suddenly notices something alarming and breaks into a sweat. A group of mounted men in front of a blood-red sky blocks the clearing, shocking the knights. A sneering noble greets Hector, saying it has been a long time. Confused, Hector asks his captain what is going on and who these people are. A narration explains that Hector, a talented commoner knight, once served a count whose lecherous attempt on Hector's wife Sona led Hector to nearly beat the lord to death, forcing him to flee and live as a fugitive. The captain identifies the arrogant noble as Count Diallo, the man whose legs Hector had broken. Hector, realizing his past is known, angrily asks how the captain could have brought him here despite knowing this. The captain coldly says they cannot carry someone with such baggage and orders Hector to settle his sordid history himself. Hector convinces himself this must be a test from his superiors to prove his resolve. Diallo rages that he will never let Hector die easily and threatens to throw him into the pits. Determined to protect his family, Hector charges straight at Diallo's forces with a roar. Diallo's men on horseback yell for each other to kill Hector. Hector carves through the mounted knights with ferocious sword strikes. Fighting desperately, he raises his burning sword and braces for another attack. A massive fiery explosion devastates the enemy ranks, eliciting screams. Assessing the battle, Hector realizes the enemies are much slower than his master's movements, and thus manageable. Seeing Hector's power, one of Diallo's knights panics, deciding he needs to flee. A red splash indicates the fleeing knight is abruptly cut down. A dark swordsman, Wiper, stands over the corpse while another man looks on. Wiper mocks the dead subordinate for trying to run and orders the others out of his way. Hector recognizes Wiper and shouts his name in horror. Wiper dashes toward him with lethal intent. With a huge sword arc, Wiper unleashes a devastating energy slash. He scorns Hector for daring to cry out his master's name and calls him an overconfident criminal. Hector steels himself as he faces the overwhelming attack. Hector drops to one knee, wounded and struggling, his sword slipping from his hand. Diallo cheers Wiper on and promises to reward him by giving Hector's family to him as slaves. The blonde captain wonders if Hector's fight will end here. Suddenly he senses a change, reacting with surprise. Hector plants his sword in the ground and gathers his will to rise again. Enraged and half berserk, he vows to kill his enemies. Empowered, Hector launches himself in a blazing aerial attack toward Wiper. Their swords clash violently as Hector meets Wiper head-on. Energy sparks show the intensity of their duel. Wiper realizes in disbelief that Hector is overwhelming him. Hector breaks through Wiper's guard with a decisive vertical slash. He screams as he charges through, eyes glowing with fury. The blow lands, cutting down Wiper in a bloody arc. Wiper spits blood and howls in agony. Diallo is stunned speechless at seeing his personal knight fall. Hector's boots hit the ground as he advances. Diallo collapses, terrified, and stammers Wiper's name. Watching, the captain marvels at how far Hector has advanced in his mastery. Cornered and on the ground, Diallo weakly calls out to Hector. Looming over him, Hector proposes that they talk things out. Before Diallo can respond, Hector suddenly smashes him aside. Diallo and Hector roll across the ground, the confrontation temporarily paused. Diallo smirks, planning something despite his situation. Laughing crazily, Diallo insists Hector cannot truly harm him. The captain unfurls a document in front of Diallo. He announces that the letter is an official pardon from Marquis Eisen declaring all of Hector's crimes null and that any retaliation will be taken as hostility toward the Shonen house. Smiling, the captain adds that he has one more thing to say. He then brutally kicks Diallo in the crotch. Diallo screams in excruciating pain. The captain tells him that is the price for trying to steal another man's wife and that he should endure it. With a chilling smile, the captain wishes Diallo a long, painful life as miserable as a cockroach's. The scene transitions to the sky above stone ramparts, signaling a change of location. The story shifts to Caliban Fortress, a fortified stronghold. A guard on the wall notices something approaching and reacts. Henry arrives at the fortress gate, and the guard demands he identify himself. An instant later the guard is slain by a surprise strike from someone else. A glowing identification tag falls near the feet of another person inside the fortress courtyard. On the ground, the tag's emblem makes the soldiers realize in shock whose rank it represents. Henry announces that he has returned to Caliban Fortress after a long time away. He strides confidently through the courtyard as the garrison notices him. The watching soldiers whisper that he is the rumored legendary Special Unit Lieutenant whose ID bears 3 stars. Henry, slightly tense, listens as they talk about him. He then walks into a grand hall, heading up the steps deeper into the fortress. Smiling excitedly, Henry anticipates what is about to happen. Commander Iselin suddenly charges at him with a massive strike, shouting Henry's name. Iselin lands in front of Henry from a huge leap, weapon raised. Another knight with glowing eyes raises his weapon overhead in a fierce stance, continuing the spar. Henry draws his own weapon and prepares to meet the assault. Their blades collide powerfully, knocking Henry back but proving he can match Iselin. Iselin grins, clearly enjoying the clash. He tells Henry it seems the boy has not been idle in his absence. Henry responds that Iselin is still as ferocious as ever. He respectfully calls Iselin his commander, acknowledging their relationship. Iselin laughs off the formality and suggests they forget the greetings and go drink tea together. They move to Iselin's office and sit across from each other, sharing a calm cup of tea. Henry notes that Iselin has risen to Deputy Commander-in-Chief and says he is glad his former superior is doing well. Iselin teasingly calls Henry a sly brat and asks why he has come. Henry explains that he has started a small merchant venture. He asks Iselin to make his company a regular trading partner for the fortress. Iselin balks, asking if Henry really expects special treatment just by dropping by and asking. Henry frankly answers that he does. The two men silently size each other up. Their gazes lock as they measure intentions. Iselin's smile widens, revealing that he is actually pleased. Laughing heartily, he agrees to open a special trading slot for Henry. However, he adds that Henry must also conduct a personal trade for him in return. Henry agrees, promising to obtain any particular item Iselin wants. Pleased, Iselin suggests they forget the tea and celebrate with good alcohol that night. Later, in the ominously named Forest of Evil, Henry comments that putting Iselin to sleep with drink took effort and nearly delayed him. Standing among the dark trees, Henry says it has been a while since he visited and that his real objective begins here. He channels magic, tracing glowing runes in the air. A bright magic circle appears beneath his feet as he stands ready. Henry reminds himself he has only 1 month to achieve the rank of Archmage. His eyes blaze with determination. Cloaked in blue energy, he propels himself into intense training, vowing to finish this within half a day. Ferocious minotaur-like monsters emerge from the forest, roaring. Henry cuts through them with sweeping, aura-charged attacks as part of his brutal regimen. Elsewhere in the forest, a giant red ape monster roars and brandishes a huge stone. The enraged ape charges forward, swinging with murderous intent. Henry smiles confidently, clearly eager to use this powerful foe as another step toward his goal. The swordsman readies his glowing blade, gripping the hilt tightly. He unleashes a powerful slash that tears through a giant ape-like monster. The wounded beast howls in agony as blood sprays from its face. Standing over a slain creature in the forest, he notes that more monsters are converging on him. Smirking, he recalls rumors of a monster so tough it can survive even in fire. Images of various dangerous beasts appear as he considers his possible targets. A spiky lizard-like monster lies on the ground, revealing itself. He recognizes the creature and calls it Paragon, clearly pleased. Paragon lets out a loud, hostile roar. Surrounded by a massive snake and werewolves, he faces the gathering monsters. Gripping his twin swords again, he declares that no matter how many attack, he is unfazed. He taunts the assembled monsters, saying they are not even enough to warm him up. He activates the skill Sonic Cutter and chains of slashes rip through the enemies. After the swift massacre, he stands calmly amidst the fallen beasts. A tiny, goofy-looking version of the lizard nervously appears, shocked. Looking down on the cowering creature, he mocks how pathetic it seems. He then casually welcomes Paragon as a new member of his team. Holding a bulging sack, he notes he has nearly gathered all the required ingredients. The next day, he shares tea with a hungover knight who complains about his head. He lays out prepared documents on the table, explaining they cover everything for their trade. The knight marvels that the younger man drew up the papers despite their drinking, joking about youthful stamina. The knight explains he came because the deputy commander-in-chief summoned him. Hearing a knock, the knight tells Henry someone has arrived to see him. The door creaks open, announcing the visitor's entrance. A blond man greets Henry warmly, and Henry calls out his name, Ronan. Their superior excuses himself, and tells them to relax there since the place will stay empty. Once alone, Ronan says he is amazed Henry became Aizen's vassal but admits it suits the most talented of them. Ronan boasts that he has advanced to intermediate master, and asks what rank Henry has achieved. Henry plays along and asks how Ronan managed to reach mastery. Ronan explains he broke through while fighting monsters in a level 5 zone when his aura suddenly organized. Henry reflects that Ronan advanced when his mind calmed, wondering if mastery depends on one's emotional state and deciding to test it. Henry asks Ronan to keep whatever he is about to see a secret, and Ronan hesitantly agrees. Henry centers himself and exhales sharply to focus. His aura flares around him as he fully activates his magical power. He asks Ronan if it looks like he has awakened as a master. Ronan, unsure, admits it seems Henry has succeeded based on appearance. Henry suggests they verify it through a sparring test. They move to the Fort Caliburn training ground to spar. The two clash fiercely with practice swords, sending debris flying. Ronan is driven back as Henry advances aggressively. Henry acknowledges to himself that Ronan's skills are quite impressive. Ronan realizes he underestimated Henry, shocked that a supposed sword expert can nearly match his own sword master level. Determined, Ronan curses and declares he will use his true attack, not having been idle either. He warns Henry to block with everything as he pours his full aura into his blade. Ronan leaps and brings down a powerful, aura-charged overhead strike. Their weapons collide in a massive burst of purple energy. Henry strains under the heavy blow but steels himself, thinking that despite the weight he has more to show. The duel escalates as they trade lightning-fast, aura-lace blows. Wooden swords cross again with surging energy, showing the intensity of their clash. The impact explodes in a blinding flash and shockwave. Smoke and dust billow through the training hall from the blast. As the haze clears, Henry faces Ronan again with both of them still standing, though startled. Henry realizes his aura is different from that of ordinary swordsmen, and that normal ranks may not apply to him. Ronan, sweating and breathing hard, stares in disbelief at Henry's strength. Henry looks down to see his wooden sword shattered from the exchange. Ronan comforts himself, thinking his own skills still appear superior. Ronan suggests ending the match there. Putting an arm around Henry, Ronan proposes they go get a drink together. They leave the training ground, abandon broken practice swords lying behind them. The empty hall remains with only the shattered wooden blades as evidence of their spar. A few days later in Snowy Mountains, Henry narrates that the incense he made turned out highly addictive, with Albert as his first test subject. Albert sits alone in his cell, bathed in a shaft of light. Hearing something, Albert's eyes twitch as he senses a familiar smell. He inhales deeply, his face tightening as the scent takes hold. Overcome and euphoric, Albert laughs, asking what this wonderful smell is. Henry observes that increasing the density of the pink swamp scent has strengthened its effect and admits that what they are doing is quite cruel. Stepping into the cell, Henry says he expected to feel a little pity for Albert by now but does not. Albert, terrified, demands to know who Henry is as Henry calmly holds the incense burner. Henry turns toward the filthy toilet in the cell, preparing to pour the incense mixture out. Albert panics and begs Henry not to waste it as Henry tips the burner over the toilet. Henry warns that from now on, if Albert yells or refuses to answer, his share of incense will be dumped away. Showing Albert a sealed letter, Henry demands to know what Alfred wants from him. When Albert hesitates, Henry starts pouring the precious mixture again and tells him not to make him repeat the question. In desperation, Albert blurts out that Alfred sought an item called the Egg of Evolution, though he claims ignorance of how it works. Henry coldly asks if Albert is truly certain about knowing nothing else. Albert insists he really does not know and screams for Henry to stop wasting the incense. Henry concludes Albert indeed lacks further information and decides the Egg of Evolution will serve as good bait. Henry confirms Albert understands the incriminating letter, which promises help for Duke Arthur's rebellion. Shocked, Henry internally repeats the word rebellion and realizes Arthur's is plotting a major uprising. He further deduces that Shahatra's previous revolt was likely only a preliminary move in this larger plan. Elsewhere, a white-haired man named Mordred assures a tattooed warrior, Benedict, that the Highlander house will fully support him in return for a promised item. Benedict agrees respectfully and thanks Sir Mordred for the support. A wisp-like spirit drifts out into the night from the meeting place. Back in the cell, Henry recalls Mordred requesting a certain item from Benedict and realizes he still must identify what that item was. Albert trembles, thinking he truly knows nothing about the mysterious item. Henry, having learned all he can, angrily dumps the rest of the incense as Albert screams in despair. Leaving the cell, Henry judges that Albert is now useless to him. Albert collapses at the toilet, weakly protesting the loss of his addictive scent. He lets out a hollow cry as the last traces of incense disappear. Albert lies motionless in the dim cell, seemingly broken by withdrawal. Henry later stands in his laboratory surrounded by shelves of bottles, preparing more concoctions. He explains that pink swamp, a specialty of Shahatra, has been modified by his alchemy and magic, and through experimentation on Albert he has perfected its effect. Now satisfied with the result, he plans to slip this product into trade goods so it will be sold widely. Turning from the finished batch, he remarks that he must now complete the remaining preparations. He tells the exhausted Paragon that its repeated tail regeneration let him brew about 500 doses of a powerful elixir called black tear. Henry then channels purple magic in his hand, ready for the next step. His spell divides and bottles the elixir into many containers at once. He describes black tear as his personal growth elixir, stronger than miracle blue but with even harsher side effects, and notes even the magic tower never knew of it. Without hesitation, he drinks the dangerous black tear himself. Standing in a magic circle, he casts iron chain to bind his own body. Spectral chains materialize and lash around him. Bound tightly, he prays for help enduring the coming agony. The poison hits him brutally and he coughs up blood in pain. Writhing against the chains, he curses repeatedly, thinking this torture exceeds even the fatal poison from his past life. His body grows unbearably heavy and he realizes he can no longer move. Feeling close to death, he wonders if he is about to die a second time. Suddenly blue light bursts into the room, signaling a new presence. Henry feels comforting warmth from the light and wonders what it is. He recognizes the presence as Elegon and calls out to it. A small blue dragon spirit, Elegon, is shown shielding his body with healing energy while black tear ravages him. Henry realizes this is his chance to seize control of black tear while Elegon dampens the pain. He strains with all his might, glowing at the chest as he forces the wild energy to obey. The chains around his wrists begin to crack under the surging power. More of the bindings snap apart as his magic stabilizes. He screams in exertion, pushing through the last of the torment. With a massive burst of light, he shatters the chains and releases the condensed power from within. A glowing magic circle forms over his heart, signifying the completion of a new circle of magic. Henry drops to one knee among the broken chains, panting but victorious. Smiling weakly, he mutters that at last he has done it. He confirms aloud that he has formed the sixth circle and officially reached the rank of Archmage. Elegon chirps happily beside him, sharing in his accomplishment. Henry praises Elegon, admitting he never imagined the dragon had such formidable healing powers. Looking satisfied, Henry says it is time to move on to the next step. He snaps his fingers to trigger a spell. Soon after, he and Elegon stand before a large window, gazing out at the snowy mountains. He suggests they attempt something only an Archmage is capable of doing. The scene shifts to the snow-covered mountain range outside. The specific region of Salgera is highlighted in the wintry landscape. Henry floats high above Salgera, surveying the area from the sky. He decides this remote place is perfectly suited to his plan. He descends rapidly toward the ground, cloak streaming behind him. His boots plant firmly in the snow, anchoring him to the chosen spot. Blue magical motes begin swirling around his legs as he gathers power. With eyes closed, he starts chanting a complex incantation. Kneeling within a huge glowing magic circle, he pours energy into an enormous ritual. The ritual circle expands across the ground, covered in arcane symbols and a pentagram. He prays for the blessings of the great architect to fall upon this land. Opening his eyes sharply, he focuses his will to finalize the spell. He invokes Rising Grand Mansion, causing a colossal structure to erupt upward in blinding blue light. When the light fades, a towering magic tower now stands in the snowy valley. Looking up at it proudly, Henry declares this new tower his own and names it the Snow Tower. The story shifts back to Shahatra Palace's rear exercise grounds where a young man trains alone. The trainee shouts as he swings his sword with great effort. He slashes the air with enough force to slice toward a bird flying overhead. The bird dodges as he drives another sweeping strike across the training yard. The bird's eyes glow red with magic, revealing it as no ordinary creature. It suddenly dives at him menacingly, making him tense and ready his weapon. He meets the charging bird with a desperate overhead block. The impact cracks and damages his sword blade. Shocked as his weapon shatters, the trainee cries out in disbelief while the bird remains unscathed. During sword training in the palace courtyard, the young king faces an approaching cloaked figure. The purple-haired mage praises the king's improved skills, and the king recognizes him as Lord Henry. A small bird with glowing red eyes appears, acting as Henry's familiar. Pieces of a metallic suit of armor hover and assemble amid crackling magic. Henry stands calmly as the enormous enchanted armor finishes forming beside him while the bird looks on. The empty armor's chest plate clicks into place, fully forming the golem-like body. A metal fist tightens as power surges through the animated armor. Now wearing the armor, Henry asks the king's opinion of its performance. Through the helmet, Henry brags that his strength does not diminish even when he changes bodies and asks if it is not impressive. The king, sweating nervously, bluntly replies that he is not impressed at all. Henry then says he has finished the product he mentioned earlier and suggests they go inside to discuss its details, and the king agrees. The scene shifts to an opulent library-like sitting room inside the palace. In the palace sitting room, the king sits with Henry at a table, examining a vessel filled with swirling pink liquid. The king confirms that this substance is the pink swamp Henry had previously talked about. Henry explains he used magic and a special recipe with Shahatra's incense to create this new product. He further explains that the incense interacts with a person's mana to create a craving, plans to sell it to imperial nobles, and the king expresses eager anticipation. Concluding the product explanation, Henry asks whether the king has gathered promising candidates to be trained as wizards. The king says he has assembled people meeting Henry's conditions but admits there is a problem. Henry is surprised and questions what this supposed small problem is. At the palace annex, several young men stand before Henry and the king, having been summoned as potential wizard trainees. One white-haired youth named Hal declares he has no interest in becoming a wizard and instead dreams of serving the sun god Ra as an illusionist. Watching Hal, Henry notes internally that the boy's aura is overflowing, marking him as very talented and spirited. Henry asks Hal why he wants to specialize in illusions in particular. Hal begins his explanation by asking if they know of snow, describing it as a cold white blossom that falls from the sky. Henry urges him to continue, wanting to know the point of this story. Hal says he has never left Shahatra and does not intend to, yet he still wants to experience snow. He recalls the high priest telling him that by mastering illusions he could see and feel snow without ever leaving Shahatra. Henry acknowledges this motivation with a knowing smile. He snaps his fingers to activate a powerful teleportation spell. Magical runes flare around Henry, the king, and the recruits as the space around them transforms. Blinding light engulfs the group as the teleportation completes. They arrive at a snowy land called Salgera, dominated by a tall icebound tower. The teleportation circle opens above a wintry mountain landscape. One of the boys' shoes touches down first on the icy ground. The group stares in awe at the snow-covered surroundings, wondering where they are. The king turns toward Henry's cloaked figure and welcomes everyone to this new place. The king is stunned by what he sees as he turns fully around. Henry ceremoniously introduces their destination as the Snow Tower. The students stand before the tower while Henry faces them, having successfully brought them to his remote domain. Two of the recruits marvel aloud, realizing that what they are seeing falling from the sky is real snow. Hal silently looks up at the swirling snowflakes, overwhelmed by the sight. Henry asks Hal whether he still wishes to pursue the path of an illusionist after seeing actual snow. Overcome, Hal kneels and apologizes for doubting Henry's greatness before. Henry snaps his fingers again, preparing another large-scale spell. A new teleportation array lights up in the palace sitting room in preparation for future training. Henry and the students appear within the glowing circle, ready to begin their lessons. Henry cheerfully asks the king for permission to use this palace annex as the students' training ground. The king doubts that the annex alone will suffice for such training. Henry assures him confidently that the space will be more than adequate. Henry says they will simply bring in an instructor to teach in his place and produces a scroll. The mysterious scroll is ripped apart to trigger a summoning. Light and energy burst from the torn scroll as the summoning takes effect. Henry watches as the spell completes, shards of the scroll dissolving around his glowing hand. He tells the assembled students that from now on a mage from the magic tower, a researcher of pure magic, will be their teacher. A hooded, bespectacled figure materializes amid the magic circle. Henry introduces the newcomer by his title, Lightning Kale. The narrative shifts to a forested mountain area where leaves rustle in the wind. A terrified man begs for his life with a sword pointed at his face. A young armored warrior stands over him with his blade drawn. The warrior asks if the trembling man is the wanted bandit known as Janus the Storm. The peaceful mountain scenery contrasts with the violent encounter taking place below. Surveying the ruined clearing of smashed traps and debris, the warrior starts explaining why this bandit gained notoriety. The scene focuses on the spiked weapons and broken wooden devices scattered everywhere. The warrior points out that all these elaborate traps belong to the bandit. Angry, he laments that he traveled so far just to confront someone so unimpressive. He recalls searching for famed fighters like Gerionarch the Bursting Spear, Serben the Flash, and Alberto the Enchanted on Henry's orders, only to find them weak like this man. He sweats in frustration, realizing none of the people he tracked down were worthy. Looking at the captured bandit, he reflects that every opponent so far has lacked real skill. He sighs as the bandit clings to him, sobbing in relief. Calling to the bandit to listen, he makes sure the man is paying attention. He demands that the bandit explain his reasons for setting so many traps in the mountains. He questions why the man chose this life of laying traps in such a remote place. The bandit reveals tearfully that Baron Yellow executed his family over overdue taxes. He adds that he fled because he feared being executed as well. The warrior deduces aloud that the bandit ran into the mountains and set traps to keep pursuing soldiers away. After hearing the story, he simply tells the bandit to go. He clarifies that he is not there to kill the bandit, and orders him to run far away and live on, which the man gratefully promises to do. The warrior watches the bandit flee, satisfied with letting him go. Suddenly another swordsman dives from above, forcing the warrior to react. A massive explosion erupts beside him from the ambush. Startled, he shouts in shock at the sudden attack. Debris flies as a figure with long hair appears amid the smoke. The attacker, a long-haired knight, stands calmly with sword drawn after unleashing the surprise strike. The ground shatters as the powerful blow lands near where the warrior had been. Realizing his mistake, the white-haired knight notes that the target was not the man he was searching for and is identified as the Empire's sixth sword, Mordred Highlander. The warrior recognizes him by name, startled that such a famed knight is here. He asks Mordred in disbelief why someone of his rank is in this place. Mordred, equally curious, demands to know who the warrior is. The warrior remains silent for a moment, considering his response. Mordred smirks, remarking that the encounter has occurred at a convenient time. The warrior grins fiercely, admitting he has long wanted to fight Mordred. The two swordsmen face each other on the cliff, preparing for a serious duel. Close up, the two lock eyes, tension building before their clash. Mordred asks the warrior his name. Clenching his fist around his sword, the warrior repeats the question as if weighing how to answer. He then cheerfully introduces himself with an upbeat, almost playful attitude. Mordred calls him arrogant and bristles at the casual demeanor. Their auras erupt, red against blue, as they unleash powerful energy that collides between them. The two stand enveloped in opposing energies, each ready to test the other's strength. Mordred steps forward with killing intent, vowing to slay his opponent. He charges down the broken ground toward the warrior at incredible speed. The warrior smiles confidently, unshaken by the oncoming assault. Mordred swings his sword in a ferocious, lightning-infused attack. The warrior stares down the incoming blade aimed directly at him. He tightens his grip on his own sword, preparing to counter. With a sweeping motion he launches his own powerful strike. Their blows collide violently, sending shockwaves and debris flying. Mordred responds by unleashing explosive slashes that tear up the battlefield. The ground splits open in a long chasm from the overwhelming force of the exchange. Mordred is shocked mid-fight as his opponent slips through his guard. The warrior taunts that Mordred is still as slow as ever. The damage to the terrain spreads dramatically, emphasizing the duel's destructive scale. Mordred presses forward with another determined charge, refusing to back down. Though sweating, he admits the warrior's skills are better than he expected. Mordred gathers lightning around his sword, readying a serious technique. His aura intensifies as he prepares to unleash his signature attack. He activates his finishing move called Sapphire Rose, surrounding his blade with layered blue aura resembling a flower. The warrior smirks, undaunted by seeing this famed move. He invites Mordred to show the finishing move as much as he likes, promising to demonstrate how sheltered Mordred has become. Mordred stomps forward, initiating his ultimate charge. The warrior leaps high and raises his red-infused sword for a decisive counterattack. He names his own technique Galaxy Downpour and brings the attack crashing down. A gigantic red arc of energy sweeps toward Mordred. Realizing what he is witnessing, Mordred is stunned that this technique exists. He desperately reinforces his lightning sword to block the incoming power. The collision engulfs Mordred in a blinding explosion. Amid the blast, Mordred's sword fractures under the strain. The blade completely shatters, leaving him defenseless. Mordred screams as the overpowering attack overwhelms him. When the dust settles, Mordred lies defeated in the fissured ground with the warrior standing over him. The warrior nudges Mordred with his boot, checking his condition. He scolds Mordred for slacking off, saying he could not even defend against that last strike. Recognizing the style of aura, Mordred weakly asks if the warrior is Ben. Ben confirms smugly, saying no one else in the Empire uses aura like he does. Ben is puzzled when Mordred begins to laugh unexpectedly. Smiling through his injuries, Mordred thanks Ben. Suddenly dark magical tentacles erupt around Ben, catching him off guard. Ben exclaims in surprise as the ominous power surrounds him. He looks up to see a monstrous mass of tentacles towering above, revealing another threat. The scene cuts to Count Tyrion's mansion, establishing a new location at night. Inside the mansion, a mustached nobleman prepares to speak over drinks. Count Tyrion and another noble complain that their finances have become strained after the Shahatra campaign, regretting not gaining a higher title. Tyrion grumbles that he could accept his situation if Eisen were truly superior, but instead blames everything on Henry. A servant informs them that an unexpected guest has arrived, and the armored noble wonders who it could be. The servant announces that the visitor is Henry Morris, vassal of Marquis Eisen, seeking an audience. The armored noble, intrigued, tells the servant to let Henry in, likening him to the devil appearing when spoken of. The door to the room swings open dramatically. Henry enters with a smile, remarking that it has been a while and that both nobles happen to be present together. One of the nobles asks what brings Henry there, and whether the Showman house has some private request of him. Henry replies that his visit is purely personal and not in any official capacity for the Showman family. Henry explains that his merchant group intends to distribute a special product from Shahatra Kingdom. The official asks if Henry means the valuable silk and spices normally sent to the imperial palace as tribute. Another man congratulates Henry on completing his first trade, inwardly marveling at how he obtained such rare goods. Henry thanks the official and says he has brought a small gift. The official wonders if the gift is the specialty Henry mentioned. Henry presents an experimental Shahatra item called Pink Swamp as the gift. The two nobles silently examine the pink swamp. The nobles are enveloped in the pink swamp's pink vapors as they continue to experience it. The entire table fills with the pink smoke while Henry stands at one end and the nobles sit, focused on the item. One noble tastes it and delightedly notes its sweetness. The other noble ecstatically exclaims that it feels heavenly. Henry asks their opinion, and the noble gushes that calling Pink Swamp merely the best is an understatement. Pleased by their praise, Henry says he is thinking of adding Pink Swamp to his trade list. He explains there is one issue, that the product's quantity is limited. Desperate, the noble promises to open a market for Henry if he can secure more of it. The other noble urgently declares he will do the same. Henry agrees and offers them 2 extra Pink Swamp items, saying he will rely on their support. The nobles gratefully accept the items, clearly pleased with the deal. Watching them, Henry inwardly mocks them as fools. With a sinister smile, Henry thinks they should enjoy Pink Swamp and brag about it to their aristocratic circles as much as possible. The scene shifts to Mushu Blacksmith Town, an industrial settlement by the water. Inside Vulcanus' workshop, the muscular blacksmith forges weapons. Someone enters, their footstep drawing the blacksmith's attention. Vulcanus turns and asks if someone is there. Recognizing Henry, Vulcanus greets him warmly, and Henry replies that it has been a while. Vulcanus says Henry arrived at the perfect time because he just finished the requested item that morning. Vulcanus presents a small chest to Henry, surprising him. He tells Henry that nothing beats seeing for himself, and urges him to open the chest. Henry opens it and finds a necklace with a ring pendant and a separate ring, reacting curiously. Henry asks why the item includes a necklace and ring, and Vulcanus says they have a purpose and tells him to try them on. Henry starts putting on the necklace while asking what Vulcanus means. After Henry dons the ring, Vulcanus confirms that it fits perfectly. Vulcanus then instructs Henry to repeat the activation phrase "sword out." Henry repeats the phrase "sword out" while wearing the accessories. Magic circles flare behind him as the spell begins to activate. Henry is shocked as the magic power from the item surges around him. The transformation completes with Henry now standing before the full magical array. A sword and shining armor appear on his body as the summoned equipment manifests. The armor fully materializes over his torso. Henry looks at himself in astonishment, realizing he is fully armed. Vulcanus explains that Henry is wearing Colt armor and wielding a Colt sword forged by magically infusing his special Colt iron, and that Henry can also summon one armory item when needed. Henry praises the mayor's craftsmanship, happy he no longer has to carry a sword constantly, and Vulcanus laughs that he is glad Henry likes it. Vulcanus calls Henry's attention while gripping another sword hilt. He explains the second sword is a personal gift he made for Henry and asks if he will accept it. Henry, surprised, repeats that it is a present. Vulcanus draws the ornate sword from its sheath. Henry swings the crimson-bladed sword, impressed by it. Vulcanus proudly states it is his sixth masterpiece, a sword forged from a poison alloy combined with Henry's own blood poison. Henry reflects that a sword made from poison alloy is truly exceptional. Henry thanks the mayor for the gift. Vulcanus replies that it is no problem as they shake hands. Vulcanus gravely states that the fate of the children now rests in Henry's hands. The scene shifts to the ominous forest of evil. Henry steps into the forest, breaking a twig underfoot. He thinks this is the ideal place to test both the Archmage's power and his new weapon, deciding to go deeper than before. Red-eyed shadow creatures watch Henry from the dark trees as he ventures on. Sensing something, Henry notes that the enemies have arrived. A pack of werewolf-like monsters suddenly leap down to attack him. Henry smiles and utters the command "sword out." His summoned sword and armor appear as he moves to engage the monsters. Henry slices through several beasts in a powerful sweeping attack. After the skirmish, he stands in the forest holding his sword, ready for more. He concludes that Vulcanus has created a weapon worthy of being called a world-class masterpiece. Suddenly Henry senses a strong murderous intent directed at him. He wonders who is nearby, since he believed no one else was around. Judging the hostile presence to be some distance away, he prepares to locate it. Henry activates his magic sight, causing his eyes to glow. With enhanced vision, he scans the forest and questions where the murderous intent is originating. He spots two armored figures through the magical aura and focuses on them. One of the men, Iselin, recognizes the sensation and calls out Henry's name in shock. Iselin slams into the ground with force, indicating he has found the presumed enemy. He leaps high into the air shouting that he has found the Lich Knight. Iselin screams Lich Knight at the figure he believes to be undead. Henry realizes Iselin has mistaken him for a Lich Knight because he used magic in the dark and thinks explaining will be troublesome. To maintain the deception, Henry commands armor out and completes the full knightly appearance. Iselin, eyes glowing red with fury, raises his enormous sword to strike. The two clash violently, Iselin's massive blade crashing against Henry's summoned weapon. Henry, straining behind his helmet, acknowledges that he is now facing Iselin's true power. Iselin, convinced Henry is the Lich Knight, challenges him to block his next attack. Henry urgently thinks he must block the blow and begins casting. He summons a magic shield to intercept Iselin's powerful strike. Iselin's sword smashes into the glowing shield, causing it to crack. The impact shatters the barrier and sends Henry reeling with a pained cry. Henry admits to himself that the hastily prepared shield was insufficient. Iselin, breathing hard, taunts the supposed Lich Knight to entertain him further while Henry thinks he cannot reveal his identity now. Henry decides he has no choice but to fight seriously since Iselin is going all out. Iselin steps into a complex magic circle, preparing a large-scale spell. The spell raises towering rock formations around Iselin, amplifying his presence. Massive boulders crash down nearby as part of the spell's effect. A pile of rock settles, momentarily obscuring what lies beneath. The rock pile shifts and cracks, showing the spell's destructive impact. Iselin charges through the debris toward Henry with murderous intent. Launching himself skyward again, Iselin demands that the Lich Knight fight harder and entertain him. Seeing an opening as Iselin ascends, Henry decides it is his chance. Henry unleashes a powerful blizzard spell, surrounding Iselin with freezing magic circles. He follows up with Cyclone, combining icy winds into a devastating storm around his foe. Iselin is encased in ice, his expression frozen mid-scream. The ice forms a giant crystalline prison holding Iselin aloft. Henry apologizes inwardly, saying Iselin will have to remain frozen for a while. Examining the ice, Henry wonders why Iselin had been in the forest in the first place. He decides to transport Iselin safely back to base before dealing with anything else. The scene shifts to Caliburn Fortress, indicating their destination. Inside Iselin's room at the fortress, he lies unconscious in bed. Iselin begins to stir under the covers. His eyes snap open as he recalls the battle. Jolting upright, he shouts about the Lich Knight. Confused, he questions why he is in his room and wonders if the entire encounter was a dream. Panicking, he berates himself for sleeping when he should be capturing and interrogating the Lich Knight. His anguished shout startles the guards outside his door. Meanwhile at Ten's mansion, Henry reflects that he safely returned Iselin. In his laboratory, Henry notes he also gathered ingredients for the Black Tear potion in the Forest of Evil. Henry looks thoughtful as he considers his next task. He decides it is time to resume the project he had postponed, eyeing a mysterious egg-like item. The glowing egg rests on its ornate stand, radiating energy. Ten's mansion is shown again as the setting for Henry's upcoming ritual. Back in the lab, Henry stands before the workbench with the egg and other reagents. He again resolves to start the postponed work, focusing on the luminous egg. Placing his hand over it, Henry says he will bless the egg with his power. He hopes the result will meet his high expectations. Henry casts rapid growth, flooding the egg with intense magical energy. Power surges around him as he continues channeling magic into the egg. He wonders if his magic will be enough to hatch Clever, the being inside. The lab fills with light as he maintains the spell on the egg. A familiar voice addresses Henry as master, and he greets Clever after a long time. Clever appears as a small, content slime-like creature. The slime apologizes that it has not yet absorbed all of Henry's magic power. Exhausted, Clever says it needs more time to rest. Henry reassures it, promising plenty of time and telling it to speak with him once it has finished absorbing the power. Clever thanks him and slips into the ring on Henry's finger. Henry, satisfied that Clever's issue is resolved, prepares to move on to the next matter. A servant bursts in, urgently shouting that there is an emergency. The man explains the crisis concerns Sir Ban, catching Henry's attention. A soldier staggers and carrying an injured Ban on his back. Henry cries out to his brother figure Ban in alarm. Rushing over, Henry demands to know what happened to him. Ban, battered and weak, struggles to speak. Ban recalls facing a terrifying mass of tentacles looming over him. In the memory, Ban looks horrified and drenched in fear. The monstrous tentacles lash out with brutal force. Ban is violently thrown back by the creature's attack. He lands hard, scrambling to regain his footing. Shocked, Ban exclaims in disbelief at what he is witnessing. He realizes the monstrous being is Mordred seemingly reborn as a creature. Ban's eyes widen as he processes this revelation. The tentacled monster attacks again, closing in on Ban. Ban desperately fights back, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. He notes that Mordred's hatred for him is as strong as ever. Resolved, Ban vows to kill Mordred once again. Empowered weapon in hand, Ban launches into another fierce attack. With determined eyes, Ban declares that the monster will face his finishing move one more time. Ban unleashes his powerful skill Galaxy Downpour against his foe. The massive attack crashes down through the forest with overwhelming force. Ban steadies himself after the strike, his expression calm and focused. Surrounded by looming tentacles, Ban faces the giant monster without fear. A colossal tentacled chimera towers over the clearing, ready to battle Ban. Ban taunts the chimera, saying he expected it to be stronger but it seems weaker. The chimera's tentacles tense and twist as it prepares a serious counterattack. One tentacle jabs at Ban, releasing a dangerous purple energy. The chimera's attack blossoms into a destructive purple explosion. Seeing the poison melt solid rock, Ban is shocked by its lethal potency. The chimera charges its tentacles with swirling poisonous energy. Ban rushes in with his sword to meet the monster's poisonous onslaught head-on. Excited by the chimera's true power, Ban grins and declares the real fight has begun. The massive tentacles lash at Ban in a flurry of blows. Ban is nearly struck but powers up and swings his glowing blade. He releases a long, sweeping slash that carves through the chimera's limbs. Ban dashes between falling tentacles, continuing his assault. Time passes and the sun sets after their violent clash. Ban stares at the fallen chimera, wondering if he has finally killed it. Exhausted and wounded, Ban decides he must report this monster to Henry. Collapsing from his injuries, Ban despairs that he cannot move and refuses to die here. As consciousness fades, Ban curses his helpless state. Voices discover an unconscious person and recognize him as Sir Ban. Rescuers note Ban's critical condition and rush him back to the mansion as Ban vaguely awakens to a small dragon and light. Ban sees Henry and weakly calls his name upon waking. Ban, now in bed, speaks with Henry about what happened. Henry confirms Ban's story that Duke Arthurs illegally created a chimera forbidden by the Magic Tower. Ban questions why Arthurs would turn his only relative, Mordred, into a chimera. Henry reveals Arthurs is secretly orchestrating rebellions, including Shahatra's, to fuel his uprising. Worried, Ban asks Henry what their next move should be. Henry answers that they must first break Arthur's power by targeting the Empire's nobles. Henry explains he has already set financial traps to ensnare those nobles. Night falls as Henry's plan begins moving into its next phase. At Duke Arthur's mansion, Arthurs meets with his subordinate Draken. Arthurs casually praises the beautiful night while sipping tea. Draken uneasily agrees. Draken informs Arthur that Modred has died. Draken starts to offer condolences for Arthur's loss. Arthur's eyes flare red with rage at the news. Draken coughs blood as Arthur strikes him with overwhelming magic. Draken is flung across the hall, begging his duke for mercy. Arthur furiously accuses Draken of mishandling Modred's chimera body, insisting Modred should not have died that way. Terrified, Draken desperately apologizes. Arthur closes his eyes coldly, his anger barely restrained. Draken is hurled again as Arthur's displeasure continues. Arthur admits he always knew a true chimera was impossible without Janus' power. Considering how events have spiraled, Arthur glances out the window, thinking. He decides he must now take direct action himself. In Shahatra, the foreign city stands under a tranquil night sky. Inside Shahatra, Henry rests in bed with a silver-haired woman at his side. The woman sleeps peacefully, unaware of what is to come. Suddenly she snaps her eyes open, glowing red as someone commands her to awaken. Sometime later at Ten's mansion, Henry's residence, a new scheme begins. Henry relaxes by the fireplace, reading while waiting for a guest. A servant announces that Shared of the Etherweather house has arrived. Hearing Etherweather, Henry decides it is time to start his business plan. The scene shifts to the bright reception room where the meeting will occur. Henry and Shared sit across from each other, tea prepared. Henry politely introduces himself as Henry Morris, vassal of the Shonen house. Shared introduces himself as the second son of Marquis Alfred Etherweather. Shared brings up rumors that Henry has opened trade with Shahatra. He nervously adds that he has heard something else about those trade goods. Shared explains there is a special product among them known as Pink Swamp. Henry reveals a Shahatran incense device, suffused with pink smoke. He describes it as a special incense produced in Shahatra. Another noble recalls being gifted the incense, and is asked to greet Marquis Alfred on the trader's behalf. Shared confesses that ever since smelling it, he has been unable to forget its sweet scent. Sitting before Henry, Shared trembles while admitting his obsession with that fragrance. Henry says Pink Swamp is on his lists but claims all stock is already reserved. Desperate, Shared begs to know if any amount at all remains. Tormented by desire, he pleads for just a little, saying he will not ask for more. Henry relents, saying he has a few sticks left for giveaways and opens a box, thinking he did not expect to use them so soon. He notes that this version, Pink Swamp 2, is magically refined to be lighter yet even more addictive. Overjoyed, Shared thanks Henry profusely for giving him some. Watching the addiction take hold, Henry thinks it is only a matter of time before all nobles fall under his control. A few days later, crowds of nobles gather excitedly at Ten's mansion. Agitated nobles shout that they know Pink Swamp is being sold here and demand to see Henry. Henry opens the doors, stepping out to meet the clamoring customers. He announces himself as the one in charge and invites everyone seeking Pink Swamp to follow him. Inside a grand hall, Henry faces the assembled nobles from a stage. On stage, Henry thanks them all for coming. The nobles angrily complain they came for Pink Swamp, not a performance. Henry claps to signal the next part of his plan. Servants wheel in trolleys loaded with Shahatran incense burners emitting pink smoke. Henry says the incense is a complimentary gift, and invites the nobles to sit and enjoy. Tempted, a noble reaches for a chair to take his seat. Soon the nobles sit around tables, pretending reluctance while clearly eager for the incense. Smiling slyly, Henry prepares to commence the real event. He announces the start of an auction for exclusive Shahatra products. Outraged, nobles shout that they came only to buy Pink Swamp, not bid in an auction. Henry declares that unless every auction item sells, no Pink Swamp will be provided and only those purchasing other goods may buy it. Grumbling, the nobles realize they are trapped but admit they have no choice. Driven by addiction, they all raise their hands to place bids. Individual nobles frantically shout bids, competing for the goods. After the sale, Henry thanks everyone for participating in the Shahatra auction. Someone approaches with heavy steps as the event ends. Outside, the nobles sit stunned clutching their purchases, realizing how thoroughly they were exploited. Henry surveys the now empty hall in thoughtful silence. Ben arrives and asks Henry how much product he managed to sell. Henry replies that he earned enough to potentially sway an entire nation's economy, and notes the nobles used funds taken from their suffering citizens. Ben acknowledges that Henry is not wrong in draining corrupt nobles this way. Henry muses that he has cast sufficient bait, and does not need to keep this business running, unsure if the emperor will take it. Day turns to a golden evening as the scheme's aftermath settles. Ten's mansion glows in the sunset. Henry reads by the window, enjoying a peaceful moment. Someone outside rudely shouts for Henry to come out, drawing his attention. Henry heads toward the entrance as the doors open. Facing the visitor, Henry politely asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Walred, first son of Marquis Alfred Etherweather, holding a box of Pink Swamp. Observing Walred's behavior, Henry realizes the man is also addicted and that he may have snared the wrong Etherweather. Henry tells Walred that all Pink Swamp has already been sold. Walred darkly questions that claim. He flicks something, agitated, preparing to press the issue. Walred throws down an empty Pink Swamp box, accusing Henry of selling large quantities at an auction for profit despite claiming shortages. Henry thinks the situation might be entertaining and considers provoking Walred further. He feigns contrition, saying as the manager he had to maximize profit with a limited supply. Walred grinds his teeth, furious at such a justification. Exploding with rage, Walred shouts that Henry deceived his family and demands every remaining pink swamp stick or threatens retaliation. Walred slams his foot down, activating powerful spirit magic. He summons a gigantic lightning lion spirit named Cillian and orders it to eliminate Henry. Henry reacts with exaggerated terror, screaming in apparent fear. Dropping to his knees, he continues his act of helpless panic. Walred, with the roaring spirit behind him, hears Henry beg forgiveness and realizes Henry is now playing the victim. Internally, Henry decides to use Walred by pretending to be terrified and pitiable. A small bird with glowing red eyes suddenly appears above the battlefield. The bird dives, its power obliterating the great lion's spirit, shocking Walred. Walred cries out in horror as his spirit is destroyed. Walred crashes into the ground unconscious, while Henry wonders where the mysterious bird came from. Henry deduces that Walred fainted because the destruction of his high-grade spirit shattered his spiritual circuit. Studying the bird, Henry notes it looks ordinary yet somehow annihilated a high-grade spirit, and starts to suspect its true nature. Recognizing it, Henry exclaims the bird is Hector. A heavily armored figure, clearly Hector in another form, stands near Walred's collapsed body while facing Henry silently. Irritated, Henry tells Hector he had intended to use Walred for a more elaborate plan and demands an explanation. Hector apologizes, saying he thought Henry was genuinely in danger. Hector asks if it is safe to simply leave Walred lying there like that. Henry decides to take Walred to Eisen instead of returning him to Alfred. Henry explains he now has proof the Etherweathers aimed their hostility at him and intends to use this incident to provoke Alfred. The perspective shifts to a calm sky, signaling a new stage of the conflict. At Eisen's mansion, Henry arrives with Walred in tow. Inside, Henry stands over the collapsed Walred while Eisen listens. Eisen begins to confirm his understanding of Henry's story. He clarifies that Walred tried to attack Henry but lost control of his own spirit and collapsed. Henry, feigning tears, says he barely escaped with his life. Enraged on Henry's behalf, Eisen roars that they dared to attack his vassal. Calming slightly, Eisen asks Henry how they should respond. Henry's sinister smile appears as he formulates his answer. With glowing eyes, Henry declares that they should show everyone the true power of the Shonen family. The scene shifts to the grand entrance of Alfred's mansion, foreshadowing confrontation. At Alfred's gate, Eisen physically tramples Etherweather men while Henry cheerfully comments beside him. Eisen continues beating Alfred's retainers in front of the mansion, beginning Henry's retaliation against the Etherweather family. Eisen angrily calls Alfred out to face him. Alfred's father rushes out, shocked and questioning whether Eisen has gone mad. A close-up shows Alfred's alarmed reaction. Walred falls to the ground, calling out to his wounded brother. Walred's father kneels by him, demanding to know what happened. He shouts Eisen's name in rage. Walred's father orders his son to explain in full what Eisen did. Eisen coolly says he only came to receive an apology. He explains that Alfred's eldest son threatened his vassal, pointing to the embarrassed young man. Alfred asks his son if that accusation is true. Walred admits that his brother Shired was actually deceived by Eisen's vassal. Walred nervously begins giving his side of the story. Alfred raises his hand to strike. Alfred's eldest son clutches his slapped cheek in shock, calling to his father. Alfred furiously berates his son for causing such trouble over something so petty. He adds that if his son wanted to fight so badly, he should at least have won. Watching them, Eisen derides Alfred and his son as pathetic. Eisen coldly warns that if anyone threatens his vassal again, he will annihilate them regardless of their lineage. As Eisen and his vassal leave, they glance back at the humiliated Alfred family. Alfred vows internally that he will definitely take revenge on Eisen. Later, Eisen and Henry walk away, agreeing that their display proved the Shonen family's new marquis status. Henry privately thinks Eisen is a fool for being so easily manipulated. Scene shifts to Ten's mansion at sunset. Ten laughs with Henry and confirms Henry has successfully turned Eisen and Alfred into enemies. Henry remarks that this retaliation is nothing compared to what Alfred did to his teacher. Ten asks Henry's next move, and Henry says Alfred's desire for revenge leaves only one path. Ten realizes Henry is aiming to provoke a territory battle. Henry shuts his book, signaling his plan is already in motion. Henry states he has acted specifically to make that battle happen and notes that the three of them can overpower their foes. He adds that he intends to use the conflict to kill Alfred and pursue further goals. Henry suggests they should use this chance to become independent of Eisen and settle in this region. Ten worries they lack people, so Henry asks him to find a particular talented individual. Ten complains about bad recruits as he looks at the paper Henry gave him. Suddenly he recognizes the person named there and is startled. Henry confidently says that man will become their strength. Ten, reassured by the identity, agrees to help Henry locate him. Later, Henry silently reflects by the window. He thinks back on how he was unjustly executed by the Emperor and his followers in his past life. He acknowledges that many more deaths will stain his hands in the future. Still, he believes spilling blood is necessary for the sake of the Empire's people. Looking at his hands, Henry steels himself. He decides there is no turning back and resolves to begin his revenge. The story shifts to Shahatara, an opulent city at night. A dark-skinned man leads a boar on a rope through a grand hall. He arrives at the entrance of the Temple of Janus. Inside, the man calls respectfully to his sovereign. His white-haired wife Selen appears and addresses him. Selen asks to accompany him into the temple to pray to Janus. He refuses, explaining he must go in alone because it is too dangerous. Selen counters that his health is weakened by recent sword training and insists on helping. Moved, he softly calls her name. He admits he is lucky to be married to someone like her. He relents and allows Selen to assist him this one time, embracing her. Selen is silent while in his arms. Her eyes turn red and she smirks, revealing she is possessed. A distant sorcerer recalls how he implanted his power into Selen when he kidnapped her, letting him control her from afar to seize Janus's power. Selen and her husband proceed deeper into the temple complex. They step into the inner temple of Janus. Selen looks around in awe at the sacred interior. The husband notes internally that it is natural for her to be amazed on her first visit. He leads the boar forward to the ritual site. He lays the boar upon the altar and tells Selen he will begin the ritual. He chants an ancient spell while touching the boar, channeling purple magic. The ritual intensifies as dark energy coils around the suspended boar. Shadowy power floods the chamber while the man spreads his arms to receive it. Somewhere else, ice begins to crack ominously. A towering, masked, godlike figure materializes amid swirling power. Watching through Selen's possessed body, the sorcerer marvels that this being is Janus. Janus silently surveys the scene. His red eye glows as he senses an intruder. Realizing he has been noticed, the sorcerer using Selen panics. Vision shifts to Henry in a dark space, observing Janus through currents of power. Henry finds himself standing before Janus within a void of swirling darkness. Shocked, Henry wonders what is happening. Janus addresses Henry harshly, demanding to know who he is. Overwhelmed by Janus's aura, Henry feels fear and physical pressure. Janus muses that a human seeking his power is interesting. He notes that Henry's body is a suitable vessel and decides to grant him the same chance he once gave Herarian. Janus smiles, preparing to bestow his power. He extends his hand toward Henry. Henry stares in alarm as Janus's hand reaches him. Henry screams in agony as the divine power floods his body. The scene cuts to Draken's laboratory, where prisoners are held in a cage above a magic circle. Two captives beg Draken to release them. Draken calmly states there is only one way to survive his experiment. He raises a hand crackling with electricity. Lightning magic shocks one prisoner as he writhes and screams. The other man cries out in horror as the lightning surges. Draken tells the second captive he can save his friend only by offering himself instead. The second man trembles in silence, torn. He tearfully apologizes, refusing to sacrifice himself. His friend's body lies scorched and unmoving on the floor. Unmoved, Draken announces that they will proceed immediately to the next experiment. The surviving captive protests, reminding Draken he was promised freedom afterward. Draken coldly replies that the previous deal is over and this is a new experiment. He unleashes a powerful freezing spell into the cage. The man is encased in ice beside the dead body of his friend. Draken laments how easily humans die and sneers at their physical and mental weakness. Suddenly Henry appears through a portal, saying a dead body is perfect for testing his new power. Draken is shocked to see his liege and asks how he arrived. Henry approaches the cage, conjuring purple energy in his hand. He casts an unknown necromantic spell upon the dead prisoner. The corpse begins to stir under the influence of the dark magic. Its eye snaps open. Draken calls out nervously as the reanimated corpse lurches in front of Henry. The resurrected man stands surrounded by purple darkness, and Draken recognizes the terrifying power. The story cuts to a bright scene of the Imperial Palace. Alfred walks toward the throne room guarded by soldiers. Meanwhile he broods that Eisen ruined both his sons and that he cannot let it pass. Alfred seethes with hatred for Eisen. The palace doors open for him. Alfred bows before the Emperor, thanking him for granting an audience. The Emperor impatiently asks why he came. Alfred begins by asking if the Emperor has heard of a new incense called Pink Swamp, produced in Shahatara. The Emperor, intrigued that it is sold by Eisen's merchant, says he would like to try it and asks what Alfred's point is. Alfred explains that people become unnaturally obsessed with this incense. He reveals that his second son was also ensnared by it and suspects something harmful is mixed into the product. The Emperor summarizes that Alfred believes his son was enchanted simply by sniffing Pink Swamp, and Alfred confirms. Alfred, thinking to himself, vows to make Eisen pay even if it tarnishes his own family's honor. The Emperor orders Alfred to bring him some of the incense, then decides he will just summon Eisen to deliver it personally. He commands a servant to call Eisen to the palace and have him bring Pink Swamp. Eisen arrives and formally salutes the Emperor. The Emperor greets him and Eisen explains he used a teleportation scroll to come quickly. The ornate incense burner containing Pink Swamp is set before the throne. The Emperor confirms this is the famed incense, and Eisen affirms its name. The Emperor suddenly questions why Eisen kept such incense from him for so long. Then he dismisses the concern, assumes Eisen had his reasons, and orders the incense to be lit. Alfred stands beside Eisen, sweating anxiously as the plan unfolds. Eisen inwardly mocks Alfred, confident because Henry anticipated Alfred's move and prepared countermeasures. Eisen personally lights the Pink Swamp before the Emperor. The burner releases pink smoke, and the Emperor comments with delight that it smells good. Soon he joyfully declares the scent very pleasant, denying that it is bewitching at all. Watching the pink fumes fill the hall, Alfred realizes with dread how the incense works. Furious that his scheme has backfired, Alfred curses Eisen. The narrative shifts to Marquis Alfred's mansion. A servant approaches Alfred's study door. Inside, Alfred slams the desk and screams in rage. He rants that Eisen ruined his sons and even tried to manipulate the Emperor, vowing vengeance as the servant nervously calls to him. Regaining composure, Alfred is told that a guest has arrived. The servant explains the visitor claims to be Marquis Eisen's vassal. Alfred shouts in shock as he strides toward the visitor. Henry appears, politely greeting Alfred and saying he is glad to finally meet him. Alfred explodes, asking how Henry dares enter his house and declaring he has chosen death. Henry calmly asks Alfred to examine the box he has brought. Alfred opens it and sees another pink swamp burner inside. Outraged, he asks if Henry is mocking him. Henry smiles and says he would never mock Alfred, claiming he brought the incense because Alfred's second son needs it. Henry explains that pink swamp is imbued with special magic and that a user's body deteriorates if they stop inhaling it. He adds that this is especially true for unique attributes like a spiritual circuit. Henry finishes by saying the decision is entirely Alfred's, while Alfred's clenched fist trembles on the desk. A merchant eagerly offers to supply the Lord with the drug pink swamp. The cloak lord starts walking away after the conversation. Another man stands silently at his desk, processing what he just heard. A mustached man clenches his teeth in furious frustration. Hearing Alfred scream, the Lord smiles darkly outside the door and calls to him. A crowned ruler declares that his true revenge for past injustices is only beginning and tells his enemies to await it. The blue-haired lord appears determined and ready for what lies ahead. A signboard hangs outside a room, indicating a specific place in the mansion. In Ten's mansion dining room, Hector eats alone at a long table. Hector hungrily tears into a large piece of red meat. He continues happily munching skewered food. The Lord asks Hector how long he plans to keep eating. Called by name, Hector turns, while the Lord thinks his plastic surgery on the Karun seems to have worked without side effects. The Lord announces they are leaving for Shahatra immediately, and Hector, still eating, wonders why so soon. The Lord reminds Hector of his promise to forge Hirarian into the Desert Sword and questions whether he will honor it. Hector is shocked to learn he must make Hirarian into the Desert Sword, having thought he only needed to teach a few skills. Hector asks to go after dinner, but the Lord firmly refuses. The Lord activates a glowing blue ring, unleashing magic. Surprised, he realizes the entity Clever has emerged from the ring. A stream of water magic shoots from the Lord's hand toward Hector. The water slams over Hector's face, leaving him stunned and flailing. As the Lord panics, Clever assures him the magic is under control. Hector, encased in water, looks bewildered as the possession continues. The water drops away, leaving Hector soaked and gasping. The Lord recognizes the strange water creature that has appeared. The water seeps over Hector's body, beginning a transformation. Hector, infused with blue energy, realizes the possession is targeting him. He finishes changing shape, now appearing as someone else but still smiling confidently. In his new form, Clever politely greets the Lord, calling him master. The Lord asks if Clever has been able to rest. Clever replies respectfully that he has. Clever explains that thanks to the Lord he evolved into his species' final form, a prime mimic. The Lord guesses that, as a prime mimic, Clever just absorbed Hector's aura. Clever details his devour ability, saying he can imitate anything he has devoured, including Hector's form by taking his aura. When asked, Clever confirms he can still transform into anything he devoured before evolving. Hearing this, the Lord grins and begins plotting how to use that ability. He opens a large blue portal while Clever stands ready beside him. The Lord states that their first destination through the portal is Shahatra. In Shahatra Palace, a servant walks down a sunlit corridor. The servant notices the sudden appearance of the glowing portal. The Lord and Clever step out of the portal, and the surprised servant recognizes the visitor. Bowing, the servant greets him as Lord Henry and asks if he has come about the recent incident. Henry repeats the mention of an incident, clearly concerned. The servant explains that the queen collapsed after visiting the temple of Janus. Shocked by the name, Henry realizes Janus is involved. The group arrives at a grand bedroom door where the unconscious queen lies inside. Beside the queen's bed, Henry asks if she has any symptoms beyond unconsciousness, and learns nothing else has worked. Henry asks permission to attempt healing her himself. Her worried companion agrees, saying he should be the one begging for help if Henry can cure her. Henry calls on his small dragon Elegon to assist in the healing. Elegon flies over the queen and releases healing energy. Blue light fills the room as the magic envelopes the queen's body. The queen lies still while the light settles over her. Her eyes suddenly flutter open. Sitting up, she confusedly asks where she is. Her companion cries her name, overjoyed that she is awake. He hugs her tightly, thanking the heavens in relief. Henry, Clever, and Elegon watch the reunion with satisfied smiles. Time passes over the palm-lined skies of Shahatra. At Shahatra Palace's drawing room door, the next meeting prepares to begin. Inside, Henry tells the queen's companion that Hector is guarding her, then asks to hear the incident details. Henry confirms that the queen collapsed suddenly at the temple of Janus. The companion solemnly affirms this. He recalls that after Selen fainted, the god Janus appeared, spoke incomprehensible words, and vanished. He admits he could not understand Janus's language at all. He explains that humans merely memorize fragments of the god's language without truly understanding it, and begs to know what Ra and Janice actually want from him. Henry thinks to himself that the man seeks knowledge of the god's language and power, and judges that solving this might be difficult but not impossible. A sudden memory strikes Henry, giving him an idea. He recalls an elderly mage chanting what he realizes was a black magic spell. Henry connects that spell to illusion magic, speculating that illusions might be a form of black magic he could use. Acting on this idea, Henry asks the Kshatrian ruler for a chance to learn Kshatra's illusion magic. He proposes that by mastering illusion magic he may help decipher the god's language. The Kshatrian ruler hesitates, wondering if he can entrust something so crucial to Henry, yet feeling inclined to trust him. Henry watches intently, waiting for the decision. The ruler agrees to arrange for High Priest Byram to teach Henry illusion magic, and Henry thanks him. Henry then warns that the events in Shahatra are only a prelude to a larger threat revealed through Albert's information. Alarmed, the ruler starts to ask what Henry means. Henry explains he believes Duke Arthurs is preparing a massive rebellion against the Empire. He continues that there is more to Arthurs' plans. Henry reveals that Arthurs has been conducting forbidden human experiments to create chimeras and would gain immense power if successful. Henry confirms this account, recalling past battles against such a creature. A flashback shows Swordmaster Ban desperately fighting a chimera and barely surviving. The narration emphasizes how dangerous a chimera battle was even for Swordmaster Ban. The Shahatran ruler asks whether this means Arthurs has already completed a chimera. Henry replies he is unsure, saying Ban reported the creature still seemed incomplete. The ruler fears that mass-produced perfected chimeras would be catastrophic. Henry states they will need a weapon of comparable strength to oppose Arthurs. Determined, Henry resolves to master illusion magic within a month to prepare for that future. The scene shifts to a grand building, the Shahatra Palace Library's exterior. Inside the library, Henry sits as High Priest Byram begins lecturing him. Byram writes on the board and concludes his long story of the Shahatra Desert. Exhausted, Henry inwardly curses the situation. As Byram starts another lengthy history lesson, Henry silently laments being trapped in hours of lectures. Henry complains internally that he asked to learn illusion magic but has received only history lessons and has no time for this. Deciding he cannot endure more, Henry abruptly stands, startling the old priest. He addresses Byram directly to interrupt him. Byram answers, slightly confused. Henry bluntly says the lessons lack the real knowledge he needs and asks him to get to the point. Byram insists that understanding the origins of a subject makes learning it easier. Henry counters that Byram should then explain how illusion magic itself was created and where it came from. Byram hesitates, unable to answer immediately. Henry suspects the priest is hiding a major secret and reasons that illusion magic must be tied to both black magic and divine power. Byram finally says Henry's questions will be answered once he actually learns the art of illusions. The priest gestures as he begins to demonstrate instead of just lecturing. A heavy red book slams onto the desk before Henry as Byram tells him to take it. Henry picks up the book, asking what it is, and Byram explains it is the Tome of Illusion Magic. Byram utters a mystical command phrase. The book rises into the air, glowing with violet power, astonishing Henry. Dark energy swirls around the tome, drawing all attention to it. The book floats between Henry and Byram, radiating magical light. Henry realizes that what he is witnessing is true illusion magic. The book opens, its pages shining as if revealing an entire universe of knowledge. Images and symbols stream from the book while Henry watches in awe. The illusions form scenes of a mysterious armored figure and complex runes. Henry asks what he is seeing, and Byram explains he visualized the book's contents with illusion magic. Byram says illusions themselves are simple, requiring only memorization of the book's contents in order. He adds that many priests failed because they could not memorize the entire text precisely. Henry looks up at the thick tome and mutters that it really is enormous. The illusory book suddenly plummets downward. The magic dissolves, returning them to the ordinary library with the real book resting on the desk. Byram warns that memorization alone is not enough to actually wield illusion magic. True understanding is also required. He claims this is why he has been teaching Henry the desert and dynasty's history, though Henry inwardly doubts the excuse. Byram cheerfully announces they will continue, as if just beginning. Henry, devastated by the prospect of more lessons, grimaces as Byram proposes starting anew. The scene shifts to Arthur's mansion under the night sky. Inside, Marquis Alfred sits alone, tormented by worry. He clutches his head, wondering desperately what he should do. Alfred laments that both his sons and even the Emperor have become addicted to pink swamp. Duke Arthur sits working at his desk, unaware of the coming confrontation. A commotion erupts outside his office door as someone forcefully demands entry. Arthur rises, puzzled by the loud disturbance. Alfred bursts in furiously, striding forward with rage. He screams Eisen's name in fury, confronting him. Arthur, startled, demands to know what Alfred thinks he is doing. Alfred shouts that he has come to challenge Arthur to a territory battle. Arthur laughs arrogantly, scoffing at the idea that Alfred could defeat him. Shocked by the reaction, Alfred stammers in disbelief. Arthur notes that nobles of their stature cannot hold a territory duel without serious stakes. Smiling, he asks Alfred what wager he is offering. Arthurs even offers Alfred a final chance to apologize and leave before committing. Alfred slams his hand on the table, refusing to back down. He declares that if he loses he will give Arthur's 3 prized lands, but if he wins he demands the head of Arthur's troublesome vassal. Inwardly, Alfred vows not to let that vassal run free and plans to unleash his full wrath through Duke Arthurs. He waits impatiently for the Duke's arrival while sipping tea, wondering why Arthurs is late. The door opens at last. Duke Arthurs enters with a pleasant smile, asking why Marquis Alfred has come personally. Alfred bows respectfully and greets him as Your Grace. After hearing Alfred's explanation, Arthurs acknowledges the situation. Arthurs concludes that with the Emperor already hooked on Pink Swamp, there is no longer any need to delay their plans. He tells Alfred that the time has finally come, confirming their scheme is moving forward. Marquis Alfred reacts in shocked silence. The blonde schemer proposes to Marquis Alfred that they launch their secret plan starting with a territorial battle. The scene shifts to Eisen's mansion. A door inside the mansion opens. A blue-haired man formally greets his lord as he enters. The armored lord happily calls out to Henry. The lord dismisses formalities and invites Henry to sit. The narration briefly returns to the mansion exterior. Seated together, Henry asks why he was summoned so suddenly, and if something happened. The lord apologizes for disturbing Henry's rest, and begins to explain. He reveals that Marquis Alfred challenged him to a battle and that he accepted. Henry internally gloats that everything is going according to his own plan. The lord clarifies he only accepted because Alfred offered an enticing deal. Henry asks exactly what Alfred put on the table. The lord teases Henry not to be shocked by the answer. He explains Alfred promised him the valuable 3 golden lands among Alfred's estates. Henry is stunned that Alfred would wager those crucial lands. Henry reasons that since Alfred's wealth comes from those lands, either he is confident of victory or demanded something equally valuable in return. The lord adds that, on his own side of the wager, he offered something as well. He cheerfully reveals that he staked Henry's life. Henry is left speechless and confused. The lord laughs, asking why Henry is not pleased that his life was valued equal to the 3 golden lands. Henry, deadpan, decides internally that he wants to kill this lord as soon as possible. The scene shifts to Salgera's snow tower amid swirling snow. A small blue dragon, Elegon, sits gloomily, clearly anxious. Henry, in the tower, holds a flask of ominous black essence, wary of its smell. A flashback shows Henry discovering something related to Elegon. He narrates that in Aubert's hut he found a rare item called the evolution egg. He learned how to use the egg by alchemical means. The egg is shown activating in a swirl of blazing energy. Henry obtained knowledge about this process from the elixir. He explains that by grinding the egg, extracting the essence, and mixing it with strong mana, one can drink it to gain the power of evolution. Preparing the potion, Henry steels himself, thinking that strong medicine is usually bitter. Elegon approaches Henry and the potion curiously. The dragon and Henry face each other, both puzzled about what will happen. Elegon realizes something alarming and starts to panic. Henry grabs Elegon, declaring that the concoction is meant for both of them. He forces the foul black liquid down Elegon's throat, apologizing and asking it to endure. Elegon convulses and foams while Henry anxiously calls its name. The dragon's body suddenly shines with intense blue light as Henry watches. Henry notes that Elegon has begun to glow. He thinks that Elegon must advance one more step in evolution, toward becoming the Spirit King. Henry fixates on the goal that Elegon must become the Spirit King. He visualizes Elegon as a jackpot prize, emphasizing how crucial this evolution is. Back in the lab, Henry looks at a glowing egg in confusion. He realizes Elegon has reverted into an egg again. The story cuts to the ominous retrogression tower. Inside Draken's laboratory, human victims are cocooned and suspended as test subjects. Nearby cages hold a grotesque octopus-like chimera. Draken comments that all his specimens are prepared. He says that the remaining requirement is for the Duke to unleash his power. Someone calls Draken's name, drawing his attention. The blonde Duke and Walred emerge through dark magic into the lab. Draken respectfully greets the Duke upon his arrival. The Duke introduces Walred as Marquis Alfred's first son. Walred formally gives his name, Walred Etherweather. The Duke praises Draken's renown in human transmutation. Walred nervously admits he desires to become stronger. He confesses that he wants strength so he can crush a certain man with his own hands. Draken assures Walred that he has come to the right place, and that he will help him. Walred smiles faintly in tense anticipation. Draken invites Walred to follow him deeper into the lab. Walred enthusiastically agrees as the Duke watches with a faint smile. After they leave, the Duke stands alone before the gruesome cocoons. He silently prepares to act, his fingers twitching. The Duke mutters an incantation in an unknown language. Dark purple power flows from him into the cocoons, making them writhe. The captives and chimeras scream as the magic violently transforms them. The Duke commands the emerging creatures to become his loyal slaves. A sudden scream from the lab catches the Duke's attention. Walred clutches his chest, already feeling side effects. The Duke calls out to Walred as the young man collapses. Walred, trembling and crying, reaches toward the Duke for help. He crawls toward the Duke, terrified by his changing body. Pleading through tears, Walred begs the Duke to save him from the strange transformation. The Duke coldly asks if Walred intends to disappoint his father. Walred cries in helpless fear at that question. Behind him, Draken clamps a hand over his mouth to silence him. Walred shakes and weeps as Draken restrains him. Draken drags the struggling Walred forward. Walred's muffled cries echo as he is taken toward the cocoons. The Duke smiles malevolently at the suffering he has orchestrated. The scene moves to Ten's mansion. At Ten's home, Henry blurts out that he is actually the secret disciple of the late great wizard Henry Morris, deciding it is time to reveal this. Ten drinks calmly, processing this unexpected revelation. Henry hands Ten documents and says architects and workers from Mushu will arrive to repair city walls, asking Ten to manage them. Henry explains that the letter contains requests and reports from allied free cities, urging Ten to act quickly to limit war damage. Henry adds that he has summoned both mayors to Ten's mansion and then departs through a teleport gate, wishing Ten luck. Left alone, Ten is bewildered by Henry's mention of war and wonders what is going on. In Ten's sitting room, Ten meets with two other city leaders to discuss matters. One mayor reacts with shock at learning Henry's true identity. The leaders admit they always knew Henry was unusual but are still surprised to learn he was the great wizard's disciple. The burly leader suggests Henry's efforts to fortify their cities are to protect citizens from the coming war. Ten confirms this, adding that Henry's letter says the preparations also account for unpredictable threats like the Chimera. Ten remembers another instruction Henry gave them. He places two special call cards on the table, explaining that tearing one in an emergency will summon Henry immediately. The narrative returns to Salgera Snow Tower, where Henry studies illusion magic, grumbling about the complexity of the books. He reviews the notice that the territorial battle will begin in 2 days at Tehran, the border between Alfred and Eisen territories. Henry deduces that Alfred plans to drag out the battle at Tehran to prevent reinforcements from aiding the Imperial Palace during an attack. He concludes that once Tehran is stalled, Arthurs will move to seize the palace. Henry closes his book with a relieved breath after finishing his preparations. He reflects that with walls being repaired, teleport gates arranged, and call cards distributed, his remaining concern is Elegon. Henry looks at the egg, thinking that Elegon is his last unsolved problem. He decides to search the library for more information on spirits. As he turns away, he accidentally knocks the glowing egg. The egg tumbles off the table and begins to vibrate. Henry watches in alarm as radiant energy bursts out from the falling egg. A massive explosion of light erupts from the tower, visible from outside. The scene shifts to Tehran where soldiers stand in formation for the upcoming battle. Narration describes Tehran plain as an open battlefield with nowhere to hide. Eisen and Henry ride at the head of their forces, noting that 100 soldiers from each side will fight here. Henry silently observes the battlefield. Nervous soldiers on Eisen's side sweat in fear. Henry focuses his gaze and internally urges his men to survive. He promises that if they endure to the end, he will create a better world and life for them. On Alfred's side, Alfred and Walred lead their own troops. Walred smirks confidently, ready to prove himself. Eisen rallies his troops and orders an all-out charge. Alfred is startled as Eisen's army surges forward. While riding, Alfred spots a glowing egg on the ground and recognizes it as a spirit egg, puzzled by its presence. Eisen shouts at Alfred for losing focus and attacks him head-on. Alfred is forced to defend himself as Eisen's powerful strike crashes into him. A blow lands near the egg, cracking it and releasing energy. The light from the egg engulfs Alfred, shocking him. Alfred is overwhelmed by the unexpected phenomenon. A violent blast consumes Alfred's location, while Henry watches from a distance. Smiling darkly, Henry notes that Elegon has awakened. He explains that when he dropped the egg earlier, he discovered a new evolutionary trait of Elegon. The trait causes the egg to halt its evolution and trigger a destructive explosion when hit from outside. That explosion releases Elegon in a massive dragon form that annihilates nearby enemies. Alfred's soldiers panic at the sight of the dragon and try to flee. Elegon charges a concentrated orb of energy in its mouth. The energy swells, preparing for a devastating blast. Elegon unleashes a colossal beam of power. The beam melts and destroys parts of the battlefield, shocking observers. Soldiers scream about acid breath and scramble to find cover. Amid the chaos, someone yells for the troops not to panic and to take their positions. Henry notices another surge of power and turns toward it. A gigantic lightning lion spirit rushes forward with a ferocious roar. The lightning lion slams into Elegon, engaging it in a fierce clash. A foot steps forward on the battlefield, signaling a new combatant's resolve. Walred appears, revealed as the summoner of the lightning lion, leaving Henry surprised he can still summon. Henry acknowledges Walred's unexpected summoning ability even as Elegon growls. Walred cries out to his lion spirit Cillian as it battles Elegon. Walred then finds himself face to face with the looming dragon, paralyzed with fear. Elegon gathers another ball of destructive energy in front of Walred. Walred, trembling and desperate, realizes he is in grave danger. He shuts his eyes, steeling himself for what he must do next. He steps forward again, committing to action despite his fear. Walred is shown preparing another summoning, as Henry again wonders how Walred can still call forth spirits. A massive blue dragon looms as the narration hints that something contrary is about to happen. The man shouts Cillian's name as his electric lion charges the dragon and collides with it. The man freezes in terror as the towering dragon rises right beside him. The dragon gathers a bright mass of energy in its jaws, preparing a breath attack. Kneeling by his fallen lion, the man trembles in shocked silence. He closes his eyes and steels himself for what he must do next. A colossal torrent of energy blasts across the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. The destructive blast continues, hurling debris through the air. In the aftermath, ominous purple slime begins to pool and move across the shattered ground. Watching from horseback, the dark-haired mage calmly concludes that the lion's owner was no match. The dragon roars and unleashes its fully charged energy breath. Soldiers realize the attack is coming and sprint away in panic. The fleeing soldiers scream as the oncoming blast overtakes them. The mage smirks and encourages his dragon Elegon to rampage freely. Elegon bellows triumphantly after devastating the area. A dark projectile suddenly streaks upward toward another dragon. The red dragon is struck and cries out in surprise and pain. The mage is stunned as something unexpected interrupts the battle. A monstrous tentacled entity, wreathed in red light, seizes and crushes the blue dragon. A writhing tentacle surfaces, prompting the mage to recognize something alarming. The gigantic tentacled creature rises in full, and observers exclaim that it is a chimera. The mage rushes to his fallen dragon, calling out to Elegon in distress. Light engulfs Elegon's body as a transformation begins under the mage's hand. Elegon reappears as a small, battered dragonling cradled in the mage's arms. The mage gently praises the tiny Elegon for fighting well and tells it to rest. Hearing survivors nearby, the mage turns toward the rubble where soldiers are hiding. A nearby wagon explodes, showering the cowering soldiers with debris. Shaken soldiers yell in confusion about the new monster, while another snaps at them to be quiet. The towering chimera looms over a screaming soldier, completely dwarfing him. One soldier, on the verge of panic, cries out in terror. The chimera's tentacle snatches and flings a soldier helplessly through the air. Another soldier, realizing he is about to die, screams in horror. The chimera's massive head rises, revealing a human upper body fused at its crown. That human-topped chimera opens a huge fanged maw and roars menacingly. The monster's violent movement sends blood and debris spraying everywhere. Elsewhere on the field, the mage kneels and grabs a fallen tentacle, preparing to fight seriously. He mutters to himself with resolve, fully committing to the coming battle. Drawing his glowing sword, he commands it forth as he shifts into combat mode. He then activates his armor, covering himself in radiant magical plate. Facing the chimera and its human host, the mage curses Alfred by name. The mage condemns Alfred for forcing his own son to undergo a chimera transformation. Determined, he promises to grant the twisted son a quick death. He raises his sword high as lightning begins to gather around him. The clear sky above brightens, heralding the coming storm of magic. Dark storm clouds rapidly form, crackling with growing power. A colossal bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky. The lightning pours into the mage's sword as he channels its power. Wreathed in lightning, he swings the empowered blade in a wide arc. With deadly focus, he invokes a skill called Blink to dart forward. His body becomes a streak of lightning as he hurtles toward the enemy. He reappears beside the chimera's tentacles, electricity trailing behind him. The chimera's human host notices the sudden assault and cries out. The mage's eyes burn as he invokes his ultimate technique, Roar of the Thunder God. He cleaves into the chimera with a massive lightning-charged slash. The impact hurls the enormous body aside and carves a crater into the ground. The mage lands firmly, bracing himself for what comes next. He then leaps high to strike at the chimera from above. While descending, he declares that this will be the chimera's end. He drives his sword down in a vertical, light-filled finishing blow. His expression tightens as he feels the decisive strike connect. Lightning pillars erupt around him, obliterating the area beneath. The chimera's human core lies wrecked, barely clinging to life. The chimera's octopus body twitches in a smoking crater, all but defeated. Standing over it, the mage remarks how effortlessly the creature fell. He looks up, sensing that the battle is not fully over yet. A glowing paw steps forward, signaling another spirit's arrival. Cillian's electric lion spirit manifests beside its unconscious summoner. The man awakens to see his lion spirit watching over him. The lion nuzzles him gently, reassuring its wounded partner. From a distance, the mage hears the man weakly call Cillian's name. The mage assumes the man has regained clarity only because he is close to death. A remaining tentacle secretly rises behind the lion's head. The chimera's last attack impales the lion's spirit, making it roar in agony. The mage is outraged that Alfred sacrificed his son's spirit companion. He counters by slashing the offending tentacle apart in a burst of dark energy. Disgusted, he notes that Alfred devoured even a comrade that deeply cared for him. He tells Alfred that, despite his human appearance, he is nothing more than a monster. Power flares around the mage as he prepares an overwhelming new spell. He activates an advanced technique called Wizard's Domain. Alfred's confused son looks around, sensing something is wrong. The mage clasps his hands, beginning intricate spellcasting. He stands calmly within a circle of enormous magic arrays forming behind him. Multiple glowing circles fill the sky as he and the chimera face off below. The narration explains that Wizard's Domain has been deployed. Within that domain, he prepares to rain spells until his mana is exhausted. The text clarifies that this relentless magical bombardment is a tactic unique to Henry Morris. With red eyes and a chilling grin, Henry wonders how Alfred can possibly survive. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, establishing a new location. 3 of the current 10 swords arrive at the palace, identified by name and rank. Inside, the Emperor laughs as maids serve him, unaware of the oncoming coup. A maid releases purple gas that drifts across the throne room. The 10 swords look down coldly, ready to carry out their plan. Choking on the gas, the Emperor angrily demands an explanation. Crowell Shima announces he is there to swear allegiance to the Emperor and Empire. The Emperor, confused, presses Crowell to explain himself. Crowell suddenly orders his men to slaughter everyone and capture Silver Jackson alive. He then proclaims Arthur's Etherweather as the new Emperor. In the ensuing chaos, the Emperor's throne is violently smashed aside. Back at the battlefield, the empowered Chimera towers again, surrounded by floating circles. Henry smiles confidently, unfazed by the monster's resurgence. A lone tentacle lashes out toward him as the magic circles hover above. Henry keeps smiling, clearly certain of victory. Alfred braces inside the Chimera while the sky fills with Henry's magic circles. Henry triggers a spell called Stone Edge, raising a massive rock wall. The stone spikes slam into the Chimera, causing explosive damage. Dust and rubble swirl as Henry's silhouette appears through the destruction. Alfred cackles, thinking Henry is still trapped within the storm of magic. Yet a distant figure continues to stride calmly through the haze. Henry appears before Alfred and coolly tells him to look behind. Henry declares that Alfred's defeat is already sealed. Alfred and his Chimera look up to see more deadly circles gathering overhead. Alfred laughs nervously while Henry dares him to survive what comes next. A vortex of magical energy descends, enclosing Alfred and the Chimera. A brilliant sigil forms as the final spell is fully activated. A titanic lightning strike crashes down from the sigil onto Alfred. The impact obliterates the center of the battlefield as Alfred screams. The Chimera lies charred and motionless, electric arcs still crawling over it. One last tentacle twitches weakly, refusing to die. Watching it move, Henry remarks on how stubborn the Chimera is. He raises his hand again, preparing another decisive action. More glowing circles gather overhead, ready to end it for good. Henry plants his feet, bracing to withstand the coming backlash. He coldly dismisses Alfred as nothing more than an insect. Henry then draws the short blade cold sword and points it at the fallen Alfred. Deep in a ravine, the last tentacle quivers and lets out a dying groan. Henry darts forward with cold sword, beginning the final decapitating strike. The blade pierces the remaining tentacle, pinning it lifeless to the ground. Henry wipes his bloody sword and confirms that a Chimera only truly dies when beheaded. Standing amid the ruined battlefield, Henry surveys the aftermath. The devastated terrain shows the scale of his spell's destruction. Pools of melted purple Chimera flesh ooze across the cracked earth. Looking toward the distant palace conspirators, Henry notes that only they remain. He wonders aloud if those traitors have already been killed. An older knightly ally, battered but alive, staggers toward him. The veteran warrior lifts his gaze, mustering his remaining strength. He straightens his cloak, preparing to rejoin the fight. An allied spirit hawk slashes past and wounds Eisen, the dark sorcerer. Alfred stands over the kneeling Eisen, enraged that a spirit was used against him. Eisen screams that everyone else is dead and insists this duel will decide everything. Alfred answers fiercely, vowing to settle matters with Eisen once and for all. Gripping his weapon tighter, Alfred readies himself for their final clash. The two old foes face each other tensely, each battered but unyielding. Alfred roars that he will send Eisen to hell to join his Chimera-twisted son. Both men launch themselves forward to strike. They meet mid-charge, weapons poised for a lethal exchange. A bright line of energy slices between them as their blades collide. The swords clash with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the ground. Henry suddenly appears between them, intercepting Alfred's strike with his own blade. Alfred's ally shouts Henry's name in relief, while Eisen curses Henry in fury. Seizing the opening, Henry drives his sword through Eisen in a decisive, killing thrust. A young knight named Henry looks down at a fallen foe who reaches weakly toward him. An older commander praises Henry enthusiastically for his performance. Henry turns calmly, his expression unreadable as he prepares to move. Henry suddenly rushes toward the older commander with lethal intent. The commander realizes in shock that Henry is attacking him. Someone nearby stammers Henry's name in disbelief. Grabbing Henry's face, the older man desperately asks why Henry would betray him. Henry cuts the man down with a single brutal strike. Bloodstained Henry stands over the battlefield, sword in hand, looking satisfied. Henry coldly thanks Eisen for past help and calls killing him quickly an act of mercy. The scene shifts to the Grand Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, someone walks to a pool of spilled blood. A masked, cruel king lounges on his throne as Henry approaches. The king admires the sight of blood around his throne as if it were beautiful. He orders a subordinate to fetch more of the intoxicating incense he enjoys. A grim knight snaps at the king, telling Silver Jackson to be quiet. The king explodes in anger at being spoken to so rudely. The knight answers by viciously punching the king in the face. The beaten king crumples at the base of the throne while the knight stands over him. The knight informs Silver Jackson that everyone else in the imperial palace is dead. Turning away from the king, the knight ends the interrogation with a curt command. Another knight reminds him that their lord wanted the king kept alive. The blonde knight orders his men to drag Silver Jackson away. Guards seize the king by the arms and begin hauling him from the throne. Suddenly an explosion of dust and debris interrupts the procession. The blonde knight draws his sword and demands to know who has intruded. Through the settling smoke, silhouettes of several armed figures become visible. A young man steps forward and asks if these knights are the so-called new 10 swords. Outraged, he declares they have no right to that name, and that he brought the original 10 swords. The blonde knight and his companion recognize the intruder with alarm. A fiery warrior, Behold Jirakan, reveals himself as first sword and lord knight of the original 10 swords. Behold charges with a blazing sword toward the blonde knight. Roaring, Behold raises his flaming blade for a powerful downward strike. The blonde knight panics and begs him to wait. Behold's fiery slash smashes the blonde knight to the ground. Smoke and debris swirl as another enemy collapses nearby. Elsewhere, a different original 10 sword drives a weapon into an opponent's body. The victim coughs blood as the blow lands. The attacker introduces himself as McDowell Kyrgyz, third sword of the original 10 swords, and taunts his foe for thinking he could win. McDowell calmly tells the sweating knight that he never stood a chance. McDowell then launches into an acrobatic slash that cuts down surrounding soldiers. He narrows his eyes, assessing the battlefield with cold focus. He continues his spinning assault, striking multiple enemies with blue energy. McDowell ends his attack standing over fallen foes while shaken knights hesitate to approach. One surviving enemy drops to a knee, barely able to stay upright. Looking down on him, McDowell notes with mild surprise that the man is still alive. Terrified, the knight begs McDowell not to kill him. McDowell responds by unleashing a towering wave of blue magical energy. The blast surges across the hall, obliterating everything in its path. The energy coalesces into a glowing portal that leaves McDowell stunned. Behold and the young man stare at the phenomenon, wondering what is happening. A calm voice says he has arrived just in time as a boot steps through the portal. Henry emerges from the light, cloaked in fur, radiating power. The young blonde knight happily greets Henry as Behold and McDowell smile. McDowell remarks that, despite the stories from Ban, he never expected Henry to be so young, and Behold agrees. Watching them, Henry thinks that Behold and McDowell are exactly the same as he remembers. Henry bows slightly and thanks them for accepting his request for help. He also thanks his blonde companion for bringing the original 10 swords to him. Henry suggests they finish their unfinished business before discussing details. Meanwhile, the battered king groans, struggling on the floor. He tries to crawl away, but something looms over him. Looking up, the king is startled to find Henry standing before him. Henry gazes down on the cowering monarch with a hard expression. He crouches before the king, ready to deal with him personally. The king weakly grasps Henry's hand. Henry clasps his hand, and the king tremulously whispers Silver's name. The king recalls how promising Silver once was in his youth and laments what he became. Henry answers that he also bears blame for failing to guide his friend's son to a better path. Concluding that responsibility, he resolves to end this matter himself. Henry rises over the trembling king, decision made. He begins to speak the words that will seal the king's fate. Drawing his glowing cold sword, Henry commands it to be unsheathed. The blade comes to rest at the terrified king's face. The king clutches Henry's cloak and frantically begs for a reprieve. Sweat runs down the king's face as fear overwhelms him. Henry swings his sword in a red arc, cutting the king down. He stands over the body, face splattered, but expression resolute. The king's hand twitches near Henry's boot before falling limp. Behold, McDowell, and the blonde knight silently witness what Henry has done. Henry quietly apologizes in his heart to his old friend for killing his son. Later, an elderly mage rushes in calling out to Behold and McDowell. Identified as Lord Gillian, current magic tower master, he demands to know how this devastation happened. Behold greets Lore casually, as if seeing an old acquaintance. Lore, surrounded by Henry and the 10 swords, demands an explanation for the events at the palace. The scene shifts to the imposing Imperial Magic Tower at sunset. Inside its ritual hall, Henry stands with Behold, McDowell, Lore, and the other senior mages. McDowell angrily asks Lore why he stayed in the Magic Tower while the palace was under attack. Henry interjects that Lore may have had his reasons. Smiling darkly, Henry suggests that Arthurs might have ordered the Magic Tower to remain neutral in the war. Lore is shocked that Henry somehow knows about that secret agreement. The other 10 swords glare at Lore, clearly displeased. Henry courteously introduces himself as Henry Morris, disciple of the late 8th Circle Great Wizard Henry Morris. Lore replies that he never heard of such a disciple and questions Henry's claim. Henry answers that there is a way to prove his identity. Behold and McDowell watch thoughtfully as Henry prepares his demonstration. Henry notes that Lore and the other academic leaders are all 6th Circle mages and that none have reached his teacher's 7th Circle, then asks what if he does. He promises to prove his claim by becoming a 7th Circle wizard using the power his teacher left him. The elders stare at him in uneasy silence as he prepares. Lore exhales, waiting to see whether Henry's boast is real. Moments later, the assembled mages laugh in disbelief, thinking Henry's promise is a joke. Lore chides Henry good-naturedly that such boasting is inappropriate before elders. In response, Henry takes a decisive step toward the ritual circle. He looks silently at Lore, his serious gaze wiping away any sense of jest. Henry politely asks Lore to step back a few paces. When Lore hesitates, Henry firmly repeats the request, making his authority clear. Embarrassed, Lore clears his throat and complies while Behold watches. Henry moves to the center of the hall as the other archmages stand at the perimeter observing. Two of the elders exchange worried looks, already sensing something extraordinary. Henry stamps down, triggering the activation of a hidden magic device. A crystalline staff embedded in the circle flares to life with blue light. The staff rises into the air, swirling with powerful mana as Henry calmly faces it. The stunned archmages exclaim that they had searched in vain for Lord Henry's legacy and cannot fathom how this artifact appeared. Henry tells them to watch closely. He explains that the staff, called Wisdom, is the only artifact capable of storing mana and that he filled it with all the mana he generated in his previous life. Henry reaches out and begins drawing glowing mana fragments from the artifact into himself. His hand grips the staff as spectral vines and energy wind around his arm. The staff transforms into a grand, living-looking instrument as Henry channels immense power through it. Henry thinks that if he absorbs all the mana stored here, he will reach the next circle. Surrounded by a storm of green light, Henry floats as the mana floods into him. The energy pours directly into his forehead while he remains composed. His eyes snap open, now glowing green, as he declares the process complete. Outside, the entire magic tower shines with green magical rings, announcing the feat. Inside, Henry kneels with the staff amid awestruck archmages encircling him. He realizes with satisfaction that he has finally become a 7th circle wizard. Lore trembles behind him, overwhelmed by what he has witnessed. Horrified and amazed, Lore can only stammer as he stares at Henry. He then collapses to his knees, apologizing profusely to the great wizard he doubted. Other elders kneel as well, admitting their earlier behavior toward Henry was far beyond thoughtless. Henry addresses Lord Galleon, who now answers deferentially as Lord Henry. Henry proclaims that he will inherit his teacher's will and serve as the new leader of the Magic Tower, which Lore accepts. As his first order as Magic Tower Master, Henry announces that the palace's Magic Tower will be abandoned. He further orders that everyone immediately relocate to a new Magic Tower he has constructed. The elders shout in shock at this drastic demand. Henry insists there is no time, explaining that he intends to erase all traces of the Empire. He specifies that in 2 hours he will unleash an attack that will obliterate the entire Imperial Palace. Henry warns them to prepare quickly, as anyone left inside the palace will be reduced to ash with it. The scene cuts to Arthur's mansion, where his council gathers at night. Inside the meeting room, Arthur sits brooding at the head of the table, while advisors wait nervously. Arthur's eyes glowing red, listens in silence with hands clasped before his mouth. He addresses his knight Kington Porum, who answers respectfully. Arthur's demands to know why there have been no reports from the 10 swords who attacked the palace, and Kington stammers that a scout was sent. That scout, Bellion, rushes down the corridor toward the chamber, shaken. Bursting in, Bellion calls out to Kington in alarm. Kington asks Bellion for the current situation at the palace. Bellion reports in terror that the Imperial Palace has completely vanished. Kington shouts in disbelief, refusing to accept Bellion's words. Arthur raises his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. His gesture stops Kington mid-outburst, and all eyes turn to him. Arthur declares that he will go see the destroyed palace with his own eyes. He then orders everyone present to ready their teleportation scrolls, preparing to move out immediately. The cloaked commander tensely grips a document during a council meeting. He abruptly tears the document apart. The shredded paper triggers a bright teleportation magic that engulfs the council. The commander and another man are left alone in the now empty meeting room. The nobles, including Arthur's, materialize amidst the ruins of a devastated palace. The nobles stare in disbelief, exclaiming that what they are seeing is impossible. They observe that the royal palace has been completely destroyed. Several nobles react in horror at the scale of the destruction. One noble says he still cannot believe it even while seeing it with his own eyes. Another suddenly notices something unusual nearby and calls attention to it. A terrified noble points, shouting that there is something over there. The nobles look toward the damaged palace tower as something stirs. From a vantage point, a crowned figure with long hair watches the nobles below. Arthur recognizes the figure as related to Silver Jackson and is shocked. The ominous crowned figure looms over the ruined palace as darkness gathers. Time shifts to Highlander Square, a peaceful new capital under clear skies. Messengers hurry through the square to spread urgent news. A proclamation is posted announcing that a new empire has been founded. Townsfolk discuss that the new empire is named Ania and wonder when the name changed. One man explains that Emperor Silver Jackson died recently and the capital's royal palace was annihilated overnight. Another adds that Duke Arthur's wiped out the remnants of the old empire and declared Highlander the new capital, becoming emperor. A villager admits he never heard any of this because he is too busy with his own life. His friend shrugs, saying a change of emperor or empire name does not really matter to them. People continue walking away from the notice board. One man says he already has his hands full with daily work and will just move on. The scene shifts to the Grand Highlander Royal Palace. Inside, Arthur sits on the throne while nobles bow and pledge allegiance. The commander informs Arthur that the old royal palace has vanished. Arthur adds that the wizards of the Magic Tower disappeared along with it. Arthur angrily denounces the wizards for fleeing after breaking their vow of neutrality. A high priest states that those wizards were devoted followers of Henry Morris. Arthur reasons that the only motive for the wizards' betrayal, despite shunning power, must be something specific. He concludes with a sinister smile that their actions are driven by Henry Morris's revenge. The gathered officers look uneasy as Arthur clenches his fist. Arthur glances back at them, asserting his authority. He declares this will be their first order from the new emperor. Arthur orders them to spread word across the continent that those who submit will receive mercy while war awaits those who refuse. The nobles cry out in shock, trying to protest. Arthur further commands that every wizard on the continent must be exterminated. He specifies that surrendering enemies should be spared but resistors are to be killed as painfully as possible, and his subordinates accept the order. The story shifts to Shahatra Palace's rear exercise grounds in a desert kingdom. A sparrow with glowing eyes swoops in, agitatedly chirping. A young, tan swordsman talks with the bird, exhausted, and asks if his footwork was too slow. Observing from a distance, Henry watches the swordsman cheerfully promise the sparrow he will try harder. Henry notes that the sword training seems to be progressing well. The swordsman greets Henry warmly as he arrives and calls him Lord Henry. Henry says he brings news that might please the swordsman king. The king, with the sparrow perched on his shoulder, curiously asks about this pleasing news. Henry, beaming, announces that the empire has collapsed. He adds that the emperor is dead as well, shocking the king. Henry continues that Eisen and Alfred are also dead. Arthur has created a new empire, and will soon demand Shahatra and the allied nations submit or face war. In a chibi gag, Henry watches as the overwhelmed king and sparrow roll around in disbelief. He remarks he knew the king would be happy. Regaining composure, the king anxiously asks what they should do about this situation. Henry reminds him not to worry because they formed an alliance together. The king protests that the two of them alone cannot possibly fight the entire imperial army. Henry raises a finger to correct him. He explains that they are not alone, addressing the king respectfully. Henry snaps his fingers to activate a spell. Portals of light open beside them as allies are summoned, astonishing the king and sparrow. Figures begin stepping out of the glowing portals. The king gasps as he recognizes the arriving people. Several powerful leaders and warriors appear, forming Henry's assembled alliance. The narrative introduces Ju Sagang, leader of the Chowan tribe from the warrior nation Duquesne. It then introduces Hela, the Blood Iron Empress of Amaris, the matriarchal country. Next is Hong Wul, Princess of Sari, a minority people renowned for their talents. Finally, Dole is introduced as the head of Jebang, the land of Eastern people. Henry explains he anticipated this crisis and had already persuaded the rulers of their 5 allied nations to join them. He says convincing them was easy because he is now a 7th-circled great wizard and the new magic tower master. He adds that Arthur's creation of forbidden chimeras and preparations for war made it impossible for them to ignore the threat. The king, stunned, asks what this all means as Henry prepares to clarify. Henry states that he plans to unite the 5 allied nations into a single country, astonishing the king. Henry clenches his fist and declares that with such unity, they intend to win the coming war against the empire. The king silently weighs Henry's proposal. Henry looks at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. The king is struck by Henry's radiance and determination. Awed, he thinks to himself how. He marvels internally at how a person can shine so brightly in that moment. Henry begins to ask what the king would like to do. The king eagerly interrupts, shouting that he would love to join. Later, Henry decides he must now focus on mastering his swordsmanship more than anything. Suddenly a glowing notification or spell appears before him, drawing his attention. Henry reacts with surprise to the unexpected sign. He realizes the glowing flame is the call card he had given Iselin being activated. Concerned, Henry wonders if something is happening at Fort Caliburn. The scene cuts to Fort Caliburn, a fortified stronghold. Inside, the commander there listens as Henry explains everything that has transpired. The commander remarks that life still holds surprises and expresses disbelief that Henry was disciple to the great wizard Henry Morris. He apologizes, saying isolation in the fortress kept him from knowing about the war with Arthur's and that he would have helped if he had known sooner. Henry assures him there is no need to apologize since the commander's defense of the fortress lets Henry fight freely. The commander appreciates Henry's words and suggests they get to the point quickly. He tells Henry to follow him quietly. They descend into an underground area lit only by a lantern. The spiral stairs lead deeper into the dark beneath the fortress. The commander leads Henry downward, looking grim. Their footsteps echo as they reach the bottom. Through iron bars, they peer at a container of ominous black and purple liquid. Henry stares in shock, recognizing what he sees. He identifies the substance as black amniotic fluid. The commander notes that Henry's recognition shows his master taught him about it, and says its current black, sticky state implies something specific. Henry asks if this means the Demon King is about to be resurrected. The commander explains that even when a Demon King is slain, another is born after some years and emerges through the gaps of hell. He says Fort Caliburn's elite forces exist to monitor that phenomenon and prevent the Demon King's return. He adds that monsters have recently grown stronger and rare evolved species are leaving their territories more often. Henry infers that Iselin had been independently searching for signs of the Demon King's return. Distressed, Henry laments the terrible timing for the Demon King to awaken. The commander calls Henry's name to steady him. He admits he could never stop a new Demon King alone and asks Henry to end the war with Arthur's quickly and then return to help prepare for the new threat. Henry silently considers the heavy responsibility. He agrees, promising to resolve matters with Arthur's within 3 months and then come back. The story returns to the Ania Empire's Highlander Imperial Palace, where Arthur sits on his throne. A messenger reports that all envoys sent to the allied countries have gone out of contact. Arthurs is stunned that every envoy has been lost and confirms they cannot reach any of the 5 allied nations. Smirking, Arthur says the allies must be insane, but he is grateful because they have given him a pretext for war. Another attendant announces that a Sori minister named Wusa has come seeking an audience. Wusa and his escort's feet are shown as they enter the hall. Dole, now revealed as Wusa, thinks that opposing Arthurs, who controls over half the continent, is suicidal. He inwardly declares he does not care what becomes of Sori as long as he survives. The palace doors swing open to admit him. Wusa bows and introduces himself to Arthurs as a representative from Sori. Arthurs notes that his ambassador to Sori has not yet returned and asks why Sori's minister came instead. Wusa clarifies that he is acting on his own and confirms that Princess Hongwul is unaware of his visit. Arthurs tells him to go ahead and present his own case. Wusa begins explaining that some time ago, he states that a wizard appeared in Sori. Arthurs first wonders if it was Lord Gillian, then hears from Wusa that the visitor had the same name as the late great wizard Henry Morris, and also claimed to be his disciple. Arthurs reacts with a stunned what at this revelation. Henry, elsewhere, reflects that strange events always occurred wherever he was involved. Arthurs cannot believe that man turned out to be Henry Morris's disciple and listens as Wusa adds more. Wusa explains that the wizard gathered all Magic Tower wizards and united the 5 allied nations into one country. Arthur's lips curl as he prepares his response. He bursts into manic laughter upon hearing how far Henry has gone. Then Arthurs coldly orders his men to kill the minister. Wusa panics and demands to know what Arthurs means. Arthurs calmly says that since all his ambassadors have vanished, it would be unfair to let Wusa return alive. Wusa trembles as Arthurs implies he must die for balance. Guard sees Wusa while he desperately shouts that he came to offer himself as Arthurs' informer. Arthurs rejects the idea, saying Hararian could read Wusa's mind and therefore it would be unwise to keep him alive. He orders the guards to take Wusa away as the old man screams in terror. As he is dragged off, Wusa's cane falls and glints on the palace floor. Arthurs muses that what he thought was a simple revenge story is becoming far more interesting. The narrative shifts to the remote Snow Tower, refuge of the Magic Tower wizards. Inside, Henry convenes a war council with his allied rulers around a round table. Hongwul quietly tells the elders she is worried because Wusa has been missing and he replies they still cannot find him. Henry opens the meeting by skipping formalities due to the crisis and notes that Arthurs commands 10 full armies. Hela states that this means the Imperial army numbers around 100,000 soldiers. Their other allies, including the Shahatra king, Ju Sagang, and Dole, listen grimly. Henry explains that a direct, head-on clash would favor the numerically superior Imperial army. He conjures glowing magic and says he will display a map of the land to outline their strategy. The Shahatra king watches Henry's spell with wide-eyed astonishment. The 2 warriors stare ahead in shock as something unexpected appears. The mage activates powerful illusion magic, forming glowing sigils around him. Within the illusion, icy mountains and swirling lights form as the mage calmly observes. The illusion shows that the city of Shahatra lies in narrow mountain passes, making large-scale attacks difficult. It then highlights Jebang, a central plains city that any Ania forces must cross to reach allied nations. The mage explains that Jebang is currently exposed and will likely suffer the first Imperial assault. He predicts the Imperial army will try to crush their forces through close-quarters combat. Jebang's leader Dole confirms the city will be surrounded and anxiously asks what solution exists. The mage answers that their only option is to confront the enemy head-on. The assembled leaders sit tensely, absorbing the grim decision. The mage steps forward confidently, drawing everyone's attention. He announces that he will now explain his battle plan in detail. In the Snow Tower meeting room at Saljera, he admits his plan is bold but potentially decisive. He outlines a strategy where the allied nations lure 100,000 Imperial troops to Jebang, while he slips away to strike the undefended capital and kill Arthur. The warriors around the table listen, surprised but intrigued. Their expressions shift to respect and determination as they consider the proposal. One fighter notes that if they can assassinate Arthur, the Imperial numerical advantage will no longer matter. The leaders voice their support, praising the mage's idea. A commander argues that while distant allies are safe, nearby free cities like Vivaldi and others could be endangered. Smiling, the mage says those cities are covered by a joint agreement and technical preparations. He reveals a new defensive mechanism he calls the spinning wall. A few days later in Vivaldi, preparations for its use are complete. 10,000 Imperial soldiers under Lockpeller march on the city. Lockpeller orders all troops to ready themselves for an assault. He then commands a full charge against Vivaldi's walls. The army advances under the towering walls as battle cries fill the air. On the ramparts, defenders brace for the attack. The city commander grimly notes that the enemy is approaching. He orders his archers to prepare to fire while nervous guards mutter about their fate. Archers along the wall draw their bows toward the charging soldiers. The commander gives the signal to unleash a volley. Arrows rain down toward the attackers below. Imperial soldiers scream as they are struck. Ladders go up, but attackers are picked off and fall screaming from the walls. One soldier manages to grab the wall's edge as chaos erupts. As he hauls himself up, something begins to move beneath him. Inside the walls, crews start turning gigantic mechanisms. The men strain together to rotate the massive circular structure. Outside, the wall itself begins to rotate, shocking attacking soldiers. The spinning makes ascended troops lose balance and tumble, panicking the climbers. The city commander gleefully announces that this is the secret weapon granted by the Great Wizard. Observers recognize that the rotating fortification is the spinning wall in action. Elsewhere, a grim prison tower called Life's End looms under the moon. Inside, blood drips from a figure's hand, pooling on the floor. A crowned man and a blood-soaked companion demand to know where the King of Punishment is. A terrified guard calls the bloody man a monster, and insists he knows nothing. The monster casually executes the guard in a spray of blood. The corpse lies lifeless amid the spreading blood. Narration explains that Life's End holds the worst criminals in the world. It adds that this place is ruled by Balak, known as the King of Punishment. The crowned man thinks he must quickly win Balak to his side. A powerful blow lands, signaling the start of a confrontation. Balak reacts in pain and anger as he is struck. A huge armored figure seizes him by the neck, making him scream. The armored warden demands to know why the crown wearer has come, dragging this monster along. The crowned man calmly greets Balak by name. He comments on Balak's fearsome weapon, the Black Punisher. Balak replies that only he can wield it, and asks why his visitor has come. The crowned man says he has specifically come seeking Balak, King of Punishment. Balak is surprised that this entire visit centers on him. The visitor then reveals that the Eurasia Empire has fallen and Prince Silver Jackson, Balak's benefactor, was murdered. Balak is stunned by the news. The crowned man explains that the imperial palace was destroyed, so he fulfilled Eurasia's will by founding a new empire named Ania. He invites Balak to join him in avenging Silver Jackson and building a more just empire together. Balak, still injured, clutches his throat as the weight of the offer sinks in. He collapses to the floor, coughing and recovering. Balak then kneels. Declaring his loyalty, Balak pledges himself to his new master. The ruler orders Balak to handle the prisoners while he prepares to bring justice through the new empire. Balak obediently accepts the command. He rallies the prison guardians, announcing that they are leaving Life's End immediately. Remaining inmates grip their cell bars in desperation. Prisoners beg to be taken along, shouting after the departing guards. The bloodied monster painfully rises, having survived the earlier beating. A few days later in Jebang, the scene shifts back to the looming conflict. Narration states that upon arriving, the Imperial army quickly built a fortress there. The Imperial forces dubbed this newly built stronghold the Holy Tower. Inside the tower reside peace devotees of St. Hall who have allied with Arthur's. Two leading figures are introduced, Irene, the only saint of the peace religion, and Lozier, its paladin. An Imperial officer tells them the start of the Battle of Jebang depends on their actions. Lord Knight Kington Porum of the Imperial army steps forward to address them. Kington approaches Irene while Lozier and others watch apprehensively. A scheming officer urges Kington to fight with all his strength. He adds that this is necessary if they wish the peace religion to remain the Empire's state faith. Irene and Lozier silently weigh the pressure Mage would ever dare. The portal opens into the star-filled void. From that rift, a colossal celestial body begins to emerge. Imperial soldiers stare upward in horror as meteors rain toward the fortress. One soldier shouts that something even more terrifying is appearing in the sky. A blazing main meteor hurtles downward. Imperial troops scramble for cover as the light grows blinding. Kington orders everyone to stay focused in the face of the incoming catastrophe. Irene prays frantically to her goddess for protection over them all. Her divine barrier manifests as a golden dome shielding the holy tower from the meteor storm. The mage notes with interest that they have raised a powerful shield. Grinning, he accepts the challenge posed by their defense. He raises his hand again, preparing to continue the assault. He suggests they test how capable their saint truly is by intensifying the meteoric barrage. One of the massive fireballs slams directly into the glowing shield. The impact explodes across the barrier in a blaze of light. Inside Jebang, his companions watch in anxious amazement. The supporting mages stare in tense silence at the result. The protagonist studies the still-standing golden barrier. The shield holds, though visibly stressed by the assault. Imperial soldiers cheer loudly, convinced the barrier has saved them. Their commander boasts that with the saint and priests present, they are invincible. Back in Jebang, the mage concedes that the enemy is tougher than expected for surviving. He chuckles, while nearby mages are shaken by the devastation he caused. Narration observes that the once lush Hanuran plains have been turned into desert by the clash. The protagonist and an elder look over the ruined landscape in stunned silence. He reflects that Saint Irene's divine abilities are truly remarkable. He concludes that their own display proved they possess power rivaling the saints, serving as a forceful greeting. He instructs the elder that after he leaves, they must bombard the enemy with all remaining magic. The mage produces his staff wisdom, preparing his next move. He fully raises the staff, drawing on its stored power. Energy surges as the staff is activated. He explains that he has filled wisdom with extra mana so the others can sustain continuous attacks. Turning to his comrades, he vows to return with Arthur's severed head, and they affirm their trust in him. Finally, he casts teleportation magic to head directly toward Arthur and the enemy capital. Three figures watch as Henry arrives via a towering pillar of light. The scene shifts to the Highlander Imperial Palace, seat of power. Henry appears in the palace in a column of light, alarming the guards who demand his identity. He introduces himself as Henry Morris, the sole disciple of another Henry Morris, then cuts himself off. Henry drops the explanation and decides it is irrelevant. He coldly declares that in 1 minute he will burn the palace and orders everyone to flee if they want to live. The palace staff and guards react in terror to his threat. Panicked soldiers scream and run away from the hovering Henry. Henry stands alone in the now empty hall, cloak billowing. Observing their flight, Henry remarks that they lack any loyalty or patriotism. Hearing eerie laughter, Henry realizes the person he sought is present. Emperor Arthur, seated on his throne, calls Henry the disciple of a rebel and welcomes the confrontation. A pair of robed figures step forward at Arthur's command. Arthur proposes testing Henry's abilities by having the two sorcerers fight him. Henry finds the challenge troublesome. He summons his named sword, Cold Sword. Henry activates his armor, fully equipping himself for battle. The two hooded men are startled by his sudden transformation. Henry invokes the technique Roar of the Thunder God, channeling power into his raised sword. Lightning engulfs his blade as the skill ignites. The hooded men brace themselves, wary of his power. They charge toward Henry to attack first. Henry dashes straight at them through the storm of lightning. He focuses intensely as he closes in for the strike. Henry leaps and slashes, sending a lightning charge arc downward. The thunderous attack crashes toward the enemies. The two sorcerers are engulfed by the descending pillar of lightning and scream. Henry lands amid smoke and crackling power, facing his foes. Seeing how easily they fell, Henry comments that the fight was too simple. The bodies on the ground begin to move unnaturally. Henry notices something off and voices his confusion. The fallen men rise as bald, armored, puppet-like warriors, shocking him. The two constructs twitch and move with unnatural stiffness. Henry, sweating, asks what these inhuman beings are. Arthur proudly explains they are the Pym and Limb brothers he rescued from life's end and surgically enhanced into masterpieces like his chimeras. Henry cuts him off, saying he does not care to know the names of people who are going to die. Arthur then reveals information meant to help Henry, asking if he knows of black mithril, a metal that nullifies magic. He elaborates that he injected black mithril into the brother's skin. Arthur triumphantly explains that because of this, no amount of magic will hurt them. Henry glares silently, taking in the revelation. Arthur lounges back and says he will simply watch the ensuing battle. The Black Mithril brothers advance, urged on so Arthur can see Henry's tricks. Henry, disturbed, thinks to himself that Arthur really did put black mithril into human skin and concludes the man is insane. Despite that, Henry smiles faintly, forming a new plan. He deactivates Cold Sword, putting away the magic sword. Henry calmly confirms that if Arthur is right, ordinary magic truly will not work on them. Surrounded by a greenish aura, Henry hints that his own magic is special. Arthur is taken aback by this unexpected confidence. Henry explains that his emerald aura is unique because his body is in an unusual state. He reveals that his aura is a hybrid of a knight's aura and a wizard's magic. The Mithril brothers shout as they rush him again. Henry, wreathed in emerald flames, faces them without fear. He declares that his power is not mere pure magic either. Channeling that hybrid energy into his hand, he prepares a new attack. Henry dives down on the two brothers, striking at close range. His blow pierces them and binds them together with a glowing chain through their torsos. Henry grips the chain, tightening his control over them. The restrained brothers are yanked into the air by his magic. Henry flicks his fingers, activating the technique fully. The chained brothers swing violently through the air toward the ground or wall. Henry clenches his fist and declares the battle finished. Lightning surges along the chains and through the Mithril brothers, electrocuting them. When the smoke clears, Henry stands among their fallen bodies. He boasts that this is the power of a magic knight who wields both aura and magic. He warns that even an army of black mithril soldiers would not be enough to stop him. Arthur admits the disciple has surpassed his teacher and asks why Henry is so enraged, given their lack of blood ties. Henry answers that if Arthur is so curious, he can ask Henry's teacher personally in hell. Henry charges straight for the throne, intent on killing Arthur's. He screams for Arthur's to die as he attacks. The blow lands, apparently striking Arthur's down. Henry is startled when something about the situation feels wrong. He sees Arthur sitting unharmed while Henry's sword is halted by a magic construct in front of him. Arthur's, half smiling, says he would like to continue playing but cannot. The throne dissolves in light as Arthur activates a teleportation-like escape, leaving Henry grasping at empty air. Henry furiously shouts Arthur's name as his enemy vanishes. Arthur's mocking voice echoes that he does not need this empire and Henry can have it, laughing as he departs. Henry is left stunned, questioning what just happened. His sword clatters uselessly to the floor. He grabs his head in disbelief, demanding to know what occurred. Outside, commanders exhort soldiers not to falter and to fight to the very end. Allied wizards, including Henry's companions, pour magical energy into defensive spells on the battlefield. Their combined magic hurls lightning at enemy troops, turning the tide. An elder mage senses Henry's return and looks back from the battlements. Henry teleports into their hall in a column of light, being addressed as Great Wizard Henry. With shadowed face, Henry apologizes. He tells his allies he failed his mission, shocking everyone. Henry says he will explain the details later, after the war is over. Someone calls his name, drawing his attention. Hector appears safely, and the others ask where he has been. Hector says he got lost but insists he has urgent news for Henry. He reports that Arthur's conducted chimera experiments at Life's End and may now be creating a chimera army. Henry urgently asks Hector to share everything he knows. Hector recounts that he stumbled into Life's End on his way here. The flashback shows the gloomy facility's interior as he wandered. Hector realizes the place is not J-Bang but some sort of prison. From a cell, a weak hand reaches out and he wonders aloud if it is indeed a prison. Walking past cells, Hector notes that all the prisoners look disturbingly abnormal. One prisoner suddenly grabs Hector, begging for help. The man pleads more desperately, explaining that Arthur's subordinate conducted experiments on everyone there. A glimpse of monstrous tentacles hints at the horrific chimera results. The prisoner says Arthur's intends to create a full chimera army and begs not to become such a monster. Back in the present, Henry realizes Arthur's experimented on many more victims than the two brothers he fought, and Hector adds that most prisoners later died. Processing this, Henry mutters that he finally understands. He concludes that Arthur's never truly cared about unifying the continent or ruling an empire. The empire was built merely to nurture his chimera army. Henry reasons that, given this, they should not be fighting each other at all. He falls silent, thinking about what to do. Henry then turns to the others, resolved. Standing on the balcony with the elder mage, Henry is asked what he intends to do. Henry answers that he will end the war immediately. He steps outside, igniting his powerful aura around his body. Raising his hand, he begins casting an immense spell. A colossal beam of light shoots into the sky, signaling his magic across the battlefield. The spell parts the storm clouds, opening a hole in the sky. Sunlight breaks over the palace complex as the storm dissipates. Enemy soldiers look up in shock at the phenomenon. In the illusion Henry conjures, Arthur's and his robed followers are shown in the throne room. The vision shows Henry flying toward Arthur's right before their fight. Observers realize Henry is using illusion magic to project his memories to everyone. One ally marvels that Henry can already use such a powerful illusion spell. The illusion replays Arthur's proudly describing the Pym and Lim brothers and his surgical enhancements. It shows him explaining the black mithril injections and boasting that magic is useless against them. The projection also repeats Henry's declaration that not even an army of such soldiers could stop him, and his cry to kill Arthur's. It then shows Arthur's smug remark that he would like to play longer but cannot stay. The memory finishes with Arthur's abandoning the empire, saying he does not need it and laughing as he disappears. On the battlefield, soldiers stare up at the visions in stunned silence. Back in the hall, Henry addresses everyone, calling for their attention. He publicly identifies himself as Henry Morris, sole disciple of the late great wizard, and says he has hunted Arthur's for a long time. He explains that Arthur's uses black magic and illegal human experiments to create chimeras and that the emperor fled the throne in the middle of their battle. Henry declares that the Ania Empire no longer exists and that, with the emperor gone, the soldiers have lost their reason to keep fighting. He urges both sides to stop the war and return home. The magical storms dissipate around the fortress as his message spreads. Far away, onlookers in another stronghold watch the sky and sense the war's end. A knight, horrified, realizes they have been aiding black magicians who create chimeras instead of opposing them. Another leader demands an explanation for how they were deceived, while a saintly figure collapses in distress. A vast protective barrier formed over the temple-like city reacts to the change. The golden hexagonal barrier continues to shimmer as the chaos outside subsides. One of the holy figures falls to their knees, asking how such a thing could be true. Other priests despair over what they saw in the illusion and agree that the war must be stopped at once. Weapons fall to the ground, symbolizing the soldiers' loss of will to fight. A messenger shouts that the saint and priests have renounced the war, spreading the news through the ranks. Soldiers, realizing there is no empire or emperor left, question what they have been fighting for. Deciding there is no reason to continue, they resolve to go home and begin to withdraw. From the balcony, Henry and his allies watch the battlefield littered with discarded weapons as the troops pull back. The group processes that the conflict has truly ceased. One companion remarks that the war ended meaninglessly. The camera lingers on the damaged buildings and quieted field, emphasizing the war's cost. The once furious battlefield now lies still, strewn only with abandoned arms. Henry acknowledges that although the war ended in vain, it is at least over, and he reaffirms his promise to guarantee full autonomy to each nation. The Empress uneasily says she feels strange about how easily things ended, prompting Henry to ask what she means. She and the Empress admit it feels like they were rewarded without doing much work, yet she honestly agrees with ending the war as Henry did. Henry reflects that his allies all have good intentions. A commander declares that the coming conflict will be the second war against Arthur's. Another leader says Henry's help will greatly ease their efforts in this war. The elder volunteer agrees to help, says Sori and Duquesne will aid as well, then falls silent. Henry tells the elder not to force J-Bank to join since he already feels bad for disrupting the plains before harvest. The elder thanks Henry for being considerate. Henry decides to visit the Imperial Army camp. The scene shifts to the Imperial Army camp at night. Inside a tent, a commander drinks alone. He slams his mug on the table in anger. Furious, the commander curses Arthur's. He recalls Arthur's sly, mocking expression. Henry is remembered interacting with Arthur's at a mysterious mirror. The commander rages that Arthur's fled after preparing this war through illegal schemes. Despairing, he wonders how he can prevent the empire from collapsing. A soldier bursts in, calling for the commander. The soldier reports that a guest from J-Bang has arrived, surprising the commander. The guest casually greets them from outside the tent. The visitor is revealed to be Henry, smiling. The commander explodes in outrage that Henry dared come here. Henry remarks that the commander has turned to alcohol because he is out of options. The commander demands to know what Henry is plotting this time. Henry says there is no longer any need to fight and that he has come with a proposal. The commander incredulously repeats that Henry is making him an offer. Henry points out that since the emperor ran away, they need a new figure to distract the citizens. The commander yells that replacing an emperor is not child's play. Henry counters that Arthur's changed emperors easily enough. Henry warns that whatever problems the commander worries about are trivial compared to the future damage Arthur's will inflict on the empire. Henry orders the commander to choose the next emperor. The commander retorts that Henry himself should take the throne. Henry declines, saying he has no interest in ruling. He adds that instead he intends to recommend someone else. Henry grins and says he has a candidate in mind. The story cuts to Ten's mansion. Ten spits out his drink in shock. Confused, Ten stammers and asks what Henry just said. Henry loudly announces that Ania's throne is vacant and that he wants to make Ten the emperor, seeking his opinion. Ten freezes up in stunned silence. Henry interprets Ten's lack of response as consent. Ten nervously wonders if he should just run away. Henry impatiently asks Ten whether he is coming along or not. Henry drags the reluctant Ten toward a portal. They arrive in the Highlander Imperial Palace meeting room, where officials are assembled. Trembling, Ten awkwardly introduces himself as the wealthy Ten and corrects his greeting. The commander skeptically asks if this timid man is really the next emperor. Henry challenges anyone with objections to speak to him directly. The commander explains the plan to disguise Ten as Arthur's and let him handle routine administration, while the war against Arthur's continues. Henry instructs Ten to read the prepared proclamation, and Ten agrees. Ten opens the scroll with shaking hands. Posing as Emperor Arthur's, Ten's speech claims rumors of the emperor's death are false, declares the war ended peacefully, and orders city defenses lifted. The proclamation tells citizens to return to their normal lives. It also revokes the order to execute all wizards on sight, pleasing Henry's allies. Henry says this official speech will reassure the public, stabilize prices, and calm unrest. The council members verbally agree and raise no objections. Henry then summons Scar, saying they now only need Arthur's location. Henry's companions react tensely as the summoning begins. The commander also looks on in shock. A magic circle forms as Scar's presence appears. Scar, a frog-like spirit, materializes within the glowing magic. Henry greets Scar, who says he has enjoyed observing the human world and asks what Henry needs. Henry states that he wants to know Arthur's current location. Scar replies that he would like to tell Henry, but is unable to. Henry demands to know why not. Scar explains that Arthur's is protected by a high-ranking being he dare not cross, so he cannot reveal information about him. When Henry asks who that patron is, Scar refuses, saying that revealing it could erase his very existence. Henry is frustrated and wonders who could be that powerful, but Scar warns him not to even try guessing. An elder notes that their plan is stalled and begins to suggest an alternative. He asks Scar instead for the location of Draken Lodic, an anthropologist wizard who has vanished and is suspected of treason. The elder explains Draken's background and why they believe he betrayed them. Scar says that locating Draken is within his power. Scar's eyes glow as he activates his sight. Empowered, Scar prepares to search for Draken's whereabouts. Scar reports that Draken is a fellow Seventh Circle wizard like Henry and that his current monstrous form came from eating the devil fruit Gribble. Henry is startled to learn there is another Seventh Circle wizard. The elder exclaims that Draken was only 5 Circle the last time they met. Scar pinpoints Draken's current location at the southern Charlotte Plateau. The scene shifts to Charlotte Plateau, where Draken sits on a throne surrounded by terrifying beasts. A view from behind shows Draken seated calmly among tentacles and monsters. Something huge starts to stir near him. The awakened creature thrashes violently. Draken remarks to the emerging being that it is finally awake. A long-haired man emerges from viscous fluid as Draken calls him by name. The newly born chimera steps forward, trailed by monstrous lion-like beasts. Draken's master, a blonde noble, watches with a sinister smile. The blonde ruler asks if the evolution is complete, and the chimera respectfully confirms it. Ecstatic, the chimera explains that experiments at life's end are producing 9 new high-rank chimeras like him, and that he has already named them. The ruler is pleased and orders that a great feast begin once the children are born. Draken eagerly agrees while the demonic beasts surround them. Draken smiles, clearly pleased with his transformed state. Numerous cocoon-like sacs hang above, hinting at more chimeras forming. One cocoon moves as another creature begins to awaken. A red-eyed vampiric chimera crawls out and faces Draken. Draken welcomes this new being, saying it has finally opened its eyes. He names the new chimera Narva, calling it his first child. The story returns to the Highlander Imperial Palace exterior. Inside, the elder repeats in disbelief that Draken is at the southern Charlotte Plateau. Henry asks what Draken is doing there, and Scar answers vaguely that he only knows the area is swarming with monsters. Scar says that is all the information he can share and takes his leave. Henry's 2 younger allies watch Scar's departure, sweating nervously. Henry also looks tense as the meeting ends. Power surges fade, leaving the room quiet. Henry rallies everyone, announcing that they will depart for Charlotte Plateau in exactly 1 hour. He explains that the plateau's jungle terrain requires a small team and tells volunteers to prepare and regroup in an hour. The scene shifts to Saljara Snow Tower. Henry arrives via portal and is greeted warmly by Torian. Henry hurriedly asks Torian to prepare a tub of healing water and 2,000 doses of black tear within an hour. Later in his laboratory, Henry sets up for an intense magical training session. Stripping down, he psychs himself up to begin the procedure. He stands before the filled tub of healing water, ready to start. Holding a bottle of concentrated black tear, Henry braces himself, knowing this dose will hurt far more than the last. He steps into the tub, resolving that enduring this agony is his only path to becoming an 8-circle mage. As he reclines in the tub, he notes he cannot rely on his spirit elegant while it heals, so the healing water must mitigate some pain. Henry raises the bottle with determination. He drinks the entire concentrated black tear in one gulp. Overwhelmed by searing pain and crackling energy, Henry screams in the tub. The empty bottle shatters from the magical backlash. Light and power explode through the room as Henry continues to scream. His body is racked with agony and corruption as he begs for it to stop. A brilliant magic circle forms, signaling the critical point of his advancement. The snow tower erupts with green-blue light, Henry's screams echoing outside. As the power subsides, water drips from the bathtub's edge. Henry's feet stir weakly, showing he has survived. Exhausted and slumped in the tub, he laments failing to reach the 8th circle despite the ordeal. Resolved, he decides to stop brooding and prepare for the upcoming mission. The scene moves to Enkelman at Lord Har's mansion. Hars relaxes on his terrace, reading and drinking tea. Enjoying the calm after the war, Hars thinks about inviting Henry and Sir Ban to dinner once everything truly settles. Meanwhile at Enkelman's gate, guards stand watch. The 2 guards chat idly, one asking if the other heard the latest news. They discuss a rumor that all soldiers will soon receive paid leave to celebrate the war's end. Complaining that other cities are already on vacation, they wonder when their own leave will start. The guards excitedly agree to go out drinking together that night. As they talk, a cloaked stranger approaches, noting how unusually quiet Enkelman has become. The guards continue boasting about their plans for the night, unaware of the danger behind them. They finally notice the hooded figure standing before them. One guard tells the supposed youth that an identification card is required to enter the city. The cloaked figure begins to pull back the hood. The guards react in horrified confusion at what they see. The stranger, actually Narva, attacks, slaughtering one guard with monstrous tentacles. The remaining guard screams in terror as Narva looms over him. He trembles uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. Narva spares him on the condition that he spread a message announcing the arrival of the new god's apostle, Narva. When the terrified guard stammers in confusion, Narva mocks his lack of wit. Narva's tentacles close in as the guard's screams continue. Narva orders the guard to bring her the highest-ranking human in the city immediately. The scene jumps to the southern Charlotte Plateau as Henry's group arrives via portal. Their feet touch down in the dark jungle. Henry watches warily, sweat on his cheek. His party forms a battle formation, weapons drawn, facing monstrous tentacles and beasts around them. Henry, noticing enemies just staring upward, wonders why the creatures are only standing there and looking at the sky. In a dark forest, a grotesque tentacled monster leads a pack of horned beasts. A young man urgently points upward, telling the others to look at the sky. Henry and his companions gaze upward, weapons ready, reacting to what appears above. 2 figures seated on floating thrones appear through a vortex in the sky, cheerfully addressing Henry's group. Recognizing Arthur's on the throne, Henry angrily accuses him, naming Draken as a traitor. Arthur smugly notes how quickly rumors travel and mentions that he recently dispatched his apostles. Henry, confused, demands Arthur's explain what he means by apostles. Arthur realizes Henry has not yet encountered the ominous gift he prepared. Henry's side shouts back, asking what gift Arthur is talking about as energy flares around the thrones. Arthur refuses to explain, mockingly bids farewell to Henry Morris, and begins to withdraw. Enraged, Henry yells Arthur's name as the atmosphere turns blood red. The monstrous beasts surrounding them become more menacing as red light and rain intensify. One of the horned lion monsters roars and charges, signaling the start of battle. Henry's party braces themselves as tentacles rise around them and red eyes glow in the forest. A beast's claw slams forward, marking the first physical clash. Both sides, humans and monsters, line up for a full-scale confrontation under a crimson sky. Meanwhile, in the city of Enkelman, peace is implied before disaster strikes. At Enkelman's gate, a sinister woman with tentacles confronts kneeling townsfolk while guards watch. She asks a trembling older man if he is the highest authority among the humans present, and he admits it. Smiling cruelly, the woman feigns interest in his answer. She suddenly attacks the man, shocking him and those nearby. Using a massive tentacle, she whips him violently into the air. Cheerfully, she says goodbye as she continues her assault. Despite his fear, the battered man vows that she will be the one to disappear. He secretly pulls out Henry's call card, recalling that it was given to him for emergencies like this. As the card activates, blue energy erupts and traps the woman between 2 magical slabs. Elsewhere, a disturbance rustles the jungle canopy, hinting at the call reaching Henry. Henry senses Har's activated card and worries about what is happening in Enkelman. Back in the forest battle, a winged lion beast dives down toward Henry. Henry gasps as the creature descends on him. He counters by unleashing his spell Fire Wind, blasting the charging monster with swirling flames. The scorched beast collapses, indicating Henry's magic overwhelmed it. Henry, breathing hard, wonders aloud if the battle has finally ended. His ally confirms that the last enemy seems to have been defeated. That ally then tells Henry he has important news. During a recent visit to the temple, he found that Janice had vanished. Henry presses him to clarify exactly what he means by Janice disappearing. He recalls Arthur's earlier appearance and the mysterious power emanating from him. The ally explains that when he saw Arthur's, he distinctly felt Janice's divine power from him. Shocked, Henry begins to grasp the implication behind Arthur's new strength. The ally elaborates that Janice is a dark, tyrannical god, and though he does not yet know the full story, something significant has happened. Henry reasons that if Arthur's has acquired Janice's divine power, the situation is dire. Another comrade interrupts, reminding Henry about the emergency call they just received from Enkelman. Henry decides to postpone the discussion about Arthur's and focuses on responding to Enkelman's call. Two allies volunteer to accompany him, insisting they will go if Enkelman is involved. Henry opens a large blue portal near Enkelman's gate. He and his two companions step through the portal, determined expressions on their faces. Emerging, Henry immediately notices something alarming on the ground. He sees Har's lifeless hand clutching the torn, blood-stained call card. Horrified, Henry mutters in disbelief at the carnage before him. He and his two allies stare in shock at the scene. Around them lie numerous dead guards and townspeople, revealing a massacre has occurred. Beyond the walls, the entire city burns, flames forming a monstrous skull-like shape above it. Henry and his companions rush to the mortally wounded Har's, calling his name in anguish. Narrowing in on Har's corpse, they see strange letters carved into his forehead and wonder who could have done such a thing. Time then jumps ahead 1 month to Lizard Hills. In Lizard Hills, a huge stone idol strides past Henry's group as chanting voices praise the mighty god Arthur's. Henry silently takes in the horrifying implications of Arthur's being worshipped as a god. A horde of zombie-like believers scream praises to the mighty god Arthur's amid raging fires. Henry realizes that this fanatical plague is the twisted gift Arthur's mentioned earlier. He then discovers that all the emergency call cards he distributed are glowing at once, signaling simultaneous crises. At Shahatra Palace, its lobby is filled with writhing infected citizens, all mindlessly hailing the great god Arthur's. Inside a sanctum, an exhausted high priest strains to maintain a protective barrier around several terrified women. One infected villager lurches toward the barrier, snarling outside its protective hexagonal dome. The zombie presses closer, growling and trying to breach the magical shield. The women cower behind the high priest as they tremble in terror. Another infected attacker charges, shrieking as he rushes a young man. The young man drops his sword in fear, backing away from the advancing zombie. Panicking, he stammers and pleads for the creature to wait. The zombie tackles him, screaming as it drags him down. The pinned man screams for the high priest's help while the priest struggles to keep the barrier up. The attacking zombie bites savagely, blood spraying everywhere. The bitten man staggers away, collapsing as the infection takes hold. Moments later, he rises with dead eyes and fangs, now turned into a zombie himself. The newly turned zombie staggers through the palace, chanting blind praise for the great god Arthur's. From within the barrier, the high priest watches in despair as the infected shuffle away. The barrier finally drops and the exhausted priest collapses as the women rush to support him. Holding his wounded side, he explains that his injury came from an earlier battle with a certain powerful enemy. Tentacles suddenly slide across the floor nearby, heralding that enemy's arrival. Arthur's apostle Gerslunger, a muscular man with a mass of tentacles instead of legs, reveals himself before the priest. The priest braces himself, groaning at the sight of this formidable foe. Gerslunger casually manipulates floating debris and weapons with his power, demonstrating control over the battlefield. He then hurls the debris downward, bombarding the chamber. The priest and the women see the raining stones, and someone yells for Byram to take cover. One woman throws herself in front of someone else as the rocks descend. The high priest dodges one rock, but another mortally strikes the brave woman behind him. Horrified, the priest yells for his queen or ruler, realizing she has been hit. A tentacle whips around his neck, cutting him off mid-cry. Gerslunger lifts the priest into the air with his tentacle, calmly ordering him to remember the name Gerslunger. He declares himself one of 9 apostles sent to spread Lord Arthur's teachings through divine power. Struggling, the priest curses his attacker but cannot break free. Suddenly Henry appears with Har's king ally, confronting Gerslunger and asking if he is the one responsible. Henry announces that he was sent by Arthur's of the present era, revealing himself to Gerslunger. Gerslunger, still holding the priest, warily demands to know who Henry and his ally are. The Shahatra king recognizes the priest and is stunned silent by the dire situation. Henry calls out to Selin, realizing she lies gravely wounded nearby. Gerslunger smugly stands with folded arms as his tentacle flings the priest aside. The priest crashes painfully to the ground, crying out in agony. Gerslunger reintroduces himself, and boasts again that he is Arthur's apostle. Empowered by Janice's gift, he charges forward, promising to show them that dark divine power. Henry intercepts Gerstlunger's rush, preparing a counterspell. Henry invokes reverse gravity, turning Gerstlunger's momentum against him. The spell lifts Gerstlaunger into the air, leaving him flailing in surprise. As Henry draws his glowing sword Cold Sword, the apostle fearfully asks what Henry intends to do. Henry channels massive energy into the sword, readying a decisive strike. He furiously declares that Gerstlaunger should not have challenged him and prepares to retaliate. Henry swings with all his strength, unleashing a towering column of blue energy. The blast engulfs Gerstlaunger completely, obliterating him in a surge of light. In the overwhelming radiance, the apostle screams in disbelief, unable to comprehend what is happening. The beam finishes him off, leaving the chamber awash in residual energy. As dust and mist settle, Henry stands with sword in hand, surveying the aftermath. Gerstlunger's broken body lies amid smoke and rubble, defeated. Henry kneels, exhausted and gasping for breath in the ruined hall. Regaining his composure, he looks around to assess his ally's condition. He sees the king cradling Selen's motionless body and realizes she has died. Henry watches them with grief, his breath visible in the cold air. Later, he activates a summoning spell called Scar to call upon his informant. The frog-like spirit Scar appears within the spell circle, arms crossed and expression sharp. Scar asks what Henry wants this time, and Henry demands a full explanation of what is happening in the world. Scar bluntly states that an unprecedented apocalypse is underway and that only about 30% of humanity remains unscathed. Henry, horrified, demands that Scar clarify exactly what this means. Scar explains that Arthur's 9 apostles, empowered by divine power, are slaughtering humans while spreading a flower whose spores turn victims into zombie-like worshippers. He continues that nearly everyone except a remaining 30% has either died or become infected and now blindly worships Arthur's, including Henry's allied nations. Henry reflects that with apostles, divine power, and fanatical believers, Arthur's has effectively become a god. Scar confirms this, saying Arthur's is now more god than human and that his power comes from another deity whose name Henry has already heard. Overwhelmed, Henry falls silent, and Scar worriedly asks if he is alright. Scar then withdraws, saying Henry can call on him again for help free of charge given the crisis. Alone in the devastated hall, Henry broods over the gravity of the situation. Nearby, the king clutches Selen's body in mourning. Henry approaches and addresses him respectfully as Your Majesty. Henry apologetically explains that Arthur's divine power has killed or transformed almost everyone, leaving only a small minority alive. The king replies that to oppose Arthur's they will also need divine power. He asks Henry to borrow the power of Are, another god, so they can stand against Arthur's Janus-fueled might. Then, with regret, he says he cannot grant that power outright. Through tears, he explains that only those chosen by and devoted to a god can wield divine power at all. Henry, desperate, protests that there must be some other method. The king admits that there is one more way. He reveals that humans can instead use a divine item, an object imbued with a god's power. He further discloses a royal secret. The Khan's Eye cave where they once hid is actually a tomb holding their ancestors' souls and a divine relic. He proposes they go there, meet the ancestors, and borrow the relic, asking Henry to follow him closely. Together they arrive at Shahatra's Khan's Eye cave, standing before its dark entrance. They enter the cavern, the king leading while Henry follows cautiously. Deep inside, Henry notices natural formations that resemble a giant eye watching them. He comments that the place truly looks like a human eye, justifying its name. Exhausted and shaken, Henry instinctively leans against the king from behind. Embarrassed, they exchange light-hearted words as the king checks if Henry is alright and Henry insists he is fine. The king hesitates, gathering his resolve to reveal something important. He confesses that he already possesses a divine item called Ra's Sigil and that it is the only one present. He reaches for the necklace hidden beneath his clothes. Holding the glowing sigil out, he offers to lend his ancestor's divine item to Henry until Arthur's is defeated. Henry accepts the sigil, gratefully promising to return it no matter what happens. He then asks the king to guide him to any remaining divine items elsewhere, and the king agrees to help him continue the quest. A man places his hand on a cavern wall to activate something. He chants an incantation while his companion watches, causing magical symbols to appear. The spell forms a glowing ring of runes and a beam of light before the two men. The caster is enveloped by the golden runes and begins floating as the magic intensifies. The rock wall splits open into a blinding vertical doorway of light. Shielding his eyes, the caster tells his companion it is time for them to go inside. The two step together into the radiant passage. As they cross the threshold, one man's foot touches the glowing ground. The fur-cloaked man suddenly looks shocked as something happens. He is yanked downward and falls through the light. He lands alone on a red floor, disoriented and silent. Groaning, he slowly pushes himself up. Startled laughter echoes, making him snap his eyes wide open. A muscular man on a skull-decorated throne greets him warmly by name as an old friend. The man, identified as Haribala Khan II, proudly asks if his tomb is impressive despite being a grave. A flashback shows Haribala, former king of Shahatra, and Henry once shared a close, genuine friendship beyond politics. Henry catches his breath, jokes that Haribala looks surprisingly good for a dead man, and regains his composure. Haribala says he would love to talk more but warns that the living should not remain in this tomb for long. He correctly guesses Henry came seeking divine power, leaving Henry wondering how he knew. Haribala says he knew because of his all-seeing ability as Khan. He explains that the Khan's eye can observe every part of the surrounding desert. Henry's past self chides Haribala for casually reading other people's minds with that power. Haribala recounts how Arthur's deceived Selin, and thereby made contact with the evil god Janus. Hearing this, Henry is stunned and thinks he never imagined Arthur's would gain power that way. Haribala tells Henry he actually does possess divine power, and urges him to think about its origin. Henry realizes Haribala means he was reborn by an external force and wonders if that refers to black magic. Henry asks if this means his divine power is similar to the Apostles', and Haribala admits it is but says Henry is far weaker than Arthur's. Henry, alarmed, thinks that even with his divine power he cannot match Arthur's and wonders how great Arthur's power must be. Clenching his fist, Henry addresses Haribala with determination. He apologetically asks Haribala to lend him as many divine items as possible, and Haribala confirms Henry is asking for them for free. Henry fixes Haribala with a serious, intent gaze. Haribala returns the intense stare, weighing the request. Haribala suddenly laughs it off as a joke, saying he is already dead while Henry looked ready to fight him. Turning serious again, Haribala tells Henry that he knows what Janus ultimately desires. Henry anxiously asks what that goal is. Haribala states that Janus seeks to incarnate in the human world, leading Henry to question why a god would descend. Haribala says he has one last thing to tell Henry. He agrees to lend the divine items, but warns that even with all of them Henry still will not be able to defeat Arthur's, shocking Henry. Haribala explains Henry must instead locate another god stronger than Janus, prompting Henry to protest that he only believes in magic. Haribala philosophizes that a god can be anywhere and everywhere, always watching people. As Haribala's form begins to fade, he notes that their time together has run out. Henry desperately calls for him to wait and demands to know where this new god is. Haribala's voice tells Henry he must find the answer himself as Henry is blasted back toward the light. In a final vision, Haribala cheerfully asks Henry to care for his son and reminds him to check his pocket upon waking. Back outside at night, Henry lies unconscious while Haribala's son tends to him. The young man frantically urges Lord Henry to wake, and Henry slowly comes to. Henry curses Haribala in his thoughts for throwing him out so abruptly as his companion worriedly calls his name. Furious, Henry slams his foot, thinking he cannot believe Haribala ejected him like that. Haribala's son says he awoke already outside and asks whether Henry succeeded in his mission. Remembering Haribala's words, Henry reaches into his pocket. He pulls out a necklace strung with multiple glowing rings and says thanks to Haribala's son he managed to borrow them. Sitting up, Henry also senses another unknown object in his pocket. He discovers a luminous egg-like object from Haribala and wonders if it is something as mundane as a chicken egg. When asked if something is wrong, Henry hides the egg and claims nothing is amiss. Rising, Henry solemnly tells Haribala's son, now king, that he must search for another god. The young king, surprised, asks why Henry suddenly needs a different god. Henry explains he needs the king to act as Ra's representative and amplify Ra's divine power. The king listens resolutely as Henry's cloak billows in the night wind. Henry thinks that to fully wield Ra's power he must accomplish something specific. He concludes that Haribala's son Hirarian must become the new sword of Ra, titled the Desert General. The narrative shifts to Mushu Bulkanus' mansion meeting room. In that room Henry and allied leaders gather around a round table, and Henry begins reporting his findings. Henry explains that only Mushu and the Holy Land Saint Hall escaped the recent attacks, while every other nation was invaded by Arthur's apostles. Another leader states grimly that only 30% of humanity survives, with the rest dead or turned into zombies. Others at the table, including Hirarian, listen in worried silence. A grizzled knight introduces himself as the sole survivor of Highlander. Henry declares that Mushu will now serve as a refuge for survivors while they prepare for Arthur's next assault. He adds that clues left on enemy corpses indicate Arthur's will appear at Lizard Hills in 1 month. Henry reiterates to the council that Arthur's is expected to show up there in exactly 1 month. He announces that he will go seek a new god capable of countering Janus' power, and instructs everyone else to ready themselves. As Henry prepares to leave, the armored Hector stops him to request a favor, prompting Henry to ask why Hector is still using armor when he has his own body. Hector explains that all replacement bodies Henry crafted were destroyed fighting an apostle and that his attacks could not reach the enemy. Henry asks what he means by his attacks failing to reach them. Hector clarifies that every strike was somehow absorbed before connecting, as if swallowed by an unseen force. Henry puzzles over why his own magic could hurt the apostles while Hector's could not. He notes that Hector had no choice but to wear the remaining armor body. Hector says he needs a new body to fight properly and asks Henry to make another one. One of the human kings turns to Henry and respectfully asks if His Majesty can assist with Hector's problem. Hirarian nervously admits there is no known solution without relying again on Janus' power. Hector is dismayed at the idea of being stuck forever in the heavy armor. Another leader asks if any other divine power might replicate Janus' effect, and Hirarian replies uncertainly that he does not know. Henry promises Hector that while searching for a new god he will also look for one with similar abilities, and Hector gratefully entrusts the task to him. Hilarion volunteers to accompany Henry, surprising him. Henry reminds Hilarion he must instead remain to become Ra's sword and desert general within the month. Henry advises Hilarion to stay in Mushu and train in swordsmanship under Behold and McDowell. Accepting this, Hilarion stands and prepares to offer Henry something. He presents a compass-like artifact called Shalka, or Ra's scale, which measures the characteristics of an apostle's divine power. He explains that if a person's power aligns with Ra's, the needle points toward the sun. He adds that if the power resembles Janus instead, the needle will point to the moon, and Henry confirms this. Henry thanks Hilarion for lending such a valuable artifact and apologizes that the king cannot travel with him. Henry opens a glowing blue portal with his magic. Standing before the portal, he tells everyone he will return and steps through. Hector and another knight watch his departure in silence. Other allies hope aloud that they will all have grown stronger by the time Henry comes back. The gathering witnesses the portal blaze brightly as Henry vanishes. The scene shifts to St. Hall's grand temple in the Holy Land. Inside, the saint kneels in prayer before a large statue bathed in sunlight. Sensing magic, the silver-haired saint pauses her prayer. Henry materializes in the temple, and the surprised saint greets him by name. The narration notes that after their fruitless war with Arthur's, St. Hall chose to ally with the united country against him. Henry politely asks Saint Irene to hold the Shalka for a moment. She does so, the compass resting in her palms. Henry observes that as expected, Irenia the goddess of love and peace has a nature similar to the sun god Are. Irene peers at the device and asks what it is. Henry explains that Shalka is a royal artifact of Shahatra used to discern divine power traits. Irene asks what the artifact reveals about her own divine power. Henry says that fittingly for a servant of the goddess of love and peace, the needle points toward the sun. Irene confirms that in the device the sun symbolizes Ra and the moon represents Janus, and Henry affirms this. Suddenly the great doors open with a jolt, drawing their attention. A robed cleric addresses Henry, saying he has heard rumors about the great wizard. The cleric introduces himself as Ross Borgia, the Pope of St. Hall. Henry is surprised to meet the Pope while Irene respectfully welcomes her returning Holy Father. Henry formally introduces himself as Henry Morris, direct disciple of the former great wizard, but inwardly thinks about testing this sly old man. He then asks the Pope to hold the Shalka for a moment. In the Pope's hand the device's needle wildly shifts between the sun and moon symbols. Henry and Irene stare in shock at the unexpected reading. The compass glows ominously in the Pope's grasp. Smiling calmly, the Pope notes that the needle now points toward the moon and asks what that implies. Irene realizes aloud that the moon signifies Janus' influence. Henry quickly covers by saying it simply means the Pope's power is stronger at night, and the Pope jokingly resolves to pray more during nighttime. Later, Henry tells Irene they must leave to continue their plans, and she agrees, flustered. As Henry and Irene turn away, the atmosphere darkens around the Pope, hinting at hidden intentions. The Pope cheerfully tells them he will see them again later. Once alone, his expression hardens as he thinks that even a great wizard is nothing compared to Lord Arthur's. He buries his face in his hands, tormented. Ranting, he asks how insignificant humans could ever comprehend Arthur's power. He then grins maniacally, eyes glowing red with fanatic devotion. Hearing Henry's earlier suspicion, he acknowledges to himself that they have seen through him. Henry abruptly kicks through the wall or door to confront the Pope. Irene angrily denounces the Pope for daring to claim the title while being corrupted by Janus. The Pope admits they have caught him. He announces he will now reveal the true power of the being he worships. He raises his hand as red energy surges around him. The Pope's body is engulfed and begins transforming amid the crimson aura. Irene recognizes the phenomenon in alarm. His limbs distort and grow monstrous. His feet slam into the floor, completing the grotesque change. Now a towering chimera, he looms over Henry and Irene, reaching toward them. Henry pulls Irene away as destructive energy tears through the hall. The Chimera Pope proclaims that the god he serves is Lord Arthur's, while Henry identifies the transformed being as a chimera. Irene cries that she cannot believe he betrayed Lady Irenia for Arthur's. The chimera mocks them and invites the great wizard to show what he can do. Henry wonders what Arthur's promised to sway even the Pope to his side. He reveals the rings of Ra's power beneath his clothes, preparing to use them. The chimera sneers that Henry's borrowed divine items are low-grade and doubts they can harm him. Henry gathers immense bluish power with the rings glowing in his hands. He replies that he has no faith in divine items. Henry declares he only believes in himself and his resolve to cut the Pope down. As he charges, the chimera scoffs at his dramatic words. Empowered by magic and Ra's rings, Henry leaps high with his sword raised to strike the transformed Pope from above. A man screams in agony as he is engulfed in intense green light. His opponent is shocked that he is still standing as a blinding green beam splits the room. The light fills the cathedral and someone screams from inside. The holy statue stands amid floating blood, showing the brutal end of the battle. Outside the statue, the priestess and Henry stare up at the aftermath of the fight. Henry feels something crack at his waist and looks down in surprise. He discovers that the mysterious egg-shaped item given by Harabala has fractured and wonders what it is. The priestess apologizes for the disgraceful incident with the Pope and sincerely thanks Henry for his help. She says only Henry made the Pope's corruption visible, but he insists he merely did his duty. Henry grasps a glowing blue staff, preparing to rely on magic. He explains that he originally sought a new god strong enough to oppose Janus, but witnessing the Pope's fate has made him doubt that plan. Henry casually says he will stop searching for a new god, prompting concern about how he will face Arthur's. He answers that he will instead enhance the thing he trusts most, his own power. Time shifts to Salgera Snow Tower, a remote magical fortress in a snowy night. Inside the tower's lobby, Henry gathers wizards and priests before him for an important meeting. Confirming that everyone has arrived, Henry prepares to address them. He declares he has assembled all Snow Tower wizards for a major announcement. Henry reminds them that the decisive continental war is approaching. Therefore, he orders everyone to increase their magic circles by 1 or 2 levels. The senior wizards react in disbelief at the drastic demand. They murmur whether such rapid growth is even possible. Henry replies that the method is simple but the pain will be unbearable. He signals attendants to enter, initiating the procedure. Servants file in carrying dark urns filled with a dangerous substance. Each wizard receives an urn and prepares to use its contents. A senior wizard explains that the urns hold an almost poisonous amount of black tear that will cause extreme pain but guarantees circle advancement. He urges them to withstand the torment to reach new heights of power. Henry reassures everyone that priests are present to heal them if something goes wrong. He then gives the order for all wizards to drink the black tear. As they drink, he commands the priests to get ready for the incoming damage. The priestess leads a prayer to Erinia, asking the deity to grant strength to the warriors enduring the ordeal. One of the urns shatters violently as the black tear takes effect. Wizards collapse and scream for help as the overwhelming pain and energy surge through them. Watching, Henry states that his faith lies not in gods but in magic itself. He vows to confront Arthur's using magic and the priest's support. He reflects that wizards resemble flames whose power grows as their numbers increase. Henry calls on them to endure the suffering and reveal their full potential. After some time, the wizards and priests lie exhausted on the floor. Many remain motionless, showing how brutal the ritual was. Footsteps approach amid the silence of the devastated hall. Henry notes that in the end everyone present has successfully become a 7th circle wizard. A grateful wizard thanks Henry and the priests for enabling their breakthrough, but Henry downplays his role. The priestess adds that there is still one more person who must undergo the process. Henry says the remaining candidate for the 8th circle is himself, following his master's path. The scene returns to Salgera Snow Tower under the moon, setting up his own advancement. In the lobby, Henry stands within a priestly magic circle and asks them to help him reach the 8th circle. He uncaps a flask of black tear reserved for his personal attempt. Henry drinks it in one go, starting his own trial. The poison tears through him, and he cries out in agony. Surrounded by praying priests, Henry kneels and screams as divine light pours down. The priestess prays again to Erinia, begging strength for Henry and the gathered warriors. Henry thinks that the pain surpasses imagination, but forces himself to endure. A gigantic green pillar of energy erupts from the circle as his power awakens. The cracked divine egg at his chest begins reacting violently. The egg fully shatters, releasing blinding green light. The priestess senses a new holy aura emerging nearby. The pillar of energy continues to surge upward, transforming Henry. When the light fades, Henry lies motionless inside the circle and the priests worry about his condition. Slowly, a figure rises from the smoke where Henry fell. Henry stands transformed with rainbow hair and a glowing 8th circle core, calmly thanking everyone for helping him succeed. The priestess congratulates Lord Henry on achieving his goal. All present bow and offer congratulations to the newly restored 8th circle mage. Henry inwardly rejoices that he has regained his former 8th circle power, then decides to revert his flashy appearance. Back in his normal form, he feels something in his pocket and wonders what it is. He discovers a pearl that seems to have come from Haribala's egg. Deciding to investigate it later, he focuses on the more urgent task of using his new strength against Arthur's. 1 month later, events shift to a grand building where the next phase of the conflict is planned. In the Mushi meeting room, leaders and champions gather around a round table to discuss Arthur's. Ronan greets Henry and mentions being trained for a month in Purim swordsmanship to fight Arthur's. Another noble remarks that, as Henry's recommendation, Ronan's performance against Arthur's is highly anticipated. Ronan confidently answers that he has been diligently training the king in swordplay. A warrior says he looks forward to seeing the king's improved skills in battle. The doors suddenly creak open, interrupting their strategy session. An unexpected voice greets everyone, shocking the gathered heroes. Henry appears, radiating new power, and suggests they get back to business. One veteran gasps that Henry's aura feels far more powerful than before. Another warrior recognizes how much effort Henry has put in over the month, and notes, he has reached an unprecedented level. Henry senses that Ronan has become a sword master during the same period. Ronan acknowledges the hardship Henry endured and congratulates him on his new aura. Henry thanks Ronan and proposes that they both do their best in the coming battle. Henry announces that at sunset they will all ride to Lizard Hills and that he will distribute divine items beforehand. He explains that these items are necessary because the apostles are overflowing with divine power. Someone notes that Arthur's motives for inviting them to Lizard Hills are still unknown. One ally wonders how large a force they should send and suggests using Henry's teleportation to scout. Before they can decide, a violent red rift tears open in the meeting room. From the rift steps Arthur himself, greeting Henry with mocking politeness. Henry shouts Arthur's name in anger and surprise. Arthur calmly orders Henry to bring only a specific group of people to Lizard Hills. He threatens that if they refuse, he will turn all remaining humans on the continent into his apostles. Laughing maniacally, Arthur warns them to hurry or he might entertain himself in horrific ways, enraging one night. A swirling purple distortion begins forming in the room. The rift stabilizes into a portal showing the peaceful plains at the base of Lizard Hills. One warrior confirms that Arthur expects them to enter this portal. Henry asks if everyone is ready to go through and confront their enemy. A knight shouts for the group to move out at once. The chosen party agrees and gathers before the portal. Henry steps forward first, leading them into the unknown battlefield. He stands at the portal's edge, determined as the others watch. Henry walks into the swirling gateway toward Habit Plains. Back inside, others demand to accompany him as well to face the apostles. The scene shifts to the bright Habit Plains at the foot of Lizard Hills, where the portal opens. Henry's group emerges from the portal into tall fields of crops, weapons drawn. Another small portal appears behind them, signaling a new threat's arrival. The warriors look up warily as ominous energy gathers overhead. A massive explosion of flame engulfs the surrounding fields. Henry instantly casts Magic Shield, enclosing his allies in a protective dome. Inside the shield, the king and others stare in horror at the devastation outside. A figure steps through the flames and taunts them, asking how they like the inferno. The shirtless apostle introduces the attack as his own great flames, revealing himself as Lidoken. One knight furiously demands whether Lidoken is the one who burned Enkelman to ashes. Lidoken smugly claims Enkelman's destruction as his masterpiece. Ronan and Henry glare at the apostles from within the shield, vowing retribution. Several apostles, including a small robed figure, stand calmly watching from the burning field. Henry recognizes that these enemies are Arthur's apostles. The small apostle begins to introduce their group with sinister delight. They proclaim themselves Arthur's 8 remaining apostles, excluding the one already killed. The apostles are individually named, including Khan, Isla, Renda, Cheyenne, Narva, Lidocaine, Pero, and Gluttony. The childlike elf apostle Narva boasts that she personally annihilated Enkelman, and calls herself great. The narration restates that the battle is taking place on Habit Plains beneath the burning sky. A panel emphasizes Arthur's 8 apostles standing united in front of the heroes. Henry tells his allies not to panic as he dissolves the large shield while keeping individual protections around each of them. He assures them that everyone still has a personal magic shield so they can advance without fear. Overcome with rage, the knight who lost his home charges, screaming at Chimera and drawing his sword. He launches himself forward with a powerful leap to strike Narva. Narva blocks his overhead blow effortlessly, displaying her unnatural strength. She then lashes out an enormous tentacle, smashing him away in a burst of energy. The tentacle slams into the ground, carving a crater where he had been. The knight manages to land and brace himself with his sword, barely surviving the first exchange. Narva corrects him, saying her name is Narva, not Chimera, and mocks him for being weaker than expected. The knight roars in renewed fury, readying another attack. A comrade slices Narva's tentacles with energy-charged sword strikes, forcing her back. The avenging knight looks at his blade, realizing his attacks finally drew blood. Narva retreats in shock, seeing that her defenses can be pierced. She grows bored, envelopes herself in tentacles again, and threatens to send him to join his dead friend. The knight acknowledges Henry was right that only with the divine item can his attacks work. He activates the divine ring Henry gave him, channeling holy power into his sword. As Narva dives with her tentacles, he counters, and the clash sends both of them hurtling with lethal force. Narva sneers that his feeble attack cannot harm her, rushing in for the kill. Her eyes widen as she suddenly senses something is wrong. The knight exploits the opening, cleaving through Narva's tentacles and body with a decisive strike. Narva, stunned and terrified, wonders how this is possible. The knight exults that his empowered attacks are working and continues unleashing slashes. Narva is repeatedly cut by the glowing sword arcs, her form shredded. In disbelief, she howls as another slash tears through her. The knight's final sweeping blow bisects her completely. Narva's body is sliced into pieces by intersecting sword lights, ending her threat. Standing over the remains, the knight dedicates the kill to Enkelman and his fallen friend Hars. Narva's severed head hits the ground, lifeless. The knight looks down solemnly, his vengeance finally fulfilled. Henry and the others gather around him, checking on his condition and supporting their comrade after his hard-won victory. Henry exults in the freedom and power of his new divine item, saying he will even worship Ra if needed. Fired up, the group rallies together, vowing to unite and eliminate the apostles. Elsewhere, 2 men stare in shock, unable to comprehend what just occurred. A squad of warriors charges forward fearlessly, declaring that they now have nothing to fear and will attack. A boot slams into the ground, signaling the beginning of a new confrontation. 2 swordsmen suddenly halt, startled by an ominous disturbance around them. Henry's ally calls out to him, but is shocked by the strange, shifting scene around Henry. Henry finds himself in a misty, isolated space, tense and ready as strange sounds echo. Confused, Henry looks around the foggy void, demanding to know what is happening. A mysterious voice addresses him by his full name, Henry Morris, from within the mist. Startled, Henry demands to know who is speaking to him. A white-robed man with long hair appears calmly seated on rocks, revealing himself as the speaker. The stranger introduces himself as Draken Lodic. Henry, angered, threatens to kill Draken if he is not returned to his comrades immediately. Draken says he was surprised to learn Henry was the secret disciple of the deceased great wizard, whom he believed never shared knowledge. Draken describes Henry's master as wise and kind yet still human, constrained by the scrutiny of those around him, while Henry wonders if he is being accused of hoarding power. Draken claims that because of this, the great wizard restricted many possible paths for developing magic. Henry dismisses Draken's rambling as nonsense, and begins charging a powerful lightning spell. Henry unleashes a massive lightning bolt down upon Draken. After the strike, Henry looks around warily in the smoky aftermath. A voice says the conversation is not over, and Henry is stunned that Draken survived the hit. Draken explains that the great wizard banned research into black magic, including human experimentation. He adds that black wizards were hunted and their books burned, prompting Henry to respond indifferently. Draken explodes in rage, insisting that such suppression of magic is a sin. He accuses Henry's master of stunting other wizards' growth and killing those with different interests. Henry realizes Draken is utterly insane. Draken continues, saying that from then on the magic tower entered a dark age. He bitterly claims only Lord Arthur's understood him and opened a path for his research. Henry decides talking is pointless and silently prepares more magic. He apologetically calls Draken's story boring while his hands flare again with blue power. Henry fires another spell, lightning shot, in a blazing torrent. The second blast slams down in a towering column of lightning. Henry, holding residual sparks, wonders if Draken amazingly survived again. Seeing Draken's body lying far away, Henry concludes that this time the foe did not survive. Henry closes his eyes and exhales, thinking the battle finished. A dark hand suddenly grips his shoulder from behind. Alarmed, Henry whirls around, shocked by a new presence. Draken reappears alive and shirtless, and Henry demands to know how he has revived after seeing his corpse. Draken explains that by shedding his skin he can continually resurrect, a power he calls reborn, which he developed himself. Henry repeats the term reborn in disbelief as Draken smiles confidently. The two stand apart on the shattered battlefield, preparing for another round. Henry grudgingly acknowledges that reborn effectively grants Draken a form of immortality. Draken casually admits he used countless prisoners as experimental material to create this magic. He estimates that around 500 people have been injected into his body to fuel reborn. Therefore, he boasts, he can be reborn up to 500 times. Horrified, Henry realizes Draken not only performed human experiments, but turned people into living resources. Draken cheerfully confirms Henry's suspicion, saying he stores human bodies inside himself for later use, which is the secret of reborn. Disgusted, Henry calls him a maniac and regrets ever being impressed. Henry declares that this is exactly why his teacher outlawed human experiments and black magic, fearing someone like Draken. Draken steps forward aggressively, signaling the fight's escalation. He lunges at Henry, screaming that Henry's arguments are nonsense. Henry steadies himself, mentally affirming his master's cleverness and devotion. Draken's eyes widen as something unexpected begins. A radiant light floods the battlefield around Draken as a new spell activates. Draken braces in a defensive stance, readying himself against the unknown magic. He narrows his eyes suspiciously, beginning to sweat. Massive, intricate magic circles appear beneath and around Draken, and he shouts in panic, demanding to know Henry's plan. Henry's voice explains that Draken is now inside Clever's stomach, implying a trap. Henry elaborates that the magic circles before Draken will repeatedly cast 8 circle spells that Henry personally designed against him. Henry reminds Draken that he claimed to have about 500 rebirths available. Henry calmly states he has prepared his magic to match that number. Draken realizes in terror that all these magic circles exist solely to kill him over and over. Henry bids him farewell as the deadly system begins. Draken looks up at innumerable magic circles above him, realizing the endless torment awaiting. He screams that he believes in his own power and will prove it. Draken boasts that his reborn magic can withstand all of Henry's attack spells. A colossal beam of destructive power slams down inside the pocket dimension. From outside, a distant blue explosion forms a dome, marking the collapse of the internal battlefield. Back with the others, Henry's allies shout his name as the black fog fades away. Henry returns and hears that once they killed the apostle, the fog and remaining enemies vanished, and he is asked who he fought. Henry explains that he fought Draken, who should now be dying his 400th death. When a companion presses for details, Henry tells him not to worry about it. Looking toward the horizon, Henry notes that only Arthur's remains as their final enemy. Henry wonders aloud where Ronan and Kington are, unsure if they are still fighting elsewhere. Elsewhere, a huge dark portal opens before a group of weary fighters. A voice from the portal asks if they are looking for their friend. Henry recognizes the voice as belonging to Arthur's. Arthur's mockingly announces Ronan's arrival through the portal. A glimpse of a prone figure hints that Ronan is emerging in terrible condition. Henry sees Ronan's battered face and cries out in shock. The group stands trembling and horrified as they look down at their fallen comrade. Overcome with rage, Henry screams for Arthurs to come out so he can kill him. Arthurs agrees mockingly from the portal, laughing as he prepares to appear. Henry's party suddenly finds themselves transported to Lizard Hills and wonder how they got there. In a new location, Kington and another ally confront Arthurs, furious over their loss. Relaxed, Arthurs tells them to calm down, remarking that though he lost many underlings, they only lost one mediocre swordsman. Arthurs flicks his fingers to activate another spell. Magical images of intact cities materialize around him as he manipulates them casually. He explains that these projections show the few cities not yet conquered by his devotees. Arthurs reminds them he ordered everyone to be brought to Lizard Hills. He says that since their swordsman died, they failed to keep their promise to him. Therefore, Arthurs declares he will turn all remaining humans into his apostles and is about to dispatch devotees to every city. Arthurs then says there is one more thing he forgot to mention. He reveals that Ronan was actually killed by their own comrade, not by him, urging them not to misunderstand. Henry, stunned and enraged, accuses Kington of betraying them. Kington collapses in anguish, insisting Arthurs controlled his body and forced him to do it. Regaining focus, Henry orders everyone not to panic and to follow their plan by heading to their assigned areas to protect civilians. The others agree and prepare to leave the fight against Arthurs to Henry's group. Two more allies echo that they will entrust the rest to Henry. Arthurs calmly adjusts his clothing, unconcerned by their preparations. Henry advances with 3 close allies behind him, forming a 4-person strike team. Arthur scoffs at the idea that Henry plans to fight him with only 4 people. Henry declares that this small team is more than enough as he rushes in with his sword. He focuses intensely, determined to break Arthur's defenses. The enchanted armor-clad ally Hector is struck badly, blood spurting as he shields others. Henry stands over a fallen foe, sword drawn, apologizing for failing to protect everyone. He grimly tells his dying comrades he could not save them both. Arthurs, watching from a tree, laments losing his new toy but remains amused. Henry vows that Arthurs is next and charges. Henry dives down at Arthurs with a thunder-wreathed sword as the apostle sits seemingly relaxed. Arthurs casually blocks the blow within a glowing barrier, unfazed. Henry is repelled by the barrier's holy-like force and wonders what kind of shield it is. Another ally shouts not to forget him and leaps into the fray. Hector, the armored knight, slams into the barrier beside Henry to assist. Their combined strikes blast against the shield in a massive impact. The 4th ally urges Henry that together they can break through. Their united assault finally sends cracked spiderwebbing through the barrier. Henry realizes their tactic worked as the shield begins to shatter. The barrier explodes apart, shards flying everywhere. Henry calls on Saint Irene to lend him divine power, and she agrees, readying a holy spell. Irene prays fervently, radiating intense golden light as divine power surges. Empowered by the blessing, their attacks continue cracking and breaking the remaining defenses. The shattered barrier falls around Arthurs as Henry and Hector's blades descend. Arthurs, still smirking, remarks that their efforts are absurd. He counterattacks with a red-black slash that sends Henry screaming and flying back. Beaten and bruised, Henry and his ally lie on the ground while Arthurs comments that they have improved but still not enough. Arthurs exults in power, declaring that if this is all they have, they will never defeat him. He rises into the air amid a surge of red energy, preparing another devastating spell. Henry looks up into the raining crimson energy with his sword ready, bracing himself. Black and red spikes tear through Henry's torso, making him cry out in agony. Hector's helmet is pierced and shattered by the same dark force. The young ally beside them is also impaled through the chest, collapsing in pain. A healer rushes forward, promising to heal the wounded ally. Arthurs appears in front of her, interrupting with cold words as she begins to cry. He starts questioning why the Carr dynasty hid away the god Janus, hinting at deeper schemes. The dying ally weakly tells Arthurs that his actions and current cruelty are the reason for the coming consequences. Arthurs admits he is still grateful, mocking the dynasty's stupidity for enabling his plans. Smiling cruelly, Arthurs bids them all farewell. Henry reaches out desperately, screaming for him to stop. In Hector's eye, we see Arthurs reflected as he prepares another blow. The grievously wounded ally lies still, blood on his face, as his life fades. Arthurs turns away, deeming the battle and their resistance boring. Suddenly something shocks Arthurs, making him tense. He notices Hector rising behind him with a sword, catching his attention. Arthurs smirks slightly, unfazed by the looming threat. A powerful purple-charged fist forms, ready to crush. Hector cries out as his armor begins to crumple under immense pressure. Arthurs' dark power fully envelopes Hector, violently crushing the armored knight from within. Hector screams in agony as the corrupt energy tears through his body. As Hector's form disintegrates under the purple power, Henry screams in horror, begging for Hector not to die. Arthurs calmly praises Henry's courage. His expression hardens as he focuses coldly. Arthurs orders Irene to heal the gravely wounded Henry lying before her. Revealing his cruelty, Arthurs promises to torment Henry with endless despair rather than kill him quickly. Bleeding on the ground, Henry glares up at Arthurs in furious disbelief. Irene, weeping, wonders why God has burdened her with this terrible task. Henry weakly grabs Irene's hand, addressing her as Saint Irene. Irene begs Henry to heal her instead, warning him Arthurs only intends to torture him. Henry, barely conscious, desperately begs Irene to save him. Tears fall from Irene's closed eyes as she makes her decision. She apologizes as healing light begins to pour from her hands into Henry. Bathed in radiance, Henry Morris is fully healed and restored. Henry finds himself alone, floating in a vast, pale magical space. Henry groans as he regains sensation. Sitting up in the strange realm, Henry anxiously wonders where he is. A young man identical to him greets him by name. A luminous woman appears, introduces herself as Erinia, and answers Henry's question about who she is. Erinia gently tells Henry not to worry about the outside world. She explains this special space was created for Henry, where time outside moves extremely slowly. Erinia asks Henry, on behalf of the non-intervening gods, to stop Arthur's rampage. Henry protests that lacking faith in gods, he cannot gain divine power to defeat Arthur's. Erinia counters that Henry already possesses divine power he has not yet recognized. She clarifies that his long-held faith in something else, rather than gods, is the source of that power. Henry realizes she means his belief in magic, and she confirms it. Erinia says mere faith is insufficient, but the gods, including her, acknowledge his true devotion to magic. She places her hand on him to grant him a sign of that recognition. A glowing pearl-like seed appears on Henry's hand as a divine gift. Erinia explains it is a god seed that qualifies him to become a new god, specifically the god of magic. A blinding light calls Henry's name, heralding another god's arrival. Henry recognizes the light as belonging to Ra and reacts in surprise. Ra tells Henry that Arthur's is only Janus' half-god puppet, whereas Henry has become a true god who can act in the real world through his body. Grabbing Henry, Ra insists that with faith in his magic Henry can defeat Arthur's. Henry asks why Ra's avatars Saint Irene and Herarian were unable to oppose Arthur's. Ra explains that Herarian's body could not withstand much divine power, unlike Arthur's vessel. Erinia adds that as goddess of love and peace, her saint cannot inflict harm, limiting Irene in battle. Ra urges Henry, now god of magic, to return quickly to Lizard Hill once he opens his eyes. Irene's departing avatar steps away as the gods prepare to send Henry back. Erinia and Ra ascend toward a glowing magic circle while Henry watches from below. Ra assures Henry that he believes in him. Erinia softly adds that she believes in him as well. Henry awakens back at the battlefield, looking at himself in dawning realization. Resolving himself, Henry affirms his faith in both himself and magic. Time resumes at the hill, with Irene still kneeling between the fallen bodies and Arthur standing nearby. Henry's eyes open as he lies where he had fallen. His gaze sharpens, signaling he has returned to consciousness. Barely moving his lips, Henry quietly invokes the spell Magic Missile, forcefully sent back toward the human realm. Shielding his eyes, he endures the blinding return journey. He reappears in Haribala's cave, bracing himself against the stone wall. Henry pauses in thoughtful silence. A faint smile forms as he considers what to do next. Speaking to the unseen goddess, he promises Haribala that he will arrange the grandest hero's funeral possible for her son so his name endures. With a casual wave, Henry departs the cave, saying goodbye for now. Light streaks from the cave entrance as he leaves, indicating his teleportation. Meanwhile, at Fort Caliburn's back gate, zombies relentlessly assault the crumbling walls amid explosions. Two weary guards lament being besieged for over a month, trapped between berserk zombies at one gate and monsters at the other. In the storeroom they discuss dwindling supplies and shrinking rations, fearing they will all starve if nothing changes. They note there has been no word from those sent to the capital for reinforcements, and worry those messengers may be dead. Suddenly a strange disturbance makes the guards look around in alarm. The wall trembles and strange noises rise, prompting them to shout about the sudden commotion. One guard stares in shock, unable to comprehend what he is seeing. They witness that all the attacking zombies have abruptly frozen solid in ice and wonder who did it. At the same time, the scene shifts to Iselin's office, where events inside will unfold while the fortress crisis continues. Iselin reviews documents at his desk as evening falls over the fortress. At Fort Caliburn's main gate, desperate people pound on the damaged doors while something huge crashes against them. Frenzied monsters and zombies claw and hammer at the gate, roaring as the sky burns behind them. Hearing the assault, Iselin laments that the monsters outside are becoming increasingly deranged. He despairs about zombies attacking the back gate as well and wonders what has happened to the world. A man off-screen apologizes for being late and corrects himself to address Iselin by his new rank of general. Recognizing the voice, Iselin sees Henry enter the room. Shocked, Iselin demands to know how Henry managed to arrive here. Henry reminds him he promised to come help once the war with Arthur's ended and says he has returned to deal with the Demon King. Henry suggests they talk later and casually mentions he has already handled the zombies and monsters so Iselin need not worry. Realizing the surroundings have grown quiet, Iselin thanks Henry, saying his month-long burden and sleeplessness finally feel lifted. Henry urges Iselin to rest while he finishes everything before dawn, though Iselin protests he is used to light sleep. Henry abruptly casts a sleep spell on Iselin, forcing him into magical slumber. The spell takes hold as Iselin's eyes close under the green glow. As Iselin collapses onto the desk, Henry promises that most of his worries will be resolved by the time he wakes. Leaving the sleeping general behind, Henry teleports away in a flash of blue light. Henry arrives deep inside the sinister forest of evil, advancing toward his goal. He notes that although years have passed since his reincarnation, he clearly remembers this place because he worked on sealing the gap of the underworld in his previous life. Spotting something, Henry focuses on a disturbance ahead. From a cliff he looks down on a chasm emanating an ominous purple radiance. Seeing the swirling lights, he confirms the situation matches what he suspected. He identifies the phenomenon as the gap of the underworld, from which countless calamities once emerged. Henry recalls he failed to fully seal it in the past but believes he can succeed this time. He gathers golden power at his fingertips to begin a powerful sealing spell. Lines of golden magic weave across the rift as his spell activates. Straining, Henry remarks that the technique devours vast amounts of magic and divine power. As the rift resists, he worries that his current output may still be insufficient. The weakened barrier cracks, letting destructive energy break through. A gigantic red hand bursts from the rift toward Henry, overwhelming his spell. Henry is smashed by the colossal blow just after exhausting too much of his power. Impact lines show him being violently hurled away through the darkness. Enraged, he charges back, riding the force of the blow with his fist clenched. Henry gasps in shock at what confronts him. He sees a devastated crimson landscape beneath a sky of swirling purple energy, and wonders where he is. Realizing he is actually in the underworld, he notices a titanic humanoid giant gripping him in its hand. The colossal being tightens its hold on the tiny Henry, who reacts with alarm. The giant raises a massive fist to crush Henry from above. Facing the punch, Henry steels himself, eyes blazing. He calls forth his weapon by activating the ability Sword Out, Cold Sword. A powerful clash ensues as Henry's summoned sword meets the giant's fist. The giant's hand cracks and bursts from the counterattack. Henry drives down from above, stabbing and exploding the weakened fist as the giant howls. Hovering over his foe, Henry coldly bids the creature farewell. He follows up with a massive scarlet sword slash that cleaves through the giant. The underworld giant staggers, stunned and enraged. Henry's assault continues in a blinding cross of blows as the giant screams in agony. With one final strike, Henry fells the enormous enemy. The shattered giant's body lies sprawled across the ground. Henry stands over the corpse, remarking that the opponent never had a chance against him. Suddenly a strange blue radiance appears nearby, drawing Henry's attention. Attempting to teleport, he is surprised to discover the spell no longer works in this place. He reasons that being in another dimension likely restricts his teleportation, just as sealing the underworld gap exceeded even his past 8th circle power. Accepting he cannot simply leave, he resolves to find another way back but senses approaching danger. Turning sharply, Henry reacts to a new threat. A razor-sharp feather attack narrowly misses his face. Startled, he looks up at his unseen attacker. A winged being named Ganasiel descends, impressed that Henry avoided his strike. Henry deduces from Ganasiel's appearance that he is a heavenly celestial and questions why such a being is in the underworld. Ganasiel dismissively says Henry's curiosity is irrelevant. Ganasiel instead demands to know whether Henry killed the giant Brilliant. Glancing at the corpse, Henry realizes the giant's name and acknowledges it. Gripping his sword, Henry matter-of-factly confirms he killed Brilliant. He adds that Ganasiel will also pay for attacking him. Ganasiel flies in for a furious assault, while Henry braces with his sword. Henry shouts as he counters Ganasiel's charge. Their clash sends a blinding explosion of golden energy around the angelic foe. Ganasiel screams as Henry's strike tears through him. The wounded Celestial's eye widens in shock and pain. Ganasiel crashes to the ground, severely injured. Writhing and clutching his torn wing, he howls that his wing has been destroyed while Henry calmly approaches. Henry confirms Ganasiel's name and warns that evasive answers will have consequences. He threatens to sever the remaining wing if Ganasiel refuses to cooperate. Terrified, Ganasiel relents and agrees to reveal everything. Henry demands to know the location of the underworld gap so he can use it to return to the human world. Ganasiel explains that the gap is a type of dimensional disaster that randomly appears in the underworld and erases demons drawn into it. Henry doubts it is random, insisting Brilliant's attack seemed deliberately targeted at him. Ganasiel reveals Brilliant was the demon god's chosen successor, empowered to control dimensions, which could explain the focused attack. Henry realizes he has killed the demon king's successor. Ganasiel bitterly admits he had hoped to be the one to slay Brilliant himself. Questioned why a celestial seeks to become demon king, Ganasiel says he was the second choice candidate. He reveals he was once an archangel who was banished to the underworld. His dream was to seize the demon king's throne, gain dimensional power, return to the heavens, and take revenge on those who exiled him. Henry dryly argues that by killing Brilliant and overpowering Ganasiel, he should now qualify as demon king, which Ganasiel angrily rejects. Ganasiel clarifies that only a candidate chosen by the demon god's avatar Lania can become demon king, prompting Henry to ask how to meet Lania. Ganasiel scoffs that Lania is even stronger than the demon king and questions Henry's audacity in seeking an audience. Before Ganasiel can finish his scorn, Henry roughly grabs his remaining wing feathers. Smiling menacingly, Henry orders Ganasiel to take him to Lania. Henry drags Ganasiel along at high speed through the underworld landscape. In chibi form, Henry hauls the dizzy Celestial, yelling at him to hurry and point the proper direction. Nauseated from the rough travel, Ganasiel says they have finally arrived. Henry steps forward as they reach their destination. They stand before the towering demon god's temple, which Henry coolly acknowledges. Panels show the imposing entrance and dark interior of the temple. Inside, Henry asks Ganasiel to confirm they are in the right place. Growing suspicious of Ganasiel's silence, Henry presses him for an answer. Ganasiel stares ahead wordlessly, something clearly weighing on him. Henry, puzzled, asks what is wrong. Assuming Ganasiel is upset about his lost wings, Henry casually promises he stored them safely and will reattach them once he gains dimensional power. A different, heavier voice announces the arrival of an important guest, and Henry senses Ganasiel's presence has changed. Ganasiel's expression twists into a sinister smile as a darker force surfaces. Henry realizes Lamia is now possessing Ganasiel's body and addresses the avatar directly. Irritated by the impersonal greeting, Henry criticizes the demon god's avatar for hiding behind a borrowed body. Lamia explains he lacks a physical form and must speak through hosts, prompting Henry to insist on skipping the chatter and getting to the point of his visit. Lamia says he knows why the god of magic has come but declares he cannot grant what Henry wants. Henry remarks that Lamia talks as if he has read Henry's mind. Lamia denies reading a god's mind and claims he only repeats what the demon god has told him. Henry skeptically responds and tells Lamia to relay a message to that demon god. Angrily confronting Lamia, Henry accuses the demon god's demon king succession game of causing endless suffering in his world. He demands dimensional control power so he can permanently close the underworld gap. Henry vows that once he attains full godhood, he will kill the demon god no matter what. Lamia falls silent, considering Henry's declaration. Henry calmly holds his gaze, unfazed by the tension. A crushing aura builds around Lamia, revealing the demon god's direct descent into the temple. Lamia remarks that the demon god himself has finally come to meet Henry. Henry taunts the demon god, demanding a clear answer to his ultimatum. The demon god, now speaking through Ganasiel, regards Henry without words. When no answer comes, Henry draws his sword again, ready to fight. Dark violet energy violently swirls above Henry as the demon god manifests more fully. Henry stands firm amid the storm of energy, silently waiting. The possessed body collapses as the demon god's true form begins emerging elsewhere in the hall. Close-up panels show the transformation starting at the neck. Horns and a more demonic shape push through as the new form takes shape. The demon god appears in his own towering, horned body before Henry. Henry mockingly thanks him for revealing his true form at last. The demon god calls Henry a young god and urges him to discard his human shell and accept his destiny as a deity. Henry, annoyed, asks if the demon god also came to nag him about abandoning his humanity. Ignoring the lecture, Henry gives the demon god two options: name him Demon King with dimensional power or fulfill his request another way. He clarifies the second option is to send him back to the human world and close the underworld gap. The demon god hesitates in silence. Smiling darkly, he warns Henry that he will regret this defiance. Henry retorts that if regret comes, he alone will bear it, and orders the demon god to clean up his own mess. The demon god studies Henry with a wordless stare. Sighing, the demon god admits he cannot fully fathom what goes on in Henry's mind. Henry reacts in confusion to this unexpected comment. The demon god abruptly decides to grant Henry's request, offering him the divine power to control dimensions. His eyes blaze red as he prepares to bestow that overwhelming power. A surge of energy slams into Henry as the demon god releases it. Henry doubles over in excruciating pain from the transfer. Realizing the agony is tearing him apart, Henry frantically prepares healing magic. Even as he tries to heal himself, the pain continues to rack his body. His sword falls to the floor as he collapses. Writhing, Henry notes this is the greatest pain he has ever felt and that even healing magic is useless. Blood sprays from his mouth as the strain peaks. He finally loses consciousness and crashes to the ground. From above, the demon god watches Henry and the unconscious Ganasiel lying nearby amid the settling energies. Observing Henry's condition, the demon god remarks that the transfer of power seems to have been successfully received. Close up, Henry lies unconscious and drenched in sweat. The demon god suddenly senses something amiss and exclaims for a moment's pause. Realization dawns on him that Henry may have intended this outcome from the beginning. As spectral energy rises from Henry's body toward Ganasiel, it becomes clear some unseen plan or transfer is now unfolding. Henry regains consciousness, sweating and exhausted. Still disoriented, he groans in pain. Kneeling in a grand hall, he wonders how long he was unconscious. Suddenly sensing a familiar power, he is shocked by the feeling. Henry sits cross-legged, preparing himself. He fully composes himself in a meditative posture as power gathers. A glowing magic circle appears over his chest, signaling new strength. Delighted, Henry realizes he has advanced to the 9th circle thanks to divine power. Hearing a groan, he notices the fallen winged warrior nearby. Smiling, he calls the angel by the name Ganasiel. Ganasiel explains that all previous threats were handled while Henry was unconscious. Shocked, Ganasiel asks if Henry has become the new demon king of the underworld. Henry replies that he was not told that, but he did gain authority over dimensional gaps. He then wonders aloud if that means there might be no demon king at all. In a chibi form, Ganasiel cheerfully asks if Henry wants to be the demon king, surprising him. Henry declines, saying it feels wrong to receive the throne so easily. Ganasiel admits his injuries and condition would not let him keep the demon king's throne anyway. Henry gets an idea and reacts with interest. He snaps his fingers, activating more magic. A portal and radiant wings appear as Henry offers to restore Ganasiel's wings. Casting advanced healing and regeneration spells, Henry also lends Ganasiel some of his strength. Ganasiel's wings and body are completely restored by the magic. Overjoyed, Ganasiel thanks Henry and vows to be forever indebted. Henry properly introduces himself as Henry Morris, a wizard from the Eurasia continent. Ganasiel says he will remember Henry's name. Ganasiel gives Henry a summoning charm, explaining it can call him if torn. Henry says he will return to the human world and hopes Ganasiel still occupies the throne then. Ganasiel promises Henry that he will. Henry raises his hand, preparing to open a dimensional path. A blue vortex forms over his hand, opening a portal. Henry steps into the portal and vanishes from Ganasiel's view. The scene shifts to the ominous forest of evil in the human world. Henry descends from a portal into the forest clearing. Breathing in the air, he confirms he is truly back in the human world. He looks at the remaining underworld rift and curses the persistent gap. Declaring that it is time for the gap to disappear, Henry activates his power. Energy engulfs the rift below as he begins closing it. He watches intensely while maintaining the spell. The underworld gap fractures and collapses under his power. Henry comments that sealing it was surprisingly easy. He turns to leave the forest. Walking through the morning light, Henry laments that he will not keep his promise to return before sunrise. The story cuts to Fort Caliburn under a peaceful sky. Inside the fort, the general lies asleep in bed. The general begins to stir awake. Standing beside him, Henry notes that he is finally awake. Startled, the general recognizes Henry, who casually asks if he slept well. Embarrassed, the general apologizes, saying he dozed off without noticing. Henry, smiling, prepares to explain something important to the general. Henry declares that from this day on, Fort Caliburn will no longer be necessary, shocking the general. He explains that while the general slept, he eliminated the Demon King, the monsters, and the underworld rift, though the general doubts him. Expecting disbelief, Henry tells the general to follow him. Confused, the general asks where Henry plans to take him. Henry uses magic to teleport them away. They appear in the now peaceful former forest of evil, and the general is stunned at the transformation. Sunlight filters through the now healthy forest canopy. The general realizes there are no monsters in the forest anymore. He shakily steps out of bed onto the living grass. Overwhelmed, he falls to his knees, trembling. Holding soil that used to be dead and barren, he marvels that the forest has come back to life. In tears, he asks how such a miracle is possible. Crying with gratitude, the general thanks Henry for fulfilling his lifelong wish. Back at the fort, people rejoice that the monsters and underworld gap have vanished, and they are finally free. Soldiers rush out of the fort's gates in celebration. From the walls, guards shout excitedly as they look over the now safe land. The scene moves to Mushu's free city meeting room where leaders gather. In council, Henry notes the war with Arthur's is over but says they must address conflicts between locals and refugees and deal with remaining fanatics. A knight agrees and asks Henry, whom they call the god of magic, what plan he has. Henry, a bit embarrassed by the title, asks them to treat him as before and says he has been considering something. He reveals his intention to found a new country and rule it himself. The gathered leaders react in shocked silence. Two of them quickly support the idea, saying a new dynasty led by a godlike founder sounds good. The general and another leader also agree and pledge their support. Pleased that they all agree, Henry says there are several matters he must explain beforehand. First, he proposes reorganizing the military rather than just symbolically integrating refugees. Asked for details, Henry says he will emphasize public security and change from a volunteer army to a draft system. Another leader clarifies that Henry wants compulsory service, and Henry says that shared duty will foster ownership, which the man thinks sounds good. Henry adds that his new nation will have no state religion. He repeats that in the new country he is creating, there will be no official religion, startling the others. The general warns that a state religion would incite wars between different cultures eager to make their own faith official. Another knight counters that it might also seem odd if people follow other gods when the country's founder god is trying to save the world, and others agree. Henry concludes that they should delay formally founding the nation and first fix food shortages and eliminate the remaining blind believers. Half a year later, the narrative shifts to the snowy Salgera Snow Tower. Inside a dim room, muffled screams echo as light peeks through a door. Wizards conduct experiments on captives, channeling magic while victims scream. A hand falls lifelessly as another subject dies, just as expected. A senior wizard records that blind believer mental recovery experiment number 348 has failed and laments feeling like a murderer. He prepares to move on to case 349 using the previous method. In another room, Henry summons his toad merchant ally within a glowing magic circle. The toad, yawning, asks Henry what he needs this time. Henry says he needs an item once owned by Draken. The toad thinks for a moment and reaches into his clothing. He hands Henry a pendant that Arthur's once gifted Draken as a reward for loyalty. Explaining that times are easier now, the toad warns Henry he will charge for all future help, including this trade, and Henry accepts. Henry reflects that continuous experiments are killing blind believers and exhausting the wizards. He decides to question the original creator, placing the pendant on the ground to activate a summoning. Standing in a large magic circle, Henry channels power through the pendant, reasoning that Draken, who created the blind believers, will know how to cure them. The pendant glows at the center of the magic array. Henry commands the summoned being to come forth. Energy swirls as the summoning takes shape in front of him. Ornate doors materialize, beginning to open under magical pressure. A ghostly hand pushes the summoned door wider. Draken appears shirtless from the netherworld. Surprised Henry called him and asking what he wants. Henry bluntly demands to know how to return the blind believers to normal. Smirking, Draken refuses to reveal anything and starts invoking Arthur's continued existence. Henry realizes Draken is unaware of current events. Henry calmly informs him that Arthur's is already dead but the believers remain enthralled, so he needs Draken's method. Enraged, Draken accuses Henry of lying and insists Arthur's could never lose to someone like him. Henry readies his magic with a cold smile. Henry displays his ninth circle power, shocking Draken. Draken panics upon realizing Henry actually reached the ninth circle. Accepting defeat, Draken mutters that everything is over. He falls to his knees begging Henry for mercy, and Henry demands that he now answer truthfully. Terrified, Draken stammers and Henry impatiently orders him to hurry. Draken admits he does not actually know the cure either, astonishing Henry. Henry furiously scolds him for creating such a spell without a counter like an antidote, while Draken grovels and claims it was created by chance. Henry becomes increasingly irritated and darkly contemplative. Draken quivers in terror under Henry's glare. Desperate to be released, Draken says he will leave and offers further help if needed. The summoning ends, leaving Henry alone and speechless. He sits in the chair, silently thinking before the tall windows. Troubled, Henry wonders what to do with the blind believers and wishes he could go back in time. An idea suddenly strikes him as he repeats the phrase in his mind. Standing up excitedly, he realizes returning in time might be possible and declares he has a great idea. The scene cuts to the bright expanse of heaven. A new portal whirls open in that divine realm. Henry steps through, arriving in heaven from the portal. Gazing at the surreal clouds and light, he confirms that he truly stands in heaven. He reasons that if anyone knows how to turn back time, it is the God of heaven, and plans to use that to restore the blind believers' past selves. Suddenly an arrow streaks toward him from behind. Henry senses the attack and turns. He instantly raises a magic shield that blocks a volley of arrows. One deflected arrow clatters to the ground at his feet. The arrow tip dissolves when it hits a glowing barrier around him. Henry reacts warily, realizing he is under attack. He spots numerous cherub-like archers flying above with drawn bows. Seeing the childlike attackers, Henry thinks of them as baby angels. One Cupid reveals a sinister expression and prepares another shot. Henry notes that despite their innocent looks and great age, he does not wish to strike them himself. He instead calls on his summoned ally Clever to handle them. Clever, a water-based spirit or golem, responds eagerly to Henry's command. Water magic forms armor and weapons around Clever's body. Fully clad in dark armor and wielding blades, Clever charges forth. Clever leaps into battle, slashing through the airborne enemies with overwhelming speed. The cherubs are cut down in red arcs of energy during Clever's assault. One slain cherub's illusion breaks, revealing a monstrous demon face as it screams. Henry realizes they had disguised their demonic forms as angels to lower his guard. After the demons are defeated, Henry asks Clever if the battle is finished. Henry praises Clever for the good work as the armored figure returns to his side. Henry's eyes widen in surprise as something unexpected catches his attention. Henry hears a strange ringing that sounds like an instrument, and looks around for its source. A demon's clawed hand twitches as purple energy gathers. The demon's body is engulfed in temporal magic as it begins to rewind. The demons notice their wounds completely vanish and deduce that the God of Heaven is reversing time. One demon unleashes a powerful blue energy attack downward. Henry, already wounded by arrows, looks up in shock as another barrage falls. The demon's attack slams into the ground with a massive explosion. Several winged demons gather on the battlefield, unaware of what is coming. Another huge blue blast erupts nearby. The explosion's shockwave flings the surrounding demons away. A demon screams in agony as its body disintegrates in the blast. More demons are violently swept away by the unleashed force. Henry steps forward through the settling dust. He stands alone at the crater's center, the ground around him shattered. Henry wonders why these devilish-looking beings suddenly attacked and questions if they are truly celestial. Realizing something, Henry's eyes widen. Hearing the mysterious sound again, Henry draws his glowing sword and calls upon Cold Sword. Empowered, Henry charges upward, ready to strike. Floating in the sky, Henry yells for the hidden musician to stop playing and reveal themselves. A calm voice responds nearby, drawing Henry's attention. Henry finally locates the speaker and reacts sharply. The angelic figure Viltus introduces the lyre as a special instrument, addresses Henry as an imperfect god, and tells him to give up. Henry smiles, saying he has not even begun to fight and resents Viltus' false familiarity. Viltus explains he knows Henry because Henry's identity has been repeatedly revealed to Heaven. Viltus adds that although he has not seen it personally, the God of Heaven has watched everything and informed him about Henry. Viltus remarks that this is already the 6th time, since the God of Magic previously made the same choice 5 times. Shocked to hear he has repeated this situation 6 times, Henry wonders what it means. Viltus says he hopes Henry chooses differently on this cycle. Henry suddenly understands what has been happening. Furious, Henry shouts at the unseen God of Heaven for manipulating events like this. Henry casts Dimension Door and opens a massive blue portal. He concludes that the god of heaven has been endlessly rewinding time. Viltus smirks knowingly at Henry's realization. Viltus laughs and acknowledges that Henry has finally figured it out. The scene shifts to a blood-red moon over the underworld. In the underworld, Ganassil finishes explaining to Henry what has transpired. Ganassil listens and acknowledges the story. Ganassil explains that the power Henry saw was a divine item granted to Viltus by the god of heaven. Ganassil describes how each divine item has a special ability, and that Viltus used the lyre's power to revive the baby angels, the Cupids. Ganassil outlines the 9 ranks of angels, noting that Viltus holds the 5th rank, while only the god of heaven occupies the 9th. Ganassil, once head archangel himself, says he would be 8th rank and warns Henry that a lone individual cannot defeat the god of heaven because the deity sees nearly all outcomes by rewinding time. Henry asks what Ganassil means by there being only a very small number of possible outcomes. Ganassil clarifies that an individual is doomed to lose because the god of heaven can learn every possible result by looping time. He adds that an army, with countless variables, could overwhelm even the god of heaven's foresight. Ganassil states he planned to build an army filled with unpredictable variables to take revenge on the god of heaven. Henry repeats the idea of overwhelming variables, thinking it over. Henry tells Ganassil that what he is about to say may sound strange. Henry then directly asks Ganassil to lend him his strength. Ganassil is taken aback by the sudden request. Ganassil smiles slightly, considering Henry's proposal. The two clasp hands, sealing their alliance. Ganassil says the idea of a god and a devil king candidate joining forces is delightful. Henry agrees to the partnership, united with Ganassil by the shared goal of confronting the god of heaven. Back in heaven, Henry arrives through a portal wishing he could see what the god of heaven actually looks like. Angelic wings descend as someone welcomes the god of magic. Viltus appears again, surprised Henry has returned so soon. Henry ignores pleasantries and says he wants to get straight to the point. Viltus assumes Henry wants to make a different choice this time and asks if he should expect it. Henry says he first has a question, and Viltus invites him to ask. Henry asks what Viltus means by a different choice and whether he always tried to solve things through force. Viltus laughs that he would like to tell Henry the truth, but the god of heaven forbids it. Henry demands to be led to the god of heaven, but Viltus says he lacks that authority and that only the lead archangel can grant an audience. Henry touches Viltus' feathers, triggering the angel's reaction. Viltus plucks out a feather and gives it to Henry, explaining that filling it with divine power will take him to the lead archangel. Henry silently examines the feather. Henry pours his power into the feather, activating it. A swirling blue portal begins forming around Henry. He watches the vortex intensify, preparing for transport. Henry emerges elsewhere in heaven, facing a green-haired angel seated on a cloud. The newcomer introduces himself as the lead archangel Angelus. Henry confirms this is the lead archangel and asks him to help arrange a meeting with the god of heaven. Angelus calmly refuses, saying even he cannot meet the god of heaven whenever he wants. Henry asks what he must do to earn Angelus' permission. Angelus smiles ominously and says the condition is simple. He reaches for his weapon, setting up the wager. A radiant sword descends before Henry as part of Angelus' challenge. Angelus tells Henry to prove his determination, first asking if he is willing to bet his left arm on the fight. Henry reacts in startled disbelief. Annoyed, Henry thinks Angelus' arrogant attitude is mocking him. Angelus ups the stakes, casually changing the bet from an arm to Henry's neck. Henry can hardly believe what he just heard. Angelus declares that the bet will now be on Henry's neck instead. Henry wonders if he truly has to accept such a wager just to meet the god of heaven. Angelus taunts him, asking if he is afraid of losing, while Henry internally concludes he can never win under rules set by these so-called angels. Resolving himself, Henry decides that even if this trial is given by the god of heaven, he will face it. He coldly announces that the negotiation is over, startling Angelus. Henry grips the sword firmly, ready to act. Henry suddenly leaps at Angelus with a powerful downward strike. In mid-attack, Henry looks determined, fully committed to his choice. The clash sends shockwaves and dark streaks across the battlefield. Angelus is left battered and his wings burned, reeling from Henry's assault. Henry looms over the wounded archangel, making Angelus gasp in fear. Henry grabs Angelus and moves as if to tear off his wings, prompting the angel to panic. Henry flatly insists he is capable of doing exactly that. Angelus screams as Henry viciously rips one of his wings away. The severed, bloodied wing lies on the ground. Standing over him, Henry asks if this brutal act is proof enough of his determination. Angelus breaks down crying in pain and terror. Henry looks down on him with contempt, calling him pathetic. Henry shouts at the sky that a true god would not rely on such dirty tricks and demands the god of heaven appear openly. He tells Angelus that relying on divine protection made him arrogant enough to toy with others. Henry warns Angelus not to misunderstand who holds power, asserting that as a god himself he cannot be harmed by the angel. Ganassil begins forming a dark purple vortex, promising to show Henry something impressive. The portal opens beside Henry, startling him. Ganassil steps through and calls out to Henry, shocking Angelus. An enormous set of wings unfolds as Ganassil arrives in heaven. Ganassil appears in his full angelic form before Henry and Angelus, astonishing Angelus. Angelus accuses Ganassil of having ousted him and stolen his position in the past. Ganasio coldly tells Angelus that even in death the god of heaven will not care for him. Ganasio raises his sword to execute Angelus. Angelus screams in horror. Blood pools on the grass as Angelus' lifeless hand falls. Angelus' body lies on the ground, fatally pierced through the chest where his wings once were. Ganasio stands over the corpse, sword in hand, having taken vengeance. Henry, noticing the unfamiliar weapon, asks Ganasio what sword he is using. Ganasio explains that the sword, Lilshawayan, grows stronger by devouring souls and has just absorbed Angelus' soul. Henry tells Ganasio that now seems the perfect time for him to claim his revenge. Ganasio agrees that the moment has come. Henry declares that from now on, the war between heaven and the underworld will be known as the Heavenly Demon War. He summons monsters from the underworld through a portal to invade heaven. A monstrous claw steps out as the first underworld beast emerges. Legions of terrifying creatures pour forth, and Henry orders them to rampage freely throughout heaven. An angel warrior rushes into battle, sword drawn. Angels clash with a massive dragon-like monster in a violent exchange of blows. One angel looks up in fear at the overwhelming threat. A dragon gathers and unleashes a destructive red energy blast from its mouth. The blast tears through the battlefield, engulfing victims in a torrent of red destruction. Another demon brutally impales an angel, adding to the carnage. Watching the chaos, Ganasio comments that at this rate heaven will fall quickly, though he is still wary of the god of heaven's response. Henry asks if the god of heaven is truly that powerful. Ganasio explains that the god of heaven wields a divine artifact called the heaven-defying lyre. He elaborates that while the lyre is usually weak, it becomes immensely powerful whenever heaven itself is in danger. Henry presses, asking what exact ability this power grants. Ganasio confirms that the lyre allows the god of heaven to control time freely. Time rewinds, and scenes of demons falling are shown in reverse. The demon's clawed hand reforms as the rewind continues. The fallen demon's body is restored, revealing the full effect of the time reversal. Viltus appears with the lyre, orchestrating the revival of heaven's forces. Henry recalls that Viltus once used this lyre specifically to resurrect the angels. Henry is oddly relieved, thinking that instead of persuading the god of heaven he only needs to take the heaven-defying lyre from Viltus. As the battle resumes, Henry watches angels being struck down again. He catches a falling angel midair, surprising the celestial. Henry urgently demands to know Viltus' current location. The terrified angel stammers that he does not know, prompting Henry to threaten harsher measures. Enveloped in red aura, Henry vows to erase everything in heaven if he must. Horrified, the angel trembles in Henry's grasp. Desperate to survive, the angel hands Henry a feather that can lead him to Viltus. Holding the glowing feather, Henry tells him he has made the correct decision. Henry infuses the feather with his power, activating it once more. Surrounded by swirling blue light, Henry prepares to teleport again, now determined to confront Viltus and seize the heaven-defying lyre. Henry arrives amid swirling energy and notes he has come to the correct place. The angel named Viltus appears with a lyre, leading an army of winged soldiers. Viltus asks if Henry has been searching for him. Henry confirms and demands that Viltus hand over the heaven-defying lyre. Henry summons his weapon, calling out his sword Cold Sword. Viltus's angels rush to form a protective barrier around him. Henry charges straight at the angelic formation. Excited, Henry says the fight will be enjoyable if they resist. Henry unleashes a massive blue sword slash that tears through the battlefield. The angelic soldiers panic as the blue energy devastates their ranks. A commander steadies the angels, claiming Henry's earlier attack failed and urging them to keep charging. Seeing their confidence, Henry smirks ominously. The angels suddenly sense something wrong around the canyon-like terrain they fly over. The ground beneath them begins to split apart, leaving the angels confused and alarmed. The delayed magic within Henry slash activates, flooding the area with destructive red energy. Henry explains his blow was actually a time-lagged spell rather than a normal horizontal slash. Calmly facing the inferno, Henry bids farewell to everyone. The angelic army is annihilated, their bodies strewn across the cracked, lava-like ground. Viltus stares in horror at the slaughter of his subordinates. Henry, walking on the scorched earth, says that after being toyed with by the god of heaven many times, he refuses to end things easily. Smiling, Henry adds that finishing everything quickly would be unfair to him. Elsewhere, fiery explosions tear through flying demons, hinting at another violent clash. Viltus, shocked, can barely speak as events spiral out of control. A new angel, Ganasio, appears raging at Viltus for his deeds. Ganasio greets Viltus, noting it has been a long time since they met. Viltus angrily denounces Ganasio as an exiled angel who dares return to heaven. Ganasio reveals he now wields Lilshawayan's power after absorbing Angelus's soul. Empowered, Ganasio blasts Viltus with a devastating beam of light. Viltus coughs blood from the attack. Badly wounded, Viltus collapses to one knee. Henry walks up with his glowing sword and asks the god of magic if siding with Viltus was truly his decision. When Henry suggests the god of magic chose this path, he wonders aloud what if he answers yes. Bleeding, Viltus calls Henry a fool for accepting that choice. Viltus starts to say that the god of heaven will simply rewind time again. But Henry cuts him off, saying he is already aware. Henry insists he knows time will be reset and is acting despite that. Viltus, lying on the ground with the lyre nearby, realizes Henry is holding the divine item that can rewind time. Henry confirms the object is the heaven-defying lyre and taunts Viltus to use its power. Viltus assumes Henry learned of the lyre's abilities from Ganasiel, the outcast. Ganasiel silently reacts, avoiding a direct answer. Henry explains that the lyre can both turn back time and resurrect the dead stronger than before. Viltus seizes the lyre and vows never to use it in a way that would cause his fallen brothers to die twice. Henry, realizing Viltus's intention, desperately tells him to wait. Henry rushes forward screaming as Viltus activates the lyre's final power. The lyre flares with intense golden light. Henry grabs at it as it shatters in Viltus's hands. Henry stares in stunned disbelief at what Viltus has done. Viltus prays that everything proceeds according to the God of Heaven's will as he dies. Henry curses furiously at the sky in the aftermath. The heaven-defying lyre lies completely destroyed on the cracked ground. Henry can only stammer in shock at losing the divine artifact. Ganasiel comforts Henry, saying the lyre was only a tool and that the God of Heaven himself controls time. Resolving himself, Henry says moping in despair will not change anything. He exhales, regaining composure amid the burning sky. Henry asks Ganasiel if he knows the God of Heaven's whereabouts, and Ganasiel replies that he at least knows the temple's location, though gods are unpredictable. Henry tells him not to worry about the rest and simply lead him to the temple. The narrative cuts to the magnificent temple of the God of Heaven. Inside, Ganasiel calls out to the God of Heaven, declaring he has crawled from hell seeking revenge. He demands that the deity show himself immediately. Golden waters surge as Henry and Ganasiel await the god's appearance. The imposing God of Heaven finally manifests in a blaze of light. Ganasiel charges at him, vowing to make him pay for banishing him to the underworld. He flies toward the deity, shouting that he will not let him escape. The God of Heaven calmly responds with a killing intent, preparing to strike. With a snap of his fingers, the God of Heaven activates his power. Ganasiel's assault is effortlessly stopped as the God of Heaven impales him with a sword. Henry watches in alarm, realizing how overwhelming the god is. The God of Heaven mockingly observes that Ganasiel's time in the underworld has turned him into a monster. Ganasiel collapses as the god looks on coldly. The God of Heaven immobilizes Ganasiel, then turns his attention to conversing with Henry, noting they can now talk in peace and confirming he never needed the lyre to use time. Henry thinks to himself that this is the true extent of the God of Heaven's power, and that, among countless time loops, this is their first actual meeting. Henry addresses the God of Heaven directly, stating he has a request. The God of Heaven guesses Henry wants to borrow the power of time, and Henry agrees. After listening to Henry's story, the God of Heaven muses that Henry is trying to clean up Janice's mess and ponders what he should do. Comically, the god dithers over whether to help, while Henry fumes at his attitude. The God of Heaven ultimately refuses Henry's request, claiming lending time's power would violate equity. He explains that people with good intentions have misused time before and that the power is too special and far-reaching. Henry protests, insisting he wants the power not for selfishness but to fix the damage caused by another god. The God of Heaven still declines, saying he cannot trust the very one who started the heavenly demon war. Narrowing his eyes, the god begins to blame Henry for what has happened. Henry counters that because of the god's actions, Heaven's perfect record now bears a stain of defeat. The God of Heaven tells Henry to stop behaving childishly, saying such tantrums are beneath a god. Henry, voice trembling with emotion, asks why the newly appointed god of magic must still worry about mortals. Henry kneels before the God of Heaven, desperate yet powerless. Frustrated, he curses under his breath at the situation. The God of Heaven wonders aloud if there is truly no way to resolve matters. Then he smirks as if an idea has come to him. He notes that Henry seems to have matured a bit, since he is no longer lashing out with violence. The God of Heaven suddenly clasps Henry's hand, infusing it with divine light. Henry begins to glow as the god's power floods into him. Bathed in radiance, Henry starts to lose consciousness. Time-related gears and clocks appear as Henry is drawn into a temporal shift. The scene rewinds back to the ruined battlefield where Henry last faced Viltus. Henry realizes he is in a golden time space, his appearance subtly changed as the loop resets. The great clockwork of time fully activates, signaling a new cycle. Henry hears his own past shout summoning Cold Sword as the loop restarts. He reappears, sword raised, ready to strike with renewed power. Back at the start of the battle, Henry demands that the mysterious lyre player show himself instead of hiding. Another version of Henry answers from the shadows, drawing the real Viltus's attention. Henry spots Viltus again and calls out to him. Viltus calmly explains that his instrument is a special lyre, and urges the imperfect god Henry Morris to cease struggling. Henry smiles, saying he is only getting started and dislikes Viltus's fake familiarity. Viltus responds with a serene smile of his own. He politely introduces himself and faces Henry, lyre in hand. Viltus offers Henry a glowing bottle, saying it is a gift from the God of Heaven. Henry doubts the gift, but Viltus assures him it is safe and that its purpose will be clear once drunk. Reasoning that poison cannot harm him, Henry drinks the contents to test it. He grimaces at the terrible taste, accusing Viltus of lying about it not being poison. Suddenly Henry's eyes glow gold and his body reacts to the potion's power. Viltus and Henry hover in the sky as something shoots upward between them. Henry clutches his head in pain as new sensations overwhelm him. His vision focuses on his glowing eye while the transformation continues. Fragmented, monochrome images of his many past failures and battles flash through his mind. More memories surface, especially interactions with Viltus and his earlier rage. Henry relives scenes with Ganassil and the God of Heaven, seeing his journey from another angle. He realizes that all his attempts to challenge the God of Heaven are now flooding back into his memory. Henry recalls that the God of Heaven refused him not by command but citing equity, concluding the God was simply stubborn. Deciding he has only one option left, Henry prepares to use his final trump card. He declares he no longer needs anything from the gods, accepting his own path. Viltus, charging with the lyre, asks if Henry has resolved to fight again. Henry replies that he no longer needs the lyre at all. He tells Viltus to watch closely because he has conceived a better plan. As the angels again move to protect Viltus, Henry starts his renewed assault. Henry grins fiercely and announces his attack. A ferocious red slash streaks across the sky. Henry's blood-stained sword falls to the ground, showing the cost of his move. Shocked angels stare as they witness an unexpected outcome. Viltus, horrified, struggles to understand what just happened. Henry lies face down in a pool of his own blood, leaving Viltus questioning his motives. The surrounding angels chatter nervously about the situation. Suddenly a bright light interrupts them, drawing their alarmed cries. A brilliant explosion of light engulfs the angels, sending them flying. Viltus shields his eyes and grimaces at the blinding radiance. He opens his eyes and remarks that this is the second time he has been resurrected. Henry descends through the clouds and asks what Viltus is standing around for. Looking down on the angels, Henry says they should be bowing before him. Viltus realizes Henry has become a full god by discarding his mortal body. The angels drop to their knees in fear and awe. They formally bow and proclaim their reverence for the god of magic. Henry raises his sword and says it is time for them to pay for their actions. Another devastating slash of energy surges forth. Later, Henry walks away alone, leaving a trail of blood on the temple floor. His sword drags through the blood, emphasizing the battle's brutality. A colossal golden torrent erupts, signaling the god of heaven's intervention once again. Henry quickly swings his sword toward the incoming divine presence. His blade collides with the golden torrent, splitting through its power. Henry taunts the unseen god of heaven, telling him to stop sending lackeys and appear himself. The god of heaven reappears, impressed by Henry's progress. He remarks that Henry followed his earlier advice and abandoned his body faster than expected to become a true god. The god and Henry stand facing each other by the glowing pool, preparing for their confrontation. Henry smiles confidently and reminds the god of heaven that he is now a complete god, not a half-god anymore. The elder god demands an explanation. Henry reveals he has fully learned the secrets of the gods and that others beside the elder possess time powers. Shocked, the elder god hears Henry say he no longer needs him. The elder god rages that after helping Henry become a god, Henry now betrays him. Henry coldly notes that even this god failed to foresee Henry turning against him. The elder god looks terrified, realizing Henry has outmaneuvered him. Henry taunts that the god is scared now that his time ability no longer works on Henry and announces he will visit the Lord of Gods who also controls time. As Henry raises his sword, the elder god panics and begs him to stop. Henry tells the elder god his existence is no longer necessary. Henry charges with his sword, unleashing divine power. Henry slashes the elder god brutally, sending him flying. The elder god's body disintegrates in a violent burst. Standing over the corpse, Henry remarks that there are now two beings with time powers instead of one. Henry decides that if even the Lord of Gods refuses to lend power, he will challenge that Lord directly. Henry heads toward a colossal staircase leading upward. At the foot of the stairs, Henry asks if these steps lead to the Lord of Gods. A group of gods and followers appear and call out Henry's name. The masked god Ra silently observes Henry. Henry greets Ra and teasingly asks if Ra came to congratulate his ascension to godhood. The assembled gods and warriors confront Henry at the stair entrance. The armored god of war formally addresses Henry Morris as the god of magic. Henry recognizes him as the god of war and asks if that is why he is on the front line. The god of war accuses Henry of breaking divine law by killing another god and orders him to face judgment. Henry smirks in response. Henry questions why he should obey a law that is merely an agreement among the gods. The war god orders Ra and Irinia to stay out of the confrontation. Ra and Irinia reluctantly agree to step back. Henry accepts the challenge with a confident grin. Drawing his sword, Henry invites anyone who thinks they can beat him to try. Henry revels in the omniscience and supremacy he feels as a god, convinced no one is stronger. The war god begins to sweat, sensing Henry's overwhelming power. Henry's display of power makes the other gods recoil in fear. Henry calls them cowards, having expected that none would dare oppose him, and turns toward the stairs. He steps forward to ascend. Henry climbs through a grand, glowing stairway toward the Lord of God's domain. He reaches an ornate golden door and pushes it open. Henry enters a dark, empty space beyond the door. He conjures a spell of light. The space floods with bright illumination around him. Henry looks around, startled by what he sees. The scene shifts to a tranquil cabin in a forest. Henry finds a young man sitting at a table outside the cabin. The young man greets Henry cheerfully. Henry is stunned to see that the man looks exactly like him. Henry cries out in disbelief at the uncanny resemblance. The lookalike explains he always takes the visitor's appearance so they can reflect on themselves. He admits he enjoys their shocked reactions when they see him. Henry criticizes this strange hobby and hesitantly asks who the man really is. The man confirms he is the Lord of Gods, King of all the gods. The Lord of Gods says Henry has no right to mock others' hobbies, given his obsessive attempts to kill the God of Heaven. He asks Henry whether anger is truly the only thing left in his heart. The Lord of Gods points out that Henry squandered his second life on revenge and has acted only from vengeful motives, even in coming here. He says Henry's weak conscience and sense of justice as god of magic kept him from caring for himself. He concludes Henry's previous life must have been filled with nothing but regret. Henry listens, conflicted and thoughtful. Henry insists that the Lord of Gods must already know his situation after watching him all along. Gripping his chest, Henry says that without his vengeful actions he would have been completely powerless. The Lord of Gods replies that he is not condemning Henry, only asking out of curiosity. He questions whether Henry would truly be satisfied just by rewinding time to correct the fanatical believers, and offers to lend time's power once if that is Henry's genuine wish. Struggling to answer, Henry begins to admit his deeper feelings. Henry hesitates, unable to immediately state his true desire. He finally confesses that fixing the blind believers is not his real wish. The Lord of Gods says he actually wants to go further back and correct all his mistakes. He smiles, noting that Henry is finally being honest. The Lord of Gods agrees to lend the power of time but says there will be one condition. Henry is surprised it is granted so easily and reflects on the trouble he went through to reach this point. The condition is that Henry must give up all his current powers and circles, taking only his memories with him. The Lord of Gods asks if Henry is still willing, explaining that life has no right answers, only choices. Henry recalls his past self and contemplates his decision. Resolute, Henry decides to do it and change the past. Henry accepts, saying he wants to return to his original body. He specifies he wants to go back to his youth when he was journeying to defeat the Demon King. The Lord of Gods smiles approvingly. He places a reassuring hand on Henry's shoulder. Henry agrees to the terms. The Lord of Gods touches Henry's forehead and says he will be watching the choices Henry makes. Henry's body begins dissolving in mystical light as the time power activates. The Lord of Gods watches Henry's form disappear from the garden. Time shifts to the past, in the forest of evil where a human camp lies under a sinister sky. Inside a tent, a younger Henry sleeps in bed. He wakes, feeling as if he has had a strange dream and sensing he is back at the time before fighting the Demon King. He sits up, confused about his surroundings. Realizing something is off, Henry reacts in shock. He rushes outside, seeing the poisonous fog of the forest again. Henry quickly readies his magic, anticipating danger. His eyes widen as he confirms his situation. Seeing the cursed sky, he understands the dream was real and that the Lord of Gods truly sent him into the past. He immediately begins choking on the toxic fog. Remembering the danger, Henry decides to eat the venom's heart to gain full poison immunity. He also resolves to devour the hearts of every demon he encounters to rebuild his power to the 8th circle. He recalls the Demon King who killed Golden with a curse and prepares for that enemy. Henry strides through the deadly forest, staff in hand, hunting demons. The story marks the forest of evil's highest danger zone. Dead demon bodies litter the ground. Exhausted and bloodied, Henry stands among the slain monsters. He admits he nearly fainted from exhausting all his magic. He reflects that in his previous life he would have saved the venom's heart for posterity. Now he decides it is better to use that power for himself in this lifetime. Henry bites into the gruesome heart. He notes that by consuming it he will avoid dying of poison again. Though disgusted by the taste, he prefers it to the agony of the Black Tear curse. Henry feels magic circles forming within him. He realizes the effects of devouring demon hearts and absorbing their magic are finally manifesting. Elated, he says regaining 8th circle power is easier the second time with this magic support. The Demon King's core jewel glows ominously. The Demon King appears, drawn by the powerful magic, surprised to find a human wizard responsible. Henry senses the Demon King's presence and steels himself. The Demon King vigorously praises Henry's boldness for slaughtering his subordinates and confronts him. Henry thinks that now he has reached 8th circle, he can kill Vigorous alone. As Henry gathers blue magic, Vigorous sneers at the human's attempt. Henry launches himself, vowing to finish Vigorous with a single blow. He attacks the Demon King's chest crystal, declaring he already knows Vigorous's weakness. Henry smashes the Demon King downward with a devastating magical strike. Shouting about that weakness, he pours his power into the blow. The Demon King howls in disbelief that a human knows this critical vulnerability. Vigorous's core crystal shatters into pieces. Time moves forward to a peaceful morning forest. Commander Golden and his soldiers discover that all the monsters in the forest have been mysteriously slain. Golden leads his men through the carnage and notices something unusual. He realizes in horror that the corpse ahead is the Demon King. The soldiers stare at the scene in stunned silence. Later, in Henry's tent, Golden reports to Henry what he found during his morning patrol. Tea steams on the table as they talk. Henry calmly suggests they finish off the remaining monsters before returning, deciding to keep his role in killing the Demon King's secret. Golden is surprised at Henry's nonchalance, and Henry argues they cannot falsely boast of defeating the Demon King. Henry warns Golden that lies will eventually be exposed and advises him not to be greedy. Golden laments the lost chance for glory, unaware Henry is thinking how Golden once died young from the Demon King's curse. Golden accepts they must move on and urges they return to Lindbergh to continue building the capital. He is excited that this will allow them to advance the founding of their nation. Henry agrees with an easy smile. Henry reflects that history can be rewritten now that he is correcting events. He believes that by eliminating authors and other corrupt figures, the country's future will be secure. The army camp bustles as preparations for departure resume. Golden thinks about how the Demon King's death allows the long-delayed empire to finally be founded. He calls the soldiers to attention to announce the news. Golden proclaims the Demon King is dead and that they will return to Lindbergh to resume constructing their new empire. He promises to share the glory and rewards with his troops, inviting them to celebrate. Watching the jubilant soldiers, Henry vows not to let anything bad happen to their soon-to-be-founded country this time. Henry's determined expression shows his resolve. He decides his first target in cleansing corruption will be Arthur's. The scene shifts to a chained prisoner languishing in a dark dungeon. The prisoner, with long hair obscuring his face, stirs ominously. Henry narrates that despite becoming god of magic he could not fix blind believers, so he bargained with the Lord of Gods, relinquished divinity and 8th circle power, and returned to the past to change destiny and save more people himself. Time advances to the Imperial Palace construction site at the plains of Lindbergh, where Henry arrives. Golden greets Henry and asks what he is doing there. Henry answers him casually. Henry says he was about to construct the Imperial Palace personally. Golden recalls they had planned to hire Mushu craftsmen, and wonders why Henry changed the plan. Henry explains that with the Demon King gone and craftsmen far away, it would take too long, whereas he already imagines the finished palace clearly. Casting a massive spell named Rising Grand Mansion, Henry begins magically completing the Imperial Palace before their eyes. A massive surge of blue lightning erupts from a magic circle. The lightning storm intensifies, power gathering on the glowing sigil. The entire castle is engulfed in towering columns of crackling blue energy. Outside the barrier, the white-haired mage on horseback tells his comrade the ritual will finish tomorrow and advises him to rest with the soldiers. The comrade points out the mage himself is not resting, and Henry replies he must visit someone, specifically a Highlander noble. The comrade asks why Henry needs a Highlander noble. Henry says he has something to verify, thinking privately that he intends to eliminate the one who nearly destroyed the world. As Henry rides away, he decides not to tell his comrade about Arthur's yet. Watching Henry depart, the comrade wishes him a safe trip. Riding alone, Henry follows a glowing trail, musing that a tracking spell cast while thinking of his target seems to work. The scene shifts to night, identifying the Highlander province's underground holding cell. Entering the dungeon, Henry notes that Arthur's, who once claimed royal blood, is imprisoned here and wonders if his slave trading profits were used to forge that false identity. Henry cloaks himself with magic, deciding he must stay hidden to learn the truth. From behind a door, muffled cries are heard. Hearing prisoners, Henry suspects Arthur's as keeping captives for sale as slaves. Moving past cages, Henry approaches the cells to inspect them. He notices one heavily chained, unusually secured cell and remarks on how different it is. Henry examines the chained door intently. Startled, he reacts to what he senses inside. He discovers Arthur's chained in the cell, realizing the man was never royalty or merchant but a slave. Henry deduces that the prisoners here are all non-humans. 2 slavers arrive, one confirming that this particular captive is especially valuable, while Henry observes invisibly. The slaver boasts that Arthur's is a half-dragon born of a dragon and a human, marveling at his appearance. Henry recalls rumors of half-dragons and wonders why someone with draconic powers can be restrained so easily. Masked buyers are introduced as Arthur's future masters during the sale. Henry inspects the restraints and realizes the shackles are imbued with special magic, while Arthur's rages internally, wanting to kill his captors. One buyer, intrigued, asks the slavers to remove the half-dragon's shackles so he can examine him more closely if it is safe. The slaver agrees, saying Arthur's is drained and cannot resist, while Arthur's vows in his mind to kill them all. The slaver explains that the shackles absorb all of Arthur's mana as he begins unlocking them. The key is inserted and the magic restraints start to open. Something goes wrong as the shackle reacts violently, shocking the slavers. A sudden blast erupts from the cell, knocking the slavers back in fear. Coughing in the aftermath, they realize Arthur still had strength left. One slaver panics, wondering where Arthur's disappeared to, as the half-dragon appears behind him with glowing red eyes. Moments later Arthur stands blood-soaked amid the torn bodies of his captors. In another cell, a restrained white-haired half-dragon confirms to Henry that he is also half-dragon. Henry breaks the other half-dragon's shackles, freeing him. Newly released, the half-dragon thanks Henry profusely, while Arthur sits nearby, still spattered with blood. From other cages, surviving prisoners beg Arthur's to free and help them as well. Arthur's walks past their cells, saying he does not need any non-half-dragon captives. Instead, Arthur's approaches one terrified prisoner and asks him to lend his power. The prisoner pleads tearfully for mercy. Narration explains that non-human blood contains mana, and Arthur's slaughtered the non-human prisoners to drink their blood and vent his rage. Arthur's catches blood in his cupped hands as it drips from a severed limb. He lifts the blood to drink, desperate for power. The other freed half-dragon follows suit, drinking blood as well. Henry then casts a sleep spell, knocking both half-dragons unconscious amid the carnage. Looking at the bodies, Henry mentally concedes that while killing the slavers is understandable, Arthur's also massacred all other non-human prisoners. Henry reflects that Arthur spared only his fellow half-dragon Mordred, concluding Arthur's violent nature has not changed as he prepares another spell. Drawing a dagger, Henry reasons that after escaping this dungeon Arthur's reinvented himself upon hearing of Henry recruiting talents, and admits he pities Arthur's yet must act. Henry quietly plunges the dagger into Arthur's chest. Arthur's foot twitches in his final moments. Henry watches Arthur's die and acknowledges there is nothing else he can do. Henry incinerates the corpses of Arthur's and Mordred with magical flames. As Arthur's body burns, Henry wishes him a better next life. Henry adds that he hopes Arthur's next life will be a happy one, then decides to move on to aiding his future allied nations. The narration shifts to the Shahatra kingdom, showing its grand palace. Arriving there, Henry decides Shahatra, which supported him the most, will be his first stop. Watching the Shahatra king Haribala training, Henry muses that he cannot fathom how Haribala's son turned out so lazy when his father is so diligent. Henry greets the training monarch by name. Haribala happily recognizes Henry, while Henry compliments his dawn training as befitting the desert king. Boasting, Haribala says he is no weakling like Henry. Henry retorts that Haribala once lost to him and asks if his morning training is finished, recalling how they became allies after a hard-fought war. Henry says he has something important to tell him, prompting Haribala to ask what it is. Henry urges him to listen carefully. Henry prefaces that what he is about to reveal is top secret, unknown even to Golden. Haribala asks why the matter is so serious, and Henry insists it is crucial though hard to believe. Haribala lowers his weapon and agrees to listen earnestly. Henry claims he has reached the 8th circle and created a future sight spell, which shocked Haribala, to justify what he is about to reveal. Henry admits internally that the future sight spell story is a lie but necessary to explain everything. He begins the fabricated prophecy by saying Haribala will someday have a son. Henry explains that the boy will hate sword training so much he will temporarily lose his royal authority, but will later regain it. Haribala doubts such a future for a son titled Desert General, while Henry stresses that he shares this only as a friend to help him. Haribala, now serious, asks what kind of future Henry saw. Henry hesitates in silence before answering. He finally states that he saw the Shahatra kingdom's downfall. The narration notes that Henry then told Haribala everything about Janus and the disasters he caused. Henry concludes his explanation by saying that is how Shahatra will fall. Shocked but composed, Haribala acknowledges what he has heard. He repeats Henry's request, confirming he must make everyone forget the god Janus, and Henry explains that a forgotten god becomes powerless. Convinced by Henry's knowledge of royal secrets, Haribala asks who the mysterious figure named Howl in this story is. An image shows Howl, a white-haired boy and future mage, as the one Henry referred to. Smiling, Henry says he will introduce Howl later, believing the child might become the next great wizard after him. In a humorous aside, Haribala wonders if such a successor is believable, while Henry urges his friend to trust him. The scene shifts to Sori, where Emperor Cheon Kong reacts to Henry's prediction of a future epidemic that will affect him as well. Walking with Henry, Cheon Kong hears confirmation and narration explains Henry came with invitations to the Empire's founding ceremony and news of Sori's future. Henry tells Cheon Kong that his daughter will stay by his side at his death but will likely be left alone afterward. Henry narrates that Sori originally suffered the epidemic because of poor medical technology. Henry thinks that since he cannot force them to adopt the peace religion's healing magic, he must find another solution. He tells Cheon Kong the epidemic will heavily damage Sori but proposes that allying with the magic tower and improving medicine will let them overcome it. Cheon Kong contemplates an alliance with the magic tower. He reasons that his young daughter should not bear the kingdom's fate alone, and decides he can trust an offer coming from the great wizard. Imagining his future daughter, he agrees that Henry's plan will be best for her as well and thanks the wizard. Narration states that after warning all allied countries of looming threats, Henry proceeded with the next step. He then invited those nations to the founding ceremony of the Eurasia Empire. Red flags bearing the empire's sun lion emblem flutter in celebration. On founding day in Lindbergh, the capital, crowds fill the streets under festive banners. Emperor Golden sits on his throne with his young son, enjoying the celebration. Cheon Kong and Haribala attend among the honored guests. Other allies cheer enthusiastically in the crowd. From a balcony, Henry listens as people shout blessings for Emperor Golden and the Eurasia Empire. Henry glances back at Golden on the throne, pleased. Golden smiles contentedly during the ceremony. Henry remarks that this time the newly built Eurasia Empire will be perfect. Narration declares that, as before, the empire entered an age of peace and prosperity, largely thanks to Henry's tireless stewardship. Years later, Golden's son Silver trains with the practiced sword. Silver swings harder, trying to improve his swordsmanship. Golden watches with stern approval. He shouts corrections and orders Silver to keep training with more strength. In chibi form, Silver complains the training is exhausting, while Golden scolds him, saying a future emperor cannot whine. Silver continues sparring, terrified as Golden pressures him. An intense image shows Golden vowing to mold Silver into the greatest emperor. Silver cries out to his father in distress. Watching from the side, Henry comments that physical training truly builds character. Henry then decides it is time to tackle the tasks he has been postponing. The story cuts to Draken's laboratory filled with magical equipment. Draken, now older, reacts nervously to being called insane. Henry praises Draken's anatomy text but says wanting to dissect humans is madness. Draken asks why Henry thinks he wrote such a book. Slamming notes on the table, Draken prepares to explain. He says he wanted to fix people, surprising Henry. Draken reveals he lost his family to the epidemic that even priests healing magic could not cure, so he studied humans to find magical cures. Henry reflects that Draken was not evil at first and might truly achieve something meaningful. Smiling, Henry admits Draken made him reconsider his own rigid rules banning human anatomy and black magic in the tower. Henry then offers Draken official permission and support to perform controlled anatomical experiments. Henry proposes founding a separate medical tower devoted to healing humans and appoints Draken to lead it. He suggests building this medical tower in a place known as Life's End. Later, checking his list, Henry says it is time to visit a particular person next. The scene shifts to Viscount Hans Morris's grand mansion. A sign marks the surrounding land as belonging to Viscount Hans Morris. Inside, Henry and Hans sit across from each other at a round table. Henry acknowledges Hans's war heroism and newly granted viscountcy, then asks why he chose the Morris surname. Hans is flustered and begins to answer. Embarrassed, Hans confesses he took the name out of deep admiration for Henry. While Henry casually asks if Hans has a son, Hans admits he does, and Henry asks for the boy's name. Smiling knowingly, Henry guesses the child is named Henry Morris and wonders if Hans really used his name. Hans's exaggerated reaction confirms Henry's guess, and Henry thinks to himself that he was right. Hans tearfully explains he idolized Henry so much that he copied his name, which Henry finds endearing. Henry tells Viscount Hans he has come with an offer. Hans anxiously asks what kind of offer it is. Henry says he wants to personally take Hans's son as his disciple, and Hans ecstatically agrees. Still puzzled, Hans asks why Henry is doing so much for their family. Henry answers that it is because Hans's son saved the country in a past life. Hans sits confused, trying to process this cryptic explanation. Later, Henry stands on a cliff overlooking the sunset-lit capital and castle he has helped reshape. As an old man, Henry reflects that many years have passed, and he is grateful he could correct the past. Someone calls out to him as master, drawing his attention. Henry's purple-haired disciple runs up the cliff calling for his master. The disciple, gasping, begins to share his news. Overjoyed, the disciple announces he believes he can finally advance to the sixth circle. The master tells his eager disciple it is still too early to rush, while the disciple insists he wants to become like his master as fast as possible. The master then asks Henry if he has ever considered the real reason he was accepted as a disciple. Henry anticipates the usual explanation about having saved the country in a previous life and complains that the master is going to say that again. Looking at his master, Henry seriously asks whether he truly saved the country in that past life. Henry stands tense and anxious, bracing himself for the master's answer. The master gazes back at him in silence, not immediately replying. The master only smirks slightly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Walking away, the master tells Henry to figure it out on his own, prompting Henry to call after him to stop. Henry chases and protests that the master once promised to explain someday, while the master feigns ignorance and avoids answering. As the master continues striding ahead without clarifying the truth, Henry runs after him, calling out to his master in frustration.